Chapter 746. The Arrival of Lu Yuyin. Young man, I comprehend now. This dark source realm is merely a place of enlightenment left behind by this individual. Blood Elder exclaimed with delight. The extraordinary phenomenon of slaying the heavens must certainly be a revelation drawn from the vast cosmos. If you can grasp it, you might just comprehend the essence of slaying the heavens. I witnessed this astonishing phenomenon once before. Its power is truly deserving of the phrase extraordinary and shocking. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he beheld the man who had appeared at the center of the expansive celestial map. It seemed that his venture into the Dark Kingdom was indeed a wise choice. Before him stood a man clad in black, his piercing, cold eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of the universe. The aura emanating from him surged relentlessly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's body shuddered violently, a look of astonishment rising in his gaze. This was undeniably an illusory facade, yet he felt an overwhelming wave of lethal intent enveloping him, sending chills coursing through his being. It was a coldness that was utterly unresistible, a lethal pressure that could not be countered. The figure before him in black moved, appearing to transform into a million shadows, yet paradoxically not taking a single step, an enigma that blurred the line between reality and illusion. A chilling roar echoed forth, as though it could shatter the very soul of any listener. Slay the heavens. From behind the man in black, a shocking phenomenon ascended, an awe-inspiring spectacle that spread for thousands, even hundreds of thousands of miles. Its terrifying nature suggested that, should it descend from the heavens, it would shroud the earth in darkness. Within this phenomenon, Lin Chen beheld an eternity of light, each ray a cold, piercing glimmer, an embodiment of lethal intent and murderous energy. Each flicker held an unparalleled power, one that no one could withstand. In that infinite expanse of stars, the void began to shatter layer by layer. The speed of destruction surpassed that of any tsunami or storm, heralding a cataclysmic disaster. In an instant, countless stars ignited with a flash of lethal light, colliding fiercely within the cosmos. Boom! One star after another erupted, each minuscule spark triggering a chain reaction among innumerable celestial bodies, culminating in a breathtaking scene as if heaven and earth were collapsing, with everything on the brink of annihilation. The vast cosmos was rendered to fragments beneath this terrifying phenomenon, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of existence. Then, tranquility returned to the dark source realm. Lin Chen's gaze flickered with intensity, as if still lost in the reverberating echoes of that monumental scene. It must be said, when the phenomenon of slaying the heavens manifested, it profoundly impacted his soul. This spectacle, imbued with boundless lethal light, unleashed an unparalleled ferocity, achieving its objective in an instant, delivering the most devastating strikes. If one were to gather all this infinite power and unleash it upon a singular target, the resulting force would be utterly terrifying. The prowess of this first assassin emperor is indeed well deserved of its renown. After a considerable time, Lin Chen let out a long sigh, realizing why none from the Dark Clan could fathom this peculiar phenomenon. Should one grasp this anomaly, the lethality of that assassination power would be unfathomable. The entire scene of the Dark Source realm once again transformed into a vast expanse of celestial bodies. Lin Chen's heart was as tranquil as a mirror, undisturbed by the slightest ripple, seated cross-legged in the center of this magnificent starry sky, as if enveloped in a wondrous realm, experiencing the vast ocean of the cosmos. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the Dark Palace, the entrance to the Dark Source realm was being sealed layer by an ancient restriction. A subtle imperial aura circulated within, exuding a terrifying pressure, even without erupting. Once the Dark Source realm was opened, it would remain so for 19 days before it could be reopened. Should anyone dare to intrude, the ancient restrictions would surely erupt, annihilating the trespasser. No one had yet dared to breach this realm, yet this time, someone did. A young man approached, his skin dark and cool to the touch, with a chiseled face and a prominent nose, complemented by a pair of long, luminous eyes. He epitomized the essence of a naturally handsome man, particularly enhanced by the frigid aura he exuded, which significantly increased his allure. As he stepped forward, the elder of the Lu Shao, a virtual king, displayed a flicker of solemnity in his gaze. Lu Qingyue's eyes were equally cold. This man was none other than Lu Yuyin, the leader of the shadowy shadow organization. Having met the saintess, Elder Lu Shao greeted the two with politeness. Lu Qingyue, however, disregarded Lu Yuyin completely, while Lu Xiao chuckled lightly, inquiring, "Yuyin, what brings you to the Dark Source realm today?" Lu Yuyin glanced at Lu Qingyue and replied softly, "Elder, I shall speak candidly. It seems that upon the Saintess's return, she was not alone. She brought along a member of our clan, though I am unsure which prodigy this is. I am aware that the shadowy shadow organization is familiar with this individual, and it seems that the Elder has allowed this person entry into the Dark Source realm. What is the reason for this? Is it necessary to report to you before entering the Dark Source realm?" Lu Qingyue retorted coldly, "Certainly not." Lu Yuyin replied with a slight smile, "I merely know that it seems only members of the Lu family can enter this realm. I wonder which prodigy from our clan has entered." Lu Yuyin's gaze lingered on Lu Qingyue's face, a hint of tenderness flashing in his elongated eyes. Lu Qingyue turned her head, ignoring Lu Yuyin's stare. Lu Xiao chuckled, saying, "This individual is a lost member of our Lu family, brought back by the Saintess. His name is Lu Lin. The purpose of his return is to see if he can comprehend the divine abilities left by our ancestors." Lu Yuyin nodded thoughtfully and remarked softly, "I see. Lu Lin, a commendable name. However, it seems he has committed a mistake." "A mistake?" Lu Xiao furrowed his brow, questioning, "What transgression has he committed?" Lu Yuyin gazed at Lu Qingyue with an increasingly tender expression. "He had slain a member of my shadow group, one named Ming, who ranked 9th. Lu Xiao's eyes hardened. The softness of Lu Yuyin's words struck him like a thunderclap. The newcomers bore ill intentions, targeting Lin Chen. In an instant, Lu Xiao grasped the situation, yet his heart tightened with unease. Had they discovered Lin Chen's true identity? If the extraordinary phenomenon had been prematurely revealed, the entire plan would be utterly compromised. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Xiao's heart. Nevertheless, as a being of the Void King level, he maintained a facade of calm. However, to Lu Xiao's surprise, upon his remark, Lu Qingyue's gaze turned icy, and she coldly retorted, "Lu Yuyin, cease your slander. And Ming was slain by my own hand for daring to obstruct the Saintess." Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuyin regarded Lu Qingyue with a gentle look, deliberately ignoring the chill in her eyes. Upon hearing her response, he clapped his hands, a crisp sound ringing out. "Ah, I see now. The truth is revealed," he remarked, a tender smile gracing his face, one so warm it seemed capable of melting hearts. Yet, this very smile caused Lu Xiao's heart to plummet. An ominous premonition surged within him. A conspiracy was undoubtedly afoot. Chapter 747. The Great Conspiracy in the Vast Expanse of the Starry Sky, where starlight cascades infinitely. Lin Chen felt as if his heart merged with the endless cosmos, becoming boundless and expansive. A towering, dark figure stood behind Lin Chen, with the dark heavenly order suspended between his brows. The essence of this ancient assassination technique seemed to ascend to a new level. The oppressive aura it exuded enough to instill fear. What constitutes ancient techniques? Their power surpasses even the highest Taoist arts, incomparable to celestial magic, representing the most supreme and formidable existence in the universe. Among the myriad ancient techniques, 99 are said to have originated from the heavens. Each possesses the capacity to shake the world, shatter the void, and sweep across the realms. Mastering each ancient technique yields terrifying power. The hidden immortal great killing technique is one of the highest assassination arts among these 99. One must delve deeply to grasp its essence, thereby gaining unimaginable strength. The voice of Blood Elder resonated with authority, akin to the sound of the great Tao, as he elucidated the 99 ancient techniques to Lin Chen. Throughout this, Lin Chen remained utterly still, his form unyielding. Blood Elder's voice flowed continuously into his mind, urging him to comprehend with depth. Patience, speed, assassination, concealment, and judgment. These are the 5 paramount principles of the supreme assassination art. Lin Chen excelled in patience, speed, and assassination, capable of traversing the void, altering his aura, and changing identities, skilled in the art of concealment. Seizing the moment, he could deliver a fatal strike to his enemies. Lin Chen opened his mouth, as if grasping a profound insight, and began to articulate his understanding gradually. His voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the starry sky. Just as Lin Chen began to comprehend, the formidable phantom of the hidden immortal's ancient slaughtering technique behind him trembled, emanating a terrifying pressure reminiscent of primordial chaos. It was as if an unparalleled powerhouse was slowly awakening under Lin Chen's astonishing will. An endless, chilling radiance burst forth from the essence of the hidden immortal's ancient slaughtering technique, threatening to annihilate the very cosmos itself. In that fleeting moment, the boundless starry sky surged with tumultuous winds and shifting clouds. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes, a myriad of piercing brilliance flashing within them. He shattered the heavens, transforming his murderous intent into countless stars, an innumerable array of cold light piercing through the ages, converging to obliterate the cosmos. My heart harbors countless lethal intentions. Unified in one, he declared, even the heavens shall tremble in my wake. His voice resonated like a great bronze bell, cascading downwards. In his gaze reflected the infinite starry expanse, as if his very being was merging into this boundless domain. The towering, dark phantom behind him let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, a brilliant luminescence erupting from it, engulfing the entire dark origin realm. At this moment, a flash of brilliance suddenly flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. The man clad in dark robes reappeared within the dark origin realm, standing amidst the vast starry sky. The terrifying manifestation of slaughtering the heavens surging forth once more, as if to eclipse the entire cosmos. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Could it be that this first slaughter emperor intended to reenact the scene of obliterating the infinite heavens? If that were the case, combined with his newfound insights, Lin Chen felt a profound confidence in his ability to manifest this slaughtering force. However, the dark-robed man did not repeat his prior actions. Instead, he abruptly turned, his ice-cold, blade-like gaze locking onto Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen trembled all over, a chill coursing through him, as an overwhelming sense of dread surged within. He felt an immense terror as the deadly intent directed at him became palpable. Could it be that this figure was not merely an illusion? Meanwhile, the ominous arrival of Lu Yuyin directly referenced the events surrounding the dark inscription, inciting Lu Qingyue's immense anger. In her view, it was this Lu Yuyin who sought to trouble Lin Chen, and she would not permit it. However, gazing at the gentle smile that seemed to exude warmth, Lu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. "Qingyue, I fear I may not be able to assist you this time," Lu Yuyin spoke softly, his eyes brimming with a tenderness that seemed capable of melting hearts. To an ordinary observer, it would appear that Lu Yuyin harbored deep feelings for Lu Qingyue. Yet, neither Lu Xiao nor Lu Qingyue shared this sentiment. Upon hearing Lu Yuyin's words, Lu Xiao's heart sank suddenly, while Lu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback and coldly inquired, "What do you mean?" Lu Yuyin merely gazed at Lu Qingyue with a pained expression, shaking his head in silence. At that moment, a colossal black stream surged through the highest reaches of the dark hall. An overwhelming pressure, comparable to that of Lu Xiao, emanated into every shadowy corner, vast and pervasive. One could sense the oppressive force without perceiving its source, as if a ghost had descended. "Lu Ming, what brings you here?" Lu Xiao bellowed, his voice sharp. "Are you not supposed to manage your punishments properly? How can you roam freely? Do you understand the implications of your actions?" A profound sense of anxiety welled up within Lu Xiao. The figure exuding this terrifying pressure, yet remaining unseen, was none other than Lu Ming, the enforcer of penalties in the Dark Kingdom, and a staunch supporter of the new regime, historically at odds with Lu Xiao. Lu Ming typically refrained from engaging Lu Xiao directly, so his personal appearance signified a grave intention. "Lu Xiao, this is none of your concern. Stand aside. I have come solely to enforce punishment. The esteemed saintess has slain a member of our clan. Lu Qingyue, are you aware of your crime?" Lu Ming's voice thundered throughout the hall, each word laced with an inexorable malice. It seemed that at the slightest hint of resistance from Lu Qingyue, he would unleash an onslaught upon her. Lu Qingyue's delicate form trembled, and Lu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately interjected, "Lu Ming, how dare you slander the saintess? Do you comprehend the magnitude of such an accusation? That dark emblem was manipulated by others, seeking to harm the saintess, and she acted in self-defense." In that moment, Lu Xiao sensed that trouble was brewing. The fact that Lu Ming had personally come to confront the esteemed saintess indicated he possessed unwavering confidence in his actions. Lu Qingyue, with her cold, beautiful eyes, regarded Lu Yuyin, realizing she had become ensnared in a treacherous plot. Noticing her gaze, Lu Yuyin displayed a charming smile. "Huh, Lu Xiao? Do you intend to shield the saintess who has committed fratricide? Are you aware of the heinousness of this crime? Since I, Lu Ming, have come personally today, I shall apprehend the saintess. Whoever obstructs me shall perish." Lu Xiao, No one can save her today. Lu Ming's voice resonated from the vast expanse. A palpable aura of lethal intent fixating on Lu Qingyue. Lu Zhao's countenance shifted abruptly. Lu Ming's audacity was shocking. As he audaciously sought to execute Lu Qingyue on the spot. You dare? Lu Xiao stepped forward, his formidable presence radiating outward, countering Lu Ming's lethal intent. With piercing eyes that seemed to penetrate the very void, he called out to the elder, Great Elder, Lu Ming's arrogance and slander against the saintess are intolerable. He even dares to seek her life. I implore you to render a just judgment. This great elder was the authoritative figure of the Dark Kingdom, now arrived in the Holy Spirit continent, neither belonging to the traditional faction nor the emerging faction. Rather than stating it plainly, one might assert that the formidable elder is merely observing, weighing which of the two factions might emerge as the more powerful and subsequently making a choice. This time, the targets of Lu Ming and Lu Yuyin are none other than a saintess. The significance of a saintess within the Dark Clan is profound. Their actions are clearly aimed at annihilating the traditional faction in one fell swoop, which Lu Xiao vehemently opposes. No need, an ancient voice resonated, penetrating the void and imbued with supreme authority. I am already aware of this matter. Lu Qingyue, as a saintess, do you have anything to say regarding the sins you have committed? If one were to behold the scene at that moment, they would witness Lu Qingyue's complexion instantly turn ashen. Lu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at the gently smiling Lu Yuyin. A wave of immense peril surged within him. Were they truly so eager to establish a new reign? Lu Zhao's gaze darkened, thick with concern. As he subtly scanned the indifferent entrance to the Dark Source realm, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, this virtual king felt a pressure he had never experienced before. Lin Chen, Chapter 748, Tremors in the Dark City, Part 1. The Dark Palace was rife with tumult, and the entire Dark Source realm was undergoing significant change. Lin Chen felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Utterly unprepared for the fact that what had initially appeared as a mere shadow now bore the weight of a tangible gaze, sending chills throughout his being. A single glance, ethereal yet potent, imbued Lin Chen with an overwhelming sense of lethal intent, as if it had traversed the expanse of time and space, locking onto him. Be cautious. Lin Chen, Blood Elder has noticed this, came an immediate warning. Lin Chen nodded gravely, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You have grasped a layer of understanding. It won't be long before you achieve the ability to shatter the heavens, the man in black stated coldly. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon the man, his heart filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this entity was merely a remnant of will? The man in black disregarded Lin Chen's doubts and continued, as my heir, you bear the responsibility to eradicate all dissenters beneath your feet, ensuring my legacy endures. His voice resonated with unyielding authority, a manifestation of absolute power, commanding everything under his control without allowing for the slightest error. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the man's resolute tone, Lin Chen felt a surge of defiance rise within him. He met the man's gaze unflinchingly, a formidable aura emanating from his being. I shall forge my own path, carrying forth the lineage you have left behind, reaching even greater heights. Even your dark clan shall flourish under my guidance. The heart of the emperor shone forth without dispute. Lin Chen had already succeeded in his martial pursuits. He would not walk in anyone's shadow. To him, even the blood sky demon sovereign represented only the possibility of surpassing, not inheriting. It is only through transcending all that one can truly reach the pinnacle of existence. Unexpectedly, the man in black unleashed a bolt of lightning from his eyes, his voice resonating like thunder, piercing Lin Chen's ears, causing a buzzing sensation in his eardrums. What a joke! I, the first killer, am renowned as the world's foremost assassin. Even if you devote your entire life to surpassing me, you shall find it insurmountable. A formidable aura of dominance enveloped the black-clad figure, a testament to both his ability and his formidable legacy. Lin Chen stood tall and unyielding as a pine, his expression devoid of emotion, impervious to the man's taunts. The man continued, if you inherit my lineage and become my disciple, eventually assuming my title, I shall impart to you the essence of my unparalleled killing techniques. To this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. The man in black furrowed his brow. What are you laughing at? Have you not yet abandoned your foolish aspirations? In this world, I have reached the pinnacle of assassination. To surpass me is an unattainable dream for you in this lifetime. Lin Chen's laughter grew louder, resonating in stark contrast to the cold gaze of the man. In Lin Chen's eyes, an astonishing will began to take form. The existence of a number one was merely an invitation for others to shatter that illusion. Legends were meant to be broken. A tremendous surge of murderous intent radiated from Lin Chen's being, igniting the dormant will of the ancient killing arts behind him, which now blazed with resplendent light. The imposing dark figure seemed to grow increasingly vivid, revealing an outline that eerily resembled Lin Chen himself. Then let me show you what it means to understand the limits of heaven and earth, the man in black said coldly, as the overwhelming aura of unparalleled slaughter surged towards Lin Chen. In that instant, he perceived a multitude of chilling glimmers, far exceeding the stars of the heavens, locking onto him with lethal intent. Within the dark palace, at its zenith, the atmosphere was thick with peril. Lu Qingyue's gaze turned icy. She felt as though every step she took was meticulously orchestrated by the man bearing a gentle smile. This group was eager to establish a new dominion, willing to sacrifice her in the process. A hint of sorrow flickered in her beautiful eyes at this thought. Elder, what do you mean by this? Lu Qingyue, a dignified saintess of unparalleled status, questioned. How dare you treat her as a mere pawn? Lu Xiao exclaimed, astonished and enraged. Do you not fear the wrath of our ancestors? Humph, Lu Xiao, it seems you will not relent until you reach the Yellow River. Lu Ming replied with a sinister smile, and Ming was sent by the leader of Lu Yuyin to safeguard the saintess. Alas, the saintess has slain him. A saintess committing such a transgression is no different from a mere mortal. As Lu Ming's voice faded, a mission order materialized from the void, bearing bold crimson characters that proclaimed, "And Ming to protect the saintess to the death is an obligation." Those words were enough to substantiate that Ming had indeed gone to safeguard Lu Qingyue. Lu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that the adversary would strike with such ruthless precision, having orchestrated everything with meticulous foresight. Lu Qingyue merely scoffed at the farce of protection. As the assailants approached with drawn blades, she understood that they came well prepared, and any attempt to resolve the situation would be exceedingly arduous, leaving her fate to the whims of fortune. Presently, Lu Qingyue found herself ensnared in a quagmire, a pawn in the intricate game between the two formidable factions. Lu Xiao, why must you cling to such obstinacy? Our dark clan has swiftly descended into decline, coinciding with this chaotic era. If we do not establish a new ruler, we shall be left leaderless, a mere scattering of sand in the turmoil, destined for failure. The elder's voice was laden with gravity. Let go of your stubbornness. I believe that in this tumultuous age, even the elder statesman will eventually yield. Lu Ming also chuckled coldly. Lu Xiao, it is surprising that you, a figure of the Void King, possess such a limited vision. The ancestral teachings, originating thousands of years ago, have borne no fruit in our present time. The dark sky order has vanished, and its heirs have not materialized. The fearsome techniques that once commanded respect across the realms are now but echoes of the past. We must forge a new monarchy, otherwise, our dark clan will surely face annihilation. Lu Yuyin offered a slight smile and a nod to Lu Xiao. His expression shifted, observing the menacing aura emanating from Lu Ming and the elder. A sardonic smile crept across his lips. You come prepared. What more can I say about establishing a new monarchy? Is it not merely a ploy for certain individuals to seize power? One must not forget their roots. Elder Lu Ming, ask yourselves, what is your true motivation? For the future of our entire dark clan, Lu Xiao, if the prophecies of our ancestors are to come to fruition, I would willingly support him as the new king, the elder replied, his voice ethereal and his mastery unfathomable. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Xiao felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, anxiety gnawing at him. Lin Chen, everything hinges on you. Chapter 749, Tremors in the Dark City, Part 2. Lu Ming burst into laughter, his gaze icy as he addressed Lu Qingyue and Lu Xiao. I shall not waste words with you. Since the saintess has erred, I shall exact punishment today. With that, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloped Lu Qingyue, emanating from Lu Ming, as if it were piercing through the very fabric of reality, casting a formidable shadow over her. Lu Ming, she is the saintess. Even if she has faltered, I implore you to consider leniency, Lu Yuyin interjected with a smile. Indeed, it is rare for the leader of the Yuyin faction to show such compassion, Lu Ming replied with a sinister grin. Lu Qingyue observed the scene with a cold detachment. In the next moment, she felt an unparalleled force surging towards her, an onslaught beyond her comprehension. There was no evading this lethal strike. She could only watch helplessly as her demise loomed. This was the stark contrast of power, the vast chasm of assassination prowess. Suddenly, Lu Xiao bellowed, "What is this?" Lu Ming's lethal intent came to an abrupt halt. "Are you, Lu Xiao, attempting to obstruct my judgment? Lu Xiao, do you have anything further to declare? If you have come to understand, I would also feel joy for you." The voice of the elder gradually trailed off. Lu Xiao clenched his teeth. Casting a glance at the gate of darkness behind him, he clasped his fists towards the elder, who floated amidst the endless void, and suddenly exclaimed, "Elder, our dark clan is about to witness the emergence of an individual who comprehends the manifestation of slaughtering the heavens. He will, as our ancestral teachings proclaim, become the heir of the first slaughter emperor of Yur." These words echoed like an infinite thunderclap, resonating throughout the void. Lu Yuhuan's gentle smile faltered in surprise. Lu Ming, brimming with murderous intent, also came to a halt, his expression one of astonishment. Even the elders seemed momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiao's proclamation. Observing the silence of the three, Lu Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. However, soon after, a wave of mocking laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha, Lu Xiao, what are you saying? The resurgence of slaughtering the heavens? You must be dreaming." Lu Ming laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face, his expression dripping with derision as he regarded Lu Xiao. Back then, even our clan's most gifted prodigy, Lu Pasua, could not comprehend this. "You expect someone else to grasp the manifestation of slaughtering the heavens? You must be mad." The elder spoke with a hint of disdain. "Lu Xiao, as for the manifestation of slaughtering the heavens, none of the prodigies in our dark clan can comprehend it anymore. The words passed down from our ancestors have long since become unattainable. You need not harbor such aspirations. It is time to adapt to the changing times." Lu Yuhuan wore a peculiarly strange expression, suddenly recalling the man who entered the dark source realm. A shadow of brooding darkness flickered in his eyes as he turned to Lu Ming and said, "Elder, no more delay. Let us execute the punishment first." He was eager to set his plans in motion. Lu Ming cast a chilling smile at Lu Qingyue, his murderous aura palpable. Lu Xiao would not allow Lu Ming to punish the saintess before his eyes. If that were to happen, all hopes for a new dawn would be extinguished, leaving only the establishment of a new kingship, shattering everything within the dark clan. Lu Ming quickly moved to stand before Lu Qingyue, his face taut as he declared, "The saintess is not someone you can punish. Who says our dark clan has no prodigies? Lu Lin is our clan's prodigy, currently comprehending the manifestation of slaughtering the heavens in the dark source realm. I believe that once he emerges, the glory of our first slaughter emperor will be revived." Lu Ming scoffed dismissively. "What foolishness! Do you truly believe his talent surpasses that of Lu Yuhuan? To comprehend slaughtering the heavens is nothing short of a joke. Lu Xiao, if you do not withdraw promptly, I shall punish you alongside him. How can one know without attempting? Are you all so eager to shatter the traditions of our ancestors?" Lu Xiao replied with a series of cold laughs, his gaze towards Lu Ming filled with contempt. Lu Ming's expression darkened slightly. He had long harbored disdain for Lu Xiao, and seeing him stir trouble now was intolerable. At this moment, the mysterious and powerful elder sighed inwardly. It was not that he dismissed Lu Xiao's words. Rather, the reality was such that until that heir made an appearance, a new kingship would inevitably be established, whether due to the changing times or the selfishness of certain individuals. Upon reflecting on Lu Xiao's unwavering loyalty to the Dark Clan, the Grand Elder urged, "Lu Xiao, step back. The saintess is heired, and she shares the same fate as her misdeeds. Moreover, the individual you brought into the Dark Source realm, in pursuit of comprehending the annihilation of the heavens, stands no chance. The Dark Heaven Order shall not re-emerge, nor shall the glory of the first killing emperor be revived." A tremor coursed through Lu Xiao's being as he felt an overwhelming helplessness. Despite having delayed the inevitable for a moment, it became apparent that the portal remained unresponsive. Could Lin Chen truly grasp the ominous manifestation of annihilation? Lu Xiao's previously anxious heart now surged with greater unease, for it was a feat unattainable even by the most gifted prodigies of the Dark Clan. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. He thought, "I believe he will comprehend it." Lu Qingyue, who had remained silent until now, coldly interjected, "This is your conspiracy. Since you are prepared, do as you will." In a furious outburst, Lu Ming accused, "You commit crimes yet refuse to acknowledge them." In an instant, An endless beam of murderous intent descended from the void, locking onto Lu Qingyue with overwhelming might. Aiming to strike her down, Lu Ming was resolute in his intention to punish the saintess. Death or not, she would not escape unscathed. According to Lu Yuyin's design, it mattered not that she was a saintess. Lu Zhao's countenance shifted dramatically as he attempted to intervene, only to find himself ensnared by an enigmatic force that immobilized him. Even if he wished to act, it was too late. The murderous light, emanating from the boundless void, carried the power of the laws mastered by the Void King, transcending the trajectories of Tao marks, sacred might, and supreme principles, hurtling towards Lu Qingyue. In that moment, Lu Yuqing felt the grip of death, an unprecedented sense of impending doom. Is this the end? She thought, instinctively casting a glance at the sealed, motionless barrier. Had he also failed? Observing this scene, Lu Yuyin wore a charming smile. Yet, just as the situation appeared dire, a terrifying energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, bursting forth from the ancient gate. The Emperor's seal finally revealed a hint of its power, releasing an imperial aura that obliterated the murderous light aimed at Lu Ming. A collective shock rippled through the crowd. The entire dark hall, indeed the entire dark city, trembled. Countless members of the Dark Clan wore expressions of astonishment. Lu Ming, Lu Xiao, the Grand Elder, and Lu Yuyin's faces all transformed dramatically. The tremors of the dark city suggested an imminent threat. Suddenly, the ancient gate leading into the dark source realm erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, and a foot emerged from the depths of the inky abyss. Chapter 750, The Terrifying Power. However, this tremor was but a fleeting moment, failing to endure. Yet, in that singular instant, it had rendered countless individuals of the Dark Clan within the Shadow Realm breathless and attentive. Lin Chen emerged from the portal, his aura unchanged from before. However, within his eyes, there seemed to be an overwhelming multitude of icy glimmers piercing the heart, evoking a sense of astonishment. Lu Ming, recovering from his shock, gazed at Lin Chen before him and, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of reverence rising within him. How could a mere figure of the Tao diagram realm evoke such awe even in a venerable Void King? Not only Lu Ming, but all present from the Dark Clan were engulfed by a profound sense of reverence, as if Lin Chen's very essence flowed with the blood of nobility, inciting an instinctual awe. The feeling of reverence was palpable. Could it be that Lu Zhao's eyes were now alight with immense joy, his countenance brimming with excitement? Was this not the very scene depicted in ancient texts? The slaughter that shattered the heavens, with the Dark Clan bowing in homage? Behold, my kin, the shaken and the oppressed, intoned the great elder from the void, his voice dry and uncertain, betraying his current state of mind. The slaughter that shattered the heavens was the unparalleled assassination phenomenon of the Dark Clan. The might of the first killing emperor had once reverberated throughout the myriad clans of the human realm, instigating widespread terror. This phenomenon was not merely a harbinger of dread for the myriad clans. It also cast a shadow of natural pressure over the entire Dark Clan. Lu Qingyue observed the man before her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with rare delight. She could distinctly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Chen. If that were the case, did it not signify the potential resurgence of the Dark Clan's former glory? Lu Yuyin, the smiling tiger, also displayed an unusual look of astonishment. For if a young man had indeed grasped the essence of the slaughter that shattered the heavens, his own status would be imperiled. Were you all waiting for me? Lin Chen inquired, bowing slightly to Lu Xiao with utmost respect. Elder, I hope I have not disgraced my mission. Ha ha. Lu Xiao's hearty laughter resonated, his eyes glistening with excitement as he patted Lin Chen's shoulder, his voice quivering slightly. Young man, let us revive the glory of the first killing emperor once more. Lin Chen offered a faint smile, remaining silent. After all, he had boldly spoken to the true essence of the first killing emperor within the Shadow Source realm. Lu Ming's gaze darkened with uncertainty. He understood the weight this young man would carry. In that moment, he found himself wavering, the terrifying legacy of their ancestors weighing heavily on his heart. You have comprehended the slaughter that shatters the heavens. Lu Yuyin beamed at Lin Chen, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I am curious to witness the formidable power of the legendary slaughter that is said to be invincible. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to Lu Yuyin, and he could distinctly sense the terrifying essence contained within this young man. No wonder he was hailed as a prodigy. He was the leader of the Yuyin group. In a moment of audacity, Lu Yuyin confronted him, questioning the very identity that allowed him to challenge. Lu Xiao, filled with joy, was overwhelmed with a renewed sense of hope. The formidable authority that had long been concealed on his face now emerged without reserve. Lu Yuyin cast a cold glance at Lu Xiao, yet maintained a composed smile. Lu Yuyin, step back. You are no match for him. The likes of killing through the heavens is beyond your capability to challenge. You lack the qualification. Even your elder brother Lu Pasha does not possess such qualification. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated powerfully, echoing through the air. Lu Yuyin could no longer uphold his calm demeanor. His gaze turned icy as he addressed Lin Chen. If you are unwilling to engage in battle, there is no need for it. Lin Chen shook his head in response, expressing his disinterest in Lu Yuyin. As the time for his plans drew near, Lin Chen was more inclined to ascend as the king of the Dark Clan, uniting them all under his command. In a fit of rage, Lu Yuyin glared fiercely and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from Lin Chen's sight. Yuyin's heavenly killing technique. Lu Yuyin unleashed his most formidable skill, appearing as if he had completely vanished, with all traces and breath erased from existence. Even the void itself bore no ripple, and his consciousness could not penetrate the silence. It was as if he had transformed into nothingness, genuinely disappearing from this realm. This was an unparalleled assassination technique of the Dark Clan, and as Lu Yuyin wielded it, its power was formidable indeed. Seeking death, Lu Xiao glared furiously and stepped forward, poised to eliminate Lu Yuyin. However, Lu Ming interposed himself, addressing Lu Xiao coldly. Elder Lu Xiao, what are you doing? This is merely a spar between the youth. We need only observe. Moreover, I am quite curious to see just how formidable this killing through the heavens truly is. Lu Xiao snorted disdainfully, choosing silence thereafter. Standing in the center of the grand hall, Lin Chen remained unfazed, observing his surroundings without making a move. Suddenly, the void erupted with explosions, revealing 20 eerie, glimmering daggers that stood around Lin Chen, seemingly forming a grand formation. In an instant, a powerful force began to circulate within this array of daggers, causing each one to tremble with unparalleled might, unleashing a peculiar gravitational pull from the formation. In that moment, a towering figure abruptly emerged behind Lin Chen, wielding a dagger infused with supreme assassination power, launching a direct assault towards him. This strike aimed to completely overwhelm Lin Chen from the front. Mere trifles, begone. Lin Chen's eyes widened, as a majestic shadow of darkness rose behind him. This imposing figure, with cold eyes and a dark dagger in hand, stood firmly, resembling Lin Chen himself, as if forming a tangible entity. With a thought, Lin Chen set the swirling paths of power into motion within this grand, shadowy figure. The spectral figure, with its frigid gaze, suddenly locked onto the imposing shadow that surged forth with lethal intent. In an instant, a blade sliced through the air, and the formidable assassination intent summoned by the mysterious dagger formation was obliterated into nothingness. This demonstrated the sheer might contained within. However, the elusive Lu Yuyin remained absent. Assassins are masters of patience. Lu Yuyin, it is no wonder you have ascended to the leadership of the Yuyin group. Your ability to endure truly sets you apart from the ordinary. Lin Chen calmly addressed the surrounding void. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. Lin Chen continued with a faint smile, stating, "Yet, relying solely on your Yuyin heavenly killing technique, have you not underestimated the might of the shattering of worlds?" In that moment, Lin Chen's expression became chilling, akin to the arrival of an ice-crowned sovereign. From behind him, a colossal shadow materialized, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. Within this manifestation lay an abyss of darkness, yet countless stars twinkled within its depths. Although this was dwarfed by the several 100,000 miles long manifestation of the first killing emperor, the aura radiating from this shattering of worlds was enough to instill a sense of dread in the likes of Lu Xiao, Lu Ming, and the Grand Elder, immobilizing them with an inexplicable pressure. The towering, obsidian shadow behind Lin Chen seemed to possess a flicker of sentience. As Lin Chen uttered a single word, "Kill," the figure surged forward, trailing an endless stream of icy brilliance, charging towards an empty space ahead. Tens of thousands of icy rays converged in a terrifying display of power, all energies coalescing into one, rushing forth with overwhelming ferocity. The sheer force of the assault was enough to stir the very heavens. Lu Yuyin's figure abruptly materialized, and upon witnessing the impending deluge of slaughter, a look of horror broke through his composed facade. He bellowed, "Desperate blade, supreme quasi-artifact, unleash your fury." Instantly, a dagger floated above him, adorned with ancient engravings, its tip seemingly dripping with blood, perpetually exuding an aura of Tao. Lu Yuan's countenance twisted with madness as he channeled all 40 strands of Tao marks within him into this desperate blade, alongside millions of magical elixirs. In an instant, the blade erupted with unparalleled Tao energy, infused with the essence of desperation, surging towards the myriad icy beams. The entire dark hall trembled violently. The force of the backlash sent Lu Yuan reeling, blood pouring from his mouth. The desperate blade, the quasi-artifact, was also sent flying, its body humming ominously. The 3 Grand Elders and Lu Qingwei were left in utter shock. The frontal assault had indeed shattered the might of the quasi-artifact. Chapter 751. The arrival of the celestial royal family. Lin Chen cast a detached glance at the flung Lu Yuan. While one could not deny this fellow's commendable strength and aptitude for patience, under the dual manifestations of the hidden immortal's ancient killing technique and the shattering of worlds, he was simply no match for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen harbored a deep-seated disdain for this individual, whose perpetually gentle smile was at odds with his rather unappealing appearance, a facade so deceptive it was laughable. Most notably, this man was a proponent of the new monarchy, likely seeking to reap significant benefits from it. Lin Chen was determined to impart a lesson upon them, the ancient art of hidden immortals. The technique capable of shattering the heavens could not possibly have been revived after centuries of obscurity within your grasp. Even the likes of Lu Pashan, a paragon of talent, could not comprehend such a power. At this moment, Lu Ming, the elder charged with administering punishment, wore an expression of utter disbelief. It was absurd. Both the ancient art of hidden immortals and the ability to shatter the heavens would incite tumultuous waves within the Dark Clan. Yet, this man had somehow mastered both. He had effectively become a half-heir to the legacy of the first killing emperor. Fortunately, the Dark Sky Order had long been lost. Otherwise, this individual would have jeopardized all plans. Lu Ming's mind was flooded with countless thoughts. Lin Chen, from within his robe, produced an object and gazed down upon the disheveled Lu Yuyin with an air of superiority. The dark token he held was blindingly radiant at that moment. "Lu Yuyin, do you recognize this token? How dare you strike against me without my consent? What punishment should you face?" A surge of righteous fury ignited within Lin Chen, as he discreetly summoned the wrath of the demon god, amplifying his anger and adding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The two figures, Lu Ming and Lu Yuyin, were unable to suppress their astonishment at the sight of the token that exuded such formidable pressure. Their expressions transformed dramatically, disbelief etched across their faces. "You have actually acquired the Dark Sky Order?" The shock on the elder's face resonated through the void, and in the blink of an eye, a venerable elder with flowing white hair materialized within the grand hall. This elder radiated an aura as vast as the ocean, imbued with an enigmatic and formidable essence, far more terrifying than Lu Xiao or Lu Ming. Upon witnessing Lin Chen reveal the Dark Sky Order, the elder could not help but tremble, tears glistening in his eyes. He knelt before the Dark Sky Order, bowing to the killing emperor. Lin Chen was taken aback. In the next instant, not only did this fearsome white-haired elder kneel, but even Lu Xiao and Lu Qingwei found themselves bowing before Lin Chen. To be precise, they all knelt before the Dark Sky Order he held. Lu Ming's complexion shifted repeatedly, and as he emerged from his stupor, a torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and also knelt before Lin Chen, paying homage to the killing emperor. Lu Yuyin, recognizing the sudden change in circumstances, found himself compelled to kneel before the young man he had long sought to eliminate, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. "Esteemed elders, please rise," Lin Chen said calmly. "My master is now unknown to us, and I have inherited all their teachings. Following my master's instructions from years past, I have come to the Dark Kingdom alongside the Saintess. Little did I anticipate encountering an ambush along the way, an ambush by disciples of the Dark Kingdom's Yuyin faction. Lu Yuyin, I expect an explanation." The final words resonated with an undeniable authority. Lu Yuin's expression was exceedingly grim, marking the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Though his heart brimmed with indignation, the pressing circumstances compelled him to grit his teeth and declare, "Since the heir of the killing emperor has spoken thus, it is indeed a matter of grave concern. Our Dark Clan Saintess is the epitome of selflessness, cherishing every member of our kin. I sincerely hope we shall not witness a recurrence of such occurrences. Lin Chen spoke with an air of authority. Lu Yuyin nearly squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. Beside him, Lu Qingyue let out a soft chuckle, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Evidently entertained by Lin Chen's pretentious demeanor, Lin Chen regarded the three elders standing before him, along with Lu Yuyin and Lu Qingyue, his face a mask of solemnity. He turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, "Esteemed Grand Elder, as per my master's message, it is said that as long as I wield the Dark Heaven token and master the celestial phenomena of slaying the heavens, I shall inherit his throne. May I inquire if this is indeed the case?" The Grand Elder smiled faintly and replied, "The Killing Emperor was indeed correct in his pronouncement. You are now the supreme authority of our Dark Clan. Even figures of imperial stature must heed your command. However, we have not many members of the Dark Clan present here in the Sacred Spirit Continent." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Lu Ming and Lu Yuyin immediately altered their expressions, hastily attempting to halt the Grand Elder's speech. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, locking onto the two of them, his eyes icy. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to say. If he were to truly intervene, he would undoubtedly be branded as a traitor to his lineage. Their desire to establish a new monarchy stemmed from the absence of a successor as dictated by the Killing Emperor's ancestral teachings, which had afforded them an opportunity. Yet, Lu Ming could not have foreseen that this successor would indeed emerge, bearing the Dark Clan's supreme symbol, the Dark Heaven token. Unaware of Lu Ming and Lu Yuyin's sentiments, Lin Chen remained silent, prompting Lu Xiao to begin a series of derisive chuckles. Lu Ming was rendered speechless, his throat constricted. At that moment, Lu Yuyin spoke coldly, his voice resonating like thunder. "Grand Elder, this matter is of utmost importance. This individual's origins are shrouded in mystery. It is reckless to assume that merely by holding a token and wielding powers, he can ascend to the throne of our Dark Clan." The assembly turned their attention to Lu Yuyin, who continued, "The king of our Dark Clan ought to be chosen based on merit. The era of our ancestors was thousands of years ago. Times have changed. If we were to adhere strictly to ancestral teachings, it would be a grave misstep." The Grand Elder remained silent, while Lu Yu sneered, what kind of formidable being was the king in those days? His actions were surely driven by a purpose. In our entire Dark Clan, who has attained the terrifying pinnacle of the first Killing Emperor? To contravene his words would deliver a fatal blow to our clan. Lu Yuyin, what is your intent with this? A fatal blow, Lin Chen thought. This little lady is indeed formidable. Her words cut deeper than blades. Lu Yuyin's expression shifted. Indeed, every action taken by the Supreme Killing Emperor, a figure of unparalleled authority in his time, was imbued with purpose. If he had wished to annihilate the Dark Clan, it would have been a trivial endeavor, requiring no elaborate schemes. Without the first Killing Emperor, the Dark Clan as it exists today would not have come into being. The elder nodded gravely and remarked, "The saintess speaks with utmost accuracy. As for Lu Lin, regardless of his past, whether as a sinner, a villain, or a benefactor, he is now the sovereign of our Dark Kingdom. I shall promptly convey this matter to the human realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's countenance paled slightly. Prior to Lin Chen's arrival, this elder was the true power holder. Now, should Lin Chen take his place, would not all that he had just done be subject to suppression? Lu Xiao and Lu Qingyue were filled with immense joy, and Lin Chen, in particular, was practically bubbling with excitement. With control over such vast intelligence and an assassin organization, his plans would surely unfold with greater ease. However, Lin Chen maintained an air of composure. At that moment, Lu Yuyin's face twisted into a sinister smile, his gaze, filled with malice, fixed upon those present, ultimately resting on Lin Chen. "Ah, a true heir of the Killing Emperor. Today, regardless of the circumstances, I, Lu Yuyin, shall not permit you to ascend as the king of the Dark Clan. Very well, what was originally intended to be executed in secrecy can now be brought forth prematurely." As his words lingered in the air, the expressions of the attending elders shifted dramatically, for they sensed a terrifying aura descending upon the Dark Kingdom, a formidable imperial pressure sweeping through the highest reaches of the Dark Hall. This presence was all too familiar to Lin Chen. A name flashed through his mind, and he uttered the chilling words, "Heavenly Royal Clan." Chapter 752, Conspiracy. The overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the highest point of the Dark Hall like an intricate web, its terrifying essence reminiscent of a boundless ocean, undeniably intimidating. and clearly emanating from individuals of remarkable cultivation. Moreover, their arrival had gone unnoticed by any other members of the Dark Clan. Lu Xiao, Lu Ming, and the Elder were all taken aback, astonished that members of the heavenly royal clan had arrived, and they pondered how they had managed to do so. In a flash of golden light, four figures descended, and Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with cold intensity upon recognizing the lead figure, Lo Wuchang, flanked by Qing Ro. Following them were two elderly men, radiating an imperial aura, their presence as formidable as that of the Elder himself. These two newcomers were of the same true king caliber as the Elder. Lin Chen's mind raced with the realization that Lu Yuyin had secretly colluded with Lo Wuchang. However, given the might of the heavenly royal clan, which far surpassed that of the Dark Clan, it was evident that some nefarious scheme was afoot. Lin Chen felt a heightened sense of vigilance toward Lo Wuchang. As Qing Ro had already succumbed to that state, her soul dissipated. It was this Luo Wuchang who, through some mysterious divine art, managed to revive her. Furthermore, during the time in the ancient tomb of the Nether Void King, Luo Wuchang commanded 10 warships, dominating the entire mausoleum with an imposing presence and grandiosity that even the bloodthirsty Blood Ming could not rival. Witnessing the Elder Luo Wuchang's courteous salute towards the Grand Elder, both Lu Xiao and Lu Ming were completely disregarded by him. Initially taken aback, the Grand Elder soon saw through the situation and realized that Lu Yuyin must have secretly conspired with Luo Wuchang to allow their entry. This revelation ignited an uncontrollable fury within the Grand Elder's chest. The Heavenly Emperor clan, being one of the 5 great races, colluding with them would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the Dark Clan. Once, the first killing emperor struck fear across the heavens, and the 5 great races dared not provoke him lightly, allowing the Dark Clan to accumulate considerable strength. If they were to ally with the Heavenly Emperor clan now, it would spell unimaginable disaster. Among races, betrayal is the greatest taboo. Even Lu Ming's countenance darkened significantly. It turned out that the first prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor sect was indeed a paragon among men. The Grand Elder, maintaining a calm demeanor, clasped his hands towards Luo Wuchang and inquired, "Might I ask what brings the prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor clan to our Dark Palace today?" Lu Ming and Lu Xiao glared at Lu Yuyin with murderous intent. Were it not for Luo Wuchang's presence along with 2 true kings, they would have been the first to strike Lu Yuyin down, and Lu Ming would have been merciless. Lu Yuqing observed all of this with a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. "I have come today without any significant matter," Luo Wuchang said. Shifting his gaze to Lu Yuyin, smiling as he continued, "I merely wish to discuss an important matter with Brother Yuyin. Additionally, I support him in becoming the king of the Dark Clan. I personally believe that Brother Yuyin possesses unparalleled talent and capabilities, should he ascend to the throne. The Dark Kingdom shall surely flourish on this sacred spirit continent." Lu Xiao, unable to restrain himself, loudly berated Lu Yuyin. "What support? We true kings and those of the Nether Void are well aware. If Lu Yuyin were to become the king of the Dark Kingdom, the greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Luo Wuchang. With Luo Wuchang's schemes, the entire Dark Kingdom would likely become his puppet." A cold sweat broke out on Lu Ming as he suddenly recalled everything Lu Yuyin had incited him to do earlier. Had Lu Lin not arrived in time, he would have committed an unforgivable sin by allowing this scoundrel to become the king of the Dark Clan, effectively dooming his kin. And Lu Yuyin, in pursuit of this throne, had already begun to resort to unscrupulous means. Joining forces with the Heavenly Emperor sect was his grandest scheme. Luo Wuchang cast a cold glance at Lu Xiao. Instantly, a true king behind Luo Wuchang smiled coldly at Lu Xiao, his eyes glimmering with a brilliance that seemed to unleash 2 bolts of lightning, hurtling towards Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's body suddenly trembled, his face filled with horror. The heart of the Grand Elder sank involuntarily. The visitors bore ill intent, accompanied by 2 formidable true kings, under the guidance of the traitor Lu Yuyin. Their Dark Clan was destined to suffer significant repercussions. "I have no desire to hear any nonsense. I have come solely for a satisfactory outcome," Luo Wuchang stated with an air of indifference. In that moment, Lu Yuin's previously gloomy countenance transformed, as if he once again donned his charming smile. "Young Master Lu Lin, the first prodigy of the Luo Imperial clan, I have long heard of your illustrious name. Today, meeting you in person is indeed a remarkable experience," Lin Chen interjected, stepping forward and clasping his fists in respect towards Luo Wuchang. Luo Wuchang assessed the young man named Lu Lin before him. His aura was formidable, subtly exuding a chilling, murderous intent. He seemed even stronger than Lu Yuyin, leaving Luo Wuchang puzzled, as he had never heard of this individual before. Upon seeing Lin Chen step forward, a layer of icy malevolence enveloped Lu Yuyin's face. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Luo Wuchang, "Brother Luo. This individual has inherited the legacy of the killing emperor, mastering the ancient art of hidden immortal slaughter, and has comprehended the unparalleled phenomenon of slaughtering the heavens. The supreme token of our dark nation, the Dark Sky Order, is also in his possession." Lu Yuyin's words were not entirely clear, yet Lin Chen inwardly cursed him. Lu Yuyin was indeed a scoundrel for revealing such information. Each of these items was a treasure of the highest order, and informing Luo Wuchang of them was tantamount to inviting him to confront Lin Chen. Luo Wuchang could not conceal his shock, and even the expressions of the two true kings shifted dramatically. The phenomenon of slaughtering the heavens was notoriously terrifying, while the ancient art of hidden immortal slaughter was an enigmatic technique of immense power. The Dark Sky Order represented supreme authority. The fact that this individual possessed so many secrets and treasures made them wonder if he was the successor of the killing emperor. The two elderly true kings could not help but engage in hushed discussions, for even they, possessing one of these three divine artifacts, would be an enormous fortune, let alone Lin Chen having a connection to all three. Luo Wuchang observed Lin Chen's composed demeanor amid the unfolding situation, a glimmer of concealed brilliance flashing in his eyes. "I, Luo Wuchang, will claim all three of these items." In the midst of Luo Qingyi's indifferent gaze, uninterested in anyone or anything, the tension mounted. As myriad thoughts raced through Luo Wuchang's mind, he smiled at Lin Chen, clasping his fists. "So it is you, Brother Lu Lin. You are the successor of the first killing emperor, who once instilled fear throughout the entire realm. Your future is boundless." Lin Chen responded with a calm smile, then shifted his focus directly to Lu Yuyin, his voice cold as he declared, "This person has recklessly brought outsiders into a place of great significance without my permission. As the king of the Dark Clan, I must impose punishment upon him. I hope Brother Wuchang will not take offense." Both the Grand Elder and Lu Ming were alarmed. It was no jest. Given the formidable presence of the two true kings accompanying them, such actions could undoubtedly lead to conflict. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was clear that their side would suffer the consequences. In this moment, Lu Xiao shook his head at the two individuals before him. Although uncertainty lingered in his heart, he could not conjure a viable solution. Now that the adversaries had arrived, they would not retreat easily. Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes were fixed on the back of the man standing before them, and for a fleeting instant, she sensed the true aura of a sovereign emanating from him. Luo Wuchang's smile began to gradually fade, his gaze devoid of any emotion as it fell upon Lin Chen. "Are you implying that you are now a king of the Dark Clan?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. "I wasn't before, but I am now." "I see," Luo Wuchang said, directing his gaze towards Lu Yuyin, who trembled slightly and immediately conveyed a thought to him. After receiving Lu Yuyin's report, Luo Wuchang exhaled gently. "Very well," he stated, fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. "I am quite interested in those three treasures of yours. Might I request to borrow them from you, Brother Lu Lin?" At this proclamation, a palpable killing intent surged forth. The Grand Elder stepped forward, his foot planted behind Lin Chen, unleashing a terrifying aura of a true king that reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. The two true king-level elders accompanying him exchanged cold smirks and advanced a step, their overwhelming presence bearing down with ferocity. Even the Grand Elder's expression shifted subtly. In that instant, the atmosphere crackled with lethal energy. "Hee, Brother Wuchang jests," Lin Chen replied, squinting with a chilling smile. "If I were to suggest borrowing your life, I wonder if you would comply." Luo Wuchang's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand, commanding, "Kill him. Ensure that this fellow's remains are intact." Without hesitation, the two true king-level elders ignited with a blinding golden light and charged towards Lin Chen with lethal intent. The immense pressure emanating from their true king status was something Lin Chen could not withstand. However, the Grand Elder behind him would not idly watch as Lin Chen faced danger. With a wave of his hand, numerous icy blades materialized from the void, descending like meteors with a force capable of shaking mountains and rivers. "Is the strength of your dark nation truly so feeble that you can only summon a single true king?" sneered an elder from the Heavenly Emperor sect. "If so, We shall obliterate your dark palace today. At this moment, both true king elders from the Heavenly Emperor sect launched their attacks on Lin Chen, unleashing their formidable might that collided with the Grand Elder's energy. Lu Ming and Lu Zhao's expressions changed drastically within the Dark Palace. The power of the true kings would not sustain for long. The two elders, disregarding everything else, resolved that the Dark Palace must not be destroyed. They unleashed their Void King might and rushed towards the battleground. Seeking death, one of the true king elders remarked, his expression turning cold as he reached out towards Lu Xiao and Lu Ming. A colossal, resplendent golden claw descended upon them, tearing through the air and creating rifts in space. The laws governing this attack were far more solid, robust, and formidable than those mastered by Lu Xiao and Lu Ming. Both Lu Xiao and Lu Ming's expressions shifted dramatically. Imperial restraint crushed them. Lin Chen's voice rang out, icy and resolute. He wielded the Dark Heaven command, from which an endless radiance emanated, casting its light upon the abyssal source realm. In an instant, a terrifying restriction within the pitch-black abyssal source realm began to shimmer with a faint glow. An imperial aura surged forth, akin to a vast tornado, sweeping through the surroundings. The imperial restriction evolved, instantly exerting the might of a true sovereign, descending upon its target with a crushing force that rendered it to nothingness. The momentum did not wane. The power unleashed by the imperial restriction was not to be underestimated, as it intensified its suppression upon the true sovereign, causing the elder of that rank to change countenance dramatically. What a jest! Though this imperial restriction had endured through the ages, the force it unleashed was more than sufficient to contend with a being of true sovereign stature. Seeing this spectacle, Lu Xiao, Lu Ming, and the Grand Elder were filled with elation. They had not anticipated that Lin Chen possessed such a hidden prowess, far exceeding their expectations. Lin Chen had long understood in the abyssal source realm that the Dark Heaven Command could manipulate the imperial restriction. A true sovereign, is it? Prepare to be crushed, Lin Chen declared, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. He then unleashed an imperial thunder dragon from the imperial restriction, charging towards the two true sovereign elders. The elders' expressions turned pale with dread as they unleashed supreme techniques, even employing flickering celestial spells that surpassed mere supreme techniques in both refinement and terror. Under Lin Chen's onslaught, the two elders could not withstand the force and were forced to converge together. Although the imperial restriction could not take their lives, it could certainly overwhelm them temporarily without question. How could the grand array of the Dark Palace allow you to destroy it? Lin Chen sneered. All of you shall be drawn into the abyssal source realm. At Lin Chen's behest, the imperial restriction within the abyssal source realm surged forth, transforming into a swirling maw that unleashed a dreadful suction. This suction, composed of infinite Tao patterns in motion, was extraordinary. Both the two true sovereign elders and Luo Wuchang were swept into its vortex. What purpose do you have in bringing them into the abyssal source realm? The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, could not act in time to stop it, his face paling as he exclaimed, your imperial restriction's energy is already insufficient to sustain further activation. If you enter the abyssal source realm, the entire realm may be destroyed. Not only was the Grand Elder aware of this, but Luo Wuchang and the two true sovereigns were equally cognizant. However, they did not believe that Lin Chen could stir up much of a tempest in such circumstances. Even a true sovereign would be unable to resist. Do not worry, Grand Elder. I have my plans, Lin Chen replied calmly, a flicker of fervor glimmering in his eyes. After such a long wait, I have eagerly anticipated this day. Chapter 754, The Ancient Mirror Displays Its Might. The Grand Elder, Lu Xiao, and others fell into profound silence. They were uncertain of Lin Chen's intentions, yet his unwavering confidence dissuaded them from interference. After a brief pause, Lu Ming glanced awkwardly at the Grand Elder and Lu Xiao, expressing his regret for the events that had transpired. It's quite all right. You were also misled, the Grand Elder replied, his demeanor gradually calming as he fixed his profound gaze upon Lu Xiao and Lu Qingyue. I believe it is time for you to reveal his true identity, Lu Xiao. Saintus, for he has now ascended to the throne of our clan. Lu Xiao exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyue, realizing the Grand Elder was indeed not easily deceived. It was no longer feasible for Lin Chen to conceal his identity. Thus, they had no choice but to disclose it, for secrecy was not a sustainable strategy. As Lu Xiao articulated the revelation, astonishment washed over the faces of the Grand Elder and Lu Ming. Who would have thought it was him? Haha. The glory of our clan's first killing emperor may soon resurface in the world. Our ancestors once remarked that if a saintly body were to become an assassin, it would reach an unfathomable level. The Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of excitement, though a shadow of seriousness soon followed, for his adversary posed a formidable dilemma. At this very moment, within the Dark Source realm, the landscape was transformed from its former darkness to a vast expanse of starry skies. However, as Lin Chen grasped the art of transcending all heavens, the will left behind by the first killing emperor had dissipated into nothingness. This space, under the influence of the dark heavenly order, now emanated an aura of martial profundity. Should a true member of the Dark Clan enter, their exceptional talent might allow them to comprehend some assassination techniques deliberately imparted by the first killing emperor. However, the extraordinary phenomenon of transcending all heavens could only be passed down by Lin Chen himself. Is this truly the Dark Source realm? Yuyin exclaimed, shock evident on his face. The two true kings unfurled a colossal protective barrier the moment they entered, enveloping themselves to shield against Lin Chen's covert schemes. Lin, why persist in this struggle? Luo Wuchang remarked with a sly smile as he regarded Lin Chen. Your emperor's restraints have endured for so long. Their energy and might have waned considerably. How long do you believe you can hold out against two true kings? Lin Chen licked his lips and replied, what is it that you wish to convey? Leave behind your treasures and follow me. I shall ensure your wealth and prosperity, Luo Wuchang stated nonchalantly. I am the king of the Dark Clan, while you, Luo Wuchang, are merely the foremost prodigy of your imperial clan. I suspect the truly terrifying entity still resides above. In this desolate realm, Lin Chen responded with a calm smile. In that instant, Luo Wuchang's expression darkened, a murderous intent radiating from him. Kill him. The two true king elders exchanged cold smiles, raising their hands to unleash a torrent of golden light, transforming into an overwhelming, brilliant force that bore down upon Lin Chen. Their actions, at the true king level, tore through the void, suppressing the heavens and earth with unparalleled might. Yet, the Dark Source realm, a miniature world left by the killing emperor, was not easily breached. The emperor's restraints manifested as a cosmic force, suppressing the malevolent. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and a beam of light shot forth from the dark heaven order. Instantly, the imperial restrictions within the Dark Source realm began to churn, soaring through the boundless starry sky, exuding the might of the emperor as it descended to suppress the two elder true kings. The clash resounded as the two elder true kings were forced to retreat repeatedly, the battle raging with unparalleled ferocity. Humph, let's see how long you can endure, one elder scoffed, his body suddenly radiating boundless Tao light. A colossal sword materializing above his head. This sword, entirely golden, was adorned with swirling talismans that coalesced into a grand character of slaughter. It was a low-grade Tao artifact, emanating an aura of immense intimidation. With the Tao artifact in hand, the elder struck fiercely at the imperial restriction, and in an instant, a terrifying Tao might transformed into a sword light that tore towards the imperial barrier. This sword light seemed intent on rending the very heavens apart. In the final urging of Lin Chen, the imperial restriction morphed into a mass of black flames, imperial fire, colliding with the oncoming sword energy, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The interwoven imperial restrictions finally shattered with a cacophony of cracking sounds. Lin Chen stood resolute, his gaze icy as he regarded Luo Wuchang and the two true kings. Lin, I wonder how you will choose now. Luo Wuchang's smile turned sinister, ignited by Lin Chen's provocation. Even if you surrender now, I shall not spare you. You will taste what it means to live a fate worse than death. One of the true kings immediately understood, casually waving his hand to summon 4 terrifying laws that descended upon Lin Chen, sealing his form completely, even in his exposed state. Breaking free from this elder's effortless maneuver was an impossible feat for Lin Chen. His eyes glinted with cold resolve. Let the imperial poison arrow pierce through his body, making him experience the excruciating sensation of bloodied knives scraping his bones and being torn asunder by 1,000 steeds. Luo Wuchang's smile was malevolent. The imperial poison arrow was a notoriously sinister technique of their heavenly emperor sect. The struck victim would not only face death, but would endure unspeakable torment, far worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Yuyin watched this scene, unable to suppress a cold laugh. One elder true king grinned ominously, conjuring a golden bow. from which a single arrow floated, inscribed with dark runes that emitted a continuous, distorted scream, instilling fear. The true king drew the bow and aimed it at Lin Chen, unleashing a torrent of wind that surged behind the arrow, infused with the power of the true king, its might exceedingly terrifying. Luo Wuchang's expression darkened as he observed this moment. However, at that very instant, a surge of overwhelming, primordial energy erupted from Lin Chen's body, soaring skyward. In an instant, the entire dark source realm was enveloped and profoundly affected by an immense azure radiance, driving away all darkness. The expressions of the two true kings shifted dramatically as they beheld a colossal azure ancient mirror, its surface shimmering with enchanting Tao light, exuding a profound and mysterious aura. The overwhelming pressure from this primordial force instilled a sense of submission within their hearts. An imperial poison arrow struck the azure mirror silently, penetrating its surface and vanishing without a trace, as though the mirror served as a portal to another world. A subtle tremor coursed through the azure mirror, and an ancient essence swept forth, causing the entire dark source realm to tremble momentarily. The two true kings gazed at the mirror with palpable dread, their eyes betraying an overwhelming terror. Even Luo Wuchang and Lu Yuyin, present at that moment, felt the horrific pressure, as if a mere movement could shatter their forms. This was a fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. Before the azure ancient mirror, they felt as insignificant as ants. While the mirror itself resembled a colossal primordial beast, capable of crushing them with a mere breath. The two true kings were engulfed in terror. The stronger they were, the more they sensed the horror of the azure ancient mirror. What on earth is this? Luo Wuchang exclaimed in astonishment. He had never witnessed a being of the true king level exhibit such fear, only a countenance reserved for facing an emperor. Even a high-grade Tao artifact charged with energy would not evoke such dread. Could it be an exceptional Tao artifact brimming with power, or something even greater? At that moment, a hint of confusion flickered in Luo Qingyi's azure eyes. Why were they all so terrified? Why did she sense no threat at all, but rather an odd feeling akin to heartfelt familiarity? Lin Chen, witnessing this scene, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Indeed, the illusory spirit mirror had not disappointed him. Only such terrifying power could potentially save his father. As the two true kings were astonished by the aura emanating from the illusory spirit mirror, it trembled once more, revealing an essence that swept toward them. In that instant, their expressions shifted dramatically, and their bodies erupted with countless golden lights. The two true kings, in that moment of urgency, drew forth their respective low-grade Tao artifacts, desperately channeling torrents of majestic mana and profound laws into them. The low-grade Tao artifacts resonated ominously, emanating an overwhelming might that was nothing short of spine-chilling. In that moment, the two true kings suddenly concentrated their formidable Taoist might to a terrifying degree. The brilliance of countless stars appeared to pale in comparison to this overwhelming power. With a swift whoosh, two strands of terrifying Taoist energy surged forth, striking against the gust of energy that swept through the air. A heart-stirring spectacle unfolded. Beneath this forceful aura, the two Taoist presences crumbled like decayed trees under immense pressure, shattering into fragments in an instant. One strand of energy advanced with an unstoppable momentum, crashing toward the two true kings. These sovereigns, who usually commanded countless lives with a mere gesture, now found themselves paralyzed by fear, unable to react. The might of the illusory spirit mirror transcended anything they could comprehend at their level. With a crack, the aura swept past, and the two true kings shattered like stones, their forms disintegrating. The very essence of their beings, imbued with terrifying laws, fell away and broke apart. In an instant, the two true kings were obliterated. However, in the aftermath of their destruction, two golden skeletal remains emerged. These skeletons shimmered with radiant light, exuding an aura rich in Taoist essence, and contained a mysterious and immense energy. Lin Chen observed with mild astonishment. Even in skeletal form, the power of beings at the true king level was formidable, radiating an overwhelming force. Yet, aside from the astonishing and eerie energy emanating from these remains, he sensed no other loss. Why had the illusory spirit mirror not destroyed them? Just as Lin Chen pondered this, Blood Elder suddenly shouted, "Lin Chen, quickly collect the Heavenly Emperor bones. The mirror has intentionally preserved them for you." Taken aback, Lin Chen, acknowledging Blood Elder's words, reached out with decisive intent and grasped the two golden bones. At this moment, the two true kings had been utterly annihilated. Lu Yuyin and Luo Wuchang were left reeling from this abrupt turn of events, their expressions betraying their shock. Lu Yuyin, in particular, could hardly fathom that Lin Chen possessed such terrifying and celestial artifacts. You two, Lu Yuyin and Luo Wuchang, have become my mortal enemies. Today, I shall eradicate you. Lin Chen proclaimed, his gaze icy and his murderous intent palpable, bearing down upon the two prodigies. It seemed the illusory spirit mirror sensed Lin Chen's killing intent, responding with a hint of its own might, coalescing upon the mirror's surface. Luo Wuchang trembled violently, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Lin Chen before him. Though shock rendered him speechless, survival became his sole priority. Imperial Heavenly Shield Talisman. Luo Wuchang bellowed, producing a talisman and unleashing a drop of his vital blood upon it. In that instant, he appeared to wither, streaks of white appearing in his hair as the activation of the talisman drained a significant portion of his lifespan. The talisman ignited into flames, dissipating into the void. In that moment, thunderous roars reverberated throughout the dark source realm. A pitch-black entrance gradually widened within this realm of darkness. Yet, it seemed as though a terrifying force restrained it, preventing the abyss from expanding too much. Without uttering a word, Luo Wuchang plunged into the inky void, seeking escape. Despite Lu Yuin's fervent cries from behind, Luo Wuchang did not glance back, prioritizing his own life above all else, leaving Luo Qingyi behind. It was no jest. Nothing was more precious than his own existence. Observing Luo Wuchang's actions, Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, having realized that the illusory spirit realm could perceive his intentions. The moment his thoughts stirred, a formidable presence within the illusory spirit realm locked onto the dark passageway. With a single strike, the entire shadowy corridor was poised for annihilation. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly blocked the entrance. "Stop!" Luo Qingyi interjected, her face taut as she stood resolutely before the impending force of the illusory spirit mirror. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The illusory spirit realm seemed to sense something, quivering slightly before retracting its terrifying might. Yet, Lin Chen was momentarily dumbfounded by Luo Qingyi's unwavering determination as she ventured into the dark passage. Lu Yuyin, overjoyed, attempted to follow suit, only to feel a powerful hand resting ominously on his shoulder. "Do you still wish to escape?" Lin Chen's expression darkened as he gazed at Lu Yuyin, instilling an unprecedented sense of mortal peril in this prodigy of the Dark Clan. Before Lu Yuyin could utter a word, a colossal bronze tower descended upon him with overwhelming force. Amidst the myriad of suppressive powers, Lu Yuyin, gripped by fear, could only emit a heart-wrenching scream. Standing within this realm of darkness, Lin Chen regarded the illusory spirit realm above and murmured, "Do you sense something?" The illusory spirit mirror, a transformation born from the convergence of Qingrou's Taisu heart and the ice-fire Dao diagram of Lutong Tian, had undergone a significant change. The fact that Qingrou, devoid of fear, could halt the illusory spirit realm spoke volumes. With a low hum, the illusory spirit mirror resonated twice before slipping into Lin Chen's left hand. As he stared at the spot where the dark passage had vanished, a momentary daze washed over him, soon followed by enlightenment. His expression darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. "Luo Wuchang, this time, you may be fortunate. But soon enough, I shall personally claim your head." Chapter 756, 12 Heavens. The tremendous turbulence caused within the realm of darkness went unnoticed outside, which was precisely Lin Chen's intention, to keep several powerful individuals of the Dark Clan from witnessing his hidden cards. For instance, the illusory spirit mirror, now infused with terrifying energy. This time, Lin Chen had summoned the illusory spirit mirror primarily to assess its power post-activation, and the outcome had indeed met his expectations. Such formidable power should be sufficient to traverse the chaotic celestial seas and rescue my father. There is no need to hasten my departure. After all, eliminating two true kings with such swiftness may incite unnecessary troubles if word spreads. Lin Chen contemplated, resolutely deciding on his course of action. Although the illusory spirit mirror had awakened, it was imperative for Lin Chen to investigate its true purpose and the secrets it harbored. In a sense, this illusory spirit mirror could be considered his treasured artifact. However, what troubled Lin Chen profoundly was the sense that the mirror possessed its own independent intelligence. Not viewing his commands as paramount, Ah, the Blood Elder, what is the purpose of those two royal bones? Lin Chen recalled the remains of the two true kings and could not restrain his curiosity, sensing a distinct difference from the bones of other formidable beings. A broad smile spread across the Blood Elder's face. He chuckled. The purpose of the imperial bones, in a certain sense, bears resemblance to the blood essence of the blood-killing clan. The members of the imperial clan are born with royal bones, imbued with the aura of a sovereign, allowing for rapid cultivation. The greater the energy contained within their royal bones, the higher their cultivation level. Lin Chen's heart raced with anticipation. Naturally, by unleashing the devouring magic art, you can absorb the power contained within those royal bones. However, these are the royal bones of two true kings. You may not be able to absorb all of their essence. If it were royal bones from the Tao diagram realm or the Great Sage realm, you could indeed harness their energy. Furthermore, the imperial bones also contain energy comparable to that of sovereign ore. The Blood Elder's excitement was palpable as he spoke. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting? If what you say is true, then these imperial bones would be an extraordinary boon for me. Others cannot absorb these imperial bones due to their unique energy, which can only be assimilated by those of the same lineage. Within the imperial clan, when a member falls in battle, their remains must be recovered, for only the clan can reap the immense benefits from consuming those imperial bones, leading to rapid cultivation. This is one of the reasons why the imperial clan stands among the 5 great clans. The Blood Elder finished with fervor. Lin Chen, however, felt a deep sense of astonishment. Indeed, the 5 great clans are each remarkable in their own right. The imperial bones of the imperial clan and the blood essence of the blood-killing clan are innate abilities, utterly extraordinary. A fierce light flickered in the Blood Elder's eyes. Young one, find a time to slay more members of the imperial clan and the blood-killing clan. If you encounter that lineage, your fortune will surpass what it is now. Lin Chen's interest was piqued. Yet the Blood Elder did not answer his question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, acquire more imperial bones. The Blood Dawn Bell, the Xianshang Monarch Tower, the 6 mysterious life and death gate, the 7-foot void sky sword, the flying immortal ancient steel. These treasures require a substantial amount of sovereign ore for their advancement. In the pursuit of acquiring a multitude of sovereign ores, the likelihood of success on the Holy Spirit continent is exceedingly slim. It would be far more expedient to eliminate a few members of the Heavenly Royal Clan. At that moment, Lin Chen felt an immense force bearing down upon him. Possessing an abundance of magical artifacts was not necessarily a boon, as he was compelled to devise methods to comprehend the essence of sovereignty. Nevertheless, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He was resolute in seeking out trouble with the Heavenly Emperor sect. The 2 true king-level bones of the Heavenly Emperor were cast into the illusory spirit mirror, after which Lin Chen's consciousness delved into the dramatically transformed realm of the mirror. Upon entry, he was immediately enveloped by 2 familiar auras, the ethereal essence of Taiji and the dual energies of ice and fire. Once an unfathomably vast expanse, the interior exhibited no discernible changes, save for the sky now radiating a cerulean hue and the ground embodying the colors of ice and fire. Puzzled by the apparent lack of transformation, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The ancient bronze coffin and the illusory spirit mirror were the 2 enigmas he yearned to unravel. Yet, at that moment, he sensed something amiss and glanced upward. To his astonishment, a colossal vortex manifested in the azure sky, swirling with mysterious and potent laws. Its depths an ominous black, seemingly connecting to another realm. At this juncture, a commanding and familiar voice resonated within the illusory spirit mirror. The illusory spirit mirror is the supreme treasure, unparalleled in heaven and earth, encompassing 12 celestial realms. With each realm you transcend, this treasure will bestow upon you benefits. The challenges will intensify as you progress, but so too will the rewards. That vortex signifies the entrance to the first realm. Lin Chen, as if struck by lightning, turned abruptly towards the source of the voice. In the distance stood a middle-aged man clad in white, a gentle smile gracing his features, none other than Lin Chen. Gazing upon this familiar visage, Lin Chen felt tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. This moment had been long anticipated. Indeed, you are a worthy scion of the Lin family. Lin Chen, my child, you have done remarkably well. Now that the illusory spirit mirror has awakened, take the opportunity to hone your skills within these 12 celestial realms. you shall reap immense rewards. Likewise, I await your arrival in the depths of the chaotic ancient domain." Lin Chen's face lit up with excitement as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Father, I shall not disappoint you. Before long, I will bring the illusory spirit mirror to rescue you." However, Lin Songxing, nodding with a smile, cautioned Lin Chen, "Remember this. Until you attain the Void King realm, do not venture into the chaotic heavenly sea, lest everything be lost. Remember this well." As soon as Lin Songxing's words were spoken, his form began to blur and dissipate. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, and in an instant, he rushed forward as if possessed by madness. However, just as he reached for Lin Songxing, the smiling figure of Lin Songxing dissolved into countless particles of white light, vanishing before Lin Chen's eyes. Their brief encounter came to a swift conclusion. Standing in the very spot where Lin Songxing had just been, Lin Chen felt as if the familiar voice, the familiar caring gaze, and the familiar form were still before him, leaving him in a state of profound contemplation for an extended period. It was not until Blood Elder interrupted his reverie that Lin Chen's gaze was drawn to the swirling vortex above. With the strength of the 12 heavens virtual king realm, Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly, and a terrifying killing intent erupted in his eyes. "I must reach the chaotic sea. I, Lin Chen, shall inevitably return." Chapter 757. The first level, the soldier's origin heaven. The words of Lin Songxing seemed to open a door for Lin Chen. It was unclear what formidable power the 12 heavens represented. This illusory spirit mirror possesses considerable strength, undoubtedly remarkable. I have traversed countless places in the human realm alongside the Blood Sky Demon Lord, encountering emperors in numbers akin to the stars. However, I have yet to hear of a treasure capable of opening the 12 heavens. Lin Chen, your father is no ordinary man, Blood Elder remarked thoughtfully. A hint of pride surfaced on Lin Chen's face. Indeed, his father was his pride. He had toiled tirelessly in his cultivation, driven solely by the desire to rescue his father from the depths of suffering. Lin Chen suddenly raised his head, the twilight coalescing within the dark vortex. "Since this 12 heavens is so extraordinary, let us experience it firsthand." With a movement, Lin Chen dashed into the vortex. The moment he entered, he felt an irresistible force enveloping him, accompanied by a surging aura that emanated strength and terror. Lin Chen's body tensed, and as he landed, his eyes suddenly shone with a divine light. He sensed that within this first heaven lay an awe-inspiring and boundless killing intent. Before Lin Chen unfolded a vast plain, upon which stood tens of thousands of generals wielding cold blades, their armor glinting amidst the cacophony of battle. The sounds of clashing metal and cries of war echoed resoundingly. This was an army imbued with a terrifying killing intent and immense power. Lin Chen's vast consciousness enveloped the scene, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. This formidable army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, consisted entirely of beings at the divine flow realm. Moreover, the generals seemed to have formed a unique formation amongst themselves, their combined might creating an overwhelming and awe-inspiring force. The first level, the soldier's origin heaven. Lin Chen's mind buzzed with a resonating authority, a vague yet potent voice echoing in his thoughts. As he made his first contact with this realm, he was taken aback by the sudden convergence of countless killing intents upon him, layering and intensifying until they amassed into a terrifying force. Even he felt as though he were sinking into an icy abyss. Although Lin Chen could obliterate these divine flow beings with a mere flick of his fingers, however, the gathering of hundreds of thousands of divine soldiers would unleash a formidable power. The army of countless generals moved like puppets, their cold, lifeless eyes reflecting only the shadow of Lin Chen. With a unified roar of kill, it seemed as if they aimed to collapse the entire plain. The ground trembled with a resonant rumble as Lin Chen swept his gaze across the scene, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, from the terrifying army of several tens of thousands, a surge of warriors emerged, riding dark iron steeds, their hooves spitting fire, charging towards Lin Chen. As these thousands of cavalry thundered forth, the very void shook beneath the stampede of their fiery hooves. The flames ignited by their passage formed a colossal line of fire across the plain, a sight of breathtaking grandeur. Countless warriors wielded pitch-black long spears, their tips glistening with a chilling light, advancing with an overwhelming momentum towards Lin Chen. A flash of brilliance crossed Lin Chen's eyes as he recognized the formidable nature of this army. Indeed, This military force was reminiscent of the mundane world, capable of conjuring such divine cavalry. If the Chun alliance possessed a cavalry of this caliber, they would surely be unmatched among their peers. Undaunted, Lin Chen stood firm, his presence commanding enough to withstand the fierce charge of the thousands of cavalrymen. In an instant, the cavalry surged like a black torrent, their indomitable spirits soaring. As they advanced with a ruthless intent, with hair billowing and a decisive step forward, Lin Chen activated the celestial Hell King scripture, the pathways of power swirling within him. He unleashed a single punch towards the horde of cavalry. In that moment, the anguished wails of countless demonic beings echoed as a vast legion of ghostly warriors surged forth, overwhelming the cavalry with a relentless tide. As the cacophony of battle cries erupted, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The cavalry, akin to invincible conquerors, displayed an unparalleled synergy with their steeds, executing their lethal maneuvers to perfection. The coordination among the riders amplified their might to its utmost. Their resolve was unyielding, forged in iron and blood. In an instant, the relentless onslaught of the demonic warriors was entirely vanquished by the terror of the cavalry. The power unleashed by this formidable army of divine soldiers was of an extraordinary caliber, their myriad abilities honed to perfection. This military force was indeed remarkable. With soldiers whose iron wills were as solid as rock, their combined strength far exceeded that of 3 divine warriors. Lin Chen regarded the scene with a solemn expression. This was merely the first layer of heaven, yet he encountered such a terrifying army of hundreds of thousands. What formidable foes awaited him in the second and third layers? Young man, I have faith in your father's words. The challenges of this military realm are great, yet the rewards upon overcoming them are boundless. If only you could command this army, how splendid that would be. Blood Elder couldn't help but let out a long sigh. With his vast experience, he could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of this army. The 12 heavens increasingly ignited his anticipation. He wondered what kind of rewards would await them after vanquishing this vast host of hundreds of thousands. Lin Chen's heart began to swell with expectation. Yet the current circumstances were far from optimistic, casting a heavy shadow over him. However, at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled the last words of Blood Elder, and a thought flashed through his mind. Under the influence of this thought, Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with an astonishing brilliance. Little did Blood Elder know that, at that moment, as Lin Chen gazed upon the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, he was practically on the verge of elation. The prospect of claiming this immense army as his own and transforming them into demonic deities was a scene that filled him with fervor, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his eyes. In an instant, countless silver lights erupted from his body, and vibrant, resplendent robes enveloped him, as if an emperor had descended, exuding an extraordinary presence. A pitch-black space suddenly rose behind Lin Chen, suspended and swirling, with boundless demonic energy cascading down like a torrent. 10 dark demonic deities, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, emerged in this shadowy realm. Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar, his form instantly transforming into a silver flash, crashing into the immense torrent of darkness. The 10 dark demonic deities in the realm of heavenly demons also unleashed earth-shattering roars at that moment. Chapter 758, The Path of Celestial Soldiers. Lin Chen plummeted like a falling star, radiating a dazzling silver light, majestic and imposing, as he charged towards the thousands of cavalry with unstoppable might. The cavalry, sensing Lin Chen's terrifying presence, instinctively coordinated their movements to unleash devastating attacks, each strike brimming with unimaginable power. With a resounding crash, Lin Chen's fist struck forth, revealing the unparalleled might of a supreme royal artifact. Each of his divine techniques was obliterated by this singular punch, the residual force lifting hundreds of cavalrymen into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen summoned the realm of heavenly demons behind him, enveloping the flung cavalrymen. At that moment, the 10 demonic deities extended their dark hands, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power. The surrounding cavalry immediately launched a fierce assault on the realm of heavenly demons, their combined attacks powerful, yet merely causing the realm to tremble violently. Even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant, Blood Elder warned gravely. Lin Chen, exercise caution. Blood Elder quickly grasped Lin Chen's intentions, which filled him with delight. He hadn't anticipated that the young man would conceive such a thought. However, this was not the time for compliments. Lin Chen nodded, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him, as demonic energy coiled around him, akin to a demonic deity. In that moment, multiple demonic deities began to take form within the realm of heavenly demons, augmenting its power once more. Lin Chen, leveraging his formidable physique and the technique of heavenly slashing, pushed his speed to its utmost limits. Amidst the swirling chaos of blades and shadows, Lin Chen infiltrated the very heart of the throng of tens of thousands of cavalry, a formidable aura of demonic power emanating from him. The manifestations of the demonic gods within this realm began to coalesce, their strength continuously surging. Under the penetrating gaze of Lin Chen, the vulnerabilities of this cavalry lay bare, unreservedly exposed. Though the collective might of these horsemen could challenge even a singular prodigy of the Dao map, their individual combat prowess was vastly overshadowed by Lin Chen's own. As he plunged into the midst of the vast army, their forces faltered, unable to unify as one. With a resonant clang, the 7-foot void sword was drawn, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that soared into the heavens. Surrounding cavalrymen were compelled to retreat under the overwhelming pressure, their ranks shaken. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance. The tenfold Dao sentiment sword's myriad traces surged within the 7-foot void sword, radiating a blinding brilliance, enveloping the entire plane with an essence of the Dao. In that ethereal moment, a majestic silhouette appeared to rise behind Lin Chen, embodying the supreme will of the tenfold Dao sentiment sword. In an instant, a colossal Taiji Bagua began to ascend beneath the feet of the cavalry formation, exuding a tremendous gravitational pull, accompanied by a tempest of thunder and lightning. Under this immense force, the iron steeds beneath the thousands of horsemen were swept upwards. Consequently, the formation of the cavalry unraveled rapidly beneath the influence of the tenfold Dao sentiment sword, descending into chaos. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity. Though he had not slain many, the disarray within their ranks rendered them no longer a source of fear. The opportunity had arrived. In a sudden motion, Lin Chen vanished from the sight of the frenzied cavalry. The multitude, already in turmoil, had been preparing to target him, only to find that he had seemingly vanished. A chilling voice echoed at the center of the disordered cavalry, proclaiming, "Shatter the heavens." Instantly, the plain erupted with the glimmer of 10,000 cold lights, shining brilliantly amidst the surging intent to kill, evoking a sense of dread. These myriad beams of frigid light converged at the heart of the chaotic cavalry, exploding like a bomb, unleashing a wave of force that surged forth, akin to a stampede of wild horses. The bewildered cavalry, now in disarray, unleashed a barrage of lethal techniques to counter the onslaught of icy brilliance from all directions. The air was rent with the thunderous sound of explosions as the attack, initially intended as a stealthy strike, revealed its overwhelming power through direct confrontation. In that fleeting moment, the cavalry suffered significant losses, their ranks severely battered by the combined might of the tenfold Dao sentiment sword. "Gather all within the realm of demons," commanded Lin Chen as he surged forth, embodying the essence of the demon realm, transforming into a streak of silver light that wove through the tumultuous cavalry. From a celestial vantage point, one would observe a silver whirlwind erupting amidst the dark chaos. In an instant, each cavalryman was drawn into the embrace of the demon realm by Lin Chen. On this day, the realm of Tianma began to undergo cataclysmic transformations. Waves of demonic energy surged forth, saturating the entire domain, and the number of fierce-eyed demonic deities continued to multiply. Lin Chen's body quivered as he suddenly sensed a warm current flowing within him. This current swept forth, carrying with it strands of Dao marks. Although few in number, they significantly augmented Lin Chen's Dao marks by 5. He now comprehended the immense importance of these Dao marks. The greater their quantity, the more potent the power of the supreme Dao arts became. Furthermore, Dao marks were essential for activating quasi-Dao artifacts. With 4 consciences, Lin Chen had shattered the shackles of Dao marks, enabling him to harbor up to 400 strands, quadrupling the capacity of an ordinary individual. As the Tianma realm continued to flourish, it also bestowed upon Lin Chen additional Dao marks, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen swiftly crumbled, most coalescing into demonic deities within Lin Chen's realm, exuding an imposing presence and wreaking havoc. In the very moment of the cavalry's collapse, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming aura of slaughter bearing down upon him. The remnants of nearly 100,000 troops erupted with a murderous intent that shook the heavens, all directed at Lin Chen. The collective malevolence of this vast army bore down like a holy decree, instilling in Lin Chen a profound sense of pressure. The sheer number of foes was staggering, and their combined might was formidable. With a fierce battle cry, the 100,000 troops unleashed their momentum, and at that moment, each soldier surged towards Lin Chen, creating a spectacle even more grand than the cavalry's advance. It resembled a black tsunami poised to engulf a colossal city. Lin Chen inhaled sharply, recognizing the terrifying spectacle of their united force. Should this 100,000-strong army truly unleash their might, the resultant divine powers could rival that of a great sage. Yet, at this juncture, a commanding voice reverberated through Lin Chen's mind once more. Defeat the 100,000 troops, and you shall obtain the 6 celestial soldier Dao seeds left by the Emperor of the War Department. Lin Chen's body involuntarily trembled, and he immediately relayed this to Blood Elder, whose stern visage transformed into one of astonishment, erupting in a roar. Lin Chen, charge forth for the celestial soldier Dao seeds. No matter what, you must acquire them. In that moment, Blood Elder's expression grew almost frenzied. Chapter 759. The power of the celestial soldier Dao seeds. All the cavalry were absorbed into Lin Chen's Tianma realm, and concurrently, his Dao marks increased by 5, strengthening his cultivation. As he faced the impending onslaught of 100,000 troops, a rarely seen kingly aura manifested upon Lin Chen's countenance. The celestial soldier killing technique was unleashed by the vast army, each soldier pouring forth their utmost effort into this joint divine art. 100,000 streams of divine power converged, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. A colossal river of divine arts surged forth like an immense dragon, its majesty unfurling as it advanced relentlessly toward Lin Chen. The combined might of the 10,000 soldiers reached an unimaginable zenith. After all, the lethal techniques forged from the amalgamation of 100,000 beings at the divine flow realm wielded an overwhelming force, the sheer oppressive aura palpable even to Lin Chen. The heavens and earth transformed in hue, and the roar echoed fiercely as the divine dragon displayed its unparalleled ferocity. Behind Lin Chen, a vast and formidable diagram of martial divine arts ascended, a noble and towering silhouette seemingly standing amidst the cosmos, propping up the very fabric of reality. Its eyes blazed like lightning, surrounded by imposing phantoms. This regal figure wielded an ancient talisman inscribed with the word destruction, radiating an ominous energy. As it channeled myriad supreme doctrines and unleashed a torrent of divine marks toward the divine dragon. Boom! The entire plane quaked violently, an unfathomable power rampaging in every direction. Lin Chen unleashed the full extent of his strength, amalgamating all his supreme will of the Tao into a formidable display of 55 divine marks, unreservedly manifesting their might. Yet, despite such a powerful offensive, it was effortlessly repelled by the onslaught of the divine dragon formed by the 100,000 warriors, an overwhelming wave of energy crashing toward him. The might of this united assault was utterly terrifying. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he gripped the 7-foot void sword, its ethereal radiance encompassing him in a brilliant silver glow, shimmering with myriad colors. The relentless assault of the divine dragon engulfed him entirely. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as though he had been struck with immense force, his blood surging violently. Even the invincible aura of the 7-foot void sword quivering and fracturing under the pressure. Sensing his bloodlines roiling within, Lin Chen clenched his teeth and activated the 5 elements refinement technique, harmonizing his internal organs to summon a sudden, formidable power that enveloped him in a kaleidoscope of energy, layer upon layer repelling the crushing force. However, even so, Lin Chen was sent flying countless miles by a single impact, his hair disheveled. The aura of the 7-foot void sword shattered, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Under the weight of this combined assault, had it not been for his robust physique and the might of the 7-foot void sword, he might have been utterly obliterated. The 100,000 troops remained a formidable force, their momentum grand and overwhelming, unleashing an unrelenting tide of killing intent, surging forth like a torrential flood toward Lin Chen. These mindless warriors harbored but a single thought: to annihilate Lin Chen, should he face a second onslaught from this 100,000-strong army. Even with his array of exceptional abilities and treasures, he would meet a dismal fate. Young man. The combined technique unleashed by this 100,000 army rivals the power wielded by a great sage with mastery over 10 sacred might, Elder Shui remarked gravely. You may withstand the first strike, but there is no way you can endure the second. This heavenly soldier's Tao seed, though an unparalleled treasure, must be claimed with one's life. Had it not been for the fleeting, frenzied hue of Blood Elder, Lin Chen would not have dared to clash with this vast army of 100,000. It is no jest. The celestial beings and their Tao seeds that could entice Blood Elder are surely treasures of immense worth. Thus, let me witness your might. Lin Chen's breath was somewhat labored. The previous strike had exhausted all the power of his Tao marks, and recovery would not be immediate. Channeling his mana, the realm of the celestial demons behind Lin Chen expanded once more. After devouring tens of thousands of cavalry, the realm had grown significantly, stretching from 50 meters to 100, filled with a chilling, demonic aura, countless eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty gleam. Charge! Lin Chen bellowed, exuding the presence of a sovereign before the vast army, issuing his final command for battle. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated. As if the very fabric of space trembled, thousands of cavalry, cloaked in darkness and radiating a torrent of demonic energy, surged forth like a tempestuous tide, transforming into a vast sea of black mist, their demonic steeds rearing back and howling toward the 100,000 soldiers. Lin Chen commanded the cavalry he had just seized to engage this immense army. True to his expectations, these thousands of cavalrymen became an unstoppable blade, piercing through the enemy ranks and igniting a massive slaughter. However, Lin Chen astutely noted that the strength of these cavalry had diminished significantly, having lost at least 30% of their previous might. Nevertheless, even with this decrease, deploying cavalry against infantry is akin to unleashing elephants upon tigers and leopards. The relentless carnage unfolded across the plain, with the cavalry's overwhelming force rendering the infantry powerless. Yet, once these cavalry fell in battle, Lin Chen could no longer reclaim them into the realm of celestial demons. Transforming into a streak of silver light, Lin Chen, despite his weary form, followed closely behind the cavalry, continuously gathering the fallen infantry. As the realm of celestial demons grew stronger, the Tao marks within Lin Chen began to recover slowly. Each infantryman consumed was integrated into a new battalion, charging forth once more. The pressure on the cavalry diminished, and their injuries finally began to heal. This grand slaughter endured for 3 full hours. During this time, Lin Chen felt a pang of regret, as his Tao marks replenished. He unleashed supreme techniques to slay the soldiers. The cause of his distress lay in the fact that the cavalry had suffered a devastating loss of over half their number. Such formidable cavalry was not something Lin Chen wished to lose, yet he had no choice in the face of the 100,000 soldiers. When the last infantryman was consumed, warmth surged through Lin Chen's body once again. 5 strands of Tao marks flowed into him. Had he not previously depleted his marks and expended considerable energy to recover, this army could have granted him an increase of 10 Tao marks. At this moment, the Tao traces within Lin Chen had reached an impressive count of 60. A staggering figure indeed, as among the current prodigies, few could boast such a number. Yet for Lin Chen, this was merely a stepping stone. In this grand battle, along with the cavalry, the Tianma realm harbored an astonishing army of 100,000. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he mused that if he were to unleash the demonic gods among them, even a great sage would find himself troubled. This formidable army represented one of Lin Chen's most critical trump cards. Presently, the first layer of the vast plain had been thoroughly cleansed by Lin Chen, which instilled within him a burgeoning anticipation for this heavenly soldier Tao seed. Suddenly, a beam of light tore through the heavens, illuminating the ground before Lin Chen. He distinctly felt an ancient will drifting like dust within this realm of soldiers. The atmosphere of the battlefield was devoid of any sense of slaughter, resembling that of the mundane world. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. How had the battlefield transformed so drastically? Young man, it is likely that this change in the battlefield is a result of the will left behind by the Emperor of the armies, Blood Elder remarked. However, the Emperor has sustained grave injuries, and his residual will is exceedingly faint. Otherwise, the forces within this realm would not be as terrifying as they currently are. Hearing Blood Elder's words, Lin Chen chose silence. Even an emperor could not escape the fate of demise. At that moment, following the descent of divine light from the heavens, 6 seeds, each the size of a bean, floated before Lin Chen. Intricate Tao patterns emerged within these seeds, exuding subtle traces of Tao energy, with various forms of soldiers coalescing upon them. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with dark fire as he scrutinized these seeds with his penetrating gaze. Yet he could discern no trace of insight. Nonetheless, he sensed an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a great sage emanating from them. Alas, it appeared that the heavenly soldier Tao seeds had been so weakened by the emperor's will that they had degraded to the level of great sage. Nevertheless, acquiring such an item was indeed an extraordinary fortune, Blood Elder sighed, half in lament, half in excitement. Lin Chen, however, rolled his eyes, for he was still oblivious to the purpose of these heavenly soldier Tao seeds. Moreover, how much power could seeds of such minuscule size truly possess? Do not underestimate them. Young man, Blood Elder retorted, rolling his eyes in response. These heavenly soldier Tao seeds have indeed fallen to the level of great sage. In all of existence, there are scarcely 10 of them, and now you possess 5. After a brief pause, Blood Elder continued. If you were to procure 6 well-preserved great sage corpses and plant these heavenly soldier Tao seeds within, nourishing them with energy, you could summon a total of 6 great sage servants. The expression on Lin Chen's face shifted to one of profound astonishment. 6 great sage servants? If that is indeed the case, then these heavenly soldier Tao seeds would represent an unimaginably formidable treasure. Chapter 760. The Grand Vision Beyond the Realm of the Dark Source. The 3 esteemed elders and Lu Qingyue awaited anxiously. Lin Chen had been gone for a full day and night. Who could fathom what transpired during that time? Nevertheless, he was accompanied by 2 beings of true king caliber. The Dark Nation possessed a superlative intelligence network that monitored every movement across the continent, and they were already aware of the departure of those 2 formidable entities from the Holy Spirit continent. What then could Lin Chen rely upon? If Lu Lin were not Lin Chen, the elder would have been the first to deny him entry. Yet he was Lin Chen, the heir of that terrifying man, whose formidable physique instilled fear even in emperors, shrouded in countless secrets. Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes were fixed upon the unyielding entrance to the dark source, and a flicker of anxiety surged within her. What predicament was that scoundrel facing now? At that moment, the entrance to the dark source began to stir, emanating a ripple. The elders, along with Lu Qingyue, could not help but gaze towards the entrance, where a figure emerged, stumbling and in utter disarray. Upon recognizing this individual, the faces of the elders turned ashen, and Lu Qingyue trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be Lu Yuyin? Elders, Lu Xiao, and Senior Lu Ming. The boy has fulfilled his mission. This traitor has been captured as well. As for how to deal with him, I leave that to your discretion. Lin Chen delivered a swift kick to Lu Yuying's rear, sending him flying, eliciting a cry of anguish filled with terror. Within the dark source, Lin Chen had invested considerable effort into this individual, and now he had finally reduced this once mighty prodigy to a mere shadow of himself. The elders were momentarily stunned, and even Lu Qingyue was taken aback, a wave of immense joy swelling within them. On this day, a multitude of information surged forth like a roaring flood, sweeping across the entire Dark Nation, even reaching the stronghold of the Dark Clan in the human realm. This solitary race, having endured for millennia, was finally graced with a king, known as Lu Lin. Each member of the Dark Clan experienced a tumultuous blend of emotions, uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. They had long lived in the shadow of another, and now, a deep shadow loomed over each of them. Voices of skepticism arose, as did those of agreement, and many voiced their dissent. Lin Chen chose not to present himself nor convene a grand assembly to meet with all the assassins and members of the Dark Clan. Even many high-ranking officials within the Dark Nation remained oblivious to the true nature of this individual. However, the united declaration of the 3 elders left no room for doubt regarding the veracity of the matter. This day held immense significance for the Dark Nation and the Dark Clan alike. The Dark Nation was but a minor branch established on the Holy Spirit continent, within the realm of celestial beings. Having conquered this territory, Lin Chen's next ambition was to subjugate the vast and enigmatic Dark Clan of the human realm. On this very day, Lin Chen convened a high-level meeting for the first time in his capacity as king. The attendees consisted solely of the 3 esteemed elders and Lu Qingyue. At this moment, within the hallowed chamber of the Dark Palace, Lin Chen sat upon the throne, gazing at the 3 elders and Lu Qingyue. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Lin Chen, You indeed fulfill all the criteria set forth by our ancestral lineage for the king of our dark clan. We cannot contravene the rules established by our forebears. Furthermore, I believe you possess the talent and potential to achieve the pinnacle title of the first killing emperor. However, at this juncture, the Grand Elder fell silent, his gaze penetrating as it rested upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, his countenance grave, regarded those present with earnestness, stating, "Indeed, my identity is my greatest sorrow. You are of one race, while I am not even a member of the Dark Clan. Yet, it is fated that I have inherited the legacy of the first killing emperor. By a twist of fate, I have become the king of the Dark Clan. And I am also the leader of the Chen Alliance. Most critically, I find myself beset by numerous formidable adversaries in this world." Lin Chen paused before continuing. "Before them, the Dark Clan appears insignificant, unable to withstand such tremendous assaults. I surmise that your implication, Grand Elder, is that this kingship of the Dark Nation cannot be entrusted to me." Both Lu Xiao and Lu Ming shook their heads, asserting, "It is not that it cannot be entrusted to you. Rather, it is a matter of not allowing your true identity to plunge the Dark Clan into endless peril." Lin Chen, please do not take offense. I merely wish to convey an honest reality. I hope you can comprehend. Lin Chen sighed softly, recognizing that his previous thoughts had been somewhat naive. He understood the sentiments expressed by the Grand Elder, Lu Xiao, and Lu Ming. They did not oppose his ascension to king. However, they were apprehensive that his true identity might thrust the entire Dark Clan into grave danger. Should he publicly declare himself as the king, it was likely that the Dark Clan would face catastrophic repercussions the very next day. Now, the dilemma loomed large. Lin Chen could not abandon the Dark Clan at this critical juncture, nor would the Grand Elder willingly lose such a figure as Lin Chen. Yet, the stakes involved were immense, necessitating clarity in all matters. As the king of the Dark Clan, his duties did not entail the destruction of his followers, but rather their elevation and prosperity. This quandary left Lin Chen at a loss for solutions. "Let us pause for now. I need time to contemplate," Lin Chen concluded. Turning to leave, Lu Qingyue turned her gaze towards him as he departed, noticing a hint of fatigue behind the resolute demeanor of the man. Within the ancient monument of the Celestials, Lin Chen had just engaged in a discussion with the senior members of the Chen Alliance, revealing the news of his ascension as the king of the Dark Clan. This revelation undoubtedly left figures such as the great venerable Huaqing, the king of Nether, and the great saint of wind and fire utterly astonished, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a ghost. Among the attendees at this meeting were also Lin Chen, Wang Lai, the strategist, and others. Through the power of belief, Lin Chen could discern the sincerity of these individuals towards him. Thus, Lin Chen was not particularly concerned about the potential leakage of this matter. He had merely mentioned his troubles in passing, and the others did not pay it much mind, for they trusted him. This man always astonished them greatly. Indeed, possessing the young master of the Dark Nation implied one had access to the most formidable intelligence network. In the past, the major races sought to meddle with this power, but the first killing emperor's ruthless nature dissuaded them from such ambitions. The king of the Nether Void remarked with a hint of teasing in his tone, "Now, it seems you have monopolized all the good fortune." Upon hearing the peculiar banter in the king of the Nether Void's voice, everyone burst into laughter. "With this intelligence, we can eliminate a few more influential figures," Wang Lai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "If only you would think instead of just brawling," Lin Chen retorted from the side. Wang Lai, enraged, made a move as if to strike Lin Chen. The group erupted into chaos, their faces alight with joy. Indeed, this was a tremendous piece of good news. Cece approached Lin Chen, hesitated for a moment, and quietly inquired, "May I ask you something?" Lin Chen cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "What is it?" "Speak quickly." Cece cautiously looked around before swallowing hard. "I heard you have a romantic involvement with that saintess from the Dark Clan. What is it like to be with her?" Lin Chen's expression darkened abruptly, and he kicked the fellow away. To his surprise, as Cece was propelled through the air, he emitted an exaggeratedly effeminate scream. Lin Chen celebrated with the others at a feast, his face brimming with joy, yet few noticed the profound fatigue in his eyes. He excused himself from the gathering and ascended a nearby mountain, gazing down at the landscape with an air of tranquility. Deep down, Lin Chen did not find the role of a ruler particularly appealing. The grandeur of commanding the world was merely a moment forged through intricate scheming and life and death struggles. Many things, once entangled with interests, would inevitably transform. Lin Chen was acutely aware that if the issue with the Dark Clan could not be resolved adequately, the repercussions would be endless. After spending some time in contemplation, Lin Chen sensed the presence of someone nearby. Turning, he discovered it was the strategist. Strategist. Lin Chen called out, smiling, "What brings you here?" The strategist, maintaining a serious demeanor, faced Lin Chen's cheerful expression but could not muster a smile in return. Instead, he directly broached the subject, asking, "Is there something you haven't disclosed?" Seeing the glint of insight in the strategist's eyes, Lin Chen realized he could not conceal the truth and recounted the issues surrounding the Dark Clan in detail. Once he had shared this burden, Lin Chen felt a significant weight lift from his heart. At least he was no longer alone in his distress. The strategist said nothing more, merely informing Lin Chen, "I will come to see you in a few days," before turning to leave. Lin Chen did not expect the strategist to elaborate further. The matter was exceedingly complex, with too many entangled elements. Finding a viable solution seemed nearly impossible. At least, that was Lin Chen's belief. Although he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him, all he could do now was wait patiently, bit by bit. 7 days later, Lin Chen stood atop the snow-capped mountain, gazing at the vast expanse of snow with an impassive expression. Yet, there was still no sign of a conclusion. Just as Lin Chen prepared to turn away, the strategist arrived, his bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair betraying his exhaustion. He spoke to Lin Chen, enunciating each word with care. "One king, two systems. By leveraging the characteristics and advantages of both great powers, we can create mutual benefits. Maintain two sets of systems, one for the Qin Alliance, and another for the Dark Nation. They shall not interfere with one another. Fundamentally, you are the king of these two great forces." These words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the world. This grand vision of one king, two systems surfaced after 7 days and nights of relentless toil from the strategist. As Lin Chen, initially stunned, felt a surge of anticipation, he sensed that this monumental idea would profoundly impact his faction. This foundational system would, countless years hence, give rise to a superpower that would oversee billions of lives. Chapter 761. Lu Qingwei departs. The plan devised by the strategist over 7 days and nights brought Lin Chen a sense of clarity akin to parting clouds to reveal the blue sky. Immediately, Lin Chen and the strategist conferred on various details before allowing the strategist to rest, for those bloodshot eyes filled Lin Chen with concern. The strategist was a rare talent. In these tumultuous times, Lin Chen needed someone like him. In this world, unless one possessed supreme power that overshadowed all beings, even the mightiest would eventually face downfall. Lin Chen envisioned not merely his own strength, but the creation of a formidable entity that inspired reverence among all. Once again, Lin Chen returned to the Dark Nation, assuming the identity of Lu Lin, and summoned several elders for a meeting. "Lin Chen, what strategy do you propose?" inquired the Grand Elder with genuine concern, as he valued Lin Chen's potential and longed to witness the resurgence of the Dark Clan. They were all astute individuals, fully aware of the underlying interests at play. However, the challenge of management remained the most daunting. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the four present, and the atmosphere grew momentarily silent. He spoke slowly. "One king, two systems. In the Dark Clan, I am Lu Lin. In the Qin Alliance, I am Lin Chen." At this pronouncement, astonishment flickered across the faces of the elders like lightning. Subsequently, Lin Chen engaged in discussions with the elders regarding the specifics of this one king, two systems. As anticipated, this grand concept garnered unanimous approval from the elders. Possessing the power of devouring magic, Lin Chen could transform the world without detection. In the Dark Nation, Lin Chen was indeed Lu Lin, another facet of his identity. As the king of the Dark Clan, he wielded supreme authority. However, Lin Chen's power was not absolute. At least for now, the elders retained decision-making authority over significant matters. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had full access to the intelligence network of the Dark Clan. On this day, Lin Chen truly became the king of the Dark Clan. It was also on this day that he began to receive intelligence swiftly transmitted into the Qin Alliance. The unimaginable secrets lay bare before Lin Chen at this moment. To his utter astonishment, the number of races descending into the human realm had reached over 100, akin to the emergence of hundreds of formidable factions upon the Holy Spirit continent. Lin Chen, however, found little interest in this intelligence and opted to let his strategist handle it, capturing the useful information and putting it to good use. His primary concern was the several powerful factions that had turned their weapons against him. Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you, said Lu Qingyue, who had approached him unbeknownst to him. Lin Chen was taken aback, pondering what this young woman could want from him. Nevertheless, he managed to smile and replied, "What is it?" A hint of something else flickered in Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes, her voice lowering as she continued, "It concerns your dark sky token." At this point, Lu Qingyue inexplicably felt her icy heart racing, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lin Chen was puzzled by Lu Qingyue's unusual demeanor that day. Meanwhile, the blood elder within the tower of Xianshang couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying with a knowing tone, "Young man, your fortune has arrived." It is said that the Dark Clan's maidens possess exceptionally smooth skin. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The grand image the blood elder had built over the years crumbled in an instant. How could someone so ancient behave so lewdly? But what did the blood elder mean by those words? Was it possible that Lin Chen's thoughts took a startling turn, and he noticed Lu Qingyue's eyes suddenly filled with panic? He hurriedly waved his hands at her, exclaiming, "The matter of the dark sky token has nothing to do with me. You need not concern yourself. Everything still hinges on our mutual intentions." Without further ado, Lin Chen fled in haste. The blood elder chuckled heartily, while Lu Qingyue, who had appeared slightly embarrassed, stood rooted to the spot. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Chen's retreating figure. What did he mean? Did he already know the deeper implications of the dark sky token? Why did he flee in such a manner? Did she truly come across as so bothersome to him? The unique sentiment that had once glimmered in Lu Qingyue's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a cold aura that enveloped her once more, her gaze turning frigid. After his escape, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet a subtle sense of loss began to swell within. Reflecting on the rare flicker of emotion that had crossed Lu Qingyue's icy gaze moments ago, he realized he might have spoken too harshly. Perhaps he truly had. "Lin Chen, my boy, it seems you have finally shown some wisdom," the blood elder remarked, amused. "I must confess, the holy maiden of the Dark Clan is destined for their king." Shui Lao remarked with a hint of amusement, "I sense that the young lady Lu Qingyue possesses unparalleled beauty, and your connection with her will undoubtedly enhance your prowess." Lin Chen felt a tumult of emotions within him. Upon hearing Shui Lao's teasing, he could only roll his eyes. Indeed, Shui Lao had provided him with ample hints. And with Lu Qingyue's proactive approach, how could he remain oblivious? Yet, the pressing question remained. What should he do now? Today was meant to be a day of celebration. But troubled, Lin Chen resolved to seize this rare opportunity for rest and prepare for a rejuvenating slumber. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when he sensed an overwhelming aura racing toward him. Lin Chen's eyes flew open, his body tensing instantly. Upon recognizing the visitor, he relaxed slightly and cheerfully inquired, "Senior Lu Xiao, what brings you here in such haste?" Lin Chen held a favorable impression of Lu Xiao, who could be unequivocally regarded as a member of the Dark Clan. A flicker of urgency crossed Lu Xiao's face as he urgently addressed Lin Chen. "The Holy Maiden seems to have been triggered by something. She has recklessly ventured out to partake in an exceedingly perilous investigation. You must stop her, currently. You are the only one capable of doing so." Lin Chen was taken aback and hastily questioned, "Senior Lu Xiao, please calm down. What exactly has Lu Qingyue involved herself in?" Lu Xiao, being a formidable figure of the Void King level, quickly regained his composure and replied, "I am unsure of the details. It is said that both the Heavenly Imperial Clan and the Blood-Killing Clan have dispatched individuals toward the Danling Clan for an unknown purpose. However, 3 great saints are among those heading there, indicating that the situation is quite complex. If Qingyue impulsively pursues this investigation, she will undoubtedly find herself in grave danger." Lin Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions of the Heavenly Imperial Clan and the Blood-Killing Clan. What vexed him further was Lu Qingyue's reckless disregard for her own safety, daring to act independently. As the king of the Dark Clan, he could not allow such disobedience to go unpunished. After a moment of silence, he managed to quell his rising anxiety and turned to Lu Xiao, saying, "Senior Lu Xiao, please provide me with information regarding the various clans near the Danling clan. I have an urgent need for it. I shall take charge of this matter." Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Although uncertain of Lin Chen's intentions, he nodded and promptly retrieved the necessary documents. As Lin Chen watched Lu Xiao's departing figure, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. He was now resolved to intervene. With both the Heavenly Imperial Clan and the Blood-Killing Clan involved, He had no choice but to expedite his plans. Blood-killing clan, heavenly imperial clan, I, Lin Chen, shall ensure you face the consequences. This will mark the inception of your downfall. Chapter 762, The Five Saints of the Dark Clan. One cannot deny that many events are predestined by fate. Just as Lin Chen ascended to the throne of the Dark Clan, he fortuitously received unsettling news regarding the heavenly imperial clan and the blood-killing clan. And it was precisely due to Lu Qingyue's departure that his attention was drawn to these developments. Lin Chen's mind began to conjure a multitude of calculations. His animosity towards the blood-killing clan and the heavenly emperor sect had long reached a boiling point, to the extent that he yearned to obliterate them with a single strike. The recent appearance of the madman Meng and the 4C Taoists had provided Lin Chen with a brief catharsis, yet it was far from sufficient. Soon, Lu Xiao delivered intelligence to Lin Chen, revealing that nearby the Danling clan existed the Fire clan and the Giant clan, both of which were subservient to the Danling clan and ranked pitifully low among the myriad races of the human world. The strongest among them was merely at the level of a grand saint. This time, the Heavenly Emperor sect and the blood-killing clan sent forth 3 grand saints, one from the Heavenly Emperor sect and one from the blood-killing clan. Notably, the leader of this expedition from the Heavenly Emperor sect was not Luo Wuchang, but rather another prodigy from the Luo family, Luo Han. The emergence of the illusory spirit divine mirror had surely instilled a profound terror within Luo Wuchang, leaving his fate uncertain. Conversely, the prodigy leading the blood-killing clan was none other than Lin Chen's old acquaintance, Xue Ming. According to intelligence from the Dark Clan, Xue Ming had previously made contact with the Dark Fallen Gate before heading to the Danling clan. However, the Dark Fallen Gate was currently situated within the inner circle, and Lin Chen had yet to resolve the issues outside. He feared that his capacity to eliminate the scoundrel known as Jin Yu would be severely limited. By the way, Senior Lu Xiao, do we have any Grand Saint-level corpses of the Dark Clan preserved in good condition? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. Let me think. Lu Xiao responded after a brief contemplation. We do have some, though not in abundance. There are 7 Grand Saints, but only 5 are well preserved. These 5 are exceptional. They were once 5 brothers, masters of the killing arts, each possessing a formidable 30 strands of saint might. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's spirit surged. 5 individuals attaining the 30 strands of saint might surpassed even the formidable force he had encountered among the Danling clan. He immediately clapped his hands in approval, a mysterious glint in his eyes, and declared, Senior Lu Xiao, I hereby command you to retrieve those 5 grand saint-level elders of the Dark Clan for me. I have a matter of utmost importance to attend to. Lu Xiao nodded and subsequently assisted Lin Chen in bringing the remains of the 5 brothers from the ancestral tomb. It remained unclear whether it was due to some arcane method employed by the Dark Clan or an innate characteristic of Grand Saint corpses, but the bodies of these 5 Grand Saints were remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of injury, despite the possibility of having encountered a terrifying entity that left them in this state. The Dark Clan did not possess the grotesque physicality of the Heavenly Emperor sect and the blood-killing clan. Their deceased bodies could wield significant power. Lin Chen swiftly placed all 5 brothers' corpses into the illusory spirit divine mirror, activating the first level of the mirror, which revealed a space considerably larger than before. Senior Lu Xiao, I shall also take charge of this task. During my absence from the Dark Kingdom, please assist me in handling matters both great and small. Lin Chen said with a gentle smile directed at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao gazed at Lin Chen, whose countenance radiated determination and authority, occasionally revealing an imposing aura. A sense of helplessness flickered in Lu Xiao's mind as he sighed at Lu Qingyue's actions. Why, he pondered, would such a remarkable king provoke such behavior? He was uncertain whether she had succeeded. Curiosity piqued. Lu Xiao recalled the menacing aura that had enveloped Lu Qingyue moments ago. Those who understood would think her mad, while others might wonder which audacious soul dared to toy with their sacred maiden. Nevertheless, Lu Xiao was taken aback. Both great clans had taken action. Though Lu Qingyue was a saintess, she was merely at the Dao diagram realm, while her opponents were formidable prodigies. With a solemn expression, Lu Xiao clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Chen, offering his congratulations on the king's triumph. Lin Chen, however, paid no heed to Lu Xiao's flattery. Instead, he set off towards the Danling clan, armed with maps and intelligence. Everything about the Dark Nation became increasingly clear to him after he ascended to the throne. as if an unseen force connected him to the dark city, rendering all dangers before him insignificant. The Danling clan had relocated to a legendary mountain range in the north of the Dark Nation, following the disturbances caused by Lin Chen. It was said that this mountain had once nurtured immortals, witnessed the demise of emperors, and entombed demonic gods, sealing away malevolence. Countless legends surrounded this mountain, yet its notoriety stemmed from the myriad of unforeseen perils it harbored. Currently, the Dark Nation could not pinpoint the whereabouts of the mysterious Bloodkill clan. If they could, Lin Chen would willingly plunge into the fray, solely to enhance his cultivation. However, one thing remained clear: Blood Ming, leading the expedition, intended to reach the Danling clan, necessitating passage through the mountain range known as the Forbidden Sky Mountain. This unique range required travelers to either tear open a rift like an emperor or traverse it on foot to access the Danling clan, which had prudently established its stronghold at a hidden location within the Forbidden Sky Mountain. Lin Chen possessed the map to this secret place, leaving him unconcerned. He hastened towards the Forbidden Sky Mountain, feeling little intrigue for the enigmatic expanse stretching thousands of miles. Yet, a lingering worry for Lu Qingyue's safety gnawed at him. If she were to encounter the cruel vampire Blood Ming, even the most beautiful of women could be reduced to mere bones. Lin Chen preferred the feisty Lu Qingyue, who relished wielding her blade. In the realm of the phantom spirit mirror, within the first heaven of the soldier origin heaven, Lin Chen beheld 5 pitch-black corpses suspended before him, exuding an aura of profound stillness, remnants of deceased great saints. His expression grew grave as he exhaled traces of Dao patterns. With a commanding shout, 5 celestial soldier Dao seeds, shimmering with mysterious military inscriptions, materialized before him. Originally 6 in number, only 5 could be utilized now. "Let us begin with the blood," the solemn voice instructed. Without hesitation, Lin Chen pointed his finger, drawing forth 5 drops of blood that fell upon the celestial soldier Dao seeds. In an instant, 5 enigmatic Dao seeds flickered with a crimson glow, vanishing as swiftly as they appeared. Lin Chen felt an unusual and profound connection, as though he were the master of these Dao seeds. These 5 Dao seeds, which the Blood Elder had hailed as miraculous, seemed to transform into his most loyal servants. With a mere thought, Lin Chen commanded the 5 Dao seeds to descend into the corpses of 5 great saints. The moment the Dao seeds entered their heads, a wave-like ripple emerged upon their craniums. The 5 lifeless bodies, once still, suddenly stood up with a jolt, their eyes opening to reveal pitch-black pupils. Lin Chen was momentarily startled by this spectacle, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could hardly fathom that these utterly lifeless figures would spring to life, glaring with intensity. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. It was as if a gust of vitality had swept into the 5 corpses, gradually reviving their essence. This was nothing short of a resurrection. Young man, in the future, as long as you nurture these 5 great saints with sufficient spiritual power, allowing the Dao seeds of the heavenly soldiers to flourish, you shall possess 5 eternally loyal servants. The Blood Elder chuckled, his laughter tinged with an oddity. Lin Chen felt a surge of elation, oblivious to the peculiarity of the Blood Elder's laughter. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "The Blood Clan. No matter what you pursue, in my eyes, you are simply a source of great nourishment." He licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint shining in his eyes, akin to a frenzied demon. Chapter 763. Dragon Veins. Upon arriving at the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, Lin Chen experienced a sense of disorientation, as the inability to fly felt profoundly unsettling. It was akin to a once affluent individual suddenly finding themselves in destitution. The stark contrast was momentarily overwhelming. Fortunately, his spiritual sense remained largely unimpeded. Under its vast reach, he could perceive the entirety of the several hundred miles surrounding him with clarity. Upon conducting his scan, Lin Chen could not help but feel a twinge of amazement, for within his range of perception existed numerous entities at the astral energy realm. And this was merely the periphery. The Forbidden Heaven Mountain was indeed formidable, being in proximity to the chaotic ancient domain. It seemed that delving deeper could very well lead to encounters with great saints. The techniques employed by that esteemed figure of the Danling clan were commendable, Lin Chen mused. Reflecting on the figure of Grandmaster Yuyin from the Danling clan, he was struck by an odd sensation. Why had that Grandmaster allowed him to leave? Despite the immense transgressions he had committed within their ranks, such leniency was perplexing. The Blood Elder, possessing some knowledge of the underlying truths, remained reticent, leaving Lin Chen with no choice but to embark on a gradual exploration. Deep down, Lin Chen reassured himself that the matters the Blood Elder was reluctant to share could not bode well. Much like the troubling issues surrounding the Dark Heaven Order and the Saintess, which weighed heavily on his mind. It is unclear what has provoked this young lady to venture into such a perilous location, amidst the endless mountain ranges. It seems that the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Chen has roused the myriad beasts, their roars resonating with one another as if conveying some form of communication. Naturally, Lin Chen preferred to remain inconspicuous. Without further ado, he summoned a rather unsavory character from the ancient steel. West, upon witnessing the light of day once more, was overcome with emotion, exclaiming while pointing towards the heavens, "I, Lord Shi, have finally emerged. All the beautiful maidens of this realm await my rescue." However, before he could finish his proclamation, a kick sent him flying, crashing into a nearby tree, leaving it in splinters. His handsome visage was marred by indignation. Yet upon seeing Lin Chen's dark expression, he wisely chose to remain silent. "Clear the way," Lin Chen commanded, his countenance as grim as coal. This rascal seemed to be growing more lecherous than the gluttonous air of the treasure-seeking emperor. One could only wonder how many female disciples of the Chen alliance had fallen victim to his mischief. Recognizing Lin Chen's fury, West dutifully scurried to clear the path, only to find the beasts ahead still roaring defiantly, as though challenging him. While they could not rival Lin Chen's authority, they seemed to taunt. "Just because Lord Shi is silent does not mean I am a feeble cat." With a thunderous roar, West threw his head back, his hair billowing wildly, an expression of unparalleled majesty gracing his handsome features. The sonic wave of his roar reverberated, silencing the surrounding beasts. Lin Chen's keen senses detected that within 100 miles, the creatures, upon hearing this bellow, fled in terror. One could only speculate if that young lady had heard it. Lin Chen mused aloud before delivering a kick to the ever-smiling West. Together, man and beast ventured deeper into the enigmatic Forbidden Heaven Mountain. Though the Forbidden Heaven Mountain was not widely known in the chaotic ancient domain, on this day, it bore witness to a new group of individuals. This cohort, all shimmering with a sanguine glow, brought with them an overwhelming stench of blood wherever they traversed. Behind them lay a multitude of beast carcasses, each exuding an aura of formidable strength, some even belonging to the terrifying Tao diagram realm. Notably, these beasts had met their demise in a peculiar manner, their blood drained and faces etched with terror. The arrival of this group seemed intent on staining the vast expanse of mountains that stretched for thousands of miles in crimson. Comprised of over 10 individuals, they were led by 2 elderly figures draped in crimson, beings of the great sage level. Following closely behind them was a young man with vertical hair and blood-red eyes, known as Blood Ming. In this moment, Blood Ming appeared much as he always had, his countenance filled with a thirst for blood that inspired both dread and apprehension. The youth accompanying him were equally fierce, displaying an unrestrained thirst for violence. All belonging to the Blood Clan's younger generation. Each of these young warriors possessed formidable prowess, most of them residing within the divine flow realm. This group of individuals, united in strength, has become a force to be reckoned with. Xuan Ming, according to my intuition, believes that a place of extraordinary treasures lies 1,000 miles ahead. An elder, cloaked in crimson, remarked that this must be where the dragon veins converge. The mere mention of dragon veins ignited a spark of excitement in Xuan Ming's eyes, as he mused that he had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable resource in the Forbidden Heavenly Mountain. However, now that we have stumbled upon it, we must seize it at all costs. At this moment, 2 elder beings of the saint level exuded a sinister crimson glow. The youthful members of the Blood Clan behind Xuan Ming also wore expressions of eager anticipation, as if the dragon vein were an invaluable treasure. This marked the 3rd day since Lin Chen had entered the Forbidden Heavenly Mountain. Although he could not fly, the explosive speed of a supreme imperial artifact was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the sacred beast CC clearing the path ahead, there was little to fear. 2 days prior, Lin Chen had trailed Xuan Ming and the others by utilizing the corpses of numerous demon beasts, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 miles. Employing the hidden immortal great killing technique to conceal himself, he felt confident that he would not be detected. As for CC's concealment abilities, Lin Chen was already well aware and felt no need for concern. What exactly is a dragon vein? Lin Chen couldn't help but ponder. He was constantly monitoring the activities of the Blood Clan, eager to uncover their motives for being in this location. However, to his disappointment, the Blood Clan had not uttered a single word about their intentions, consumed instead by a relentless spree of slaughter. Yet today, a fresh term, dragon vein, surfaced. Youngster, your knowledge is limited. A dragon vein is commonly referred to as a conduit formed by the gathering of magical energy from dragons. This conduit resembles a dragon, hence the name. In the mortal realm, dragon veins symbolize great fortune and auspiciousness. This particular dragon vein embodies pure magical energy, equivalent to 1 billion units of refined power. The elder stated nonchalantly. The forbidden heavenly mountain stretches for thousands of miles, hosting numerous beasts of the Tao diagram realm. It is no wonder a dragon vein exists here. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could it truly be comparable to a dragon vein worth 1 billion units of magical energy? This dragon vein had birthed a plethora of demon beasts. Typically, these beasts would not dare to challenge the dragon veins, as the very essence of a dragon's pressure emanates from them. Thus, only those unafraid of the aura of demon beasts can claim the dragon vein, the elder expounded, further broadening Lin Chen's perspective. According to the elder's explanation, this was precisely why the demon beasts had refrained from attacking a dragon vein that possessed an astounding 1 billion units of magical energy. Observing the momentum of Xuan Ming and his companions, Lin Chen understood that they were intent on seizing this dragon vein. 1 billion units of magical energy could awaken the Tao seeds of the heavenly soldiers within the bodies of 5 saint-level beings. Since I cannot reveal my true form at this moment, I shall assume the identity of the Dark Clan King and exact retribution for the humiliation I endured on that fateful day. Lin Chen's resolve solidified, his gaze coldly fixated on the back of Xuan Ming. As Lin Chen firmed his resolve, a thought flickered through his mind. The immense benefits of obtaining the blood essence from this multitude of Bloodkill clan members were beyond imagination. Chapter 764. The Great Sage Takes Action. Under the leadership of Xueming and 2 great sages, they continued their march towards the forbidden heavenly mountain. Lin Chen followed closely like a specter, remaining vigilant. With the distance to the dragon vein unknown and the presence of 2 great sages, he had to exercise utmost caution. Thus, he traversed the path with great care. However, the slaughter perpetrated by the Bloodkill clan did not cease along the way. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the corpses of the demon clan lay scattered, each death gruesome. The members of the Bloodkill clan wore expressions of satisfaction or pleasure, which made Lin Chen feel quite nauseated. Cici was incensed by this group of Bloodkill clan members. Though of noble lineage, it was inherently akin to a beast. Witnessing such wanton slaughter, how could it not be enraged? Had Lin Chen not repeatedly cautioned it against intervening, it would likely have erupted in fury long ago. As time passed slowly, a day had elapsed. With their rapid advance, the Bloodkill clan finally arrived at a peculiar location. This place was remarkable because it appeared to be enveloped by a colossal light barrier, casting a luminous dome over a vast expanse of forest. Within this barrier, potent magical energy coalesced into a mist resembling a dragon, swirling within. Moreover, in this area, the number of prowling beasts far exceeded that of other regions. At least, from Lin Chen's perception, there were no fewer than 10 existences at the Tao diagram realm. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he sensed a terrifyingly potent magical energy pulsating at the heart of this region, releasing tremendous magical power with each ebb and flow. Goodness! The power of the dragon vein truly should not be underestimated, Lin Chen mused. Such a magnificent magical energy was indeed as Blood Old had described. In contrast to Lin Chen's astonishment, Xueming and the members of the Bloodkill clan appeared remarkably composed, though their expressions bore a hint of excitement. After all, the conditions for the emergence of a dragon vein were exceedingly rare, especially in such a lowly world. Thus, encountering a dragon vein in this chaotic ancient domain was indeed a stroke of luck for them. All beasts, clear out. Otherwise, I shall drain every drop of your blood. A blood-red elder stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of holy might. In an instant, the area trembled, and the beasts scattered in fear. Even the Tao diagram realm beasts were no exception. Who would dare provoke a great sage? After all, this dragon vein held no significance for them, merely a bunch of trash. The blood-red elder licked his lips, his face contorted with disdain. This dragon vein possesses spirit. It shall wait for the two elders to assist in its subjugation, Xueming said, bowing respectfully to the two blood-red elders. They nodded with bloodthirsty expressions, leading the group swiftly into the depths of the area. Lin Chen, unfazed, followed closely behind. Before long, the surroundings opened up before them. Before them lay a vast expanse, reminiscent of a landscape ravaged by seismic upheaval, revealing a gaping abyss that exuded an aura of formidable arcane energy. From this dark chasm, a colossal dragon's head emerged, stretching over 100 meters in length, exhaling torrents of magical breath with an air of majestic authority. In an instant, the dragon's piercing gaze locked onto the approaching figures of the Blood Ming, unleashing an overwhelming presence that radiated a palpable aura of menace. The immense pressure surged forth, igniting the two venerable elders of the bloodthirsty clan with blinding divine light, their sacred might intertwining in the ether to form a grand net of sanctity aimed at ensnaring the dragon's head. Enraged, the dragon unleashed a ferocious breath, crashing against the divine web with explosive force. The dragon's power, seemingly inexhaustible, matched the two saints blow for blow, showcasing an astounding strength that surprised Lin Chen, who marveled at the dragon vein's remarkable prowess. Undoubtedly, the dragon vein was a creation of accumulated elemental forces of nature. However, this was merely the surface. Its strength could not truly rival that of the two saints for long. It was only a matter of time before the dragon vein would be overwhelmed. As noted by the languid expression of the elder, who recognized Lin Chen's readiness for action, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Lin Chen signaled to Cici with a gesture across his throat. The battle between the two saints and the dragon vein unleashed colossal energy fluctuations, a spectacle too grand for the likes of Blood Ming and his kin to partake in, leaving them to observe in fervent excitement. Suddenly, the expression of one saint shifted dramatically. He attempted to shout a warning, but it was too late. A group of young warriors from the bloodthirsty clan suddenly felt a sharp pain in their lower bodies, releasing heart-wrenching cries that sent chills down the spine. 10 warriors at the divine flow level were ambushed, their suffering so intense that even the fiercest among them contorted in agony. From the void, 10 terrifying rays of chilling light surged forth, imbued with formidable power, aimed directly at the 10 bloodthirsty warriors. Blood Ming reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to counter the deadly onslaught, but a colossal hand descended upon him with relentless force. The atmosphere erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds as the 10 divine flow warriors emitted anguished screams, perishing in an instant. Lin Chen swiftly gathered their life essence. While at that moment, Cici revealed her grand form, more majestic and mysterious than before, as she retaliated against Blood Ming with unyielding aggression. A sinister smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he emanated a terrifying aura of lethal intent, casting a shadow over Blood Ming. Xueming's body shuddered, a faint chill rising within him as he instantly recognized the formidable prowess of the young man before him, a presence both terrifying and formidable. He could scarcely fathom that someone possessed such audacity to launch a surprise assault on them, evading their detection. Might these individuals be of the Dark Clan? Just as Xueming's thoughts were consumed by confusion, Lin Chen's figure abruptly vanished, leaving no trace, eluding even the most acute senses. This caused Xueming's heart to plunge. However, as Lin Chen delved into the void, preparing to strike, a terrifying pressure locked onto him, a bloodthirsty voice resonating through his ears. How dare you? Prepare to meet your end. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his body tensing in response. In Chapter 765, The Ferocious Battle, Lin Chen was taken aback to discover that even within the void, he was still detected by these great saints. This underscored the exceptional strength of the two great saints before him, surpassing the ordinary. The great saint of the Bloodkill clan, witnessing the massacre of so many of his kin, was consumed by fury, akin to a raging inferno. He swiftly diverted a hand from dealing with the dragon veins, pointing into the void where Lin Chen had vanished. The blood finger of the void erupted with boundless sanctity, coalescing into a colossal blood-red finger, bearing immense pressure as it forcefully penetrated the void, aiming to obliterate Lin Chen's form. This blood finger contained the might of 10 strands of sanctity, embodying a terrifying force that stirred the very fabric of the void into chaos. The power within was relentless and formidable, as if it sought to transmute all existence into a sanguine deluge. Lin Chen's pupils narrowed. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming peril. He was no longer in the realm of the Danling clan, and even the quasi-Dao artifact in his possession could not unleash its power to counter this cataclysmic Bloodfinger. The threat was extraordinarily grave. A mere casual strike from a great saint had plunged Lin Chen into a life-and-death crisis. As the very essence of his blood began to surge, as if it might burst forth from his veins at any moment. The great saint of the Bloodkill clan could accelerate his blood flow with a mere gesture, an effect born from the innate gifts of his clan. In the domain of the celestial demons, rows upon rows of demons levitated within the void. Thousands upon thousands of these demons layered upon one another, forming a colossal demon shield. The 6 profound gates of life and death also ascended, amalgamating into a grand portal that established an absolute defense. The torrential Bloodfinger surged forth, crashing against the immense demon shield, producing a deafening explosion as it shattered into fragments. Yet, the power of the Bloodfinger did not diminish. Rather, it intensified, causing the void to tremble and suffusing the air with crimson. Lin Chen's body tensed in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his formidable techniques, the celestial demon domain and the 6 profound gates, would be utterly insufficient to withstand this Bloodfinger in the slightest. Lin Chen was engulfed by a profound sense of chaos, swiftly retreating into the void behind him, each step covering a distance of 10 miles. Yet, the power of the Bloodfinger surged forth, far outpacing Lin Chen's retreat. The 7-foot void sword and its ethereal radiance ascended, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. Its blade aimed directly at the Bloodfinger, exuding an intense aura of lethality. Amidst the infinite darkness of the void, a colossal Bagua emerged, sweeping through the stormy skies. Its rotation transforming into a formidable array that pressed down upon the advancing Bloodfinger. Explosions erupted in succession. Yet the Bloodfinger effortlessly obliterated the onslaught of the Grand Dao's myriad sentiments sword. Moreover, as it annihilated the sword, the Bloodfinger unleashed torrents of crimson light, resembling a monstrous hand descending upon Lin Chen with terrifying speed. The might of this great saint was not to be underestimated. The elder of the Blood clan bellowed, urging Lin Chen to resolve the threat swiftly. If he failed to act before the 2 great saints subdued the dragon vein, he would find himself without a grave. The fierce-eyed saint of the Blood clan periodically cast disdainful glances into the void, leaving no doubt of his contempt. In that moment, the dark-clad figure had no hope of survival. Lin Chen's body trembled as he beheld the impending crimson hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. In response, he decided to unleash the power of his demonic army, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. A dark world abruptly emerged behind him, swirling with overwhelming demonic energy. Pairs of blood-red eyes gleaming ominously within this realm of celestial demons. Thousands of cavalry surged forth like a colossal flood, led by 10 even more formidable and gigantic demon generals, charging towards the blood-red hand. Instantly, the void resonated with the sound of tremendous vibrations. The blood-red hand, propelled from the Bloodfinger, was trampled into oblivion by the countless cavalry. Waves of energy burst forth in the void. As the towering Bloodfinger pierced through the energy fluctuations, targeting Lin Chen at the center. This strike was clearly a premeditated maneuver by the great saint of the Blood clan, using the blood-red hand as a diversion, while the hovering Bloodfinger represented the true lethal blow. With this singular thrust, a decisive kill was imminent. Lin Chen's expression transformed into one of solemn authority, his wrath erupting forth, revealing the overwhelming power of the demon god. From the dark realm behind him, it appeared as if a floodgate had burst open, and the ranks of demon infantry surged forth like a swarm of locusts, frantically pouring out. Each demon soldier unleashed a torrent of divine abilities, merging into a horrific killing technique. It was indeed the combined might of 100,000 soldiers that had once overwhelmed the enemy with their lethal prowess. The united assault of these 100,000 soldiers roared forth like an unparalleled celestial dragon, charging at the Bloodfinger with ferocity. In an instant, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the void, as if even the barriers of that emptiness trembled slightly. Lin Chen swiftly retreated, aware that the energy pressure unleashed by these 2 formidable attacks could inflict significant harm upon him. However, his eyes blazed with dark flames, and he quickly discerned a flicker of blood light amidst the energy storm, hurtling towards him with lethal intent. This bloodlight had diminished considerably compared to before. its power reduced by at least 100-fold. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh as a magnificent figure, embodying the subjugation of the heavens, materialized above him, enveloping his entire being. He roared into the endless void, commanding the heavens to submit. Instantly, the traces of his Tao surged forth unreservedly. In a moment, the hand of the heavenly dominion was unleashed with a punch, accompanied by the shadow behind him delivering a simultaneous strike. The overwhelming pressure erupted, sweeping across the heavens and earth with unparalleled terror. Boom! At last, within this single strike, the blood-infused finger, which contained 10 strands of sacred might, was utterly obliterated by Lin Chen. Nevertheless, he too sustained considerable damage from the backlash. As the blood finger was annihilated, the expression of the Blood Clan Great Sage, engaged in battle with the dragon vein outside, shifted dramatically, disbelief surging within his crimson pupils. How could this be possible? A mere figure from the Dark Clan could actually thwart his deadly assault? Yet, at that moment, the Blood Clan Great Sage was suddenly alarmed, sensing that the dragon vein below was brewing an even more ferocious attack. He had no choice but to brace himself for the impending onslaught. The other Blood Clan Great Sage, witnessing his sudden distress, immediately grasped the situation, his face paling in response. With a fierce shout, "Shui Ming, be cautious of that Dark Clan individual." He focused intently on countering the enraged dragon vein. Unbeknownst to Shishi, Lin Chen was already facing immense peril in the void. He launched a surprise attack of his own, his massive claws traversing the short distance towards Shui Ming, tearing down with ferocity, glinting coldly, and exhibiting terrifying power. Shui Ming's complexion changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Blood Clan would fall victim to a dark ambush. Confronted with the incoming claw strike, he retaliated with a punch, unleashing a torrent of blood that rained down like a torrential downpour, each droplet imbued with tremendous force. Boom! The colossal claw was repelled, and Shishi howled in dismay. This wretch had struck with such force that even his claws were pained. "You dare to injure Lord Shi," he declared sternly to the Blood Clan individual. "This is no jest. My unique technique can ensure your utter annihilation." Shishi could not help but adopt a serious demeanor, recalling that even his superior, Lin Chen, had once been ambushed. The power was unparalleled, rivaling the highest Tao arts. However, at that very moment, a chilling sensation coursed through him, swiftly followed by an excruciating pain that enveloped his entire being. Lord Shi's visage contorted in agony as he could not suppress a thunderous wail of despair. The entity known as Blood Ming had, during this cacophony, already darted behind him. Wielding a superior imperial weapon, the blood spear, and exerting all his might, thrust it deep within. Chapter 766, Crisis Situation, Part 1. The shrieks of Lord Shi were particularly harrowing and resounded ominously, causing Lin Chen, who was stealthily navigating the void, to shudder involuntarily. He then beheld a blood spear embedded in the vast expanse of Lord Shi's rear. While she cried out in torment, Blood Ming bore a sinister grin upon his countenance. A mere thrust was far from sufficient. As he prepared to unleash a second wave of ferocity, a terrifying glimmer pierced through his back, an ominous presence, the mysterious assassin. Blood Ming's body was instantly enveloped in a chill, and he hastily withdrew the blood spear. Instantly, a torrent of crimson gushed forth from Shi's rear, accompanied by another anguished scream. With a clang, Lin Chen leaped forth from the void, retreating repeatedly. Blood Ming, too, was forced to withdraw under the immense pressure. "Assassin of the Dark Clan, what is your name? Why am I unfamiliar with your existence among the shadows?" Blood Ming's pupils contracted slightly as he addressed Lin Chen in a chilling tone. "I am Lu Lin." A mere name that certainly has not reached the ears of a distinguished prodigy of the Blood Clan, Lin Chen replied with a beaming smile. A sense of dread washed over Blood Ming as he scrutinized Lin Chen with a frigid gaze, slowly articulating, "It appears you are aware of my identity. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would possess such audacity to strike against me. Do the Dark Clan seek to hasten their demise?" Lin Chen erupted into laughter, effortlessly dismissing the gravity of the situation. "I care not for your status within the Blood Clan, nor do I concern myself with your intentions towards the Dark Clan. One thing is certain, you are destined to perish today." As Lin Chen's declaration echoed through the air, a surging mass of shadowy energy erupted around him, and in an instant, he vanished from Blood Ming's sight. Despite Blood Ming's invocation of secret arts, he could discern nothing. Such an exquisite art of concealment, Could that ethereal essence be the legendary shadow energy? A flicker of horror crossed Blood Ming's eyes. As a prodigy of the Blood Clan, he was acutely aware of what this shadow energy signified. If that were the case, could the terrifying divine ability have manifested? Not only was Blood Ming in shock, but the two great saints were equally filled with astonishment and fury. How could they have fathomed that Lin Chen would unleash the shadow energy? No wonder he was able to withstand the pressure of 10 strands of sacred might. In the Blood Heaven realm, Blood Ming's reputation as a prodigy was no mere illusion. With a mighty gesture, he summoned an overwhelming tide of crimson light that rapidly spread from beneath his feet, enveloping an area of 1 mile in an instant. Within this crimson shroud, every tree and blade of grass withered rapidly, transforming into a deluge of blood. Within the realm of Blood Heaven, everything remains inexorably bound by the control and scrutiny of Blood Ming. Even though Lin Chen possesses the ethereal energy, should he recklessly enter this domain, he would be met with a horrifying demise. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted above Blood Ming's head. Cece unfurled its wings, momentarily soaring above the enigmatic constraints of the Forbidden Mountain, gazing down with fiery eyes, exuding an aura of authority. The thought of the abominable deeds perpetrated by Blood Ming filled Cece with indignation, and in a surge of fury, it unleashed a torrent of inky beams from its mouth, striking forth with explosive force. Once more, a deafening explosion resonated, as Cece's fury manifested in a relentless barrage of light beams akin to a torrential downpour, incessantly bombarding the Blood Heaven realm. In mere moments, the entire expanse was utterly obliterated. Blood Ming, seething with rage, had not anticipated that this accursed beast would dare to provoke him, clearly indicating that his previous reprimand had been far too lenient. Yet, amidst his fury, an instinctual dread surged through him, raising the hairs on his body. The frigid voice of slaughtering the heavens echoed through the void. In an instant, an immense obsidian tome ascended, within which myriad cold lights swirled incessantly, completely sealing Blood Ming within. To his astonishment, Blood Ming realized that slaughtering the heavens was indeed a formidable force. He bellowed in disbelief, questioning whether Lin Chen was truly the heir of the first Slaughter Emperor, admonishing him to open his eyes and discern the truth. No longer wishing to engage in further discourse with Blood Ming, Lin Chen focused his mind, and the thousands of cold lights erupted forth from the tome, each beam moving with astonishing speed and carrying unparalleled power. Blood Heaven wings, Blood Ming roared, summoning a pair of colossal blood-red wings that exhaled waves of energy, manifesting as quasi-Dao artifacts that hovered behind him. The wings unleashed radiant light, and in an instant, Blood Ming vanished from his position, soaring through the heavens. The might of the quasi-Dao artifacts surged forth, momentarily shattering the peculiar restrictions of the Forbidden Mountain. At that moment, Blood Ming transformed into a streak of crimson light against the celestial backdrop. With the Blood Heaven wings, he locked onto Lin Chen's presence, evading all murderous intent without a trace of contamination. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, feeling no hint of despondency. Instead, he consolidated the myriad cold lights, coalescing them into 2 frigid beams aimed directly at the mighty saint. This maneuver was audacious, as Lin Chen boldly initiated an attack against the saint. Even Blood Ming was taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity. The dragon vein surged with fervor, its boundless power unleashing torrents of dragon breath as it clashed with the 2 saints. The 2 great sages were utterly taken aback by Lin Chen's audacity, as he brazenly initiated an attack against them during their dire straits. In the midst of their turmoil, they were suddenly assailed by Lin Chen's onslaught, causing them to recoil in shock. "Damn it, retreat!" they exclaimed in unison, their hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of divine power that thundered against the chilling currents, creating a resounding roar. However, at that moment, Lin Chen wore a faint smile upon his face. As the 2 great sages momentarily divided their focus to confront him, the dragon vein, endowed with sentience, seized the opportunity and unleashed a fierce roar. Countless flying dragons surged forth, carrying immense power, striking down with unparalleled force. Trouble. The expressions of the 2 great sages shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated falling victim to Lin Chen's scheme. With the dragon vein now in a frenzy, and having just diverted their concentration, they were bound to face a formidable counterattack. As the dragon vein unleashed its might, capitalizing on the sage's moment of vulnerability, it expelled an overwhelming surge of energy, transforming into a magnificent dragon that charged toward the two great sages. Though this strike was merely a manifestation of magical energy, its sheer magnitude was terrifying. Maximizing the potency of this divine technique, the sages, caught between astonishment and fury, were left with no choice but to summon their treasured artifacts, channeling their divine might to release a blinding holy light, amplifying their power to counter the dragon vein's assault. Each sage resorted to their most formidable skills. In the realm of such powerful combatants, even a fleeting moment of hesitation could lead to annihilation. The combined force of their overwhelming divine power bore down upon the hundreds of approaching flying dragons, ruthlessly suppressing them. The resulting cataclysmic explosions echoed throughout. As the colossal energy rampaged like a tsunami, Blood Ming was rendered speechless by Lin Chen's cunning, unable to fathom that even the great sages had fallen victim to his machinations. Witnessing the tsunami-like force erupting, he hastily activated his profound pathways, channeling the blood sky wings to make a swift escape. Fortunately, CC possessed foresight and, upon observing Blood Ming fleeing from the explosive aftermath, cackled gleefully, charging toward him with the intention of delivering a few blows, seizing the moment to exploit his vulnerability. In contrast to Lord CC's shameless pursuit, Blood Ming could only offer a wry smile, realizing that even his attempts to confront this terrifying heir of the first killing emperor were now nearly impossible. Amidst the relentless explosions, the forms of the two great sages were hurled through the air, trembling violently as blood gushed from their mouths. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had long since activated the hidden immortal ancient killing technique, concealing himself within the void to evade the explosive backlash. Lin Chen swiftly vanished into the shadows, his form akin to a flash of lightning, hurtling towards the dragon vein after the explosion. The dragon vein, having expended a tremendous amount of energy, now appeared exceedingly weak. Upon glimpsing Lin Chen suddenly emerge from the void, the dragon's eye erupted with a torrent of wrath, clearly aware of its manipulation. With a fearsome roar, the dragon unleashed a colossal breath of fire, imbued with immense power, aimed directly at Lin Chen. Yet, unbeknownst to the dragon, Lin Chen had long been prepared. Thousands of phantoms from the demon goddess suppression pool surged forth to suppress the massive dragon head, annihilating the dragon's breath in the process. The two great saints were violently cast aside, witnessing the heir of the first Slaughter Emperor seizing the opportunity to subdue the dragon vein. Their fury was palpable. As dignified great saints, they found it utterly infuriating to be outmaneuvered even in the presence of the first great saint. In their indignation, the two saints erupted with radiant holy light, their divine might brewing in their hands, resulting in a torrent of blood-red energy erupting from their backs, cloaking the heavens in a shroud of murderous intent. Lin Chen's hair stood on end as he realized that the two great saints were preparing to unleash their formidable powers against him. He was not foolish enough to confront their wrath directly. Instead, he turned his attention to the subdued and furious dragon vein below, letting out a sinister laugh as he raised his hand to unleash 5 streaks of dark light. In that instant, the corpses of the 5 Dark Clan great saints were cast into the dragon vein's body. The roar of the massive dragon head grew increasingly intense, its struggles becoming ever more terrifying. The phantoms from the demon goddess suppression pool were being shattered at a horrifying pace. Within mere breaths, the dragon head would regain its freedom. Lin Chen's heart raced, and with a thunderous shout, he commanded the 5 Dark Clan great saints' corpses within the dragon vein to awaken. Immediately, devouring runes emerged from their corpses, and a tremendous sucking force erupted, wrapping around the boundless body of the dragon vein. Having completed his task, Lin Chen turned to flee. Just as he leapt into the void, a thunderous roar echoed, and torrents of dragon breath surged towards him. The two great saints, taken aback, could hardly believe that this dark-clad individual was attempting to escape once more. Even as great saints, they were baffled by his actions. The earth trembled violently, the tremors extending for dozens of miles. The massive dragon head, furious within the abyssal entrance, spewed forth flames and roars, a terrifying might rising from it, locking onto the two great saints. The two, already brewing their own power, felt tremendous frustration as the dragon vein's fury was misdirected towards them, as if it held them accountable for Lin Chen's disappearance. In an instant, another catastrophic explosion reverberated, unleashing an endless cascade of energy. Under this strike, the aura of the dragon had finally diminished at this moment, becoming utterly listless. The magical energy it could summon had been entirely depleted, and within its body, a terrifying suction force incessantly drained its power. The two great sages, upon sensing this, immediately discerned the disruption caused by that dark clan imp. One of the blood-slaying clan sages coldly remarked, "I had not anticipated that the heir of the first Slaughter Emperor would be so unaware of the dark clan's presence. Otherwise, how could they allow him to undertake such a perilous task alone?" The other sage, with a bloodthirsty grimace, declared, "Regardless, this fellow must be exterminated. Even if he is the heir of the first Slaughter Emperor, he is merely a trifling existence at the Tao diagram realm. However, if we seize this dragon vein now, that individual will be left with no choice but to focus on it." Today, the two great sages felt an unprecedented sense of indignation. They had not anticipated being so thoroughly outmatched by a mere Tao diagram realm youth, causing them immense exhaustion. How could they not be enraged? Just as the two sages prepared to act on the dragon vein, their expressions abruptly changed. In the distance, beside the fleeing Cece, a young man suddenly appeared, Lin Chen. Lin Chen understood that the two sages would undoubtedly claim the dragon vein, and should they act, his plans would be entirely thwarted. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly redirected his focus, now channeling the power of 20 strands of Tao patterns into his ultimate technique, slaughtering the heavens, gathering all the frigid light to strike down upon Blood Ming. Though Blood Ming possessed the blood sky wings and was extraordinarily swift, Cece's wings were no trifling matter. Furthermore, Cece, having been provoked, was in a state of rage. The grievance of being stabbed must be avenged, lest it tarnish his dignity. In this moment, Blood Ming found himself firmly suppressed by Cece, fully aware of Lin Chen's approach, yet helplessly brewing his killing move, sinking deeper into despair. Slaughtering the heavens, Lin Chen suddenly concentrated the overwhelming power of myriad frigid lights, amalgamating them to strike down upon Blood Ming. Blood Ming's pupils dilated in shock. At this moment, strands of sacred might continuously descended, crashing upon slaughtering the heavens, producing a resounding and explosive cacophony. The two great sages, their eyes ablaze with fury, descended in unison, glaring at Lin Chen. As the crisis abated, Blood Ming's confidence surged, and he bellowed, "Elders, unite to eliminate this child. He cannot be spared." The two elders nodded immediately, their eyes emanating lethal intent, as a torrent of sacred might surged forth. Without a word, Lin Chen unceremoniously abandoned Lord Cece, turning to flee, pushing his speed to the utmost. It was folly to confront the two great sages. Facing them would be tantamount to courting death. Behind him, a wave of bloodlight surged forth, engulfing Lin Chen's figure. The two great sages launched their assault, and the situation turned dire. Chapter 768. Revealing the true form. The power of Lin Chen's unparalleled imperial artifact erupted without reservation, as he swiftly fled forward. It is no jest. The pursuit of two great saints is indeed terrifying beyond measure. Merely 10 strands of their sacred might are overwhelming enough. How could this individual's physique be so formidable, rivaling that of supreme imperial artifacts? The two saints were taken aback by Lin Chen's astonishing speed. Is it not customary for the Dark Clan to embody frailty? How is it that this heir to the first killing emperor stands so uniquely apart? In pursuit, the two great saints unfurled colossal blood wings behind them, radiating with sacred light, their speed rivaling that of the quasi-Tao artifacts wielded by Xuan Ming. The blood heaven great cutting technique was unleashed as they relentlessly chased Lin Chen, a torrent of bloodlight swirling ominously behind them. One of the saints pointed a finger, and in an instant, countless bloodlight blades, sharp as razors, surged forth towards Lin Chen, intent on cleaving him asunder. The cacophony of buzzing resonated through the air, shaking the very core, as if the void itself were to be severed. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Lin Chen erupted with an abundance of illusory energy, which cascaded down from the void, coalescing into blades that surged towards the countless bloodlight slashes pursuing him. A series of explosions ensued. Lin Chen was enveloped in shimmering silver light. Feeling the bloodlight slicing through the myriad of illusory energies behind him, he pivoted and unleashed a punch imbued with immense power, shattering the onslaught into fragments. However, Lin Chen too suffered a significant blow, his bloodline roiling violently, forcing him to retreat. The other great saint, witnessing Lin Chen's momentary halt, pointed his finger, and a blood point materialized above Lin Chen's head. From this point erupted a torrent of thousands of bloodlights, forming a cage that ensnared Lin Chen's form. This sanguine prison pulsed with sacred light, its potency fortified, making escape a daunting challenge. At this moment, Lin Chen had no choice but to remain suspended, his gaze coldly fixed upon the two saintly figures, devoid of any semblance of fear. The two great saints, observing Lin Chen's calm demeanor despite his confinement, exchanged sinister smiles, never anticipating that the heir of the first killing emperor would resurface. Yet, how audacious of you to dare strike against the Blood Clan. No matter who arrives today, none shall save you. Lin Chen scoffed, taking a resolute step forward, a surge of unparalleled killing intent erupting forth. I am the heir of the first killing emperor, destined to command the entirety of the Dark Clan. Should you provoke me, I shall unleash the full force of the Dark Clan's assassination prowess upon you, plunging you into an endless abyss of demise. At this moment, a trace of the overwhelming aura once wielded by the first killing emperor enveloped Lin Chen. Though but a fragment, it was immensely potent. Even the two great saints found themselves momentarily hesitant in the face of Lin Chen's intimidating presence. The Dark Clan's assassination capabilities are not something they, at their level, could withstand. Nonetheless, the great saint of the Blood Clan was no fool. The murderous energy surged within him once more, unyielding and fierce, as he declared, I care not whether you are the future heir of the Dark Clan. Today, I will take your life here, unnoticed and unperceived. Now, let me drain every drop of blood from your veins. The blood of a prodigy who has inherited the legacy of the first killing emperor. The countenance of the blood-killing clan's great saint twisted into a grotesque, bloodthirsty visage. In an instant, the gazes of the two great saints intertwined, and suddenly, a vast expanse of blood clouds erupted from behind them, surging towards the heavens. In mere moments, a colossal blood cloud, spanning 5 to 6 miles, gathered above the blood-colored prison, swirling with the essence of lifeblood. The innate ability, bloodthirst. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that these two great saints of the blood-killing clan would resort to such a technique. Bloodthirst was indeed the very ability he had encountered when facing a member of the blood-killing clan in the Valley of Ghosts and Gods. It could siphon the blood from a human body, along with its spiritual essence and cultivation. This manifestation of bloodthirst was no longer the mere technique of a mere profound realm practitioner. It was now infused with sacred power and runes flowing with might. A terrifying, nameless force of attraction suddenly engulfed Lin Chen. His blood began to roar violently within him, his veins bulging grotesquely, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an aura of impending rupture. This is dire. Lin Chen's heart sank as he realized the horror of the gravitational pull. In just a few breaths, it could drain all of his blood and magical power, leaving him nothing more than a lifeless husk. At this moment, the divine seed of the celestial army remained unresponsive, and the time he had to stall was woefully insufficient. He had gambled everything, placing himself on the precipice of death. Damn it! These two wretched old dogs of the blood-killing clan are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Thankfully, Cece is there to hold back Blood Ming, yet judging by Cece's appearance, she would certainly endure a severe beating in the end. There is no turning back now. He must reveal his identity to buy himself some time. Lin Chen thought with a fierce resolve. This bloodthirst technique was far beyond what his Dark Clan identity could withstand. The only option was to expose himself. Ha, perish. One of the blood-killing clan's great saints laughed maniacally, licking his lips. Your blood must taste exquisite. What a joke. The so-called heir of the first killing emperor is nothing but a meal for me. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's predicament, both great saints could not contain their raucous laughter. But in the next moment, their mirth was abruptly silenced. Boom. A terrifying edge of power enveloped Lin Chen, a length of 7 feet, capable of severing worlds. His gaze sharpened like a tiger as he slowly drew forth a massive sword from his left hand, its resonance echoing as if eager for bloodshed. Begone. Lin Chen's figure surged forward, unleashing a cataclysmic phenomenon as myriad black lights erupted from his being, striking towards the sky of blood. Two opposing forces of attraction clashed in a moment of terrifying confrontation. Lin Chen, wielding the 7-foot void sky sword, swung it with fierce intent, channeling the pathways of fate, and in an instant, shattered the blood-colored prison with a single stroke. His form did not falter. Instead, his gaze intensified upon the expanse of blood-red clouds above. A towering, obsidian silhouette surged behind him, enveloping his entire being, transforming Lin Chen into a celestial deity shrouded in darkness, capable of devouring all. Chaotic heaven-shattering slash. All illusions shall be shattered. Lin Chen's voice resonated with an icy chill as he unleashed a strike, merging the supreme essence of chaos with the intent to consume. It materialized as a dark, radiant slash, erupting from the boundless void of chaos, cleaving through the blood-red clouds. A thunderous explosion echoed as Lin Chen wielded the pinnacle-grade weapon, the 7-foot void sky sword, amplifying the power of his unparalleled technique exponentially, augmented by the formidable will to devour, specifically targeting this bloodthirsty talent. In an instant, his strike tore open a vast chasm amidst the crimson clouds. At that moment, all peculiarities surrounding Lin Chen vanished. Is this the power of the devouring 7-foot void sky sword? Could it be that you are Lin Chen, the bane of the Bloodslaughter clan? One of the bloodshed saints exclaimed, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves. How could he fathom that the man before him was the very embodiment of chaos that once stirred the mixed heaven sect? Moreover, Lin Chen was the heir of that terrifying figure. Upon realizing this, the expressions of the two bloodshed saints could no longer maintain their composure. As fear flickered in their eyes, fear of death. Do not be astonished. In this world, anything is possible. Lin Chen grinned at the two saints, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pointed his sword at them, coldly declaring, "Today, I, Lin Chen, shall claim your flesh and essence." Chapter 769, A Sinister Killing Intent. Having ascended as the king of the Dark Clan, the higher echelons had naturally kept the departure of the ancient existences, foresees Taoist and Madman Meng, under wraps. Thus, in the short term, no one dared to provoke Lin Chen, nor did they dare to lay a hand upon him. Even the formidable factions trembled in fear of Lin Chen, apprehensive that he might target them. The heir of the first killing emperor, should he appear in the human realm, would undoubtedly incite massive upheaval. Yet, it was Lin Chen who had inherited the legacy of that terrifying man. Just how formidable could he be? The surging dread within the two saints made it abundantly clear that Lin Chen was a being far beyond the reach of those so-called prodigies on the continent. Taking the initiative, Lin Chen brandished the 7-foot void sky sword, unleashing its brilliance. The Tao patterns within him surged wildly, exerting all his might, while his colorful robes billowed dramatically as he swiftly advanced with a lethal strike towards the two bloodshed saints. This oppressive aura of death immediately jolted the two saints into awareness. Despite their profound fear of the terrifying existence behind Lin Chen, when faced with the brink of death, one instinctively fights back with fervor. The identities of the two bloodshed saints compelled them to become frenzied in their response. Great devouring blood technique. The two bloodshed saints bellowed in unison, channeling at least half of their 40 strands of sacred might. Their bodies seemed to transform into an infinite ocean of blood, from which surged countless streams of crimson liquid, coalescing into two massive, gaping maws, each spanning several dozen meters, poised to engulf Lin Chen. These colossal blood-filled jaws writhed with the overwhelming force of sacred symbols, imbued with an innate thirst for blood, seeking to extract every drop of Lin Chen's essence, while simultaneously submerging him within their depths. Lin Chen's retaliatory strike, a swift sword slash, met the monstrous jaws with a cataclysmic force. Instantly, a terrifying power erupted, striking Lin Chen as if he had been hit by a heavy blow to the chest, causing his blood to churn violently, and he found himself spitting blood, all of which was drawn into the ravenous maw. Although Lin Chen's formidable strike dealt a significant blow to the blood maw, it did not sustain any considerable damage. It remained fiercely imposing, ultimately swallowing him whole. The two great saints, witnessing Lin Chen's disappearance, felt a slight easing of their previously tense hearts. Though a flicker of doubt crossed their eyes, where were those two super lunatics? However, at the very moment Lin Chen was engulfed by the blood maw, a colossal diagram of the Tao materialized, and towering wills arose, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The fearsome Tao diagram surged directly toward the massive blood maw with tremendous force. In an explosive cacophony, the countenance of the two great saints shifted dramatically as a figure ascended skyward amidst the chaos. This figure, drenched in blood and gasping for breath, clutched the 7-foot void sky sword with a sense of waning strength. Lin Chen's body bore the marks of grievous wounds, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Yet his gaze remained icy and resolute. Observing this scenario, the two great saints felt a flicker of joy, seeing Lin Chen in such a state. They wondered why the two lunatics had yet to appear. A daring hypothesis began to form in their minds. If Lin Chen was in such dire straits, the time had come to eliminate this sinful being. One of the saints, a ruthless killer of the blood clan, unleashed a strand of sacred might, transforming it into a crimson blade that sliced through the air with a resonant hum, aimed directly at Lin Chen's head. At that moment, Lin Chen revealed a visage brimming with murderous intent and bloodlust. In the realm of the heavenly demons, a pitch-black world rose behind Lin Chen, thick with demonic energy. Thousands of demonic eyes burst forth, radiating a blood-red glow that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. In an instant, the void began to tremble, as legions of demonic cavalry surged forth, bearing an overwhelming aura of might. The crimson blade was swiftly trampled to dust beneath the hooves of countless demonic steeds. Streams of divine light flickered and interwove, coalescing into a formidable assault that surged toward the two great saints. How could there be so many demon gods in the heavenly demon realm? The two saints were taken aback, fully aware of the fearsome reputation of this realm, their hearts roiling with turmoil. However, the two great sages, confronted by the overwhelming might of tens of thousands of cavalry charging forth, felt little fear. Instead, they unleashed their supreme divine abilities instantaneously, summoning a deluge of blood and an aura of death, as celestial phenomena flickered around them, directed towards the throngs of cavalry. In the face of the fierce counterattack from the two great sages, even these myriad cavalrymen were thrown into disarray, utterly outmatched. Humph! The Blood Clan's great sage sneered. Lin Chen, do you truly believe that these mere tens of thousands of demon gods at the divine flow level can contend with us? You are exceedingly naive. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Lin Chen managed to reveal a terrifying smile. The expressions of the two great sages shifted, for they beheld, within that pitch-black microcosm, a staggering 100,000 blood-red eyes emerging, each demon god exuding formidable prowess. Should they all unleash their power, it would yield an unfathomable force. Previously, Lin Chen had been gravely wounded under the assault of these 100,000 warriors, far more severely than he was now. Die! Lin Chen roared, immediately directing the hundreds of thousands of demon infantry to prepare for an explosive attack against the two great sages. Yet, in that moment, a chill gripped Lin Chen's heart. The two great sages, after an initial shock, revealed cruel smiles as a massive blood spear materialized before them, pulsating with ominous energy. Its tip, shaped like serrated shark teeth, exuded an aura of coldness, as if it might rend flesh at any moment. This was a quasi-Dao artifact, the bloodthirsty shark spirit spear. In unison, the two great sages bellowed, channeling all 40 strands of their sacred might into the bloodthirsty shark spirit spear. Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted from the spear, overwhelming in its intensity. The combined assault of the two Blood Clan great sages had reached its zenith with the power of this quasi-Dao artifact. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled Dao might erupted from the spear, altering the very atmosphere, transforming it into the visage of an immense blood shark. Its fearsome jaws agape as it traversed the void, swiftly penetrating Lin Chen's celestial demon realm. At that moment, Lin Chen's countenance drastically changed. He was utterly unprepared to react. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated within the celestial demon realm as the surrounding earth was systematically obliterated by the overwhelming pressure unleashed. Lin Chen was struck as if by a lightning bolt, a gaping wound torn open in his chest, blood gushing forth. The celestial demon realm teetered on the brink of collapse from this supreme Dao might. Had it not been for the selfless sacrifice of the 100,000 infantry, it would have been utterly annihilated. Lin Chen himself was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. At this juncture, his consciousness was nearly muddied, leaving Lin Chen in a state akin to that of a cripple. A mere stroke of a blade across his neck could spell his end. He possessed no strength left to wield artifacts or summon divine abilities. With the celestial demon realm severely wounded, his true self would inevitably suffer the same fate. The two great saints were overwhelmed with joy upon witnessing this scene. Indeed, as they had anticipated, Lin Chen was incapable of summoning a formidable being as he had done previously. The two great saints were now in a state of exhilarating excitement. Should they succeed in killing Lin Chen and bringing him back, it would be an unparalleled achievement. Fortunately, during this mission, they had managed to procure this quasi-divine artifact from the blood-killing clan. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to this young man's treachery today. The other great saint from the blood-killing clan cackled with unrestrained glee. Lin Chen, with feeble eyes, watched as the two great saints approached him step by step, gradually closing his eyes, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from within. Even your eyes are closed. It seems you, too, fear death. I will first take your life, and then consume your blood to present to the clan elders. In doing so, we shall be immortalized, and all the major sects will owe us their gratitude. The great saint from the blood-killing clan laughed maniacally as a blood-red dagger materialized in his hand, swiftly slashing towards Lin Chen's neck. The thought of Lin Chen's demise filled them with uncontainable excitement. This would put an end to the nightmares of all the major factions and send shockwaves across the continent. In that case, they would not only be heroes, but legendary heroes. Just as the atmosphere thickened with the scent of death, Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, radiating an unfathomable chill. At that moment, the surrounding world seemed to plunge into an endless expanse of ice, an extraordinary cold enveloping everything. The air was thick with murderous intent. In that instant, the ground within a 10-mile radius, including trees and shattered craters, was cloaked with a delicate layer of ice crystals. Though thin, the chill was piercing, akin to needles. The blood dagger aimed at Lin Chen's neck transformed into an ice blade and shattered into fragments in the next moment. The two great saints were seized by an overwhelming shock. As great saints, they sensed an invisible force of equal, if not greater, strength at play. One of the blood-killing clan's great saints reacted with astonishing speed, unleashing a torrent of crimson light from his hand, striking towards Lin Chen's head. He understood that the priority was to eliminate Lin Chen first. However, at that moment, a glimmer of cold light erupted from his arm, followed by a piercing shriek as one of his arms was severed, blood gushing forth. The expressions of both great saints shifted dramatically. The newcomer was no ordinary individual. Their cultivation was not inferior to their own, perhaps even more terrifying. Lin Chen observed this scene with a cold gaze, while his exterior remained unchanged. He felt an immense relief within. That was perilously close. Had there been a moment's delay, it would not have been the blood-killing clan's arms severed, but rather his own head. Who could this person be, daring to strike against the blood-killing clan? The great saints of the blood-killing clan roared, their hearts trembling with an ineffable sense of dread and the weight of impending doom. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the relentless chill that raged on. It seemed as though a colossal, invisible harbinger of death loomed over this land. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he uttered a single word: kill. In that instant, a tempest of snow raged across the terrain, and streaks of cold light flickered amidst the swirling snowflakes. The 5 dark clan great saints appeared like phantoms, exhibiting their terrifying cultivation, conjuring a vast shadow that surged toward the 2 great saints of the Bloodslaughter clan. At that moment, the 2 Bloodslaughter great saints felt a chill run down their spines. They had previously been preoccupied with dealing with the dragon vein and managing the troublesome Lin Chen, their internal power insufficient to unleash much of their sacred might. Confronted with such a formidable foe, the consequences were dire. The bloodthirsty shark's spirit fork appeared as the 2 Bloodslaughter great saints, witnessing the dire situation, could only roar in desperation, channeling all their power into this quasi-Dao artifact, aiming it at the heart of the snowstorm, unleashing a sudden explosion. A wave of unparalleled Dao might surged forth, yet it lacked the terror of the earlier assault on Lin Chen's 100,000 demonic soldiers. Nevertheless, its power remained immensely formidable, instantly dispersing the swirling white snow and annihilating the vast shadow in an explosive moment. However, the faces of the 2 great saints bore no trace of triumph. One of them, reacting with remarkable speed, transformed his fist into a claw and seized Lin Chen by the neck, bellowing into the surrounding void, demanding to know who dared to intervene. He warned that anyone attempting to rescue Lin Chen should withdraw immediately, lest he crush the young man's life. The snowfall ceased, yet the land was already blanketed in a thick layer of snow. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The 2 Bloodslaughter great saints appeared frenzied, clearly driven mad by the ghostly sense of impending doom. They could certainly sense that their opponent was a great saint, but the unseen nature of the threat was most unnerving. However, With Lin Chen in their grasp, their hearts steadied. One of the bloodslaughter great saints boldly stepped forward and called out to the unseen figures surrounding them, inquiring what reward Lin Chen had promised them. He declared that the bloodslaughter clan was willing to offer tenfold compensation, as long as they refrained from interference, vowing as an elder to uphold his word. His voice reverberated. Yet the surroundings remained ominously silent. Soon, the pervasive bloodlust inexplicably vanished without a trace. The great saint gripping Lin Chen's neck felt elated, his gaze turning sinister as he looked at Lin Chen's face. Today, neither heaven nor earth can save you, he declared, but before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared, 2, then 5, all vanishing in an instant, accompanied by a whirlwind that shattered much of the earth beneath. The two bloodslaughter great saints, initially astonished, found their excitement quickly overshadowed by an all-consuming fear. In an instant, their heads fell, lifeless. Two pulsating cores of flesh and energy dropped to the ground, and the remnants of the two great saints' wills materialized as a blurred visage that continued to roar and rage at Lin Chen. At this very moment, all traces of hostility had vanished. 5 figures clad in black robes materialized before Lin Chen, advancing towards him step by step. These 5 individuals shared a common trait. Their pupils were an inky black, with a flicker of flame dancing within. This flame was reminiscent of the remnants of the Killing Blood clan's will. The 2 remaining members of the clan, witnessing these 5 black-robed figures, roared with renewed ferocity, clearly filled with hatred towards them. Just before their complete dissolution, the 2 great saints of the Killing Blood clan beheld an astonishing sight. The 5 imposing black-robed figures knelt before Lin Chen, demonstrating profound reverence as they proclaimed, "We greet our master." These 5 great saints were indeed Lin Chen's servants. Lin Chen offered them a toothy grin as they faced their impending demise. Gazing at the 12 blood essence orbs suspended above him, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Among these orbs, 10 belonged to beings of the divine flow realm, while the remaining 2 were from the great saints. The lingering will within them had long been eradicated by Lin Chen's 5 subordinates. "Let me see what heights I can achieve with these 2 great saints' essences," Lin Chen murmured, as an endless shroud of black light enveloped the blood essence orbs. Among the 5 dark clan great saints, only 2 remained to guard Lin Chen, while the other 3 surged forward to aid Shishi in her battle against Blood Ming. At this moment, the battle atop the Forbidden Heaven Mountain finally reached its conclusion. The previously clear skies inexplicably darkened, casting an oppressive gloom as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Within this non-flying domain of the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, a figure floated, ethereal and graceful, undoubtedly a manifestation. This figure possessed enchanting eyes, often referred to as peach blossom eyes, shrouded in mist, exuding an allure that captivated the soul. Reflected within those beautiful orbs was the scene of a youth absorbing blood essence. How fortuitous, a melodious and soothing voice resonated, seemingly from nowhere. Chapter 771. Peering into sacred might 1,000 miles away from Lin Chen, a woman clad in white, her features obscured, gazed with emotionless silver eyes. This was none other than the renowned Heartless Fairy. Despite the dire circumstances that had forced Lin Chen into a corner, she remained inactive. As an emperor, surely she could discern the celestial beings, recognizing that the 5 dark clan great saints had indeed awakened. The thoughts of an emperor are elusive and difficult to grasp. At that moment, the Heartless Fairy lifted her gaze, a glimmer flashing in her silver eyes. She moved slightly, ascending to hover 1,000 miles above the Forbidden Heaven Mountain, her garments billowing beneath the tumultuous black clouds, resembling a celestial being descending from above. The Heartless Fairy's gaze locked onto the enchanting woman, her voice icy as she inquired, "Who are you?" The alluring figure, poised to depart, was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the Heartless Fairy. Casting a fleeting glance at her, she replied, "What does it matter to you who I am?" The merciless fairy lowered her head slightly, and upon glancing down, she was taken aback to witness Lin Chen absorbing the essence of flesh and blood beneath her. Her beautiful eyes betrayed no emotion, merely curling into a cold smile as she remarked that many seemed intent on targeting this individual. "You are not from the Sacred Spirit Continent, are you? What concern is it of yours?" The enchanting woman chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing clear. "Little sister, do not be so inquisitive. It is best for a woman to harbor less curiosity." "Little sister?" She jested, incredulous that this woman had the audacity to refer to her in such a manner. Begone. The merciless fairy's expression remained impassive. The mysterious woman let out a tinkling laugh, her voice suddenly turning icy and piercing. I advise you to speak less, otherwise. Beware of the inexplicable downfall of your mixed heaven sect. The ethereal avatar of this enigmatic woman began to issue threats towards the merciless fairy. It was a jest. Although the merciless fairy benefited immensely from being near Lin Chen, she was still tethered to the mixed heaven sect. With a formidable emperor by her side, the secrets within Lin Chen would gradually be unearthed. Yet, if not for the pressures of the situation, Lin Chen would not resort to such desperate measures. The mysterious woman was evidently aware that, despite the merciless fairy's proximity to Lin Chen, she remained an integral figure of the mixed heaven sect. Should significant secrets arise, the merciless fairy would not stand idly by. A terrifying aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted from the merciless fairy, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. The mysterious woman, with a bewitching laugh, began to retreat slowly, her form gradually becoming translucent until she vanished completely. The overwhelming aura of death dissipated in an instant. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suspended in midair, the merciless fairy gazed at the spot where the mysterious woman had disappeared. A profound gravity reflected in her silver eyes. As for Lin Chen, he possessed the essence of 10 blood and flesh entities from the blood-killing clan. Without any hindrance, he absorbed the essence of flesh and blood from the God Flow realm, and under the devouring magic light, all 10 entities transformed into a torrent of energy, surging into Lin Chen's body. Within this vast energy, there also resided a profoundly mysterious will, the very essence that allowed the blood-killing clan to revive through their flesh and blood essence. This enigmatic force, which had perplexed the strongest beings across realms, was rendered void beneath the devouring magic. The immense energy cascaded through Lin Chen's entire being. In the fierce clash between two great saints, Lin Chen had sustained considerable injuries. His unparalleled imperial body, internal organs, and source of magical power were all gravely harmed. He promptly channeled this vast energy, gradually mending the wounds afflicting him. Although the energy from the 10 entities of the blood-killing clan was not overwhelmingly powerful, its cumulative effect was formidable. Thus, Lin Chen devoted 2 full days to healing, and at last, he had recovered significantly. Only his skeletal structure remained somewhat problematic. This substantial recovery was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The merciless celestial being is undeniably astute, fully aware that my Tao soldier has awakened, yet she refrains from intervening, preferring to watch me suffer in such a manner. Had I known, I would have enacted a formidable curse where her injury would mirror my own. Lin Chen felt an immense dissatisfaction within, realizing that she was privy to his secret, yet chose not to act. Truly, what a despicable act. After indulging in his grievances, Lin Chen regained his composure. His gaze fixated upon the 2 fleshly essence cores brimming with terrifying energy. With the great sage's will affixed upon them eradicated by several dark clan great sages, Lin Chen found the absorption of these 2 fleshly essence cores considerably more manageable. As he devoured the anomalies that emerged, the supreme will surged forth, activating the devouring magic to its utmost potential, enveloping the 2 fleshly essence cores. In an instant, a relentless and overwhelming torrent of energy surged towards Lin Chen, transforming into a dragon of pure, unblemished magical power. Lin Chen's body trembled, shimmering with a faint silver light, clearly indicating that the magnitude of this force necessitated the suppression of a supreme royal artifact. As expected, under the impact of this colossal energy, Lin Chen's magical power surged dramatically, with Tao traces multiplying in number. At that moment, a blindingly radiant holy light began to flow into his being, causing Lin Chen to shudder and promptly absorb this holy light within him. This faint holy light, upon entering Lin Chen's body, seamlessly integrated into his flesh, enveloping it with a subtle yet profound aura. This holy light must undoubtedly be the pure essence emanating from the 2 great sages. It was astonishing to discover that the holy light resided within the very flesh of his being and, through its concentrated brilliance, manifested a sense of sacred authority. In that moment, he was engulfed in enlightenment, a state that lasted for a full 2 days. After this period, a blinding holy light abruptly flickered from Lin Chen's exterior, and he suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to cleave through the air like 2 sharp swords. shattering the two towering trees before him. As Lin Chen stood, the very ground seemed to tremble slightly under the force of his rising power, exuding a magnificent aura. A potent Tao essence erupted from his mouth, dissipating almost instantaneously, yet it summoned a gust of wind around him. At this juncture, the Tao traces within him had reached a total of 99. With but a mere thought, he could unleash an unparalleled Tao technique capable of annihilating heaven and earth. A mere one trace away, he stood on the brink of achieving the consummate realm of the Tao chart, wherein the might of several divine wills would be amplified, leading to a transcendent elevation. Furthermore, a delicate layer of holy light now enveloped the flesh within Lin Chen. Albeit thin, it imparted profound insights upon him. The consumption of the fleshly essence cores from the two great sages had allowed Lin Chen to begin to glimpse the awe-inspiring sacred authority. As he entered a new phase of transcendence, the so-called sacred authority signifies the majesty of the divine. If I had managed to eliminate a few more members of the blood-killing clan, perhaps at this very moment, I could have attained the pinnacle of the sacred vein body, which would grant me unwavering confidence to contend with any ordinary great sage. Lin Chen was enveloped in an aura of formidable dominance, his heart brimming with ambition. His sacred vein body was beginning to reveal its extraordinary potential. Should he triumph over a great sage in the Tao diagram realm, he would truly be regarded as a prodigy, rendering the likes of Blood Ming utterly insignificant. As Lin Chen's aura retracted, he transformed into an ordinary mortal. Yet his every gesture exuded an air of authority. This was the subtle effect of the faint sacred light. Lin Chen had yet to master the art of controlling the emanation of such majesty. The two Dark Clan great sages immediately knelt before him, respectfully congratulating their master. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, when from the depths of the shadows emerged the three great sages he had dispatched to eliminate Blood Ming. Upon their arrival, they promptly bowed low, expressing their shame, admitting their inability to prevent the escape of the blood-killing clansmen, who had been rescued by a mysterious great master of the Danling clan. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before he smiled, and said, "There is no need for remorse. It is only natural that a great master intervenes." The three Dark Clan great sages expressed their gratitude, rising to their feet. Lin Chen's gaze shifted deeper into the forbidden heaven mountain, his eyes narrowing slightly. With the great master Yuyin personally intervening to rescue Blood Ming, it was clear that the heavenly royal clan must be in disarray. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 772. Gathering at the Danling clan, the forbidden heaven mountain, shrouded in the laws of celestial prohibition, had grown increasingly enigmatic, especially beneath the dark clouds, where everything seemed to plunge into obscurity, as if phantoms roamed unseen. Time passed, and 2 full days elapsed. Lin Chen, accompanied by 5 Dark Clan great sages, commenced their descent as per their original plan. Along the way, he entrusted his 6 mysteries of life and death gate and the blood dawn bell to the 5 great sages to activate. In their hands, these treasures could unleash formidable power. Despite the passage of 2 days without a trace of Lu Qingyue, Lin Chen felt a twinge of concern. Where could that girl have gone? However, after the 2 days had unfolded, Lin Chen finally arrived at the stronghold of the Danling clan. The current Danling clan bore little resemblance to its former self. A grand gate loomed before him, emblazoned with 3 majestic ancient characters, Danling clan. Lin Chen was taken aback. Hadn't the Danling clan been in peril? How could they still display such audacity? Guarding the gate were 2 formidable beings at the divine flow realm. A challenge Lin Chen found trivial. "You too, go and locate the holy maiden. Spare no effort to bring her back to me," Lin Chen commanded the 2 great sages. He felt an innate unease regarding Lu Qingyue, and sending 2 great sages to search for her seemed prudent. Upon receiving Lin Chen's orders, the 2 great sages vanished without a trace. Lin Chen immediately activated the ancient art of hidden immortals, stealthily infiltrating the area. After his entry, a woman clad in white with silver eyes emerged silently from behind a tree a mile away, coldly observing the entrance of the Danling clan. Upon entering the Jade Lotus Fairy Mountain, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a slight shock. The aura emanating from the mountain was more terrifying than before, with powerful and formidable traces of Tao swirling upon its walls, rendering them even more impenetrable. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed his previous upheaval within the Danling clan had indeed instilled a sense of fear in them. Now, The stone walls had become so robust that the likelihood of breaching them with a Dao artifact was exceedingly slim. What caught Lin Chen's attention was the increasing number of auras floating within the Jade Lotus Fairy Mountain. Compared to the earlier state of the Danling clan, it appeared as though their population had significantly surged. He flew directly towards the alchemy city ahead. In the bustling alchemy city, Lin Chen transformed into a member of the Danling clan, his aura indistinguishable from that of the clan. Having acquired a corpse from the Danling clan previously, his disguise posed no issue. The city was vibrant and lively, filled with a continuous flow of individuals from the Danling clan, the Flame clan, and the Giant clan. The members of the Flame clan bore skin ablaze with fire, enveloped in a layer of flames, their pupils resembling molten lava. It seemed that with a mere movement, they could unleash torrents of fire, a testament to their innate ability to wield formidable flames. The members of the Giant clan towered at heights of 3 to 4 meters, their skin resembling a cement-like hue, appearing as strong as steel. Lin Chen acutely sensed that their divine abilities and magical powers were inherently alive within them. For instance, a Giant clan member at the Divine Flow realm had 10 divine abilities concentrated in his arms and legs, brewing his magical energy and divine powers within. Indeed, it was quite peculiar. Lin Chen had not anticipated that the body could automatically invoke flames. Furthermore, the Giant clan's ability to amalgamate magical energy, divine powers, the rivers of divine abilities, and traces of Tao was astonishing. He wondered just how formidable the power unleashed from such a combination could be. At that moment, Lin Chen found himself deeply intrigued by the cultivation methods of the Giant clan. These two clans once held an indelible reputation in the human realm, now merely remnants of their former glory. It is a pity, had it not been for your physical constitution, had you practiced the Giant clan's method of body refinement, you could have made significant advancements. Blood Old sighed, clearly aware of the might of the Giant clan's body refinement techniques. Lin Chen tilted his head in contemplation, feeling as though a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, yet he could not articulate it. Such matters surely had their solutions. Forget it. I can't think of it now, he finally muttered, shaking his head, and then proceeded stealthily toward the Luo family. At that moment, the Luo family was shrouded in a powerful force, preventing any spiritual senses from penetrating its depths. However, this did not pose a challenge for Lin Chen, who revealed his aura and stealthily infiltrated the Luo family. The supreme reincarnation killing elixir was within reach. As for the 3 great saints, they had already been confined within the ancient steel of flying immortals. It was no jest. The Danling clan was indeed a formidable force, harboring the esteemed Yuyin. Now, with 3 major clans gathered, the assembly was substantial. Lin Chen had yet to grasp the specifics of the situation, thus refraining from rash actions. Within the Luo residence, the flow of people was incessant. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, heralding the arrival of Luo Sheng, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor sect, and Shui Ming, the first true disciple of the blood-killing clan. The instant the announcement resonated, Lin Chen turned to see, at the entrance of the Luo residence, the very elder from the Danling clan who had relentlessly pursued him, elderly. The old man appeared rather jubilant. Behind him, a group from the Heavenly Emperor sect emerged, led by a great saint, followed closely by a young man resembling Luo Wuchang, possessing Dao 2 realm cultivation, and 10 other prodigies of the Divine Flow realm. On the opposite side stood Shui Ming, his demeanor foreboding and solitary. Lin Chen's subtly emanating divine sense keenly detected that with the arrival of these 2 figures, several formidable auras within the Luo residence flickered and converged towards the main hall of the family head. Without hesitation, Elderly led the 2 factions prodigies into the main hall, clearly indicating that significant matters were afoot. This little girl, Lu, had audacity beyond measure, daring to undertake such a task. No, I must devise a method to infiltrate the family head's main hall, Lin Chen pondered. Such a clandestine gathering, especially one involving 2 major clans, surely signified a momentous event, a premonition that stirred within him. Just then, a large hand suddenly landed on Lin Chen's shoulder. Chapter 773, The Enchantress. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He recognized no one in this place, so who could possibly be touching him? He turned around, ready to unleash a surge of killing intent, only to find an old acquaintance, Luo Wuyao, standing before him, causing him to pause in surprise. Luo Wuyao had undergone a remarkable transformation. The pride that once radiated from him had been entirely subdued, his gaze now profoundly deep. It was evident that the substantial impacts of the two significant events brought forth by Lin Chen had completely reshaped him. People inevitably change in response to their surroundings. This Luo Wuyao appeared to have been reborn. Lin Chen felt a heightened sense of vigilance in response to this change and respectfully clasped his hands, greeting him. I have seen the young clan leader. There's no need for such formality. It's as if we have never met, Luo Wuyao replied. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes as he observed Lin Chen. He recognized that Lin Chen exuded an imperceptible pressure that even he, a great saint, found disquieting. He had remained hidden from view all this time. By chance, I encountered a fortuitous event in the chaotic ancient domain, preparing to transcend that particular layer. Now, I have fortuitously emerged. Lin Chen smiled, intentionally amplifying the sacred aura emanating from his flesh, convincing Luo Wuyao without a doubt. Thus, it is evident that acquiring such fortune indeed signifies great destiny. My dear brother, let us proceed together to the Patriarch's Grand Hall. Although Luo Wuyao harbored doubts within, he refrained from voicing them, for instances of obtaining serendipity within the chaotic ancient domain were not uncommon. He patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and took the initiative to walk ahead. Lin Chen had long been prepared to create a stir during this visit. Indifferent to whether Luo Wuyao discerned his true circumstances, resolutely, he followed closely behind Luo Wuyao into the Patriarch's Grand Hall. Upon entering, Lin Chen could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Present were the giants, the Flame Clan, the Heavenly Emperor sect, and other major forces, all represented by powerful saints, 5 in total. Alongside them were 3 saints from the Danling clan, making the atmosphere palpably tense. With the young prodigies from various races daring not to utter a sound. Most strikingly to Lin Chen was the figure seated at the Patriarch's position, shrouded in a mysterious aura, rendering their form nearly imperceptible. Young man, the esteemed Yuyin is concealed within, an elderly voice murmured. However, the individuals present in this grand hall are somewhat peculiar. To be honest, I sense a familiarity that even the old blood cannot ignore. Lin Chen paused, taken aback by the notion of familiarity. Could it be that this old man felt a sense of recognition? Nevertheless, deep down, Lin Chen sensed an increasing peculiarity regarding this gathering. Yet, now was not the time for him to speak. With so many prodigies present, though he had drawn attention, it was not a matter of great consequence. After all, the young patriarch of the Danling clan had brought along a prodigy, which was not unexpected. At that moment, the previously silent Yuyin-Dan's voice resonated throughout the hall, welcoming everyone to the Danling clan. I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. In these tumultuous times, our Danling clan has been fortunate to invite you all to discuss specific matters. Naturally, we must gauge the true intentions here, as we are all aware. Yuyin wasted no words, directly addressing the topic at hand. Lin Chen discreetly observed the expressions of those from the Flame Clan, the Giants, and the Heavenly Emperor sect. Their faces were tense, their gazes occasionally darting towards the mysterious figure in the Patriarch's hall. Even Xuanming and Luo Sheng from the Heavenly Emperor sect bore grave expressions, as if they had encountered an extraordinary individual. Young Patriarch, who is this mysterious person? Could it be that our clan leader has descended into the human realm? Lin Chen quietly transmitted his thoughts to Luo Wuyao. I am uncertain of the specifics, only that a formidable figure from our Danling clan has awakened, replied Luo Wuyao, shaking his head. Given the gathering of 2 races, along with the presence of the blood-killing clan and the Heavenly Emperor sect, this individual must undoubtedly be remarkable. Lin Chen nodded in vague understanding, patiently awaiting Yuyin-Dan's next words. What we must discuss today is unity. I trust you have all received guidance from the elders, and are aware of the princess's formidable prowess. Thus, the princess signifies a union, a collaboration of our race's strengths, fostering development and mutual benefit, enabling us to garner the greatest advantages on the Holy Spirit continent. The great master Yuyin spoke slowly, his voice resonating deeply within the heart. At this moment, representatives from various races exchanged glances, evidently communicating through their consciousness. Even Luo Sheng from the Heavenly Emperor's sect locked eyes with Xuanming, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Union implies the amalgamation of many elements, and the fact that these 2 races could present their finest talents indicates the significant weight of this enigmatic princess. Alas, Lin Chen, it is no wonder you seem so familiar, Misfortune awaits you. Shui Lao's voice turned somber and bitter. Lin Chen paused, puzzled. Wasn't he this about collaboration? Why was it his concern? Yet, the tone of Shui Lao instilled a sense of unease within him. Lin Chen, do you recall the history of the Damling clan I once recounted? Do you remember the matter concerning the supreme reincarnation of the killing immortal pill? Shui Lao spoke slowly, his tone still steeped in bitterness. Lin Chen's mind exploded with realization. During his previous visit to the Damling clan, he had indeed heard Shui Lao's narration. It was said that the Damling clan nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. Later, it seemed that the Demon Sovereign had abducted their young princess, turning her into a personal maid. Could it be that this woman has returned? Indeed. If my conjecture is correct, she has indeed returned. I never anticipated she survived. The gravity in Shui Lao's voice was palpable, laden with a heavy sense of foreboding. You must flee swiftly. It is imperative, for otherwise, your situation will become dire. In her proximity to the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, her strength was on par with mine, surpassing even that of the Heartless Fairy. In the past, she was known as the Demon Empress. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a chill sweep over him, his hair standing on end as he could not help but glance towards the mysterious figure. He suddenly realized that this indistinct entity, whose features remained obscured, was now revealing a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed upon him, deep and alluring. I apologize, young clan leader. I must take my leave as I am on the verge of ascension, Lin Chen abruptly stated to Luo Wuyao, turning hastily to depart. All eyes were now fixed upon his retreating figure, yet Lin Chen felt a creeping dread. If this fearsome demon empress from millennia past transferred her animosity towards the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign onto him, he would find himself in grave peril. This was a being even the Heartless Fairy could not contend with. Luo Wuyao was momentarily taken aback. Why did this brother leave so suddenly? However, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, dispelling any confusion. At that moment, a melodious and beguiling female voice echoed, striking Lin Chen like a thunderbolt. Little brother, you have finally arrived. Why are you in such a rush? Lin Chen's movement halted, his foot suspended in midair, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He found himself ensnared by an extraordinarily strange and mysterious force, rendering him immobile, his very essence confined. Recalling Shui Lao's warnings about this woman's terror, Lin Chen's heart plunged. The situation had escalated into something truly troublesome. Chapter 774. Secrets of the Past. All gazes were fixed upon Lin Chen's back, causing him an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Yet, his heart turned even colder. The mysterious princess from millennia ago rendered Lin Chen, who was prepared to stir chaos, utterly devoid of temper. There was no escape. Even the Blood Elder had declared that the Heartless Fairy was no match for this woman, leaving him with no courage to act recklessly. Young man, there is no way for you to flee now. Alas, having encountered this enchanting demoness, you must accept your fate. Many powerful clans once trembled before her. You cannot escape. Rather, pray for survival. The Blood Elder's voice was laced with exhaustion. He had not anticipated that this woman was still alive, and even more astonishingly, she was so formidable. If she unleashed the hatred within her, 100 Lin Chens would be insufficient to withstand her wrath. The thought of her terrifying methods from years past weighed heavily on the Blood Elder's heart. At this moment, Lin Chen could not even muster a smile. If his conjectures were correct, his entrance into the clan leader's grand hall had been orchestrated by this enigmatic woman. Luo Wuyao must have recognized his true identity, which led to his invitation. This left Lin Chen feeling precarious, and he could only sigh, resigning himself to fate. Lin Chen, the demoness takes a keen interest in you. Therefore, you should not attempt to flee. However, from a personal perspective, you have proven to be quite remarkable. I even owe you gratitude for awakening me to certain truths. Luo Wuyao communicated calmly to Lin Chen, devoid of animosity, instead expressing appreciation for the awakening the young man had provided. If I survive, I shall surely give you a sound thrashing, Lin Chen replied earnestly. Huh. Then I wish you the best of luck, my brother Lin Chen. Luo Wuyao chuckled, seemingly unfazed. The onlookers were enveloped in confusion. Why had this legendary and fearsome woman latched onto this young man? While the youth possessed exceptional talent, what could possibly draw the demoness' interest? Yet, considering her capricious nature, they chose silence, even amidst their bewilderment. Senior, might I inquire what purpose you have in detaining me? Lin Chen asked, mustering his courage. The demoness remained silent, merely letting out a melodious and enchanting laugh that resonated deeply, captivating the ears and hearts of those present. Her alluring voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Dear brother, do not doubt. I have discerned your true identity. In this world, only I can genuinely perceive your existence. Regardless of how powerful your devouring magic may be, you cannot escape my awareness. For now, I have matters to attend to, so please remain quietly by my side." With another surge of her mysterious power, Lin Chen's body moved as if he were a puppet, entirely devoid of control, and he was swiftly propelled behind the throne of the enigmatic figure, enveloped in darkness. The three great sages of the Danling clan, led by the Blood Elder, bore expressions of derision. They were evidently aware of Lin Chen's true identity. The three sages looked upon Lin Chen with disdain, and now that he had fallen into the demonist's clutches, they wondered what paths to survival remained for him. The enigmatic figure remained silent, while the esteemed Yuyin took on the role of spokesperson, engaging in eloquent discourse with the representatives of various factions present. As for Lin Chen, he had been conveniently overlooked by all, regarded as merely an unfortunate soul ensnared by the demoness, a fate that seemed all too common. With no means of escape and devoid of any imminent peril, Lin Chen listened intently to the discussions unfolding around him, his astonishment growing. The demoness harbored an insatiable appetite, aiming to engulf the powers of both the Flame Clan and the Giant Clan, showing no mercy even towards the forces within the human realm. The Heavenly Emperor sect and the Bloodkill clan were subjected to nearly draconian conditions, offering substantial advantages solely to the Danling clan, while their own races received scant benefits. This was the initial proposition laid forth by the Danling clan. As anticipated by Lin Chen, the other major races exhibited expressions of profound rage. This was far from collaboration, it was blatant robbery. Furthermore, I wish to add that all the statements made by the elder demoness reflect her intentions. Should you have any objections, you may voice them directly to the esteemed demoness. However, the demoness has declared that you possess no rights to oppose, only the right to offer suggestions. Yuyin stated calmly. Upon hearing Yundan's words, the various clans were taken aback, with even Lin Chen unable to suppress his surprise. Yet, at that moment, he chose to disregard these matters and instead engaged in conversation with the Blood Elder. "Blood Elder, how is it that this demoness can see through my devouring magic?" Lin Chen could not contain his curiosity. "Is it possible that once I become an emperor, she will discern my true identity?" The Blood Elder paused, then replied cryptically. "There are three individuals beside the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, myself, the demoness, and a terrifying man. Among us, the demoness holds the most unique position, as she was personally trained by the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign." Lin Chen felt a chill course through him. The Blood Sky Demon Sovereign personally trained her? Indeed, the Blood Elder affirmed. The Sovereign intended to mold her into a queen who would look down upon countless beings, commanding the world to be infatuated and enraptured by her. Yet, outside of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, none can possess her. The Blood Elder's tone seemed to drift into the past, imbued with a sense of timelessness. What a twisted notion, Lin Chen thought, though he refrained from voicing it, merely swallowing hard. So, does that mean she is the Blood Sky Demon Sovereigness woman? Certainly not. The Blood Elder shook his head, a trace of coldness creeping into his voice. The Sovereign had no female companions in life. Lin Chen detected the peculiar undertone in the Blood Elder's voice, but chose silence. It was evident that the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign's training of this demoness stemmed from some deeper motive, and his intuition suggested it was tied to a woman. Does she harbor any hatred for the Sovereign? Lin Chen returned to the most pressing question. If she did, then he would indeed be in grave trouble today. Hatred might be too strong a term, the Blood Elder sighed. Once, following the demise of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, the demoness unleashed her fury, slaying 10 emperors, their blood staining the heavens. Their corpses were roasted and cast among tens of thousands of demon beasts. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Is this truly an endeavor befitting a woman? Yet, if one were to contemplate such a notion, could it be said that there is no hatred? The enchanting consort, once the pure and beloved princess of the Danling clan, was as innocent as a blank canvas. Ultimately, due to the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, she transformed into a figure that instilled fear and obsession in countless powerful beings, as Blood Old gradually articulated. This hardly qualifies as hatred, does it? Lin Chen still clung to a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it can scarcely be deemed hatred. However, The Blood Sky Demon Sovereign executed his father right before her eyes. Lin Chen was struck with a chilling realization, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the indistinct form of the enchanting consort before him, an indescribable expression flickering in his eyes. He had witnessed the brutal murder of his father. Chapter 775. Manipulation. The atmosphere in the hall became thick with tension. The sound of a pin drop could be heard, as the enchanting consort's formidable presence ignited a surge of anger within them. "I oppose this," declared a giant from the giant clan, rising to his feet. Towering at 10 meters, his muscular frame radiated potent energy and divine authority. His eyes blazing with fury as he stared directly at the indistinct figure of the enchanting consort upon the throne. "I too find this unacceptable. Such terms amount to nothing less than an attempt to make us vassals of your Danling clan," the fiery giant of the Flame clan intoned solemnly, flames billowing from his form. "I believe, esteemed consort, that these conditions aimed at our heavenly emperor sect are rather excessive," Luo Sheng remarked, his expression somewhat grim, yet still adorned with a smile. It was preposterous. The heavenly emperor sect, one of the 5 great clans of the human realm, had never been subjected to such domineering and arrogant demands. This was a treatment they reserved for others. "Esteemed consort, I too find your conditions targeting my blood clan utterly unreasonable," Blood Ming asserted, his eyes ablaze with a ravenous thirst for blood, an undercurrent of murderous intent palpable. Clearly, he was still incensed by Lin Chen's overwhelming display of power, and to be presented with such conditions only further aggravated his discontent. The 3 great saints of the Danling clan, along with Luo Wuyao, chose to remain silent regarding the unfolding events. This proposal originated from their ancestors, and they held a firm belief in their ancestors' prowess, thus opting for silence in the face of their growing ire. "Giant Clan's Great Saint Qingtong, I have warned you before. You hold no right to voice opposition," came the indifferent voice of Cloud Dan Great Sovereign. Upon hearing this, Great Saint Qingtong of the Giant Clan snorted dismissively, a fierce gust of wind erupting from his nostrils as he retorted, "Esteemed Cloud Dan Sovereign, forgive my candor. Were it not for the enchanting consort's illustrious reputation shaking the human realm, our elders would not have permitted me to come and test the waters. However, I shall not acquiesce to such tyrannical demands from the esteemed consort." A resolute expression adorned Great Saint Qingtong's face, unyielding to all pressures. Cloud Dan Great Sovereign merely sighed softly, choosing not to continue the discourse. Instead, the enchanting consort, seated on her throne, erupted into a melodic laughter that echoed throughout the grand hall. At the moment her laughter reverberated, it seemed to profoundly shake the hearts of all present, rendering them momentarily speechless, as they refrained from interrupting her joyous sound. "Ah, my towering giant, you truly possess an irresistible charm," the enchanting demoness purred, her voice sultry and captivating. "Yet, I find myself harboring a disdain for those of your stature. What shall I do?" The eyes of the great sage of the giants suddenly narrowed. In an instant, the void surrounding him shattered, as if the emptiness had transformed into a colossal hand, pressing down upon his form. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, accompanied by a relentless barrage of explosive sounds. Terror consumed the great sage's gaze, for he realized that his sacred might could not be unleashed in this moment. Under the crushing force of the void, his entire being was beset by a series of violent blasts. Before long, amidst the horrified expressions of onlookers, the once mighty figure of the great sage, towering at 10 meters, was grotesquely compressed to a mere 1 meter, drenched in blood, his bones splintered, eyes wide with dread. As the oppressive force of the void dissipated, the great sage fell heavily to the ground, an overwhelming agony gnawing at his spirit, compelling him to emit a piercing wail that echoed throughout the grand hall. His eyes filled with terror. The once mighty giant was now engulfed in chaos. The other giants and prodigies watched in horror, fully aware of the significance of their colossal forms, now reduced to insignificance under the demoness power. A chilling wave of apprehension washed over those present. "Perhaps a smaller stature is more aesthetically pleasing," the demoness remarked, her tone laced with delight. "What say you, great sage? Do you dare to oppose me once more? I desire to diminish you further." In abject fear, the great sage knelt, repeatedly bowing to the demoness in supplication. The spectators were left in stunned silence, witnessing her capriciousness and the palpable fear she instilled without resorting to violence. Even Lin Chen, trapped behind the throne, felt a shiver run through him at the sight. Do any of you dare to defy me? The demoness drawled languidly. I detest waiting. Summon forth those ancient ones from your ranks. For it has been far too long since we've convened. I do not wish to be surrounded by these feeble beings. As her voice trailed off, the foremost figures of the giant clan, the fire clan, the celestial church, and the bloodthirsty clan revealed jade tokens inscribed with imperial insignia, radiating an overwhelming pressure that caused the entire hall to quiver. All members of the four clans, including the great sages, knelt in reverence, paying homage to their respective emperors. Such a formidable figure as the demoness instilled fear in their hearts, compelling them to shield their kin from her wrath. Upon receiving news of the demoness' arrival, both the Fire Clan and the Giant Clan promptly activated their ancient formations to summon their ancestral powers, descending in the form of imperial jade tokens. This was the very source of the great sage's audacity. The ethereal forms of the four emperors materialized, and under their overwhelming presence, the grand hall nearly crumbled to dust. Even the ancient reincarnation-killing immortal elixir within the Luo residence trembled at this moment. To put it differently, the entire Yuyin immortal mountain quaked. Countless members of the Danling clan felt the overwhelming pressure of their bloodline and could not help but prostrate themselves, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, this is my territory. If you act so recklessly, I might just strip you bare and leave your clothes in the street, the demoness seated upon the throne remarked coldly upon witnessing the scene. As she spoke, the terrifying imperial might emanating from the four emperors was instantly reined in. The quaking Yuyin immortal mountain and its trembling inhabitants returned to normal, though an underlying fear lingered in their hearts. Although the imperial tokens represented merely a fragment of the emperor's divine consciousness, they were far beyond what these beings could endure. Demoness. It has been a long time, the emperor of the giant clan said, completely disregarding the quaking grand sage of the giant clan and addressing her with respect. The emperor of the flame clan also immediately paid his respects. Having even one emperor within their ranks was an extraordinary achievement for these two clans, a stark contrast to the Danling clan. Furthermore, when compared to this demoness, they were at an even greater disadvantage. The emperors of the Tianhuang clan and the Bloodslaughter clan were likewise polite towards the demoness, though their demeanor was notably more aloof than that of the other two clans. I shall not waste words with you. You have heard everything. Now, do you agree or not? The demoness stated, cutting straight to the point. Demoness, while we respect you, is your request not a bit excessive? The emperor of the Tianhuang sect replied, his tone laced with cold mockery. Demoness, by what right do you presume to impose such demands? The emperor of the Bloodslaughter clan retorted, his face flushed with indignation. The emperors of the Giant clan and the Flame clan shook their heads in unison, clearly dismayed by the demoness' outrageous conditions. They had anticipated her domineering nature, which is why they had prepared the imperial tokens. Yet, despite their fear of her, the combined might of the four emperors made them question what means this woman, shrouded in myth for millennia, still possessed. The four emperors stood on guard, ready to confront the demoness' brazen assault. Refusing so decisively, with such poor attitude, what a few pathetic men, ganging up on a mere woman, the demoness lamented, her voice imbued with sorrow. With a sweeping gesture, she called forth Lin Chen, her tone becoming sweet and coaxing. Little one, they are bullying your sister. You must help me teach them a lesson. Lin Chen found himself appearing before the four emperors' ethereal figures at her beckoning. The enchanting quality of her voice nearly melted the resolve of the four emperors, instilling an alluring charm that was hard to resist. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. Lin Chen felt a rush of warmth, his heart racing, yet the piercing gazes of the four emperors sent a chill through him, dousing his excitement like cold water. He looked at the four emperors before him, managing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Demoness, must you toy with me like this? In facing the four mighty emperors, Lin Chen found himself engulfed in despair, contemplating the futility of his situation. Bound and restrained, he could only voice his thoughts, powerless to act in any other manner. The four emperors, their gazes piercing and intense, seemed capable of unraveling Lin Chen's very essence. To them, he was merely a fledgling who had grasped a mere fraction of the sacred might, leaving them to wonder what this enchanting demoness intended with him. Yet, recalling her capricious nature and enigmatic behavior, they found some solace. The demoness was known for her unwavering word. Should she decree that this youth take action, she would not retract her statement. Confronted by a formidable sorceress, who had once dominated the mortal realm thousands of years prior. The 4 emperors could hardly suppress their trepidation. It was no jest. 10 emperors had met their demise at her hands, and even 3 ancient ancestors had failed to subdue her. If she unleashed her fury, even the celestial royal family would tremble. My dear brother, who could have anticipated that you would earn the favor of the demoness? This is indeed a tremendous honor, remarked the emperor of the giant clan, his demeanor amiable as he praised Lin Chen. Indeed, your youthful prowess surpasses many of our clan's prodigies. Your future is boundless. Young one, echoed the emperor of the Flame clan. The emperors of the Celestial and Bloodslaughter clans exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at their own courteousness towards one so seemingly insignificant. Yet, with no alternative, they graciously engaged in idle chatter with Lin Chen. All present were astounded as the 4 emperors conversed with Lin Chen as though he were an old friend. Even Luo Wuyao, whose mindset had undergone a profound transformation, could not feign jealousy. Luo Sheng and Xue Ming stood in stunned silence, once trembling with apprehension. Lin Chen now reveled in the unexpected reverence bestowed upon him by the 4 emperors. He had encountered many emperors before, but they had all sought his demise. The lofty beings, who looked down upon countless lives, now showed him such respect, filling Lin Chen with exhilaration. You flatter me, esteemed seniors. I am also deeply grateful for the demoness' favor, Lin Chen replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, his voice rising slightly as he feigned mystery. However, it is merely a matter of collaboration. At this juncture, he prudently chose to remain silent, refraining from further elaboration. The 4 emperors seethed with indignation, feeling toyed with by a mere figure of Dao Tujing, akin to the unpleasant scent of durian. Yet, their smiles widened. Young man, should you craft rules judiciously, I, of the Bloodslaughter clan, shall bestow upon you a substantial reward, declared the emperor. I, too, represent the Celestial clan in expressing profound gratitude. And I, on behalf of the giant clan. One by one, the emperors pledged their benefits to Lin Chen. The troubles associated with the demoness were burdensome enough to deter them from conflict. Even if it meant allowing this youth to wield some influence, they were willing. However, the giant clan's emperor added with a knowing look, but should you emulate the demoness, our clan may harbor animosity towards you, young brother. The Flame's sovereign nodded gently, his expression amiable as he advised. Young brother, one must understand the nuances of human interaction, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, balancing good and bad. You must truly contemplate certain matters to avoid unnecessary troubles. The emperor of the Bloodkill clan, at that moment, licked his lips and remarked, It has been a long time since I have tasted blood. At that instant, all 4 emperors bore a similar expression, their concealed majesty evoking a sense of fear. They first offered Lin Chen a token of goodwill, only to subtly threaten him thereafter, a blend of softness and firmness, characteristic of their approach. It was no jest. None of the emperors present had encountered a mere Dao diagram cultivator daring enough to provoke them, unless they were courting death. If even this insignificant Dao diagram youth could not be subdued, what claim could they maintain to their status as emperors? Their authority was sacrosanct. Lin Chen's smile began to falter as soon as the giant clan sovereign spoke. Gradually, it faded, leaving his face expressionless. In his consciousness, the enchanting laughter of the demoness echoed, stirring a tumult of emotions within him, filled with vexation. This demoness was undoubtedly toying with him. However, Lin Chen lifted his head, a smile re-emerging as he gazed at the 4 sovereigns, scrutinizing their dignified and profound eyes. He then spoke slowly. The guidance from the 4 esteemed predecessors is invaluable. I shall earnestly heed your teachings. A flicker of delight passed through the hearts of the 4 emperors, as well as among several notable figures present. Yet, Lin Chen's demeanor had long been anticipated by the emperors, and thus they were not taken aback, but rather expressed satisfaction with his response. Indeed, I stand by the opinion of the demoness. Such a union would be the most just and fair. Esteemed predecessors, I trust you have no objections to her proposal. Lin Chen continued, his face alight with joy. By the way, shall we sign the contract now? That way, we would be like family. The expressions of the 4 emperors abruptly stiffened, and the atmosphere in the room turned frigid. An overwhelming aura of authority emanated from them, enveloping Lin Chen and causing him to feel as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, a chilling sensation enveloping him. The immense pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders, stirring his blood and rendering his breath labored. Within Lin Chen's mind, The demonist's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained and beguiling. Young man, do you understand what it means to provoke an emperor? The Bloodkill Sovereign's gaze was icy as he fixed it on Lin Chen. Are you seeking death? The other three emperors, equally cold-eyed, could hardly believe that this insignificant Tao diagram existence had the audacity to toy with them. This was tantamount to courting demise. Lin Chen scoffed, a derisive smile curling his lips. What? Are you dissatisfied with the proposal of the demoness? Do you wish to challenge her? As soon as these words left his mouth, the four emperors paused in their breathing, as if he had placed heavy burdens upon their heads. Heaven knows whether this enchanting concubine truly believes in her eccentric demeanor. The young lad exudes an air of authority that is quite endearing to his sister. The concubine, with her delicate charm, made Lin Chen feel as though he might melt entirely. However, the thought of her terrifying nature sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, how dare you use your sister's name to intimidate others? This displeases me greatly, and I have resolved to teach you a lesson. The concubine remarked with an alluring grace. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's back. This woman was indeed capricious, having just professed her affection, only to now threaten him. The four great emperors exchanged disdainful snorts, voicing their discontent in unison. Concubine, this contract is inequitable. We shall not sign it, nor will we collaborate with you. Should you amend these terms, we might consider cooperation. The four emperors spoke plainly, leaving no ambiguity. Is that so? It does seem rather unfair. However, I am not inclined to alter the contract. If you refuse, then let it remain unsigned, the concubine replied nonchalantly. The faces of several great sages from the Danling clan, including the esteemed Yuyin Dan, changed dramatically. What does our ancestor intend? The four emperors were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the concubine's unexpected ease. They erupted into laughter, bowing repeatedly, since the concubine is so agreeable. We shall certainly consider future collaboration. Indeed, the concubine nodded, then languidly remarked, if you do not sign, then you are left with no choice but to perish. I have not exerted myself for quite some time, and am feeling rather lethargic. Her sweet, yet beguiling words felt like a chilling gale, enveloping those present in an icy dread. The previously harmonious atmosphere in the main hall transformed abruptly, becoming suffused with a palpable aura of menace. The expressions of the four emperors shifted dramatically. In chapter 777, the concubine did not disappoint Lin Chen. This was her first act that filled him with a sense of exhilaration. The faces of the four emperors darkened to a shade of deep crimson, clearly realizing they were being toyed with by these two, whether it be the insignificant creature from the Tao diagram realm or the concubine. Despite the trepidation the concubine instilled in them, the dignity of the emperors was not so easily trampled. Concubine, you are far too arrogant, the Bloodline Clan Emperor declared, his visage awash with crimson as blood surged forth, shattering the main hall into fragments, the crimson light engulfing the entire realm of the supreme rebirth killing immortal pill. The Luo residence. The giant clan emperor roared, his stature suddenly towering to an impressive height of 100 feet, as if still not reaching his limits. The breath exhaled from his nostrils sounded like thunderous roars that made hearts tremble. Endless flames surged skyward, casting the heavens in a blood-red hue. The Fire Clan Emperor, too, was incensed by the concubine's demeanor. Concubine, we respect you as a figure from a millennium past, once feared across the heavens. Yet, you are gravely wounded and dare to provoke our celestial royal clan, which will only lead to your utter ruin. The imperial majesty of the celestial royal clan radiated overwhelming power, embodying an emperor who commanded the lives of countless beings, with all bowing in submission. The members of the several great races exhibited an overwhelming joy upon their faces. After all, with the support of their four formidable emperors, they had no reason to fear this legendary figure, the demoness. The very heavens seemed to change color, and the imposing presence of the four emperors caused the entire Jade Lian immortal mountain to tremble. Countless members of the Danling race watched this scene with expressions of terror. Although this was merely the will of the four emperors, the authority it embodied was far beyond their capacity to withstand. At that moment, Lin Chen was directly shaken by this oppressive force, coughing up blood as the liquid within him surged like boiling wine, tumultuously roiling. Helplessly, he found himself completely ensnared by the demoness, making any attempt to resist this pressure utterly futile. Oh dear, my little brother is bleeding. How wicked you all are. To injure someone so dear to me. I have decided to teach you a lesson, the demoness said, her voice ethereal, resonating throughout the cosmos. Time, indeed, is a wondrous phenomenon, capable of decaying my authority, which is truly perplexing. Everyone listened, wide-eyed, to the demoness' lament, which was imbued with an anticipatory sorrow, akin to a woman confined within her chamber, deprived of her husband's affection, igniting an insatiable longing within their hearts. However, in the very next moment after her speech, her tone turned icy as she uttered a single word, roll. This word transformed into countless glimmering daggers, piercing through the surrounding void. The expressions of the four emperors shifted dramatically as the terrifying power unleashed from the heavens struck heavily against their wills, producing a thunderous, ominous sound. The phantoms of the four emperors trembled violently, and the entire Luo residence quaked, as if it were on the verge of shattering. In unison, the phantoms of the four emperors emitted a wretched cry, amidst countless astonished gazes. The wills of the four emperors began to fracture and dissipate into nothingness under the chilling command, echoing through the air. Your strength is. This phrase remained unfinished as the four wills completely vanished from existence. As the thunderous sound ceased, the entire Jade Lian immortal mountain fell into an eerie silence, an oppressive stillness enveloping the air. Clearly, the unprecedented terror they had just witnessed left an indelible mark on their minds. Oh dear, that was rather unladylike of me. But it's all the fault of those four old men. They simply refused to listen, the demoness lamented. Lin Chen, however, felt a chill run through him. The woman's power was indeed as terrifying as the Blood Elder had described. Reflecting on her past deeds sent a shiver down his spine. Heartless fairy, oh heartless fairy. Whether I can escape this clutches rests entirely upon you, Lin Chen silently thought, now entrusting all his hopes to the heartless fairy. He did not dare to hope that this terrifying woman would choose to spare him. The esteemed members of the Damling clan, the great saints and venerables, were all elated, repeatedly offering their congratulations. Indeed, this elder of the Damling clan was as formidable as the legends foretold. For them, this brought only benefits, revealing a glorious future for the Damling clan. In stark contrast, the representatives of other races wore expressions of dread, their faces pale with fear. Having just offended the authority of this fearsome being, they could only resign themselves to fate. Yundan, I leave everything to you from here on. If they refuse to comply, I shall slay them all. Now, I must engage in a thorough discussion with my dear little brother. You are not to peek, the enchanting demoness said coyly, her tone imbued with a suggestive undertone that made the hearts of those present feel as though countless ants were crawling over them. Every gesture of this woman was utterly captivating. Should she reveal her true form, one could only imagine the effect. Yet, the thought of her terror kept anyone from harboring impure intentions. Lin Chen's mind raced with a multitude of thoughts. But he soon realized that none could come to fruition in the face of absolute power. All schemes and cunning lost their efficacy. A tremendous and mysterious force enveloped Lin Chen, lifting him as if he were floating among the clouds. In the next moment, he found himself within the confines of the supreme reincarnation-killing elixir. Endless streams of Danshi surrounded him, and his form was suspended in midair, while the demoness unveiled her true self. Upon witnessing her true form, Lin Chen shamefully experienced a nosebleed. Her figure was alluringly voluptuous, devoid of any excess flesh, with a magnificent décolletage that stirred boundless fantasies. Such a fiery physique was unprecedented in Lin Chen's experience. However, the demoness still concealed her face. Yet, merely the sight of her figure caused Lin Chen, who was utterly naive regarding matters of intimacy, to feel his heart race uncontrollably. Such a woman, indeed a demoness. She mused. That old man resides within your body, does he not? We are old friends. He could at least come out to greet me. The Blood Elder within Lin Chen's consciousness opted for silence, and Lin Chen quickly discerned his thoughts. He too feared this demoness. Very well, he must have told you about me. Lin Chen, you are his disciple. Now that he has vanished, all that he has done should fall upon your shoulders. The demoness spoke softly, her voice devoid of emotion, leaving one uncertain of her feelings. Lin Chen's heart sank. The pivotal moment had arrived. He felt helpless, for even if he wished to intervene, he could only watch as his loved ones were slain. How could such hatred ever dissipate? His voice grew heavy. Demoness, how do you wish for me to repay you? You are not wrong. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. On some level, he felt profound sympathy for this terrifying yet enchanting woman. Well done, little brother. If you agree to one thing, I may just spare you, she replied. The enchanting voice of the alluring concubine resonated, imbued with an irresistible charm that stirred an uncontrollable restlessness within those who heard it, plunging them into an endless infatuation with her captivating tones. In the chapter titled The Thunderous Explosion, this mesmerizing voice evoked no energy, but was a natural seduction. Lin Chen could not deny that if it were not for the incessant reminders from Blood Elder echoing in his consciousness, he might have been unable to restrain his own heart. This woman was born to bewitch. However, given the current situation, which threatened Lin Chen's very existence, he had little leisure to entertain inappropriate thoughts. The concubine requested him to undertake a task, and instinctively, Lin Chen sensed that it was not a benevolent endeavor. How could a formidable concubine require the assistance of a mere figure in the Tao diagram realm? Young man, even I find her somewhat intimidating. I cannot fathom what she is contemplating. You would do well to heighten your vigilance. Otherwise, should you fall under her enchantment, her methods could render even death a luxury. Blood Elder's voice was laced with a hint of dread. Lin Chen felt a shiver coursing through him, even in the presence of the mighty Emperor of Heaven. He had never felt such trepidation. This truly instilled a profound sense of helplessness within him. My dear boy, this matter is quite simple for you. That old fellow is guiding you in your consciousness. What is there to fear from me? The concubine remarked with a smile that straddled the line between jest and sincerity. Lin Chen swallowed hard, his expression turning grim. Senior concubine, please do not toy with me. I am but a novice in the Tao diagram realm. Your annihilation of me would be but a mere flick of your fingers. Moreover, he hesitated slightly, then cautiously added, Blood Elder has expressed his fear of you as well. Upon hearing this, Blood Elder erupted, Lin Chen, whom do you claim to fear her? Mind your words and adhere to the virtues of respecting your elders and cherishing the young. Do you not understand this principle? Lin Chen rolled his eyes, too weary to engage in banter, pondering who had been so fearful moments before. The concubine laughed melodiously, her laughter ringing sweetly in the air, effortlessly enveloping those present in a sense of comfort. Lin Chen could not suppress a sigh. This concubine was truly a paragon of femininity. He could only wonder how Blood Heavenly Demon Sovereign had cultivated her into such an exquisite being. Gradually, the concubine's laughter faded, and she spoke softly, in the past. Your master was a figure of great prominence, a paragon among mortals, commanding the reverence of countless individuals. Even the major clans dared not provoke him. A man so decisive in his actions would undeniably attract the admiration of numerous celestial beings. Lin Chen remained silent. The concubine's moods were unpredictable, and he could not discern her intentions. Yet, he sensed an incomprehensible pain lurking within her heart. The concubine continued, her voice echoing in the vast stillness. I never imagined I would encounter such a man. To me, he appeared towering, formidable, disdainful of the heavens, ruthless, and nearly invincible. Yet, such a man ultimately met his demise amidst a tempest of energy. A trace of sadness crept into the voice of the enchanting consort, yet in the next moment, it transformed into an icy chill. He was indeed deserving of his fate, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his desires. In his heart, emotions were never paramount. He believed firmly that absolute power equated to absolute security. Hatred surged within him like a relentless tide. Lin Chen felt a weight in his chest, his voice hoarse as he addressed the transgressions of his master, apologizing on his behalf. Perhaps an apology was futile, yet he felt compelled to express it. Enchantress, tell me, what is it that you wish for me to do? Dear brother, you need not feel any guilt. Those were his misdeeds, the consort replied softly. I would not impose any arduous tasks upon you. Moreover, I harbor no animosity towards him. I merely told myself that one day, I would personally end his life. Alas, he departed too soon. Lin Chen felt an icy chill in his chest. Indeed, within this woman's heart surged countless shards of frost. The enchanting consort let out a delicate laugh, extending her silky, fair hand to caress Lin Chen's resolute visage, whispering, You bear no resemblance to him. In truth, I do not hate him. I am a woman too. On the contrary, I loved him deeply. Do you believe me? As Lin Chen felt the coldness emanating from her small hand, it was as though it was a sharp blade piercing through him. To love him, what then does the hatred I feel signify? Because I loved him, I must also end his life, the consort declared. Lin Chen shuddered, an involuntary chill racing through him. For reasons unknown, he He felt a flicker of both pity and fear towards this woman. What do you wish for me to assist you with? He could not help but inquire, unable to discern her true intentions. It seemed prudent to preserve his own life first. I have long wished to take his life myself, yet he is already gone. Such a loss is regrettable. A man of his caliber should not have perished. However, I feel no sorrow. On the contrary, an unusual exhilaration envelopes me. The enchantress's voice took on a tone devoid of emotion as she leaned closer, her fragrance enveloping Lin Chen's senses. She whispered into his ear, enunciating each word with intent, I wish for you to offer yourself, to resurrect him. In that instant, Lin Chen's pupils constricted, his body struck as if by lightning. Her words thundered in his ears. Not only did Lin Chen tremble, but even Blood Elder was taken aback. She dares to resurrect the Blood Heavenly Demon Lord? Chapter 779. The Five Hells Reincarnation Pill. Lin Chen could not have anticipated that within the heart of this enchanting consort lay such a terrifying scheme, to resurrect the Blood Heavenly Demon Lord, who had once instilled fear across the heavens millennia ago. How could this be possible? Even with the heart of an emperor, Lin Chen was now engulfed in profound shock. A flash of white light flickered before him as Blood Elder's figure materialized, his countenance grave, white hair billowing like a storm. His eyes, sharp as swords, pierced through the enchantress as he thundered, Enchantress, what do you mean by this? Lin Chen is the sole sacred vessel, should you desire his life. I shall be the first to oppose you. Moreover, should you truly wish to slay Lin Chen, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself, activating the restrictions to leave you severely weakened. The demoness chuckled, Old man, you finally deigned to meet me. Blood Elder, when did you become so disloyal to the demon sovereign? Nonsense. I am unwaveringly loyal to my master. I owe my life to him, and will repay that debt with my own. I stand before heaven without shame, devoted with a sincere heart. Blood Elder's expression shifted, and he bellowed, If you are so loyal, then why do you obstruct me from taking this boy's life to resurrect the demon sovereign? The demoness asked nonchalantly. Yet, her words struck like a legendary sword, piercing straight to Blood Elder's heart. He paused momentarily, then retorted angrily, Do not seek to sow discord here. I am not an ordinary person. Do you think that reviving my master can be achieved so easily? Even with boundless magical power, it is impossible to restore him once his soul has been shattered. Is that so? The demoness replied with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, within this misty expanse, a colossal rift tore open, revealing a wondrous little world. In this realm, terrifying laws intertwined, continuously exhaling and inhaling a majestic aura. This little world was not Lin Chen's realm of demons, but rather a genuinely existing microcosm, teeming with life, evolving, boundless and profound in its mysteries. Within the demoness domain, an eerie radiance emanated, divided into 5 hues: dark red, dark green, dark blue, dark black, and dark purple. Through these colors, one could faintly discern a colossal entity perpetually breathing in and out. This immense being, with each breath, generated overwhelming energy. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at this boundless existence, realizing it was a single elixir. The 5-colored brilliance emanated from this very pill. Such an elixir encapsulated a divine might, capable of effortlessly crushing even the most esteemed of beings, great sovereigns, void kings, and true kings alike. Clearly sensing the terror of this elixir, Blood Elder trembled involuntarily, his face a portrait of shock. The 5 Hells Reincarnation Pill, the demoness stated coldly. Red, green, blue, black, and purple represent the deepest 5 layers of the 18 hells, each hue signifying the unparalleled power of a specific hell. The convergence of the 5 hells forms reincarnation, altering destiny, allowing souls to return, and granting rebirth to the host. Blood Elder's complexion changed drastically, as if struck by lightning, and he stammered in disbelief. How could this be the fabled elixir? Even Lin Chen was left astounded by the demoness revelations. Altering destiny, forming reincarnation. This 5 Hells Reincarnation Pill possesses such formidable power that it can restore the shattered soul of the Blood Heavenly Demon Sovereign. I once ventured into the chaotic battlefield and encountered a peerless power of my Danling clan from 100,000 years ago. This 5 Hells Reincarnation Pill was merely a prototype he forged. For the past several millennia, I have slumbered in order to refine and perfect this elixir. I intend to use it to awaken that man, the demoness declared. The ancient figure, Blood Elder, trembled upon hearing such a reminiscence from the lips of the enchantress. Even he could not suppress his astonishment at the revelation of her presence in the chaotic battlefield, and her survival thereafter. However, his countenance suddenly turned grave. If his understanding was correct, even to resurrect the five hells reincarnation pill, a trace of the deceased's soul essence was indispensable. Without it, even the pill would be unable to effectuate a revival. The enchantress chuckled softly, remaining silent as she flicked her finger, summoning a small, jade-like white finger that floated amidst the heavens. In an instant, the entire supreme rebirth-killing immortal pill began to quiver. Lin Chen felt a profound tremor within himself. As if that pure white finger could crush the Jade-Lian immortal mountain into dust at any moment. The white finger hovered, causing the void to shudder, instilling fear in the divine and demonic alike. A remnant breath, however, reverberated across the world, for even in death, the overwhelming aura of its master persisted. Blood Elder gazed in stunned silence at the terrifying white finger, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Master, is that truly you?" He lamented that if it remained any longer, the entire Jade-Lian immortal mountain would be unable to withstand such pressure and would collapse, scattering the void itself. With a wave of her hand, the enchantress withdrew the white finger. Its mere appearance had caused the Jade-Lian immortal mountain to tremble, the void quaking as dreadful consequences loomed on the horizon. Lin Chen, meanwhile, felt a tempest of emotions surging within him. The boundless terror of that aura seemed insurmountable in a lifetime. Was this indeed a remnant of Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign's essence? Blood Elder, you know this to be true. The enchantress smiled, yet continued, "However, this is still far from sufficient for his resurrection. It requires Lin Chen, one of his same constitution. Any trace of sacred pulse from Lin Chen is a requisite to awaken him. Only by using him as a blood sacrifice to open the cycle of reincarnation can the 3 souls and 7 spirits be restored, allowing him to be reborn." This revelation struck Blood Elder like a thunderclap, causing his body to shudder, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. With his vast knowledge and experience, he understood that the 5 hells reincarnation pill indeed possessed the power to awaken Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign. Yet, was it truly necessary to use living Lin Chen as the offering? "Blood Elder, do you still believe you must protect him?" The enchantress questioned sharply. "Indeed. The restriction imposed by Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign upon the 3 of us allowed you to inflict a grievous blow upon me. Yet if such a course is pursued, I would forfeit my greatest opportunity, perhaps never to find another." Her voice suddenly shifted, filled with unbounded inquiry, as she demanded, "I wish to know now, are you truly loyal to the Demon Sovereign? Surrender Lin Chen and resurrect our master, Blood Elder. Will you agree?" The aged form of Blood Elder quivered. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, shaken yet oddly calm within, experienced a serene stillness in his heart, exhaling gently, his expression composed. The 5 hells reincarnation pill previously revealed by the enchanting demoness, along with the gesture of the demon lord, was merely an attempt to persuade the Blood Elder to stand by her side, dissuading him from a reckless confrontation. After all, there lurked a heartless fairy outside, poised and ready to strike. Now, as Lin Chen's life hangs in the balance against the resurrection of the Blood Sky Demon Lord, the Blood Elder must make a fateful choice. One path leads to his former master, while the other leads to his new mentor and friend, who has nurtured him throughout his journey. How will he choose? Chapter 780. Madness. Several millennia ago, within the realm of mortals, a blizzard raged furiously, freezing all that existed beneath its grasp. The snow, imbued with a chilling aura and laced with arcane laws, instilled a profound cold in the hearts of those who encountered it. Such a tempestuous snowfall, known as celestial snow, was seldom traversed by anyone save for those of considerable prowess. In the northern territories perpetually shrouded by this celestial frost, at the end of its icy dominion lay a city resembling a colossal beast, known as the City of Heavenly Ice. On this day, 2 soldiers emerged from within the City of Heavenly Ice, bearing the weight of a bloodied youth, his skin marred and raw. As they stepped into the celestial snow, an involuntary shiver coursed through them, the cold seeping into their very souls. Though both were formidable beings, even they found themselves ill-prepared for the merciless chill of the snowstorm. "Curse this wretched brat for inciting the wrath of the city lord. Otherwise, we wouldn't be suffering this bone-chilling torment." One soldier spat disdainfully at the youth's face, his expression twisted in revulsion. The other soldier mirrored his contempt, knowing that upon their return, it would take days to thaw the frost that had settled within them. Yet, as he contemplated the terror of the celestial snow, a cruel smile crept across the soldier's face. A mere Tao diagram realm practitioner, devoid of any talent, dared to provoke the city lord. It was only fitting that he would find himself frozen in this tempest. Within 3 short hours, the boy would meet his demise, allowing him to experience the true depths of this frigid horror. 3 hours of suffering that would render him wishing for death. The youth felt a piercing sensation coursing through his body. His once exhausted mana pool began to freeze over, layer by layer. This sensation of his consciousness being encased in ice felt akin to a blade slowly penetrating his mind, inch by agonizing inch. The 2 soldiers, reluctant to delve too deeply into the storm, unceremoniously discarded the barely alive boy into the swirling snow, their complaints and curses echoing as they hastened back towards the city of heavenly ice. The boy crashed heavily to the ground, a wave of despair threatening to engulf him. Yet, that flicker of conviction within him stubbornly urged him to keep his eyes open, fixating on the distant city that loomed before him like a monstrous entity. The biting cold enveloped him, and he sensed that death was drawing near. The world around him dimmed, and the once piercing sensations within him dulled to nothingness. Indeed, this world was merciless, leaving him unable to even voice a final cry as he faced his end. In a realm where power reigns supreme and the weak are devoured, he had never envisioned such a tragic demise for himself. Alas, by dawn, he would likely find himself buried beneath the depths of the relentless snowfall. A millennium hence, or perhaps even 10,000 years later, his remains shall once again greet the light of day, unearthed from their resting place. This youth would never forget that moment when a man emerged from the endless snowfall, his aura seemingly capable of dispersing the very snowflakes that blanketed the sky. He regarded the boy with an expression of utter indifference and inquired coolly if he desired power. The following day, the ice city lay in ruins. The boy swore an oath of blood, vowing to repay his life without reservation. Centuries later, an elder known as Blood Old instilled profound fear in numerous formidable beings of the realm. Gazing at the enchanting demoness before him, he felt a bitter sensation rising in his throat. He had witnessed Lin Chen's unwavering growth, this indomitable youth, fervent in his affections, perpetually surprising and comforting him. Despite Lin Chen bearing a significant flaw, his overwhelming emotionality, he relentlessly sought to prove himself, challenging the notion that a powerful individual could not be deeply sentimental. Yet, the once mighty man whose presence could engulf the entire snowy expanse had sworn, with blood, to repay his life unconditionally. The demoness remained silent, as did Lin Chen. Perhaps this moment of stillness was the most profound silence of the heart. Lin Chen bore the weight of an immense stone within him, guessing and contemplating much. Yet he dared not confront the truth directly. When Lin Chen beheld Blood Old, tears streaming down his face, filled with remorse as he gazed at him, Lin Chen's heart was suddenly pierced. No matter how deeply he understood Blood Old, this feeling was far more painful than he had imagined, an anguish that penetrated to the very core. Lin Chen, I am filled with regret for you. However, this life of mine, everything I possess, is bestowed by my master. I apologize. Perhaps my actions are somewhat selfish. And perhaps all I have done cannot be redeemed by mere words. Blood Old uttered, the lines of age etched deeply upon his face. Lin Chen chuckled softly, his expression as tranquil as one who was untroubled, and addressed Blood Old. I can comprehend your position. I do not hold you to blame. Despite the multitude of regrets swirling within Blood Old, those words left him speechless, unable to articulate a single response. The demoness shook her head and remarked, Blood Old, you have changed. The assertiveness and vigor of your youth have faded. You have begun to embrace sentiment. She continued, since you have made your choice, I shall assist you in reconstructing your corporeal form, liberating you from that vessel of spirit. Before Blood Old could respond, the demoness flicked her fingers, enveloping him in a massive surge of vital energy infused with mysterious laws. Lin Chen's consciousness trembled violently as the Xinjiang Monarch Tower erupted from his mind, cascading downward. Observing the tower, the demoness could not suppress a gasp. What an extraordinary artifact! What an uncanny sensation! The Xinjiang Monarch Tower, an ancient bronze coffin, had been gifted to Lin Chen at the moment he ascended to the realm of divine laws. Even the esteemed demoness was momentarily taken aback. However, her astonishment was fleeting. With a delicate gesture, a terrifyingly powerful corpse, devoid of any soul's essence yet replete with the aura of the great path, emerged from the microcosm. The decaying corpse emanated a radiant light, exuding an extraordinary power, clearly indicating that it harbored immense might in its former life. Blood Elder. This remains a well-preserved semi-emperor corpse of my damning clan. When you are reborn, may you once again attain your former glory. The voice of the demoness thundered forth. As countless arcane runes cascaded from the heavens, merging seamlessly into the Blood Elder's luminous form. The corpse then ascended into the air. The entire Luo residence trembled anew. The earth fissured, and the space quaked. With a mere wave of her delicate hand, the demoness enveloped Lin Chen and everything around them, drawing them into a small world suffused with boundless, resplendent hues. In this realm, the sky was an abyssal black. Lin Chen gazed impassively as the Blood Elder was reborn before him. The demoness continuously wielded her immense magical prowess, reshaping the enigmatic laws of the cosmos. With a commanding shout, she flicked her fingers, sending a pill pulsating with potent spiritual energy into the brilliance. At that moment, the Xianshang Monarch Tower quaked violently. Lin Chen's complexion shifted dramatically. His consciousness resonated with an intense tremor, and the ancient bronze coffin hovering at his brow, akin to a slumbering behemoth, was roused from its age-old slumber. "Who dares to tamper with the contents of my transformed bronze coffin?" echoed a voice like thunder, chilling and devoid of emotion. "Regardless of your intentions towards Lin Chen, should you dare alter my possessions, even the heavens must face my wrath." In that moment, Lin Chen's expression turned grave, and he bellowed at the bronze coffin, "Cease this at once. It was I who compelled him to disturb your belongings. If you possess the audacity, then take your vengeance upon me instead." After uttering this audacious retort, the bronze coffin fell silent. The once vibrant azure light emanating from it dimmed instantaneously. Lin Chen broke into a sweat, fearing that if the bronze coffin were to disregard his command, it could unleash devastation even upon the Blood Elder. Rebirth is always preferable to being ensnared within such an artifact. The demoness' magical energy came to an abrupt halt. A terrifying pressure surged forth from the radiance, ascending skyward. The Xianshang Monarch Tower trembled violently, its aura waning, losing its former brilliance, plummeting to a status akin to a superior imperial artifact. A middle-aged man of semi-emperor caliber slowly opened his eyes, though the corners of his gaze were notably moist, unable to meet Lin Chen's stare. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his gaze fixed intently upon the demoness. She addressed him softly, "Little brother, you are quite endearing. Were it not for your lineage, perhaps I might have found myself enamored with you." "Demoness, I wish to dispense with the pleasantries," Lin Chen replied, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. The demoness shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her tone. "Little brother, did you not promise to assist your sister? Moreover, that man is your master, who has bestowed upon you great favors. Surely, it is only natural for you to sacrifice your life for him." As she spoke, an overwhelming aura of disappointment radiated from the enchanting demoness, permeating the atmosphere. This emotion seeped into Lin Chen's heart, causing a tumultuous stir within him, as if he were on the verge of being consumed by this sentiment. Indeed, as the demoness had remarked, since he was her master, was it not natural for him to sacrifice his life? A hint of confusion flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Observing this scene, Blood Elder could not help but let out a heavy sigh, unable to bear witnessing any further. The demoness had indeed ensnared him, leaving him bewildered even in his final moments. Blood Elder's fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted, his expression contorted with fury. The demoness chuckled seductively, seemingly pleased with Lin Chen's enchantment. With a graceful wave of her hand, the colossal Five Hells reincarnation pill erupted, releasing 5 beams of different colors that swiftly entwined around Lin Chen. Upon contact with Lin Chen's body, the energies within the entire miniature world surged and roiled like a tempestuous sea. A terrifying aura of reincarnation emanated from the colossal pill, revealing the cycles of the great Tao, as the essence of the 5 Hells filled the sky. Thus began the plan to reshape Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign. At this moment, all efforts were rendered futile. Lin Chen's form was ensnared by the aura of the 5 Hells reincarnation pill, which had already commenced its operation, unstoppable by any force. Lin Chen's body resembled a lifeless corpse devoid of any spiritual light, being dragged inexorably toward the 5 Hells reincarnation pill. He had been utterly bewitched by the demoness. Yet, at that moment, a cold, unfeeling voice resonated. Lin Chen, are you truly willing to perish in such a manner? A flicker of struggle emerged in Lin Chen's bewildered eyes upon hearing those words. How could this be? He was not willing to die without understanding the circumstances of his demise. This is the utmost care I have shown him, the demoness chuckled lightly. Blood Elder, prepare for a new master to be born. Lin Chen has lost his intellect. Even if you wish to repent now, it is too late. The once fierce expression on Blood Elder's face transformed into one of sorrow at the demoness' words, as if he had aged several years in an instant. However, at that moment, the demoness' tone shifted abruptly. How could this be? Suddenly, Lin Chen, enshrouded in the 5 beams of the 5 hells' brilliance, erupted with an overwhelming will from his dazed eyes. Gazing at the towering, terrifying pill, his face twisted in ferocity, he roared, I, Lin Chen, live for myself. I live for those I cherish. Even if he is my master, I have my own life, my own world. I am his disciple, and I shall shine brighter than he ever did. Not even the heavens can claim my life. This indomitable roar birthed an endless reservoir of resilient will. A terrifying dark aura emanated from Lin Chen, sweeping across the entire miniature world. He turned his face, his silver hair swirling wildly, his expression one of defiance and rage. His eyes a fierce crimson, resembling a madman. The 5 beams of hellish light entwined around him were utterly annihilated by the terrifying aura emanating from within his body. At this moment, Lin Chen resembled an ancient demon god, radiating a furious wrath that threatened to engulf the world. Chapter 781. Awakening. A dreadful energy surged forth from Lin Chen, sweeping through the small realm of the demoness like a tempest, wild and colossal. Enormous skeletal wings unfurled from his back, each bone stained with blood and inscribed with dark, mysterious, terrifying traces. The sudden transformation took both the demoness and Blood Elder completely unawares. They felt deeply the horrifying energy pulsating within Lin Chen's being. With a ferocious roar, Lin Chen unleashed his fury, causing the entire small world to tremble beneath his voice. The skeletal wings behind him flapped violently, and he transcended space, thrusting his blood-bone fingers towards the demoness' face. A beam of terrifying light erupted from Lin Chen's blood-bone fingers, the sequence of movements executed in the blink of an eye. So swift it was astonishing. The dreadful bloodlight was of an unimaginable potency. Such speed, coupled with the demoness' brief moment of distraction, rendered her unable to react in time to evade the impending doom. However, as a supreme emperor among emperors, the demoness was far from feeble. Instantly, a torrent of crimson energy swirled beneath her feet, forming a massive protective barrier. The demoness was violently thrust backward, the protective shield shattering around her. In a frenzied display, Lin Chen roared to the heavens, his wings flapping as the surrounding small world crumbled inch by inch, revealing ominous blades of void energy. Witnessing the rampaging Lin Chen, the demoness swiftly countered with a palm strike, conjuring a grand 8-trigram pattern that descended like a hand, aiming to suppress him. The fabric of space shattered, and the heavens darkened. Lin Chen continued his thunderous roars, 3,000 strands of white demonic hair shooting upward. Countless beams of white light shimmering as if a legion of white spears aimed at the sky. You shall not be so audacious in my domain, the demoness declared coldly, her delicate fingers extending to grip, causing torrents of terrifying crimson energy to rain down, weaving into a vast net that descended upon Lin Chen. Upon this net, numerous talismans coalesced, forming a mysterious power. Bound by the net, Lin Chen's fury escalated, his blood-bone fingers transforming into claws that tore at the restraints. Yet, in this moment, the frenzied Lin Chen found himself unable to escape his bindings. What is happening? The demoness inquired icily, turning to Blood Elder. How could a mere Dao diagram realm individual become so formidable? Blood Elder's expression grew exceedingly complex, yet he was privy to many of Lin Chen's secrets. In that instant, as his heart momentarily ceased its rhythmic beating, he recalled Lin Chen's earlier transaction with the ancient bronze coffin. Could this be Lin Chen, who has lost half of his soul? At this moment, Shui Lao was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying thought. Despite having once dominated the human realm and witnessed various grand spectacles, he found himself shivering uncontrollably. The demoness observed the myriad changes in Shui Lao's expression without interruption. While the frenzied Lin Chen unleashed tremendous power, nearly shattering the demonist's restraints on several occasions. Fortunately, the demonist's hand remained unwavering, continuously suppressing the overwhelming confinement. This might have awakened a terrifying presence within him. Shui Lao fixed his gaze and remarked, "Are you suggesting that, akin to the former demon sovereign, he harbors something equally formidable within him?" The demonist paused in surprise and inquired further. Shui Lao nodded in affirmation. However, at this moment, he had completely set his mind at ease. With the ancient bronze coffin residing within Lin Chen, it was surely a fanciful notion for the Five Hells reincarnation pill to attempt to refine him. Yet, Shui Lao refrained from sharing his dreadful speculation with the demonist. Deep down, he wished to avoid articulating the unsettling thought that had crossed his mind. Unable to unleash your full power, yet you dare to act audaciously before me." The demonist scoffed, flicking her finger, causing the dark, beast-like Five Hells reincarnation pill to stir ever so slightly. In an instant, a formidable and overwhelming aura surged forth, distorting the very laws of this miniature world under its terrifying might. The brilliance of the Five Hells shimmered even more vibrantly. The power of the Five Hells transforms into sin, seizing all. The demonist bellowed, and from the depths of the Five Hells reincarnation pill, countless strands of hellish power erupted, intertwining to form a sharp and menacing hand that descended upon the frenzied Lin Chen, who was relentlessly tearing through the restraints. Feeling the imminent threat, the crazed Lin Chen roared to the heavens, his skeletal wings thrashing violently, unleashing an even more savage force. However, the colossal hand of the Five Hells suddenly grasped him, crushing his skeletal wings, causing his muscles to bulge painfully. As Lin Chen's roars intensified, his blood-red eyes gleamed with madness, evidently provoked by the intense agony inflicted by the hand. Waves of black light began to flicker from within him, as if an unfathomable force were on the verge of breaking free from Lin Chen's body. The demonist's eyes narrowed. She and Shui Lao both sensed the exceptional power of the black light within Lin Chen, which was about to erupt. Without hesitation, the demonist pointed again at the Five Hells reincarnation pill, summoning the reincarnation disc, pulling it into the cycle. In that instant, a colossal phantom of a wheel began to materialize deep within the dark pill. Upon this wheel, countless celestial beings transformed into indistinct shadows, releasing streams of reincarnation power that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. This reincarnation power was a supreme force possessed solely by the reincarnation demon canon, the foremost of the 3,000 demonic scriptures that once shook the heavens. Time decays, chaos arises, and nothing escapes the laws of reincarnation. As the ethereal shadow of the wheel of reincarnation emerged, a surge of dark energy threatened to erupt from Lin Chen's body, only to be immediately suppressed, rendering him immobile. The force of reincarnation erupted within him, dragging the frenzied Lin Chen deeper into the abyss of the Five Hells reincarnation pill. Once the reincarnation was unleashed, even the chaotic Lin Chen found himself constrained beneath the weight of the wheel, roaring and struggling in vain. Ultimately, his efforts were futile, for the Five Hells reincarnation pill was far too terrifying in its essence. The demoness, with a mere flick of her finger, caused the wheel of reincarnation that held Lin Chen captive to begin its subtle rotation. In an instant, it seemed as though the heavens and earth fell silent. The rotation of the wheel distorted all reality. The frenzied Lin Chen, who continued to thrash and roar beneath, suddenly felt as though struck by lightning, as a peculiar force of law contorted his entire being. In that moment, the bone wings, blood-red eyes, and blood claws adorning Lin Chen began to wane gradually. Yet, after a brief interval, he regained his true form. The shadow of the wheel of reincarnation dissipated at that moment, while the remaining light of the Five Hells surged forth once more, ensnaring Lin Chen's body and rendering him immobile. In this moment, Lin Chen remained in a deep slumber, unaware that his aura had inexplicably intensified beyond its previous state. With each breath, the essence of the Tao flowed through him. Finally, as if sensing something, Lin Chen's eyelids fluttered slightly, a chill coursing through him, and his gaze snapped open. "Demoness, no matter what tricks you employ, you shall not claim my life. I, Lin Chen, shall not be a sacrifice for anyone but myself," he declared resolutely, his eyes fixed firmly upon the demoness, gritting his teeth in defiance. Lin Chen was unaware of the events that had transpired, as if he had wandered through a blank dream. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Tao marks within him had surged to 150, surpassing the previous limit of 99. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, capable of manifesting countless Tao marks with a mere wave of his hand. Initially attributing this to the ancient bronze coffin, he was taken aback to find it unresponsive and devoid of any aura. Lin Chen speculated that perhaps his earlier roar had prompted the coffin to dismiss him as a fool, choosing to ignore him altogether. However, the question lingered. What had truly transpired? A glance downward revealed shattered fragments of the void. In this terrifying microcosm, numerous rifts had appeared, as if formidable beings had engaged in fierce combat here. Lin Chen was struck with trepidation. What kind of terrifying existence could match the demoness in battle? Could it be that the madman and the Taoist from the Four Seas had returned? Such an answer seemed implausible. While he was perplexed, he was acutely aware of his current predicament. He believed the demoness was scheming against him, yet he resolved to roar defiantly, his will as unyielding as rock. He could not perish. The Blood Sky Demon Sovereign was indeed his master, but he was Lin Chen, living solely for himself. What a profound declaration it was. To live solely for oneself. The terrifying entity within you has temporarily prolonged your life, yet before the power of reincarnation, even this horror is destined to be subdued. The demoness lamented, "Little brother, you have disappointed me greatly. You do not even comprehend the concept of gratitude." Lin Chen could not recall the events that had just unfolded, but upon hearing the demoness' words, he was immediately filled with rage. He shouted, "Though Blood Sky Demon Lord is my master and has shown me kindness, he is now deceased. Must I sacrifice my own life to awaken him? Every being in this world exists for their own survival." The demoness scoffed disdainfully, saying, "In terms of your master's stature, you will never reach such heights in your lifetime. Sooner or later, you shall fall. It would be better to use your life to awaken a formidable existence, thereby attaining a higher realm and forging a more magnificent legacy." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell into a sudden silence. Indeed, Blood Sky Demon Lord was immensely powerful. Even a lifeless finger, devoid of any intent, could obliterate him into dust. But so what? I am Lin Chen. Therefore, even my master shall one day be surpassed by me, reaching heights he could never attain throughout his life, dominating the heavens. Lin Chen's eyes ignited with fierce flames, an overwhelming will surged forth, unafraid of all challenges. This was the essence of the emperor's will, the heart of an emperor. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with countless difficulties. Only by fearing neither life nor death, nor the future, can one cut through the thorns. Moreover, he aspired to surpass Blood Sky Demon Lord, to fear nothing, armed with supreme resolve. He is a man of the Lin family, and no man of the Lin family is a coward. Blood Old stared blankly at this scene, observing the unwavering youth before him, whose determined demeanor was strikingly familiar. Many years ago, he had witnessed that same indomitable and stubborn youth. Throughout these years, he had remained true to his essence, showing no signs of change. To surpass Blood Sky Demon Lord, such a notion might seem laughable among countless beings, yet to Blood Old, it felt devoid of impossibility. How many times has he spoken of achieving what he set out to do? Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, Blood Old's hand clenched tightly, and a flicker of belief began to rise within his gaze. This belief, as it gathered and grew stronger, could indeed be called the makings of a prodigy. Yet, this is your destiny. The demoness' previously mournful voice turned icy, declaring that no one in this world could surpass that man, regardless of who they were. Once she finished speaking, the demoness flicked her finger, and the light of the five hells surged, swiftly pulling Lin Chen towards the depths of the vast, pitch-black elixir. From a distance, it appeared as though he were being drawn into an endless, dark ocean. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly, his teeth clenched tightly. He now sensed the mysterious force behind him that quashed any thoughts of resistance. The five hells reincarnation pill behind him resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Once drawn within, death would be inevitable. Activating the illusionary spirit realm was futile, as the energy could not be summoned. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Yet at that moment, the overwhelming light of the five hells rendered him utterly powerless, prompting a deep sigh from his lips. Surely, the heartless fairy would not intervene now. As an empress, even though she was fierce and formidable, it was impossible for her to risk her life against a constraint that could potentially cost her dearly. At most, it would leave her severely weakened. In comparison to facing the terrifying demoness, she would undoubtedly prefer to suffer a grave loss of vitality. Was there truly no escape? Must he completely surrender his soul? Lin Chen could not help but contemplate the depths of despair as he felt himself being drawn into a vast abyss. On the brink of being engulfed by an endless darkness, the breath of hell roared around him, as if everything was approaching its conclusion. To hell with this! Lin Chen shouted in fury, immediately directing his thoughts towards the ancient bronze coffin. Regardless of whether he lost his soul, it was far better than becoming a true sacrifice. However, the bronze coffin remained indifferent. Stunned, Lin Chen wondered what was happening. Had his shout truly fallen on deaf ears? His expression changed abruptly as he sensed the chilling aura of hell begin to engulf his legs, threatening to pull him entirely into its depths. The vast and overwhelming energy of hell was beyond his ability to resist. Lin Chen found himself sinking into the quagmire of despair. Realizing that he was on the verge of being completely dragged down, he let out a howl that seemed to pierce the heavens. At that critical moment, an unyielding sword light cleaved through the fabric of space, striking the massive, dark pill with great force. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and the colossal power swept through Lin Chen's body, propelling him out of the depths. Yet, under the weight of such immense force, Lin Chen suffered a violent impact, his internal organs jolting violently, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, he felt a fragrant breeze envelop him, and his falling form was caught in a soft embrace. A surge of joy filled Lin Chen's heart as he recognized who had arrived. However, upon turning his head, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in awe. The heartless fairy revealed her true form, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, silver hair cascading over her shoulders. With a porcelain complexion and delicate features, her captivating silver eyes, however, were filled with a chilling indifference. An unparalleled beauty, she contrasted sharply with the Rain Empress. While the latter exuded an air of aloofness, the heartless fairy radiated a coldness that seemed to emanate from her very core. At that moment, she reached out an arm to catch the falling Lin Chen. "Fairy, you have finally come to rescue me," Lin Chen exclaimed, inhaling the subtle fragrance that emanated from her, his face lighting up with joy. The heartless fairy cast a fleeting glance at him, retracting her arm, causing Lin Chen to cry out as he unexpectedly plummeted once more. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing to hover in the air. "Fairy, it would have been disastrous had I fallen to my demise. Are you not a tad too heartless?" Lin Chen complained. The heartless fairy paid him no heed, her silver gaze fixed firmly upon the demoness. With a soft chuckle, the enchanting demoness remarked on the allure of the youthful figure before her, a sentiment that sent shivers down the spine, yet she held a disdain for such aged sentiments. In the cool, detached gaze of the unfeeling fairy, a sudden surge of formidable killing intent erupted. Chapter 783, The Awakening of the Eye of the Demon God. Lin Chen felt an immense gratitude towards the breathtaking fairy before him. Without her intervention, he could scarcely fathom what fate awaited him. Though perplexed by the unfeeling fairy's motivations, he decided to set aside his doubts. For now, preserving his own life took precedence. Observing the terrifying aura emanating from his companion, he could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, this demoness was truly beguiling. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Chen cast a furtive glance at the coldly beautiful profile of the unfeeling fairy. "Die," she commanded, raising her delicate hand, causing the layers of the void within this small world to shatter instantly. From the fragments of the void surged a torrent of terrifying sword light, shaking the very fabric of reality as it barreled towards the demoness. "Your path of the unfeeling sword shall never attain perfection, while the mortal realm remains. How can one speak of being unfeeling?" The demoness replied with a laugh. "Old maid, today you shall not escape." A dreadful aura erupted from the five hells reincarnation pill, its essence climbing high and manifesting 5 horrific scenes of hell, filled with slaughter, chaos, and relentless bloodshed. As the visions of the 5 hells manifested, they swiftly crushed the sword light that traversed the void, overwhelming it with the will of the 5 infernal realms, bearing down upon the unfeeling fairy. Beneath the hells, the fairy shall be extinguished. The unfeeling sword shimmered with a brilliant light at her brow, and a pale sword emerged, devoid of emotion or mercy. It bore the imprints of emperors, continuously exuding and absorbing immense power, as if it could stain the void with its unfeeling essence. This sword was a mid-grade Tao artifact. With the unfeeling sword in hand, the unfeeling fairy struck forth violently. A terrifying, unparalleled Tao might exploded from the tip of her sword, instantly obliterating the manifestations of the five hells. The overwhelming might surged forth, crashing into the massive, dark pill that lay dormant like a colossal beast of antiquity. The tremendous force struck the enormous black pill, producing a thunderous roar that heralded a terrifying tempest. The multicolored light of the hells dimmed, and the massive pill was pushed back repeatedly. Across the boundless expanse of this small world, within 1,000 miles, violent storms erupted, causing the very land to collapse, accompanied by an unending cacophony of thunderous sounds. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he beheld such a terrifying might of the Tao. If aimed at the ground, it could annihilate a 1,000-mile radius in an instant, unleashing devastating power. "It seems you truly wish for your demise," the demoness stated calmly, devoid of any panic. She raised her alabaster hand, and a terrifying aura awakened from the deepest core of the five hells reincarnation pill. The wheel of reincarnation. The supreme aura of reincarnation swiftly enveloped the entire microcosm. As a colossal wheel of blurred shadow emerged from the depths of the five hells reincarnation pill, directly advancing towards the ruthless sword. An overwhelming will of ruthlessness erupted from the blade, a profound wisdom continuously revolving within it. Yet, beneath the indistinct shadow of this wheel of reincarnation, all wills were shattered. And this mid-grade Tao artifact was repeatedly forced back under its suppression. With a resounding crash, the delicate form of the ruthless fairy was struck as if by a heavy blow, causing her to spit forth a mouthful of blood. The interwoven great paths upon her being began to shift and dissipate under the weight of this reincarnation force. To ascend as a great emperor, one must embody the great path. The ruthlessness of the ruthless fairy could not withstand this reincarnation power, as it began to draw her into the cycle of rebirth. Even the great paths were ensnared by reincarnation. The dominion and terror of the wheel of reincarnation fully manifested at this moment, and yet this was merely a shadow, not its complete entity. The power of reincarnation ranks among the top three. Even great paths and immortals must inevitably succumb to it. Moreover, you are not even an immortal, merely an old virgin who has lived for a few millennia, the demoness remarked coldly. The ruthless fairy's complexion turned ashen, despite her fiery gaze. The ruthless sword could only whimper under the suppression of the reincarnation wheel, its aura stifled and languid. Even the formidable ruthless fairy was on the verge of exhausting all her strength against this wheel of reincarnation. The demoness showed no sign of relenting. She opened her alluring crimson lips and immediately expelled a pill imbued with terrifying energy. The moment the pill appeared, a commanding howl of wolves echoed throughout the air. This howl sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine, causing his blood to boil. It bore an uncanny magical power, and even Lin Chen's body suffered under its onslaught, prompting him to employ his devouring demonic art to mitigate its effects. However, as the heavenly demon moon-eating pill manifested, it transformed into a colossal celestial wolf standing atop the heavenly mountain, opening its gaping maw to devour the sky and the moon, creating a gaping void in the heavens. Should this phenomenon unfold, not only Lin Chen, but even the ruthless fairy would likely suffer grievous injuries. The expressions of both the ruthless fairy and Lin Chen suddenly grew grave. They were at a critical juncture of life and death. Any strike from the demoness was immensely terrifying, leaving Lin Chen as a mere observer in such a battle of this caliber. "Die," the demoness uttered coldly, causing the hairs on Lin Chen's body to stand on end. "Stop!" Blood Old, whose countenance had fluctuated between light and darkness, suddenly bellowed, his body and garments bursting forth as layers of energy surged outward. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the demoness, a radiant display of multicolored light erupting, transforming into a divine shield of the five elements, pressing forward. This divine shield of the five elements was precisely the quintessence of the five elements refining God technique that Blood Old had once taught Lin Chen. However, its mastery surpassed Lin Chen's comprehension, drawing upon the powers of the five elements from an intangible realm, unleashing its might to an astonishing degree. With a cold snort, the enchanting demoness appeared as a deity within the little world, where countless laws of the cosmos cascaded down, transforming into an ocean that engulfed the sudden assault from Blood Elder into nothingness. "Blood Elder, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you wish to betray your master?" The demoness thundered, not even invoking the power of the heavenly demon swallowing moon pill. As she effortlessly pushed Lin Chen and the others aside, Lin Chen gazed in shock at this scene. Blood Elder, he mused, was correct. A life extinguished dissipates into the ether. This was no longer the era of blood heavenly demon sovereign. He lived for himself. And even the master could not afford such selfishness. Calmly, Blood Elder responded, "Thus, Demoness, I implore you, spare him. He will undoubtedly grow to an extraordinary height in the future." A chilling aura of murderous intent suddenly enveloped the entire little world, as if a blizzard had descended. The Demoness was incensed, her cold malevolence terrifying and immense, suffocating as if death itself gripped one's throat. "You wish to protect them? I shall sacrifice him alive," the Demoness declared coldly. As her words fell, the reincarnation disk, which suppressed the merciless sword, abruptly rotated, unleashing a force of reincarnation that transformed into a sword, slicing down towards Lin Chen's head. This sword of reincarnation seemed poised to cleave both Lin Chen and the very fabric of space in twain. The expressions of Blood Elder and the merciless fairy shifted dramatically in that moment. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply under the weight of that terrifying sword. His entire being was rendered immobile, the sheer pressure rendering him incapable of resistance. The sword meant certain death, destined to turn him into nothingness through the force of reincarnation. Was he to perish? It felt as though the very heavens had fallen silent. This moment was but a fleeting instant. Suddenly, a dreadful demonic aura surged from within Lin Chen, an ancient presence erupting in a blaze of divine light, soaring to the heavens. The ancient essence radiated forth, causing even the five hells reincarnation pill to tremble in its wake. As if the sky had been shrouded in dark clouds, the little world descended into darkness. Amidst that profound blackness, an enormous ancient pupil with crimson orbs and obsidian depths floated, gazing down upon the entire little world. Under that watchful gaze, the realm trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. The eye of the demon god awakens. In the vastness of this little world, all seemed to quiver beneath the ancient presence. The reincarnation disk ceased its rotation. Even the five hells reincarnation pill appeared to stand still. This mysterious and colossal ancient pupil, imbued with a peculiar power, had a profound effect even on the formidable reincarnation disk. "What is this aura?" the Demoness inquired, her voice laced with confusion. How could such an ancient and mysterious entity emerge from within this little fellow? Even she could not discern what it truly was. The merciless fairy was momentarily taken aback. Yet she had already experienced greater astonishment from Lin Chen previously. Thus, it is hardly surprising, with but a fleeting thought, the merciless blade pierced through the void and entered her very being, causing her pallid complexion to regain a hint of color. Such an extraordinary transformation arrived with startling abruptness, as the earlier tumultuous battle now fell into a profound silence. Could it be that this aura is linked to the eye of the demon god? The ancient figure, Blood Elder, gazing upon the scene before him, could not help but murmur, his murky eyes suddenly alight with immense astonishment. The eye of the demon god stands as the foremost among the 10 great demon scriptures, possessing the power to perceive the supernatural. If it indeed holds the title of the foremost, could it possibly have some peculiar connection to this force of reincarnation? Blood Elder's conjecture was not without merit. He was acutely aware of the terror that the power of reincarnation entailed. Thus, if the aura emanating from the eye of the demon god could subdue the wheel of reincarnation, it was likely intertwined with the power of reincarnation in some significant manner. Upon hearing Blood Elder's murmured thoughts, the enchanting Demoness slightly furrowed her delicate brows and remarked that the eye of the demon god, reputed to be a fearsome manifestation of demonic prowess, ranks just below the reincarnation demon tome. It appears that the younger brother is not so easily slain. Possessing numerous treasures indeed. The tone of the Demoness shifted to one of alluring charm, eliciting a wry smile from Lin Chen. Who would have thought that the sleeve he had seized from a mere innate realm ghost general would unleash such formidable power? Yet, how much strength could it truly manifest? I am eager to test just how formidable this premier divine ability truly is, the Demoness declared nonchalantly, her graceful hand sweeping forth. In an instant, countless infernal lights erupted from the five hells reincarnation pill, transforming into a magnificent great sword that surged toward the colossal pupil etched in the boundless darkness. This strike possessed the might to cleave an entire ocean asunder. In response to the Demoness' assault, the indistinct pupil suddenly unleashed an ancient radiance, not directing its force against the five hells' great sword, but rather striking the ethereal image of the wheel of reincarnation. In that moment, the demonist's expression shifted. The previously motionless wheel of reincarnation began to rotate anew, its surface gleaming with an inky luster, appearing even more profound and mysterious. As it turned, it bore down upon the five hells' great sword, a thunderous explosion resonating through the air, as the great sword was utterly crushed to splinters. All present were taken aback. The eye of the demon god could indeed set the grand wheel of reincarnation into motion. Was this not a jest? Even Lin Chen did not anticipate such a spectacle. What he had once regarded as merely a mysterious sleeve had now erupted with such towering might. After the five hells' great sword was obliterated by the ethereal image of the wheel of reincarnation, Lin Chen felt a mysterious force begin to envelop him. The vast ethereal image of the wheel of reincarnation, spanning kilometers, settled behind him, gradually unfurling and rotating. Waves of reincarnation power cascaded down from all directions, entwining around Lin Chen. However, rather than inflicting harm, this energy elevated his spirit to its zenith. What is the purpose of this? Even Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. At that moment, he abruptly sensed a mysterious and terrifying force fixated upon him, plunging his body into an icy abyss, enveloping him in an immeasurable chill. With a face filled with astonishment, Lin Chen lifted his gaze, only to behold an enormous, enigmatic pupil outlined before him. At that instant, a flicker of dark light began to gather within its depths, coalescing into a fist-sized black crystal. From this crystal, a surge of dark light erupted, hurtling directly towards Lin Chen's forehead. Boom, boom, boom. This fist-sized black light caused the entire microcosm to tremble, a testament to the immense power it contained. In such a circumstance, even the demonist refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe the unfolding scene. Heaven knows whether this suddenly awakened mysterious force aimed to slay Lin Chen or to save him. Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Unable to perceive the speed at which the dark light approached, he merely sensed a collision against his brow. After this occurrence, the eye of the demon god began to calm, and the dark sky of the microcosm brightened. All oppressive forces and mysterious energies vanished without a trace. The wheel of reincarnation disappeared, and the five hells' reincarnation pill retracted all its glimmer, falling into silence. It was as if everything had returned to tranquility in that moment. What was this force engaged in? Lin Chen touched his forehead, feeling a slight warmth there, but nothing else. What was that dark light? Yet, it was only Lin Chen who remained bewildered. Blood Old, the heartless fairy, and the demoness, upon witnessing Lin Chen at this moment, could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. They observed a new mark had inexplicably appeared on Lin Chen's forehead, an indistinct dark golden imprint resembling an eye. Although it was unclear, the pure and powerful demonic energy emanating from it instilled a sense of terrifying strength within the sealed, blurry eye. The demoness was momentarily taken aback before gently exclaiming, "Little brother, you truly are remarkable." The heartless fairy furrowed her brow slightly, while Blood Old rejoiced, clasping his hands towards Lin Chen and declaring, "Young man, you have struck it rich. Who would have thought that even without mastering the eye of the demon god, you would encounter such an opportunity?" Lin Chen was filled with confusion. Why was Blood Old still offering congratulations? Yet, at that moment, seeing Blood Old brought a wave of excitement to Lin Chen's heart, for Blood Old had ultimately chosen him. When one's emotions can be weighed against another's, and one finds themselves lacking, it is undeniably a painful experience. However, Blood Old chose him. Rather than ascending to the pinnacle alongside the demoness as the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, you now bear a demonic seal upon your forehead. If you can find the subsequent scroll, you will be able to unlock the eye of the demon god. It appears this divine ability is truly destined for you. Blood Old gazed intently at Lin Chen. While others may not comprehend its significance, Blood Old understood all too well what this mark represented. This represents a monumental transformation. Most exhilarating for the elder is the fact that the wheel of reincarnation can no longer be activated by the enchanting demoness. The 5 Inferno reincarnation pill refines all impurities from the 5 great hells, while the wheel of reincarnation alters the 3 lives, ushering in the cycle of rebirth. This has enabled the soul of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign to emerge from the abyss of darkness and inhabit Lin Chen's body. However, the wheel of reincarnation can no longer be summoned, which means that the blood sky demon sovereign cannot be resurrected. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that the black light that had just erupted held such profound implications. You've done well, little brother. You've gained the acknowledgement of the eye of the demon god. Given time, perhaps you could restore the former glory of the wheel of reincarnation, the demoness said, her voice sultry and captivating. In this moment, the elder reprimanded her, asserting that without the wheel of reincarnation, she cannot draw forth the master's soul, and thus cannot revive him. Lin Chen is now the sole heir left by the blood sky demon sovereign in this world, and we should support him. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming joy. He had never anticipated that the emergence of the eye of the demon god would yield such tremendous benefits. With the blood sky demon sovereign unable to be reborn in this realm, why must the demoness still seek his demise? Haha, I too did not foresee this turn of events. If revival is impossible, then so be it, the demoness replied, her tone devoid of disappointment, instead brimming with amusement. Yet, in an instant, her voice turned icy, stating that if she were to assist him, she would first need to ascertain his qualifications. Since you, Lin Chen, have crossed my path, I shall arrange for you to meet your master. I wish to see if he recognizes you. Lin Chen's expression shifted upon hearing this. To meet the blood sky demon sovereign and gain his acknowledgement. What could this demoness possibly mean? Chapter 785. Do you deserve to be my disciple? The appearance of the eye of the demon god disrupted the demoness' plans. Without the activation of the wheel of reincarnation, it was impossible to draw Lin Chen into the cycle, severing his corporeal form and allowing the fragment of the blood sky demon sovereign's finger to intervene. The demoness laughed gleefully, observing the change in the elder's expression, yet she remained silent. Instead, she flicked her finger at Lin Chen, and in an instant, a beam of light shot forth. As this light surged, it seemed to dim the entire world, overshadowing everything with its brilliance. A fragment of bone, resembling white jade, floated before everyone. This small piece of bone erupted with a dazzling radiance akin to starlight, illuminating the entire microcosm. An immense, mysterious pressure emanated from this fragment, sweeping across the small world. In that moment, Lin Chen's expression changed. He felt an overwhelming weight akin to Mount Tai pressing upon his shoulders, causing his blood to flow sluggishly and his breath to quicken. Before this fragment, Lin Chen felt like an insignificant ant, crushed merely by the weight of its aura. Devouring the aberration, Lin Chen roared mightily as an immense, pitch-black phenomenon surged forth from his back, continuously whirling. The mysterious gravitational pull emanating from it consumed the oppressive aura that surrounded him. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt as though a monumental weight, akin to a stone of unimaginable mass, pressed upon his chest. If this persisted, he would surely suffer grave injuries. Suddenly, a foot descended before Lin Chen, as the figure of the heartless fairy interposed herself in his path. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure that had burdened Lin Chen's shoulders dissipated, granting him a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, upon beholding the heartless fairy, Lin Chen could not help but be taken aback. Why would she come to his aid? The demoness, the blood sky demon lord's skeletal remnants, bore no trace of will, only an echo of its presence. Blood Elder observed this scene and spoke gravely to the demoness. You have witnessed Lin Chen's strength. He is enshrouded by the great fortune of destiny, destined to ascend to greater heights. You cannot vanquish him. The demoness let out a melodious laugh, akin to silver bells. Blood Elder, have you truly lost your wits? Indeed, the wheel of reincarnation can no longer be activated. But what of it? Even a bone devoid of will, belonging to a being of the demon lord's caliber, can awaken its indelible instincts. Blood Elder's expression shifted noticeably, for it was evident that the demoness spoke truthfully. Now, dear brother, let me see if you can live for yourself. If even he recognizes your worth, then I have no further argument. The demoness's voice, sultry and enchanting, echoed in Lin Chen's ears, promising a surprise should he gain her approval. This bewitching tone, naturally alluring, stirred something within Lin Chen. He could not deny that the demoness's previous actions should have incited his hatred, yet he found no animosity in his heart. Upon hearing her captivating words, his heart inexplicably raced, and had it not been for the recent elevation of his will, he might have succumbed to her charm. Truly, she was a temptress. Yet, must he now confront the primal instincts of that man? Lin Chen gazed intently at the skeletal remnants not far ahead, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. The Blood Sky Demon Lord, a figure mythologized in tales. For his sake, this world seemed to rise against him. He had once made the entire cosmos tremble beneath his feet. What kind of will would his instincts harbor? Demon Lord, let me ascertain whether your successor is worthy. The demoness's voice turned solemn as she extended her delicate, fair fingers. A great law of the universe coalesced, causing the very space around them to tremble, and was suddenly infused into the skeletal remains. The heavens dimmed, and all creation quaked, as the winds surged and the clouds roiled. A cataclysmic force erupted from a single phalanx, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Within the confines of this small world, a cacophony of thunderous roars resonated, akin to a stampede of countless steeds or the tremors of a fractured earth. In that instant, as an indomitable will ascended, small worlds in every direction shattered, creating gaping chasms in the void. From the very essence of this phalanx, a figure emerged, appearing as if it could rupture the very firmament. The aura enveloping him resembled an ancient divine sword, capable of cleaving the skies and annihilating the terrestrial realm. Such a terrifying will defied description. It was a confluence of dominance, slaughter, strength, and audacity, rendering the entire cosmos pale in comparison to his presence. Before him, the universe appeared as mere fireflies juxtaposed against a vast expanse of stars. The heartless celestial maiden, who had never before encountered the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, felt an overwhelming impact as this dreadful aura surged forth. Though she had attained her own path, the radiance of this figure compelled her to look up in reverence. Among all, Lin Chen experienced the most profound shock. In that moment, he resembled a humble ant gazing up at a towering figure akin to a celestial mountain. The chasm separating them felt as vast as the divide between heaven and earth. Lin Chen's eyes were wide with astonishment and terror as he beheld this figure. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any thought, a testament to the magnitude of his shock. At that moment, the towering figure, seemingly capable of shattering the heavens, turned its gaze towards Lin Chen, fixing him with an intense stare. As it spoke, its voice resonated like a primordial avalanche, reminiscent of a multitude of thunderclaps. You are worthy to be my disciple. The words of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign detonated within Lin Chen's heart like a bomb, threatening to shatter his very essence. The immense will encapsulated within those words reached a terrifying magnitude. Even the heartless celestial maiden, alongside figures such as the Blood Elder and the Demon Empress, felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The entire small world quaked violently, as if on the verge of fracturing. This was merely the will contained within the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign's phalanx, akin to an unparalleled sword of slaughter, capable of obliterating all illusions. The sheer terror of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign had been laid bare, revealing itself in its primal instinct. Lin Chen's mind swayed, his consciousness in turmoil. He felt like a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, precariously swaying and at risk of being engulfed by towering waves. Even the resplendent brilliance of the Five Hells reincarnation pill paled in comparison to the boundless grandeur of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. This was the man who made the entire human realm tremble, and in this chaotic era, he finally exhibited a semblance of authority. Calm, 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 calm. I must remain calm, Lin Chen repeatedly murmured. Although his pupils were unfocused and his consciousness was a blank slate from the shock, he steadfastly clung to the will he had previously declared, to remain composed. Lin Chen's resolve, when juxtaposed against the will of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, resembled that of a mere mortal standing before the boundless expanse of the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. The exquisite imperial artifact that was Lin Chen's body trembled violently at that moment. His skin began to tear inch by inch, blood seeping forth, and waves of excruciating pain surged through him, rendering his spirit and will impervious to awakening. At that moment, Lin Chen resembled a soulless puppet, muttering only calm, calm. Yet, even the Blood Elder was powerless to assist him now, for the Demon Empress and the Heartless Fairy, alongside him, the three sovereigns were all ensnared in this unparalleled will, swept into a tempest of overwhelming force. Although they could still maintain clarity of mind, they understood all too well that Lin Chen could only gain the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign's instinctual recognition through his own efforts. Lin Chen must not falter. The Blood Elder gazed at Lin Chen with an unprecedented gravity in his eyes. If Lin Chen were to fall, he would be deemed worthless in the eyes of the blood sky demon sovereign. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The small world around them continued to erupt with explosions that shook the very fabric of existence, a terrifying cacophony. The form of the blood sky demon sovereign appeared to have shattered this miniature realm, his face obscured. Only a vague silhouette remained. Even if his visage were revealed, none would dare to meet his gaze. Lin Chen, having lost his self-will to the onslaught, felt his form begin to sway precariously. The once mighty imperial artifact that he embodied now resembled mere scrap metal, easily shattered to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he had become a bloodied figure. His complexion pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. A disdainful will emanated from that towering figure. The invisible pupils radiated contempt, akin to two formidable divine swords piercing through Lin Chen, embedding deep within his heart. Who would have thought you to be such a worthless wretch? The blood sky demon sovereign slowly pronounced. His tone bore no hint of disappointment. It was unsettlingly calm, devoid of any authority. It resembled an upper echelon recounting a simple fact, laced with an arrogance and pride that transcended ordinary comprehension. The blood elder's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze fixated on Lin Chen. He recognized that when the blood sky demon sovereign uttered those words, it signified a complete derision of Lin Chen. In the eyes of the blood sky demon sovereign, Lin Chen was no more than an ant, ready to be crushed underfoot. However, this was merely the instinct of the blood sky demon sovereign. He could not act upon it to obliterate Lin Chen, for he was not merely a fragment of thought. Otherwise, with an entity of such magnitude, even a mere thought would manifest as a formidable avatar of terrifying power. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Chen's wavering form abruptly stiffened, and his head rose resolutely. The bloodied visage, at this moment, transformed into an expression of utter savagery. Within those eyes, an unparalleled will radiated fiercely towards the blood sky demon sovereign, as Lin Chen summoned every ounce of his strength and roared, "I, Lin Chen, shall not succumb so easily." Amidst the tranquil echoes of his self-affirmation, his determination began to gradually resurface, although still shrouded in an ethereal haze. This flicker of consciousness unleashed a roar of supreme resolve from the depths of his chest. This roar, akin to a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the chaotic heavens. The demoness and the ruthless fairy were momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden outburst. A flicker of inscrutable emotion gleamed in the demoness's peach blossom eyes. The expression on the blood elder's face also brightened. Indeed, Lin Chen had not fallen under the weight of this ominous will. The blood sky demon sovereign, with eyes that carried an air of formidable authority, gazed down upon Lin Chen, unperturbed by his furious cry. "So you have awakened, yet before me, you remain as insignificant as an ant." Lin Chen's heart ached under the piercing disdain emanating from those eyes. As the heir of the blood sky demon sovereign, he had perpetually lived in the shadow of that immense presence, as if ensnared in a pitch-black cage that stifled his own brilliance. "Do not underestimate the youth," he bellowed with a fierce countenance, raising a finger to the heavens. "I, Lin Chen, shall one day outshine all your glory, forcing you to gaze upon my figure even in death." With Lin Chen's fiery declaration, the ancient bronze coffin at the center of his brow trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying aura that soared into the sky. This will was ancient and profound, vast and indomitable, defying all, brazen and unyielding. Lin Chen's roar of determination seemed to resonate with the bronze coffin, unleashing a momentous will that, though fleeting, struck like thunder through the hearts of the demoness, the ruthless fairy, and the blood elder. In an astonishing turn, the oppressive presence pervading the entire microcosm dissipated entirely, leaving the realm in a state of disarray. This abrupt shift left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Lin Chen, whose body was on the brink of collapse, found himself seated upon the ground as the pressure vanished. Had it not been for the fervor burning within him, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. The tone of the blood sky demon sovereign, in this moment, bore an unprecedented calmness. "Why do you wish to continue living?" This tranquility, however, caused the blood elder's expression to darken, revealing his unease. For such calm heralded an impending tempest. "It has been long since I have heard him speak in such a manner," the demoness remarked softly. This stillness resembled the ominous calm before the storm. Seated upon the ground, Lin Chen gazed upon the towering figure, its blood-streaked face breaking into a grin, as a newfound certainty unfurled from his lips. "Everything is for the sake of duty." Chapter 787. The Demon Lord's Celestial Abode on Lin Chen's countenance. A resolute determination remained unwavering, impervious to any tremors of doubt. Even the terrifying aura emanating from the formidable blood-sky Demon Lord failed to sway his conviction. To exist in this world is to bear responsibility. Survival itself is a duty. Lin Chen has consistently adhered to this principle. With every step he takes steeped in this belief. Upon hearing his words, the arrogant blood-sky Demon Lord chose to fall silent. The once tumultuous atmosphere now steeped in an eerie stillness. The two emperors, including Blood Elder, understood well that if Lin Chen's response had not been satisfactory, the demoness would not grant him another chance. At that moment, an unexpected, thunderous laughter erupted from the blood-sky Demon Lord, each peal resonating as though it could shatter the very fabric of reality. Concurrently, the towering figure that had loomed over the realm transformed into a radiant beam of light, abruptly vanishing from existence. The once resplendent ivory finger now appeared dull and lifeless, enveloped in complete silence. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of relief, but upon witnessing the state of his own body, he could not help but let out a bitter smile. Under the sheer weight of the blood-sky Demon Lord's innate authority, his internal meridians and muscles had sustained grievous injuries. Blood Elder gazed at the scene in disbelief, before bursting into hearty laughter, a glimmer of moisture welling in the corners of his eyes. The blood-soaked man before them was no longer the naive boy of yesteryears. He had come to understand the essence of responsibility. The heartless fairy maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. She cast a cursory glance at the bloodied Lin Chen, remaining silent as she waved her delicate hand, parting the void to reveal a fissure akin to a portal. With a subtle shift of her step, she glided into the rift. Lin Chen, in a moment of urgency, called out, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed fairy." Yet, the heartless fairy appeared oblivious to his words, her figure flickering and leaving behind a graceful silhouette before vanishing into the diminutive world. Lin Chen harbored genuine gratitude towards the heartless fairy. Despite her employing somewhat unscrupulous means, she had saved his life, warranting acknowledgement. "My dear brother, you have indeed not disappointed me," the demoness remarked, appearing before Lin Chen, a crimson elixir materializing between her alabaster fingers, exuding a potent aura. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, invigorating his spirit. Having endured the trial imposed by the blood-sky Demon Lord, Lin Chen's temperament had elevated. He could now intuitively sense the murderous intent of those beneath him in cultivation. It was a profound realization regarding the fortification of one's mindset. Whenever an individual harbored thoughts of killing, the essence of that intent would radiate outward, subtly imbuing the awareness of another. However, such wisps of will were often imperceptible. Yet, Lin Chen remained oblivious to the true intentions of the demoness towards him. However, if the enchanting demoness truly wished to harm Lin Chen, he currently lacked the ability to resist. As Lin Chen opened his mouth, the mysterious and potent elixir slipped down his throat, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his entire being, invigorating every meridian. Even his consciousness was swept away by a surging gust of Tao energy. This formidable force coalesced within Lin Chen like a colossal dragon, spanning thousands of miles, unleashing a terrifying energy that gradually mended his body. The overwhelming energy struck his sea of consciousness with tremendous force. Such pure and abundant energy, imbued with the essence of the Tao, brought a look of astonishment to Lin Chen's face. "Little brother, do not delay in refining the energy within," the demoness urged gently. "I possess but this single Tao essence celestial pill." Feeling the immense and refined energy, Lin Chen wasted no time. His devouring magic immediately activated. A powerful force of absorption emanated from every pore, drawing the released energy into his body. In an instant, streams of Tao essence began to circulate within him. The faint holy light within his physical form seemed to awaken, ravenously consuming the torrent of energy. Suddenly, a brilliant holy radiance erupted from Lin Chen's being. As he assimilated this vast Tao essence, Lin Chen transformed it into strands of Tao marks. The Tao marks within him swelled dramatically, the terrifying numbers of 100, 150, 200 rapidly escalating. From the ground where Lin Chen sat in meditation, a vast expanse of Tao light spread outward, forming an ethereal diagram of the 8 trigrams, exuding a potent aura of the Tao. At this moment, Lin Chen's momentum surged in waves. After 2 full days and nights, the Tao marks within him had astonishingly increased to 399. The aura he emanated resonated like distant thunder, stirring awe in the hearts of those nearby. I have opened 4 of my 5 seas of consciousness, allowing for the absorption of 400 Tao marks. Yet, why can I not condense this 400th mark? Lin Chen sensed an immense barrier. No matter how he endeavored to absorb the abundant energy, he could not breach it. This elusive 400th Tao mark resembled a grand and complete barrier, impenetrable. At this moment, Lin Chen's physical form was suffused with holy light, resembling an ocean of luminescence that infused every muscle. He was immersed in profound understanding, perceiving the convergence of sacred might. It seemed that the completion of this final Tao mark remained just out of reach. Despite numerous attempts, he encountered failure each time. Realizing that his foundation was not solid enough, he needed to consolidate his current cultivation before he could strive for that elusive 400th mark. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt his strength had grown immensely. The body brims with boundless power. Lin Chen suddenly rose to his feet, drawing all the surging energy into his being. Well done, little brother. Your strength has indeed reached an impressive level, the enchanting demoness remarked with a soft tone. Lin Chen felt an immense sense of relief within. In summary, the benefits he had gained were considerable. However, he could not shake the unsettling feeling that the demoness' current demeanor evoked in him. Her actions were perplexingly enigmatic, leaving him utterly bewildered. At that moment, Blood Elder approached with a calm expression and addressed Lin Chen. Congratulations, Lin Chen. In this trial, you have achieved the greatest success. You have not disappointed me, nor the demoness, Blood Heaven. Lin Chen was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind Blood Elder's words. Hey, old man. Did I ask for your commentary? It seems you've been bottling up your thoughts about women for too long, and it's manifesting in peculiar ways. Little brother, I have a grand gift for you. The demoness' voice was laced with temptation. However, before I present this gift, you must fulfill a request of mine. Lin Chen felt increasingly perplexed, wondering what this request could be. Suddenly, he felt a soft, moist, fragrant kiss upon his cheek, a fleeting sensation, followed by a waft of alluring fragrance. Lin Chen stood frozen, his expression one of shock. What just happened? The greatest treasure of the Blood Heaven Demon Lord, the Demon Lord's immortal mansion, is now entrusted to you for collection. From this moment forth, I, the demoness, acknowledge you as the heir of the Blood Heaven Demon Lord. She extended her delicate, jade-like hand, presenting a segment of white jade fingerbone towards Lin Chen. Chapter 788. The Secret of the Descent into the Mortal Realm. The immortal mansion of the Demon Lord, the greatest treasure left behind by the Blood Heaven Demon Lord, had rendered Lin Chen, who was already flustered by the demoness' sudden advance, utterly speechless. He sensed an overwhelming strangeness enveloping these events, as if Blood Elder had said, "You have passed the test." With a giggle, the demoness remarked, "Little brother, your puzzled expression is quite amusing. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve." Her voice was tender, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with a watery sheen, captivating Lin Chen's attention. Lin Chen's face flushed, as he quickly turned away, unable to meet her gaze. This action only elicited a more seductive laugh from the demoness. "In truth, I was also unaware until now," Blood Elder sighed softly from a short distance away. "Since you entered the forbidden heavenly mountain, you have been within the demoness' purview. She has been testing you step by step, confronting you with the 4 great emperors to assess your courage and wisdom. Your ability to face these emperors without fear, while skillfully utilizing the demoness' prowess against them, demonstrates your sagacity." Lin Chen's breath hitched slightly. Indeed, the 5 Hells reincarnation pill could revive the Blood Heaven Demon Lord. However, the revival would be incomplete, for the true reincarnation disc had vanished millennia ago. Blood Elder sighed. "At first, I was also unclear about this matter. However, I have come to understand now that everything you have experienced, the merciless fairy's intervention, the demonic seal of the eye of the demon god, was merely a series of tests orchestrated by the enchanting demoness to prove yourself." Lin Chen remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at the mesmerizing, watery peach blossom eyes before him, as if a heavy stone had settled in his heart. The recent brush with life and death had, unexpectedly, been entirely a test devised by the demoness. But what if I truly had perished? Lin Chen posed this question. The Blood Elder fell silent, offering no response, while the demoness chuckled softly and remarked, "It's quite simple, dear brother. If you cannot withstand these trials, it merely signifies that you lack the favor of great fortune, leading only to your demise. To forge a path of brilliance, one must possess the blessings of fate. If you die, then what emerges will be an incomplete blood heaven demon sovereign. Yet, the demonist's tone shifted from stern to tender. You have indeed not disappointed me. Dear brother, you have gained the instinctive recognition of that man, which attests to your potential, the potential to become a dragon. That is why I have entrusted you with the immense treasure left behind by the blood heaven demon sovereign, the demon sovereign's celestial abode, dead or alive. The words echoed in Lin Chen's mind, leaving a profound impression. His fists clenched tightly. Indeed, without strength, he was but an ant at the mercy of others. His fate, whether to live or die, rested in the hands of others. He yearned for power, absolute power, to take control of his own destiny. One day, I shall achieve greatness. Lin Chen vowed to himself, for his own sake and for the future. He gradually relaxed his grip, his expression returning to calmness as he curiously inquired about the legacy of the blood heaven demon sovereign's celestial abode and the significance of this finger bone. Lin Chen gazed at the white jade finger bone resting in his palm, which had initially exuded an overwhelming pressure. Yet now it appeared ordinary, shimmering with a pearly white glow, akin to a mundane pearl. There was no pressure, no energy fluctuations. What could such a finger bone possibly do? Dear brother, the demonist began. Thousands of years ago, the blood heaven demon sovereign fell, his 3 souls and 7 spirits shattered. His body was broken into 8 fragments, of which this finger bone is one. All pieces were scattered throughout the human realm. If you can gather all 8 fragments, you will unlock the blood heaven demon sovereign's lifetime treasure, the demon sovereign's celestial abode. Her words were both thrilling and daunting. Thus, take good care of this finger bone. Though you are indeed remarkable, I assure you, it will be of great use to you. Upon hearing the demonist's revelation, Lin Chen's heart inexplicably raced. The prospect of the blood heaven demon sovereign's treasure was terrifying. The exploits of the blood heaven demon sovereign were steeped in bloodshed, plunder, and ruthless dominance, accumulating a treasure that would undoubtedly possess immense power. Lin Chen nodded solemnly, securing the blood heaven demon sovereign's finger bone within the illusory spirit realm. He was determined that one day, he would venture into the human realm. While the Holy Spirit continent was teeming with myriad human races descending from above, the human realm itself remained the grandest of stages. Lin Chen fell into a deep contemplation, reflecting on the words of the Blood Elder. If what he said was true, then the enchanting demoness was indeed the one pulling the strings behind him. Should calamity truly befall him, it was likely that she would not remain indifferent. If this terrifying enchantress, whom even the heartless fairy could not contend with, were to serve as his trump card, he would gain another avenue of resistance. However, Lin Chen remained uncertain about the demonist's true intentions. Little brother, I am curious to know your current plans. As far as I am aware, your situation is quite dire. The demonist remarked with a teasing smile. Lin Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, then narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, What they have given me, I shall surely return. Senior demonist, I must confess that I have devised a plan, but it requires your assistance. Lin Chen spoke plainly. For regardless of how eccentric or formidable this woman might be, he was in dire need of her help. He regarded the demoness with a mixture of respect and trepidation, recalling her previous tests that sent a chill down his spine. It seems I have piqued your interest. However, she interjected playfully, you just called me senior. You ought to address me as sister. Very well, sister, Lin Chen replied, momentarily at a loss for words, as his serious discussion was interrupted. That is quite delightful. The demonist chuckled alluringly, then added, But first, show me your plan. I have a significant secret to share with you. A significant secret? Lin Chen was taken aback, glancing at the Blood Elder, who appeared equally bewildered. The demonist's tone shifted to one of gravity. I just heard this rather reclusive old man speak of certain matters concerning you. Thus, I believe it would be more prudent to share this secret with you. Consider this. Why would the races of the human realm descend upon this lesser continent, with even the 5 great clans and emperors participating? Lin Chen was struck by her inquiry, as it resonated with his own perplexities regarding the situation. Regrettably, his strength was insufficient to comprehend these secrets. The arrival of the races from the human realm confirmed the ancient legends were indeed true. Moreover, the place of these legends was most likely located there. The demoness paused, her voice becoming unusually solemn. The true objective of all the races in the human realm is the forbidden zone within the Chaos Ancient Domain, the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea, the destination for all the great clans of the human realm? Lin Chen's mind exploded with realization. Wasn't that the very place where his father was imprisoned? Chapter 789. The wolf-slaying plan. Lin Chen could scarcely believe that the ultimate goal of all the races descending to the human realm was the Chaos Sea. His father, now confined within that very Chaos Sea, had once warned him through the illusory spirit mirror that without the strength of the Void King, he must never venture there. If all the races in the human realm were to gravitate towards the chaotic sea, would not my father be in peril? This thought sprang into Lin Chen's mind. Although he could scarcely fathom that his father was indeed the legendary emperor, the formidable powers inherent within the several races made it implausible that his father could confront them alone. Furthermore, Lin Chen was utterly perplexed regarding the true circumstances of his father, Lin Sanxing. Back when he was in the Lin family, Lin Han had informed him that his father had been confined in a forbidden area while searching for a remedy for his condition. Yet, during his time at the Taiqing sect, Lin Sanxing had manifested a doppelganger, shaking the very foundations of the sect with his wrath. A series of events unfolded like disparate threads, impossible to weave together, leaving Lin Chen engulfed in confusion. The matters concerning Lin Sanxing initially felt like an intricate web, preventing Lin Chen from tearing it apart to unveil the underlying truth. He is my father, that alone suffices for me. Regardless of the circumstances, I must attain the rank of Void King and venture into the chaotic sea to rescue him with the illusory spirit mirror. As for those races, I, Lin Chen, shall not allow you to hinder me. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly. From the moment he departed the Lin family for the Taiqing sect, this had been his unwavering resolve. However, Lin Chen also felt immense gratitude, for the secret of his father's descent into the human realm held great significance for him, providing a sense of grounding. Their shared objective lay in the chaotic sea. It became evident that the current ancient chaos domain was rife with fragmented powers. Dismissing the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Lin Chen addressed the demon empress with a calm demeanor, inquiring what the chaotic sea's forbidden zone truly sought. Little brother, even I am uncertain whether the ancient rumors hold any truth. However, the chaotic emperor, once a terrifying entity on par with the blood sky demon sovereign, mysteriously perished, leaving only his remains to form this ancient chaos domain. The secrets within remain unknown to all. The demon empress continued. Should that entity indeed reside within the ancient chaos domain, a grand battle will ensue on the 7th day of the 7th month, 3 years hence. Lin Chen pondered this revelation, perceiving that the demon empress was reluctant to divulge the reasons behind it. The cause was his current weakness. Indeed, from my observations, the power within the chaotic sea will diminish to its lowest ebb during that time. Even those of the Void King realm will be able to enter. The demon empress stated. 3 years from now, on the 7th of July, today is the 6th of July, there remains precisely 3 years and 1 month. Lin Chen's fists tightened once more. 3 years and a day is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. Nevertheless, Lin Chen resolved to strengthen himself and elevate his cultivation during this interval. Lin Chen, the Xuanshang Monarch Tower possesses formidable power. I hope you can swiftly enhance its level. In the future, it will serve as a significant aid to you, Blood Elder calmly advised at that moment. His profound gaze reflected Lin Chen's determined visage. Lin Chen clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to Blood Elder, suppressing the tumult within his heart from manifesting on his face. He spoke earnestly, Blood Elder, as my senior. Your kindness is something I shall never forget in my lifetime. I hope that you can regain the glory of your past. If given the opportunity, I wish to fight alongside you, shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, Blood Elder had been transformed into a formidable half-emperor due to the power bestowed by the enchanting demoness. With his profound understanding and insights, he was more than capable of mastering this half-emperor realm. Once a being of the emperor level himself, Blood Elder knew that given the right circumstances, he could ascend to greatness once more. No longer merely a spirit of the Xianshang Monarch Tower, he had become a living, breathing expert. Although Lin Chen felt a deep sense of reluctance, he genuinely wished for Blood Elder to reach even greater heights. Haha, my young friend, we shall surely meet again one day. Blood Elder laughed heartily, his eyes glistening with moisture. He was acutely aware that while Lin Chen had come to terms with past events, he himself could not overcome his own burdens. Thus, He resolved to depart and strive for the emperor's realm, intending to provide powerful support to this foolish lad who had brought him both joy and sorrow. After uttering these words, Blood Elder nodded to the demoness. This was her small world, and his half-emperor cultivation was not yet sufficient to breach the void. The demoness smiled seductively, raising her delicate hand to reveal a portal of space that appeared before Blood Elder. Hee, old man. After being cooped up for thousands of years, I imagine you must be going a little mad. I wonder which innocent mating you'll ensnare next. Such a fine catch for an old bull, she teased. Blood Elder's face flushed with embarrassment, and the melancholic atmosphere dissipated instantly. He turned to the demoness with a fierce farewell. As if I didn't know, you are no spring chicken either. With that, he vanished like a flash of lightning. His speed astonishing. In the moment when the spatial rift closed, the demoness's voice echoed with a chilling intensity. You have quite the audacity, old man. At that moment, she exuded a terrifying aura reminiscent of a formidable enchantress. Lin Chen dared not utter a word. Although he was tempted to laugh, he restrained himself, fearing the wrath of this capricious demoness. It would not be worth it. Humph. After venting her frustration, the demoness' gaze turned sultry as she focused on Lin Chen. Her voice dripping with allure. Little brother, that old fellow is quite the rogue. But I assure you, I maintain my propriety. Unable to withstand her captivating gaze, Lin Chen cleared his throat, realizing their proximity had diminished to mere inches. A slight glance downward revealed the enticing curves of her figure, her skin as fair as snow. A tantalizing blend of beauty and allure. Compared to the extraordinary beauties he had encountered, the demoness was clad in an even more revealing and seductive manner. Her ample bosom seemingly designed to enthrall all men. Demoness sister, perhaps we should discuss more serious matters, Lin Chen stammered, unable to lower his gaze again after accidentally catching a glimpse. The plan you mentioned has piqued my interest, dear brother. Please, elaborate on it. The enchanting figure of the demoness extended her delicate, fair hand, lightly resting it upon Lin Chen's robust chest, causing his body to tense instantaneously. A wave of heat surged from Lin Chen's heart, igniting a fervent desire within him to embrace the soft figure before him. Yet, in that very moment, Lin Chen abruptly regained his composure, recalling the unyielding presence of the immortal lady, who must remain a distant figure. He quickly retreated, bowing his head and clasping his fists before the demoness, awkwardly imploring, Sister, do not toy with me any longer. If this continues, I will be unable to discuss serious matters. Seeing Lin Chen's flustered demeanor, the demoness erupted into a melodic laughter, her charm dazzling and intoxicating, emanating an irresistible allure. Lin Chen could only smile wryly, acknowledging the demoness' enchanting nature, truly a captivating beauty of the age. Very well, I shall cease my teasing, lest you find yourself caught in the crossfire of my affections. As a delicate woman, I cannot withstand your torment, she remarked with a playful giggle, her expression swiftly shifting to seriousness. Now let us discuss the matter at hand. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, and his previously apathetic gaze ignited with fervor. From the illusory spirit mirror, he retrieved the scroll, gradually revealing it to the demoness. As time passed, the demoness' eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, absorbed everything depicted on the scroll, her interest deepening with each passing moment. After a brief silence, she remarked, Little brother, your ambition is indeed audacious. It seems that offending you is an unwise choice. With a grave expression, Lin Chen replied, Sister, though this plan may seem wild and devoid of practicality, I have meticulously crafted it over time and believe it will come to fruition one day. Thus, I hope you can lend your assistance. The demoness pondered for a moment, fixing her gaze on Lin Chen. What benefits might I derive from this? Moreover, this endeavor poses significant danger for me. Even if you gain the approval of that man, my endorsement will not come without risk to my life. Upon hearing her words, which seemed to hint at a refusal, Lin Chen remained undeterred. His eyes fervently locked onto her. Sister, you have already informed me of your desires for your kind's expansion. Gather the talented scions of several clans, and let me witness. The smile in the demoness' eyes grew more pronounced, her voice warm enough to melt the bones. Little brother, I find myself increasingly fond of you. At that moment, Lin Chen entered a state of fervor, disregarding her enchanting tone, and declared, Moreover, my hidden cards extend far beyond just you, dear sister. Should this plan threaten your clan's interests when set in motion, you are free to depart. With a soft laugh, The demoness playfully tapped Lin Chen's forehead with her delicate finger and said, "Little brother, you truly possess a remarkable understanding of sentiment. Such delightful prospects have captured my interest." Lin Chen smiled silently, patiently awaiting the response from the enchanting demoness. Though anxiety stirred within him, he resolved not to succumb to disappointment, regardless of the outcome. The atmosphere hung heavy in silence as time slipped away. The demoness fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen, who was entranced by the imposing dark elixir before him. Suddenly, she inquired, "Little brother, what is the name of your plan?" Lin Chen turned, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The wolf-slaying plan. Indeed, this plan had long been in the making, and it approached fruition with each passing day, destined to emerge in a grand revelation. Lin Chen had 3 years remaining. The unfolding events elicited a tempered sense of joy within him. After his encounters with the Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign, his temperament had steadied significantly. Yet, despite his gains, he felt the weight of greater losses. The Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign's celestial abode had surfaced, and the magical imprint on his forehead promised great fortune, while his internal Tao threads surged to an impressive 399, establishing a fraternal bond with the formidable demoness. However, the Xuanshang Monarch Tower had reverted to a high-grade royal artifact, its power considerably diminished. What weighed most heavily on Lin Chen's heart was the departure of Elder Shui, who had accompanied him throughout his journey. Long ago, Elder Shui had foretold that one day he would leave Lin Chen, for both his sake and the sake of the Xuanshang Monarch Tower. Yet, Lin Chen had not anticipated such a swift departure. Sighing, he realized that the road ahead would be a solitary one. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, feeling a measure of relief, only for his expression to shift as he recalled that he was not alone. He had a stunning fairy by his side. The demoness retracted her miniature world, and Lin Chen, amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of Luo Wuyao and others, strode calmly out of the Luo residence. Previously, he had infiltrated stealthily. This time, however, he was escorted by the esteemed Grand Master Yuyin himself, the elite from the Heavenly Emperor sect and the blood-killing clan. Momentarily daunted by the demoness' overwhelming presence, and under Grand Master Yundan's stern admonitions, swiftly departed to return to their respective clans. As Lin Chen exited, they had barely made their way, with only a couple of hours difference. After bidding farewell to Grand Master Yuyin, Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. The whereabouts of the young lady Lu Qingyue, whom he had come to investigate, remained elusive. It seemed he would need to search the Tianjin mountain thoroughly. Upon leaving the Yuyin Fairy Mountain, the Luo residence fell into an eerie silence. The 3 great sages, along with Luo Wuyao, sat in the grand hall, their expressions filled with confusion, while the terrifying woman, who had once shaken the heavens millennia ago, sat in the master's seat, wordless. The news of the awakening of the Demon Empress had undoubtedly reached the realm of the Damling clan, causing a remarkable stir among them. Despite some discontent, the ultimate authority undeniably rested with the Demon Empress. In other words, she had become the sovereign of the Damling clan, a position vastly distinct from that of Lin Chen, the king of the Dark Clan. The decisions made by the Demon Empress represented an imperious command throughout the clan, beyond reproach. "Your Highness, I am at a loss as to why you would choose to spare him." Elder Li, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Chen, could no longer contain himself. Unlike Luo Wuyao, who could choose to forget, Elder Li had learned to hold grudges. Thus, as Lin Chen sauntered past him, Elder Li ground his teeth in fury, convinced that the scoundrel was flaunting his superiority. Yet, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. This Lin Chen appeared transformed, seemingly more formidable than before. "He is my younger brother," the Demon Empress spoke softly, causing Elder Li to startle and Luo Wuyao to pause in surprise. Her words unmistakably affirmed Lin Chen's status. They were well aware of the events that had transpired thousands of years ago, and logically, the Demon Empress should harbor a deep-seated hatred for Lin Chen. The fact that she had not slain him suggested something had transpired, yet she had even acknowledged him as a brother. What could this imply? "Your Highness, Lin Chen is a vessel of sin. If left unchecked, he may become the second Blood Sky Demon Sovereign," Elder Li blurted out, unable to restrain himself. However, as he spoke, his voice faltered, and his complexion shifted dramatically. All eyes turned towards him, and his expression became rigid. With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees before the Demon Empress, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded for forgiveness. "Your Highness, forgive my transgression. It was but a moment of thoughtlessness." In an instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and Elder Li's head was severed, blood gushing forth in torrents. His expression remained one of sheer terror, never awakening from the shock of his demise. He died without comprehending the circumstances of his end. "It seems I acted in haste as well," the demon empress remarked gently. From that day forth, Luo Wuyao comprehended fully that the demon empress had chosen Lin Chen, which signified that the entire Danling clan would align themselves with him. Just how far could this man, Lin Chen, truly go? In the Tianjin mountain, Lin Chen's form moved with a speed tenfold more terrifying than that of a tiger or leopard. Wherever he traversed, the towering trees of the mountain echoed with the sound of howling winds. Even the less spiritually endowed trees were shattered to splinters by the force of the gale he conjured. With 399 strands of Tao marks, he embodied a supreme imperial artifact. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as though an inexhaustible reservoir of power surged within him. 5 esteemed warriors of the Shadow Clan were bestowed with a fragment of the profound, hidden immortal slaughter technique that Lin Chen had comprehended. Naturally, their capacity for understanding paled in comparison to Lin Chen's extraordinary talent, and it would likely take them some time to fully grasp the teachings. Nevertheless, upon mastering it, their strength would undoubtedly experience a significant augmentation. Furthermore, Lin Chen entrusted them with the Blood Dawn Bell, enabling them to face formidable adversaries. Even those wielding the might of 50 or 60 strands of holy power, without trepidation. The 6 of them embarked on a search, casting a wide net as they approached the heavenly, forbidden mountain. After 3 protracted hours, Lin Chen finally caught up with the imperial entourage of the celestial royal family. Among them, a notable figure had emerged, Xuanming, the sole survivor of the slaughtering Blood Clan, whose entire battalion had been annihilated. Despite the perilous journey ahead, Luo Sheng was willing to extend a courtesy and welcomed him into their ranks. "Brother Xuanming, what manner of prodigies did you encounter along the way?" Luo Sheng inquired. Having previously conversed with Xuanming about the ambush they faced, his curiosity was piqued, for within the current context of the Holy Spirit continent, truly exceptional beings were exceedingly rare. The assailants had proven formidable enough that even Xuanming struggled to withstand their onslaught. "They are members of the Shadow Clan," Xuanming replied, his countenance darkened by an aura of murderous intent. "Is it possible that the infamous one has descended?" Luo Sheng gasped in astonishment. If that were indeed the case, he had no doubt that such an individual possessed the capability to instill fear. A deep-seated apprehension flickered in Xuanming's crimson eyes. "Absolutely not." The Shadow Clan warrior unleashed the slaughtering of the heavens phenomenon. This revelation elicited shock among the celestial royal family's mighty saints, who were well aware of the terrifying reputation of the slaughtering of the heavens, a technique that had once instilled dread across the entire mortal realm. Suddenly, the gazes of 2 saints from the celestial royal family sharpened, sensing that they were being tracked. Upon utterance of this alarming news, both Luo Sheng and Xuanming's expressions shifted dramatically. The ominous figure had located them far too swiftly. Chapter 791. The Frigid Rose, Second Surge of the Great Outburst. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the Shadow Clan warrior who had invoked the slaughtering of the heavens phenomenon, only for the threat to manifest so rapidly. They were acutely aware of the fate that had befallen the slaughtering Blood Clan, as 2 saints and their disciples had perished most thoroughly. Were it not for Xuanming activating the Imperial Jade Tablet, he too would have faced a dire fate. Initially, Luo Sheng had dismissed the notion that a mere Shadow Clan warrior could stir such upheaval, suspecting that Xuanming was exaggerating. However, upon hearing the mention of the slaughtering of the heavens, even the saints of the celestial royal family could no longer regard Xuanming's words as jest. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense and eerily silent, with only the towering trees swaying violently in the moment. Both Luo Sheng and Xuanming felt as though a heavy stone had been placed upon their hearts. If the fabled Shadow Clan prodigy truly appeared, their lives would hang in the balance. At that moment, a saint from the celestial royal family ignited with overwhelming imperial power, radiating an aura that pressed outward in all directions. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light erupted from the dual pupils of the Grand Saint of the Heavenly Emperor sect, sweeping forth an aura of terror akin to the sharp edge of a blade, causing the air to resonate with a low hum. These beams of ocular energy, potent and fierce, enveloped a radius of an entire mile, obliterating everything within its grasp the moment they manifested. This blade-like gaze surged towards the depths of the forest, Lurking in the shadows, Lin Chen observed their actions come to an abrupt halt, only to hear their conversations, mistakenly believing that they had detected him, rendering him motionless. However, the sudden onslaught from the Grand Saint of the Heavenly Emperor sect startled Lin Chen for a brief moment, prompting a sudden realization that shifted his expression. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted 10 miles ahead of the Grand Saint's strike. In the heavens above, a brilliant golden radiance clashed with an ominous black light. The cacophony of the blast sufficient to convey the sheer terror of the recent attack. The savage energy wreaked havoc in the vicinity, and a disheveled figure darted from the woods, exposed before the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor's clan and Xuanming. This figure, a member of the dark race, was draped in a tattered black robe, revealing patches of skin as pale as snow. Her ethereal visage, akin to a delicate rose in full bloom, radiated an overwhelming beauty. Yet, at this moment, her eyes blazed with fury, an icy demeanor directed towards the assembly, as if her gaze alone could extinguish their lives. The disciples of the Heavenly Emperor sect, alongside Xuanming, exchanged glances filled with awe. Throughout history, heroes have always admired beauty. The emergence of this ethereal and striking beauty was indeed captivating. However, these individuals were not mere simpletons driven by carnal desires. Upon seeing this dark-clad beauty, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Luo Sheng scrutinized Lu Qingyue, remarking that while she appeared formidable, she did not possess the prowess to unleash an unparalleled phenomenon such as the slaughter of the heavens. The Grand Saint of the Heavenly Emperor sect, exuding an air of dominance, interjected, declaring her undoubtedly a prodigy, yet still far from being his match. Xuanming's countenance darkened slightly, acutely aware of the skepticism harbored by the Heavenly Emperor's faction. They were of different races, and thus their hearts could not align. Now, an unexpected dark race girl had emerged, amplifying their initial doubts. Xuanming's gaze swept across the present Heavenly Emperor prodigies, including Luo Sheng, noting their previously tense demeanor had considerably relaxed. Each wore an air of imperial nonchalance, seemingly indifferent. Cursing internally, Xuanming thought, "Fools. They shall soon learn their fate. Let it not be said I failed to warn you." Following this internal rebuke, the wariness upon Xuanming's face deepened, as he prepared his means to escape at a moment's notice. As Luo Sheng observed Xuanming's grave demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Xuanming, she is merely a trifling figure from the Dark Clan. A mere Dao diagram realm. To eliminate her would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Why must you appear so solemn?" However, Luo Sheng's words were abruptly cut short as Xuanming's expression, along with that of the two great saints present, shifted dramatically. A glint of cold light suddenly erupted above Luo Sheng's head, revealing a dagger glimmering with a sinister green hue, seemingly materializing from thin air. This dagger emanated a terrifying toxin that corroded the very fabric of space, aiming directly for Luo Sheng's throat. The unexpected turn of events left everyone aghast. They could not fathom that the Dark Clan's unparalleled beauty, whom they had regarded with such contempt, now displayed such formidable power. Her stealthy approach had caught even the saints off guard. A surge of deathly peril surged into Luo Sheng's mind. The speed of the attack rendered any hope of salvation futile. As his life force flickered, the royal tattoo, a mark of his lineage, ignited within him. Luo Sheng, second only to Luo Wuchang among prodigies, reacted instantaneously under the onslaught. A phantom flame, reminiscent of life itself, burst forth from his crown, aging his youthful visage with the emergence of fine wrinkles and strands of silver hair. From Luo Sheng's body, a golden light materialized, coiling around him like a serpentine guardian, forming intricate patterns that shielded his neck. This royal tattoo awakened in the blink of an eye, or perhaps even quicker. Lu Qingyue's cold, unfeeling gaze fell upon the suddenly manifested royal tattoo. Without uttering a word, she danced through the air like a butterfly, swiftly altering her trajectory to strike Luo Sheng's arm with her blade. A piercing scream resonated as she carved a 10-centimeter deep gash into his flesh. At that moment, the saint from the Heavenly Emperor sect had already regained his composure, unleashing a thunderous roar at Lu Qingyue. A torrent of golden imperial flames, morphing into serpentine dragons, surged towards her with ferocity. The ethereal energy enveloped Lu Qingyue completely. She remained silent, her form vanishing from sight in an instant, evading the onslaught of flames with breathtaking speed. All of these actions transpired within the blink of an eye. Having dodged the saint's lethal strike, Lu Qingyue, shrouded in a swirling cloak of dark phantasmal energy, brandished her icy blade and coldly addressed those present, who wishes to perish. Those who had previously looked down upon Lu Qingyue felt a chill seize their hearts upon hearing her icy words. This woman was indeed a cold, elegant rose, armed with thorns. Chapter 792, Dominance. A grand explosion in the third update. In that moment, Arashing let out a piercing scream. Although his arm was merely grazed, the dreadful toxin spread across it like a tempest, swiftly extinguishing every cell, muscle, and sinew within him. Arashing's visage twisted in agony as he summoned a sword of true energy, severing the poisoned limb with a speed that defied comprehension. Blood gushed forth, and he gasped in pain. The severed part of his arm bled profusely, shrouded in an almost imperceptible aura of toxin, causing Arashing's expression to shift dramatically. No matter what he did, that arm would never regenerate, condemning him to a life as a one-armed man. In the royal lineage of the Celestial Emperor, strength resided within the bones. For the blood-killing clan, it was the essence of flesh and blood. Now, with the loss of an arm, Arashing's cultivation was diminished, indirectly affecting his future growth. In the Celestial Emperor's clan, the very bones of their bodies were held in the highest regard. The loss of an arm was enough to drive even a prodigy into madness. Ah, what an insignificant creature of the dark races to dare unleash such poison upon me. Today, Arashing shall not rest until you are vanquished, your corpse nailed to the walls of your dark city, he declared with cold venom. The loss of a royal bone was sufficient to alter his temperament drastically. Moreover, their advantage was glaringly evident. Slaying this dark creature would be but a matter of moments. Xue Ming, observing from the side, chuckled derisively, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. In his eyes, Arashing appeared nothing short of a fool, reaping the consequences of his own recklessness. Two elders, kill, kill, kill. Arashing bellowed repeatedly, commanding the death of the audacious dark creature. The two elders of the Celestial Emperor's clan, fully aware of the torment that followed the loss of a royal bone, nodded in agreement. They stepped forward, their overwhelming presence igniting into an imperial might, bearing down upon Lu Qingyue. At that moment, it felt as though two emperors stood before her. The force of their might struck Lu Qingyue, causing her to stagger backward, her delicate features taut with tension. Presently, Lu Qingyue had yet to fully master her path, and she was separated by an entire realm from these two formidable beings. Defeating them would require extraordinary means. The dark races excelled in concealment. Once that was lost, their arrogance would be swiftly curtailed. One elder of the Celestial Emperor's clan sneered coldly, conjuring a chain adorned with golden patterns, emanating a terrifying aura. Quasi-Dao artifact, binding lock, he declared. Lu Qingyue's expression tightened as the binding lock manifested, and she felt the very space around her quiver with an unusual force. Where she would normally require a modicum of strength to ascend, now she would need at least 2 or 3 times that. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she prepared to flee, her form flickering, but the overwhelming power unleashed by the Quasi-Dao artifact surged forth with even greater speed. The great sage wielded the power of the restriction lock, and as its formidable might was unleashed, a surge of unparalleled Taoist authority erupted, crashing down upon Lu Qingyue's head. In an instant, the surrounding void rippled, as chains intertwined with the fabric of space, sealing off a radius of 1 mile. These chains, embedded in the void, resembled the teeth of a colossal beast, gripping the space with unyielding ferocity. Lu Qingyue's expression shifted. She could now truly sense that the surrounding void had become impervious to her infiltration. Even with her mastery of the illusory energy, she found herself powerless. Another sage from the Heavenly Emperor sect, witnessing Lu Qingyue ensnared, wasted no time and unleashed 10 strands of holy might, coalescing into a radiant golden hand that descended heavily upon her. Despite the perilous circumstances, Lu Qingyue maintained her composure, brandishing a dagger exuding a terrifying toxin. Combining it with the boundless illusory energy, she activated all her Taoist markings, as the dark aura of lethal intent behind her surged forth, stirring the very elements as she retaliated. With a deafening explosion, Lu Qingyue coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, her complexion paling drastically. Her aura dwindled to a feeble state, her form wavering precariously. The exquisite rose now appeared tragically vulnerable. Luo Sheng's eyes ignited with fierce intensity, seething at the audacity to attempt to sever his arm. Blood Ming, if you are intrigued, perhaps you should drain her blood entirely. Blood Ming felt a stirring within. Yet for reasons unknown, his bloodthirsty demeanor turned cautious upon contemplating the terrifying young man. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. Luo Sheng's gaze flickered with disdain. Commanding the elder, eliminate her. A senior elder from the Heavenly Emperor's sect chuckled, casually waving his hand, causing 3 strands of holy might to erupt, coalescing into a grand imperial sword that thundered down upon Lu Qingyue. Gritting her silver teeth, not a trace of submission marred her delicate features. She felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Why had that scoundrel rejected her so resolutely? Why was he so egotistical? Indeed, according to the rules, she was meant to be Lin Chen's woman. However, her intent in seeking him was merely to convey that she would never succumb to such dictates. Yet, without uttering a word, she had faced his cold rejection. This was not the outcome she desired. On the brink of death, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Lu Qingyue's beautiful eyes. Why did this news vex her so? Who could enlighten her? Scoundrel, if I survive, I swear I shall make you pay. Lu Qingyue closed her eyes, tears glistening at the corners. She could not withstand this blow. Yet, at that moment, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A colossal sword, like a force of nature, cleaved through the restriction chains, striking against the 3 strands of holy might with a thunderous explosion. This sudden turn of events left the multitude in stunned silence, unable to react in time. Even the 2 great saints were momentarily taken aback. Who was this person? A figure clad in a black robe, revealing a pair of icy eyes, stood before the crowd, wielding a 7-foot-long sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. This individual was none other than Lin Chen, the true embodiment of darkness. Upon seeing his face, the minds of all present erupted in shock. How did this demon Lin Chen appear here? Ah, it seems you have not forgotten me, Lin Chen chuckled. But his voice swiftly turned frigid as he pointed his sword at the 2 great saints. You dare to lay hands on her? Are you courting death? Though the 2 great saints had not anticipated Lin Chen's arrival, they could not endure the aggressive inquiry he posed. One of the saints roared in response. And what of it? Can a mere being at the Tao diagram realm truly slay me? The thoughts of the assembled prodigies were in disarray. While the 2 men behind Lin Chen were indeed formidable, it did not imply that he could effortlessly vanquish the 2 great saints. Even Blood Ming and Luo Sheng, though astonished by Lin Chen's emergence and aware of his terrifying prowess, regarded the notion of him slaying a great saint, particularly one wielding a quasi-Tao artifact, as preposterous. To them, Lin Chen appeared to be posturing, a mere wolf in sheep's clothing, aiming to flee at the opportune moment. How could he possibly confront 2 great saints? 2 beings of the Tao diagram realm? Lin Chen's smile gradually faded, replaced by an aura of murderous intent. The 7-foot void sky sword radiated with a tremendous sword light, and Lin Chen emanated an air of supremacy, his gaze surveying the ants before him as if he were a sovereign. Come at me, all of you. These words reverberated like thunder, brimming with arrogance. Such hubris and dominance surged from Lin Chen, akin to a monarch overlooking a multitude of insignificant creatures, rendering even the great saints inconsequential in his eyes. This overwhelming presence stemmed from the profound impact of Blood Sky Demon Sovereign's will, evolving from within him. Lu Qingyue's delicate face stiffened. This scoundrel had truly shown himself. Witnessing Lin Chen's actions left her more astonished, prompting her to convey her thoughts to him, urging him to flee quickly. What infuriated Lu Qingyue was that this figure before her seemed entirely unmoved, blatantly disregarding her words. The 2 great saints, along with Luo Sheng and Blood Ming, were both astonished and enraged. They had not expected Lin Chen, after a period of absence, to become so arrogant. It was laughable. Despite Lin Chen's current formidable strength, the idea of him slaying 2 great saints, 2 beings of the Tao diagram realm, was nothing more than a fanciful delusion. The great saint of the Heavenly Emperor's teachings wasted no time on idle chatter. With the binding chains of the void lock in hand, he unleashed a tremendous divine might, manifesting into a colossal chain whip that extended for a mile, aimed straight at Lin Chen's form. Even a supreme imperial artifact, if struck by this whip, would be reduced to mere fragments. Lin Chen's imposing aura remained undiminished. With a sudden movement, the 7-foot great sword in his hand unleashed a brilliance of unparalleled sharpness, cleaving through the divine whip. In a breathtaking moment, This unparalleled celestial might was rendered as fragile as scrap metal beneath the onslaught of the 7-foot blade. Instantly shattered to pieces, the esteemed saint of the Heavenly Emperor sect was taken aback, his face a canvas of shock, as the mighty force of 10 layers of saintly might was effortlessly extinguished. Not only he, but another great saint, along with Xuan Ming and Luo Sheng, were equally astounded. They were aware that to withstand the force of the 10 layers of saintly might would require all their strength. Yet, under Lin Chen's blade, it was as effortless as slicing through tofu. "You will witness what true power is," Lin Chen declared coldly. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from behind him, as 199 traces of celestial pathways surged in unison. 9 colossal ancient dragons ascended from Lin Chen's back, their terrifying presence overwhelming, as their might resonated throughout the entire Tianjin mountain. 9 dragon fist, Lin Chen roared, the 9 Taijing ancient dragons howling towards the heavens, merging into his arms. In an instant, he vanished into the air, launching a powerful punch towards the 2 great saints and the 10 beings of divine flow. The force of the 9 dragons erupted, shaking the very heavens. With a thunderous crash, the expressions of the 2 great saints shifted dramatically, their divine light flickered, manifesting the will of supreme celestial arts, striving to counteract the oncoming torrent of dragons. In that moment, both prodigies were struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, and without uttering a word, they unleashed their own celestial diagrams. As the power of the 9 dragons spiraled down, traversing the void, it crashed violently upon the 2 great saints, their faces turning crimson as they coughed up blood. The 2 prodigies of celestial diagrams suffered even greater injuries, their auras diminished and feeble from the impact. When the celestial diagrams evolved into saintly might, 100 traces of pathways equated to 10 layers. Lin Chen, having discerned the essence of saintly might, unleashed 199 traces of pathways, comparable to the force of 20 divine might. The manifestation of 20 saintly might conjured a terrifying vision. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Lin Chen's voice, like a spectral whisper, erupted above them. The expressions of the 2 great saints, the 2 prodigies, and the numerous beings of divine flow shifted dramatically, as Lin Chen's form inexplicably vanished from their sight. Xuan Ming's countenance changed drastically, as if he had foreseen something dreadful. A chilling voice resonated in their ears, "Slaughter through the heavens." Suddenly, the world around them plunged into darkness, their figures enveloped in an endless void. The great saint of the Heavenly Emperor sect, Luo Sheng, and Xuan Ming all felt a tempest of fear surging within their hearts. It turns out that Lin Chen is the legendary figure who has mastered the art of annihilating the heavens, the monstrous prodigy that everyone speaks of. Now, they find themselves enveloped in darkness, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent that even the mightiest of the Heavenly Emperor's teachings tremble in fear. Suddenly, from within this abyss, a multitude of flickering lights emerged, each one harboring an immense power. The 2 great sages reacted instantaneously, roaring for all their strength to be concentrated within the void lock, lest they meet their demise. The overwhelming holy might surged into the void lock, intertwining with the traces of Tao within. At this moment, the quasi-Tao artifact began to radiate fiercely amidst the endless darkness, as if striving to pierce through the veil of night. Amidst futile struggles, the sound of Lin Chen's voice resonated like the harbinger of death, commanding the 300 traces of Tao to operate. These traces began to whirl within the phenomenon of annihilating the heavens. Infinite cold light awakened from within, and while Lin Chen previously wielded tens of thousands of cold rays, that number now surged to an astounding 100,000, resembling a miniature celestial formation. With a thunderous roar, these 100,000 cold rays surged forth, akin to an immense, boundless river of stars. The expressions of the 2 great sages, along with those of Blood Ming and Luo Sheng, turned to shock as the power of the void lock unleashed its fury. Hundreds of chains whipped through the air, striking at the torrent of cold rays as though a child were attempting to punch a giant. Explosions erupted incessantly, and the 100,000 cold rays engulfed the 2 great sages and the 2 Tao diagram realms entirely. As for the 10 entities in the divine flow realm, they were utterly unable to withstand the might of Lin Chen's sword. The bones of the Heavenly Emperor that exploded were all absorbed by Lin Chen's devouring magic, transforming into the essence of a sovereign and pouring into the Xuanshan King Tower. As the smoke cleared, The two great sages and the two prodigies met their tragic end under this cataclysmic force, unable to survive. On Lu Qingyue's delicate face, all traces of coldness vanished as she stared blankly at the 14 corpses before her, her heart still trembling with shock. Casting a glance at the subdued yet formidable figure before her, she marveled at how this individual had grown so terrifying. The two great sages, one of which was a damaged bone of the heavenly emperor, still held some utility. Lin Chen pondered deeply. Even if he absorbed the shattered bones of these two sages, the Xuanshang King Tower could not ascend to a quasi-Dao artifact. It would be more beneficial to transform them into demons within the realm of the demon god. As the realm of the demon god unfolded, the two great sages were instantly transformed into terrifying demon gods. Meanwhile, Luo Sheng's corpse was absorbed into the essence of a sovereign and infused into the Xuanshang King Tower. At this moment, the once bloodied artifact began to regain its previous caliber. The exquisite royal tool, the essence of blood and flesh from Blood Ming, stirred within Lin Chen's heart a question of whether it could achieve the 400th Dao mark. He immediately commenced the absorption of the surging essence, a tremendous force instantly coursing through his body. The entirety of his consciousness was engulfed by this vast energy. However, Lin Chen furrowed his brow as he sensed that the Dao marks within him exhibited no fluctuations. Instead, the divine light within his flesh grew even more intense. Why was the 400th Dao mark so challenging to ascend? Chapter 794. Explosive news. The 400th Dao mark appeared to be a formidable barrier, one that Lin Chen could not surmount. Yet, he possessed a strong intuition that breaking through this barrier would lead to a fundamental transformation, significantly amplifying the aura within him. Should he achieve this breakthrough, it would be akin to those in the Dao diagram realm surpassing the 100th Dao mark, thus transforming into holy might. Although Lin Chen had already caught a glimpse of holy might, with his internal power harboring its essence, a transformation of energy was imperative. The full eruption of 399 Dao marks could only rival 40 strands of holy might, merely in terms of power, while the profundities of such energy were incomparable. This delineated a fundamental disparity. It seemed he required an even greater accumulation of energy to breach this final barrier. Lin Chen pondered. Yet he felt substantial confidence in his strength, standing undaunted before the great saints of 30 strands of holy might. Lin Chen, you have become formidable, capable of slaying 2 lower-grade great saints. It appears you have encountered yet another fortuitous event, remarked Lu Qingyue, her expression cold and composed after recovering from her initial shock. Are lower-grade great saints categorized within ranks? Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Lu Qingyue cast him a disdainful glance. How can you, a self-proclaimed peerless prodigy, not know this? Among great saints, there are 3 tiers. Those with 30 strands of holy might are termed lower grade, those with 60 strands are middle grade, and those with 99 strands are upper grade. Each tier possesses distinct powers. A middle grade wielder can easily defeat 2 or 3 lower grade great saints. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly comprehended. So, within the realm of great saints, there exist divisions of 3, 6, and 9. However, what would it mean for him to enter the great saint realm possessing 399 strands of holy might? Would he be considered a super great saint? But why are you here? Lu Qingyue inquired coldly. At the mention of this matter, Lin Chen retorted. Elder Lu Xiao informed me you had suddenly departed to undertake this mission. I feared for your safety and rushed over. Usually, you are so astute. Why this time act so foolishly? Facing 2 great saints, why not flee instead of engaging? Isn't that courting death? Humph. Lu Qingyue's voice was icily frigid. Whether I seek death is none of your concern. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how curious women could be. As he had saved her yet faced her obstinacy in return. The elders are deeply concerned for your safety. You must hasten back to the clan. Lin Chen, disinterested in quarreling with Lu Qingyue, remarked that such actions should be minimized in the future, as one's life holds great significance. Lu Qingyue, choosing silence, swiftly advanced with an air of cold indifference. Although Lin Chen admired her exquisite features, akin to a rose, the murderous intent gleaming in her eyes deterred him from pursuing any further conversation. However, having learned from the demoness about the intentions of the human races descending to the mortal realm, a sense of unease began to creep into Lin Chen's heart. Secluded from the world for half a month, who could fathom what significant events had transpired? It was imperative to return to the Dark Clans swiftly to gather intelligence. Moreover, Lin Chen needed to prepare for the looming crisis that would arise after the departure of the insane duo, Huang Renming and Sihai Daoren. Without the formidable reputation of these two madmen, the restless forces on the sacred spirit continent would undoubtedly extend their claws once more. After 3 consecutive days and nights of travel, Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue finally returned to the Dark Kingdom. Lu Qingyue's presence relieved many of the high-ranking members of the Dark Clan, while Lin Chen's aura now radiated an unmistakable terror that astonished them all. Their king had evidently transformed into a figure of immense power. Lin Chen, you have ascended to the great sage. Lu Ming, the first to welcome him, assessed him with a mix of surprise and admiration. Not quite, Lin Chen replied with a smile, but I am nearing that level. At this moment, Lu Qingyue interjected, her voice calm. He has just slain 2 lower-tier great sages of the Heavenly Monarch clan, along with the prodigies Luo Sheng and Xue Ming, not to mention 10 formidable beings at the Divine Flow realm. She paused slightly, disregarding Lu Ming's changing expression, and continued to emphasize Lin Chen's prowess in eliminating his foes without affording them a chance to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was utterly astounded, regarding Lin Chen as if he were a mythical creature. The notion of effortlessly dispatching 2 great sages and 2 prodigies while Lin Chen himself was merely at the Tao diagram level was incredible. Such news would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the realm. Lu Ming finally realized how astute Lu Zhao's judgment had been. Given time, Lin Chen's achievements would be unimaginable. By the way, where is Senior Lu Xiao? Lin Chen inquired, having noticed the absence of Lu Zhao's presence since his return. At the mention of Lu Xiao, Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly, suggesting that something significant had occurred on the sacred spirit continent. Lu Xiao has personally gone to gather intelligence and should return shortly. Lin Chen nodded, feeling that the arrival of Lu Xiao was imminent. Just then, Lu Xiao appeared, his face drawn and weary. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Lu Qingyue, his expression shifted from joy to alarm. Lin Chen has slain 2 lower-tier great sages, Luo Sheng and Xue Ming, Lu Ming exclaimed. It seems that none among the prodigies of the sacred spirit continent can rival Lin Chen. Yet, Lu Xiao appeared oblivious to Lu Ming's joviality. His gaze fixed intently upon Lin Chen, his countenance darkening considerably. Lin Chen felt a jolt of realization. Lu Xiao's expression hinted at grave news from the sacred spirit continent. Lu Xiao took a deep breath, steadying his expression, his gaze complexly fixed upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I must disclose something to you, and I hope you are prepared for it. Is it about the 2 seniors who aided me? Has the matter of their departure from the sacred spirit continent been revealed? Lin Chen replied with a hint of a smile. How do you know? Lu Xiao was taken aback. Of course, I had foreseen this day. I fear those who are restless are spreading my infamous name throughout the continent, organizing forces to eliminate me, Lin Chen stated calmly, having long been mentally prepared for this eventuality, showing no signs of panic. He was unperturbed by the prospect of the emperor attempting to deduce his whereabouts. With the assistance of the demoness, unless he chose to expose himself, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate him. However, Lu Zhao's expression did not reflect the relief Lin Chen anticipated. Instead, it grew increasingly grim. This is merely part of the situation. The events triggered by this matter within a single day are numerous. Lin Chen paused. What other matters? Lu Xiao, I implore you to brace yourself. Lu Xiao intently regarded Lin Chen. Because of your emergence, the 2 emperors of the Mixed Heaven sect and the emperor of the Celestial Sovereign cult have simultaneously calculated your whereabouts. For reasons unknown, they have refrained from disseminating this information. However, the most crucial aspect is that they have devised a method to compel your appearance. What method? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chen. Lu Xiao understood that revealing this information would invoke a reaction from Lin Chen. Yet, he could only manage a bitter smile. Remaining silent would do Lin Chen greater harm. They have gathered their forces with the intent to annihilate the Lin family, currently residing in the Zijing dynasty. As those words fell, it was as if thunder had struck, and Lu Ming's countenance changed dramatically. Even the typically stoic Lu Qingyue's expression shifted abruptly. Why did Lu Qingyue's expression alter? She was acutely aware that Lin Chen was a person of deep emotions. Although from the intelligence she had gathered, Lin Chen did not seem to harbor a strong reliance on his family. Aside from his father, it was still the Lin family at stake. In today's world, it is not one where moral decay reigns. At least within the sacred spirit continent, there has yet to be an occurrence of family slaughter. The prevailing belief is that one must bear the consequences of their own sins. Otherwise, Why had the Zijing dynasty not turned against the Lin family upon Lin Chen's identity being exposed? Even after Lin Chen had slain the talented Tian Gu within the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, the enraged elders refrained from harming the Lin family. They were fully aware of the Lin family's weakened state, incapable of supporting Lin Chen's endeavors. Apart from Lin Songxing, who concealed his identity as an emperor, the highest-ranking member of the Lin family was merely at the Dao diagram realm. In battles of Lin Chen's caliber, even emperors participated. What assistance could a mere Dao diagram realm practitioner offer him? Yet, at this moment, Lu Xiao unveiled this astonishing news. Someone intends to strike against the Lin family. Who? Lin Chen felt a tremor in his voice. Despite his earnest attempts to calm himself, he could not shake the memories of a place he had called home for 6 long years. There, he had experienced despair, moments of glory, and a resurgence of hope. Lin Chen never forgot that he was a young boy who had emerged from the Lin family, even though the family's actions had left him disillusioned. Nevertheless, it was still his family. His reluctance to aid them did not equate to being able to watch their demise with indifference. Lu Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. Yet he had to convey the grim news. The combined forces of the Heavenly Emperor sect, the Blood Clan, and the Dark Abyss clan were marching directly towards the Lin family. This time, however, there was no emperor leading the charge, only a great lord, 10 great saints, and a throng of disciples. Are they intent on exterminating the Lin family? Lu Ming interjected, his teeth clenched in frustration, feeling a deep sense of tragedy. In the sacred spirit continent, such massacres of families were unheard of, yet in the human realm, the annihilation of an entire race was a rare occurrence. When did this army set forth? Lin Chen inquired coldly, his gaze devoid of fury, yet it was this very demeanor that instilled apprehension in the 2 elders. An hour ago, at their current pace, they should reach the Lin family in a day, Lu Xiao replied with a sigh. A day? Lin Chen pondered the distance between the Dark Kingdom and the Lin family. Even at full throttle, he too would require a day to arrive. His fists clenched tightly as he turned to leave. Senior Lu Xiao, ensure that all members of the Chun Alliance remain here. Do not disclose my whereabouts. Deliver these scrolls to the Tyrant King and the Owl Medicine, instructing them to unlock their own brilliance. Lin Chen tossed 2 scrolls to Lu Xiao. As the flying immortal ancient steel emerged from his being, landing within the grand hall, Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned. I must accompany you. Lu Qingyue, her face stern, followed closely behind Lin Chen. Absolutely not, Lin Chen asserted. I must go. You cannot dictate my actions, Lu Qingyue retorted defiantly. Lin Chen turned back, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her, seething. This concerns the Lin family. By the name of the king, I command you to stay behind. The terror etched on Lu Qingyue's face silenced her momentarily, rendering her utterly still. Lin Chen turned away, his silhouette cold and imposing, seemingly shrouded in an aura of menace. At that moment, a roar echoed from within the flying, immortal ancient steel. Brother, allow me to take you. My speed surpasses yours. Shishi's form emerged, transforming into a colossal being, exuding an overwhelming presence that reverberated throughout the dark hall, as though its roar could shake the very foundations of the domain. Under the azure sky, bathed in sunlight, this magnificent entity soared, its wings unfurling like beams of light, slicing through the heavens and leaving behind echoes of violent air explosions. Lin Chen stood atop Shishi's majestic head, surveying everything below with a commanding gaze, the 7-foot void sky, sword resting upon his shoulder. A subtle yet terrifying aura brewing within him. Years ago, Lin Chen was merely regarded as a disgrace within the Lin family. The despicable deeds committed by Lin Han and his father, Lin Zhan, remain vividly etched in Lin Chen's memory. A once trusted companion, who was thought to be his closest ally, conspired with the forces of chaos, intending to take his life. The elder, Lin Xingyi, despite his position, was ensnared by fear of the powerful, though ultimately provided some semblance of comfort to Lin Chen. Yet, apart from his father, the entire Lin family comprised individuals who evoked nothing but disdain in him. From the moment those events transpired, Lin Chen succumbed to despair regarding the Lin family, relinquishing any hopes of finding warmth within this clan. Everything transformed after his father's departure. Rendered a mere waste, frail and vulnerable, he became a target for bullying, oppression, and betrayal. Such a family, he loathed from the depths of his being. Nevertheless, he had spent 6 long years there, during which he experienced moments of laughter and joy. Despite his current accomplishments, which could rival many prodigies. Lin Chen could never erase the memory of his own insignificance, akin to an ant. In those desperate times when he encountered blood old and embarked on a painstaking journey of growth, that frigid place harbored countless memories. His refusal to aid the Lin family did not imply that he would allow anyone to annihilate it. This was not merely his family, but a legacy shared with his father. At the age of 10, amidst the heavy snowfall, he encountered the Lin family, which etched a warm imprint in his otherwise cold heart. The destruction of the Lin family was something he could never permit. On that day, the entire continent was engulfed in turmoil. The two fervent allies who had aided Lin Chen departed the Holy Spirit continent, leaving him without any support. However, in the aftermath of this event, a shocking occurrence rippled through the Holy Spirit continent. The Bloodslaughter clan, the Heavenly Sovereign sect, and the Dark Fallen clan all turned their blades toward the Lin family, distant in the Zijing dynasty. This time, no emperors or powerful figures appeared to intervene. Nonetheless, this incident severely disrupted the original power dynamics of the continent, impacting the Zijing dynasty, the Eastern dynasty, the Sword Immortal sect, the Chaos Sky sect, the Taiching sect, and the Forbidden Grounds of Ancients. For never before had a family been subjected to such massacre on this land. The notion that one must bear the consequences of their own sins was universally acknowledged. Moreover, the feeble Lin family posed no threat, and thus, they were not chosen as victims. This was the prevailing mindset of the continent. The extermination of bloodlines was a concept loathed by the majority on the Holy Spirit continent. In light of this matter, the high-ranking officials of the three major races jointly issued a statement, condemning Lin Chen as a villain of heinous crimes, asserting that his family shared in the guilt and deserved annihilation, leaving none alive. The publication of this declaration marked the first significant confrontation between the remnants of humanity and the brutal culture of slaughter from the human realm, sending shockwaves throughout the once humane Holy Spirit continent. A tempest of public opinion erupted in response to this declaration. Just as the tide of public sentiment began to swell, the armies gathered by the three major races surged forth toward the Zijing dynasty. All eyes have converged upon the once unknown Lin family. As the clash of disparate cultures and human natures from two worlds unfolds, what profound consequences will this encounter yield? Will the Lin family face annihilation? Chapter 796, The Arrival of the Army. The public discourse has finally erupted. It is a collision of divergent viewpoints from two realms. The ruthless extermination attempts by the three dominant races have stirred a deep sense of disillusionment and aversion among those who previously cheered for their assault on Lin Chen. This continent, steeped in a long and rich history, witnesses such an open act of familial obliteration for the very first time. The brutality of the three races is devoid of any humanity and must be expelled. The forces of our Holy Spirit continent should unite to drive the three races out of this world. They are shameless, cold-blooded, mere demons. The three races are indeed malevolent, deserving of utter destruction. I vow that should I encounter any of their kind again, I will strike them down without hesitation. Voices of condemnation have coalesced into a resounding tide, surging toward the three races. It is likely that the representatives of these races never anticipated such a backlash. Finally, after enduring this public outcry, the three races jointly issued a statement. We are not of your kind. We are a race born for cultivation. Regardless, the Lin family must be eradicated, and Lin Chen must be killed. None who aids him shall remain in this world. Furthermore, we will ensure that you witness the downfall of the Lin family. This is the price of their transgressions. Should anyone dare to intervene, their fate shall mirror that of the Lin family. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the land. For the first time, the three races displayed their overwhelming, tyrannical presence across the Holy Spirit continent. However, their power is merely a fraction of what exists in the human realm, including many formidable beings revered across the continent. Such a domineering stance has somewhat mitigated the fervor of public outrage, yet it has simultaneously ignited the anger of many. How can they acquiesce to the oppression of the three races looming over them? In an instant, the tide of public sentiment surged with renewed vigor. This day marked yet another tumultuous moment for the Holy Spirit continent, reminiscent of the post-Huanian Gate War. At this juncture, the Eastern Dynasty and the Taiching sect also jointly issued a proclamation. The three races, lacking in humanity and slaughtering families, have compelled our two sects to unite against their tyranny. We have dispatched a coalition force to protect the Lin family. Should the three races dare to strike against us, We shall fight to the bitter end. The phrase fight to the bitter end resonated deeply with countless hearts across the Holy Spirit continent. Conversely, the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, the Zijing dynasty, the Sword Immortal sect, and the Haunting Gate also found themselves besieged by a wave of public denunciation. Among the most grievous circumstances stands the Zijing dynasty, with the Lin family entrenched within its ranks, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil that has left countless hearts within the dynasty chilled. On this very day, throngs of individuals began to distance themselves from the Zijing dynasty, making their way towards the Eastern dynasty and the Taqing sect. Furthermore, members from various other factions also gravitated towards these two prominent sections. The two major sects assembled a united force, forming an impressive contingent amidst the chaos. Although they faced direct threats from the three great races, many fearless souls began to converge upon the Lin family. Simultaneously, on this fateful day, the emperors of the Taqing sect and the Eastern dynasty clashed with the three great races in the void. In this moment, the Zijing dynasty, ranked as the lowest of dynasties, witnessed the bustling activity in Yichao City. The arrival of Lin Chen had drawn a multitude, dividing them into two factions, those who revered Lin Chen and those who loathed him, seeking to disrupt the Lin family for a sense of psychological solace. Yet, the atmosphere in Yichao City was vibrant, filled with voices, predominantly comprising individuals from the Zijing dynasty. They neither supported the three great races nor the Lin family. They were merely spectators to the unfolding drama. At this moment, the Lin family remained shrouded in silence, the gates tightly closed, with all members gathered within the main hall. After Lin Chen's departure, it felt as though the family's fortune had reached its zenith, with no more extraordinary talents emerging. Consequently, due to Lin Chen's influence, the Lin family descended into a state of decline, exuding a sense of desolation. However, the emergence of Lin Chen revealed to them that their patriarch was, in fact, an emperor, a notion that evoked immense pride within the family. This revelation fostered a newfound sense of unity among the Lin family members. Yet, the elders of the previous generation were stirred by the indomitable spirit they once witnessed on the martial arts arena, rekindling long-lost aspirations. Today marks the most arduous period for the Lin family. Lin Xingyi surveyed the faces before him, noting the youthful and mature expressions alike. Some were anxious, others fearful, while a few stood resolute. Thanks to Lin Chen, Lin Xingyi's resolve had solidified, allowing him to ascend to the Dao map realm, becoming the strongest force within the Lin family. The atmosphere was thick with silence, each individual's expression telling a different tale. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xingyi spoke solemnly. The Lin family no longer possesses the brilliance of yore. The circumstances today are distinct. I invite those willing to share life and death with the Lin family to remain. Those unwilling may depart and sever all ties. I shall not impede your choice. Instantly, a wave of commotion erupted, and many began to withdraw, hastily fleeing. A number of disciples and several newly appointed elders chose to leave. However, Lin Xingyi was astonished to find that none of the older or younger disciples had chosen to depart. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xing felt an extraordinary sense of comfort in his heart. Lin Chen, O Lin Chen, the spirit you left behind has completely awakened the soul of the Lin family. Elder, we are willing to live and die together with the Lin family. The disciples of the Lin family, each with resolute expressions, exclaimed loudly. Their voices resonated powerfully, merging into a force of inexplicable strength. Good, good, good. We live and die together. Lin Xing laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face as he stood unwaveringly at the entrance of the family hall, shouting, Lin Chen will forever be one of us. Each disciple and elder followed suit, roaring in unison, their fervor shattering the heavens. Those gathered in Yichao City, intending merely to spectate, were jolted by this sudden outburst and its fervent content. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly morose Lin family would erupt with such a resounding voice. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous pressure rolled in from the horizon, descending upon Yichao City. This oppressive force, a convergence of overwhelming murderous intent, was filled with intense ferocity. The army had arrived. Chapter 797, The Resurrection of the Virtual King. The eighth surge of the Great Outburst. The formidable pressure surged from the edge of Yichao City, overwhelming the atmosphere. The chilling aura of killing intent instilled fear in the hearts of countless individuals, for its magnitude was overwhelming. Nevertheless, The massacre planned against the Lin family had reached a critical juncture. A colossal warship loomed before the crowd, an immense vessel stretching 10 miles long. Its hull was enveloped in a mysterious armor, shimmering with a cold brilliance under the sun, almost blinding to behold. The warship continuously exhaled and inhaled, a manifestation of a quasi-divine artifact. Should the grand formation within be activated, the unleashed energy would be unfathomably terrifying. Upon this quasi-divine vessel, countless figures could be seen, all belonging to the three great clans, numbering at least 300 to 400 individuals. Each of these figures possessed the strength of the divine flow in the barrier realm, representing a formidable portion of the army. At the center of the warship, a terrifying aura of energy was incessantly generated, emanating from 10 great saints dispatched by the three clans. Their every breath stirred colossal energy, leaving onlookers in awe. Deepest within, there was a figure radiating an aura that evoked fear in the hearts of many. This individual was the leader of the army, a being of exalted rank. Such a powerful assembly now loomed over the Lin family. The warship hovered above, and the pressure it emitted caused the courtyards of the Lin family to erupt, the very ground splitting apart. Even the breath of the quasi-divine artifact was beyond the Lin family's capacity to withstand, akin to a fragile piece of tofu. A cacophony of derisive laughter echoed from the warship, as figures from the three great races beheld the dilapidated state of the Lin family, their faces alight with disdain. Lin Chen, leading the Lin family disciples and elders, stood at the entrance, gazing at the colossal entity in the sky and the overwhelming aura descending upon them. His heart heavy with despair. Faced with such formidable power, they were indeed powerless to resist. The continuous jeers further deepened their despondency. Although they felt a surge of anger at the contemptuous attitude of their adversaries, what strength did they possess to retaliate? I am Lin Chen, the esteemed elder of the Lin family. I am unaware of the purpose of your esteemed visit, Lin Chen declared, his resolve unwavering. He had come to terms with the specter of death, yet for the dignity of the Lin family, he was the first to bow, his voice resonating with gravity. Is this truly the Lin family? Only one of the Tao diagram realm? Indeed, a collection of ineptitude. A menacing voice resonated from within the warship, its tone akin to thunder. The moment the voice reverberated, the disciples and elders of the Lin family felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Their blood surged, and they could not contain it, spitting out mouthfuls of crimson. Their faces turned ashen. Lin Chen himself let out a muffled groan, his body feeling as though it had been battered by a mighty hammer. The mere voice of a great being seemed capable of annihilating the entire Lin family. This scene incited uproarious laughter among the disciples on the warship, their mirth brimming with mockery and disdain, their expressions suffused with contempt. The Lin family appeared utterly defenseless. Despite the overwhelming fear emanating from the Lin disciples and elders, their feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering them immobile. The Lin family of today was no longer the same as it once was. The sense of belonging they had experienced was now awakened within them. Let us commence our plans, commanded the great being from the depths of the warship. Instantly, the 300 to 400 disciples aboard the warship ignited with frenzied expressions, their faces alight with murderous intent. They are coming. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he circulated his Tao patterns, ready to unleash supreme techniques at any moment. Just then, the resounding beat of war drums reverberated once more from the distant horizon. The sky above Night Tide City seemed engulfed in flames, painted a fiery red, as a warship, equal in size to the one occupied by the three great races, surged forth, ablaze. This ship was likewise filled with people, including disciples from the Eastern Dynasty and the Taiching sect, alongside a couple of hundred rogue cultivators. Within the warship, there were 15 formidable presences exuding immense energy, 15 great saints. At the center stood 2 masterful figures of the highest caliber. Moreover, atop the vessel, a figure draped in a Taoist robe and crowned, alongside a woman imbued with an aura of mystery, her form enchanting and her visage ethereal, stood together. These two were none other than the 7th Prince and Yuyin Luo. The 3 great races. If you seek to annihilate the Lin family, you must first tread over my corpse, declared the 7th Prince, his face etched with a fierce resolve. Compared to before, his aura had grown remarkably profound, as if it harbored a mysterious power that eluded comprehension. The enigmatic essence surrounding the 7th Prince resonated strikingly with that of Yuyin Luo beside him. As he spoke, His words ignited fervor among the occupants of the flaming warship, who roared in unison, asserting that any attempt to extinguish the Lin family would require them to first pass over their lifeless bodies. The collective roar of so many voices surged like a mighty wave, crashing upon the warships of the three great races, causing the disciples of these factions to pale in countenance, as their once brazen arrogance was swiftly quelled by this overwhelming momentum. The members of the Lin family, on the other hand, were filled with elation, particularly Lin Chen, whose joy was palpable, with such a formidable force rallying to their side. The notion of their annihilation seemed utterly implausible. All present observed this scene, acutely aware that the power protecting the Lin family far surpassed that of the three great races. However, at that moment, an individual ascended from the depths of the warship, soaring before the flaming vessel. The aura radiating from him was potent enough to instill fear throughout the entirety of Night Tide City. This was a great lord of the Bloodslaughter clan. 2 great lords and 15 great saints. Do you 2 factions intend to oppose us? He intoned, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, his voice piercing. You 3 races are utterly inhumane, capable of such atrocities. We shall not permit this. The 7th prince asserted his dominance, his gaze unwavering. In response, the great lord of the Bloodslaughter clan's eyes flashed crimson. Your presence is most distasteful. Since you are so obstinate, it aligns perfectly with our intentions. A bloodthirsty smile flickered across the great lord's face. Both the 7th prince and Yun Luo furrowed their brows, questioning if the great lord was truly oblivious to the prevailing circumstances. Those who dare to defy us shall perish, drained of life. The great lord's laughter grew increasingly sinister. He gestured with his fingers, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that erupted before the flaming warship, engulfing it in a vast expanse of sanguine brilliance. A terrifying aura radiated from this sanguine light, causing the warship, a vessel of remarkable craftsmanship, to tremble violently. Throughout Night Tide City, the atmosphere quivered in response to the mysterious essence emanating from the bloodlight. The expressions of the 7th prince and Yun Luo shifted dramatically as they felt their blood suppressed, a heavy weight pressing upon their chests, as if they were on the verge of spewing forth blood. Deep within the flaming warship, the 15 great saints and the 2 great lords were also stirred. Today, let us unveil the might of the Bloodslaughter clan. Lord Shuang, awaken. The smile on the great lord's face became increasingly grotesque. The faces of the 7th prince and Yun Luo changed drastically upon hearing his words. They have finally come to comprehend the nature of the mysterious entity that emanates in overwhelming pressure from this sanguine light. Upon the demise of the Killblood clan members, a residue of sanguine essence remains, which can be revived through secret arts. However, they can never ascend further. Within this sanguine light lies a virtual king-level essence of flesh and blood, which the 3 great races aim to resurrect here, alongside their ambitions to annihilate everything, including the Lin family. Chapter 798. Witness this explosive outburst. The sudden and unexpected transformation caught the occupants of the flame warship off guard. The terrifying aura radiating from the sanguine light instilled genuine fear within their hearts. Moreover, no one anticipated that the Killblood clan harbored such a strategy. Arriving with a virtual king-level essence left those informed forces utterly unprepared. Even 3 or 4 great lords would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with a virtual king, let alone the mere 2 they currently possessed. The great lord of the Killblood clan observed the astonished 7th prince and the others, his laughter growing increasingly sinister. Within the sanguine light, a 10-meter-long essence of flesh and blood surged, harboring a terrifying energy. A formidable will pulsated within this essence, incessantly uttering the word kill. Revive, commanded the great lord of the Killblood clan, as he waved his hand, causing a talisman to soar forth. This talisman exuded an uncanny aura reminiscent of life and death, as well as a sense of descent. The great lord once more infused the talisman with a stream of sanguine light, and in an instant, a rich scent of hellish energy erupted from it. The talisman suddenly unleashed a beam of light, transforming into a colossal spectral white bone cross, upon which flickered ethereal black flames, inscribed with ancient demonic runes. As the spectral white bone cross appeared, it plunged directly into the essence of flesh and blood, unleashing a terrifying energy that surged forth like a tumultuous sea, reverberating violently in all directions. The force of this wave was immensely powerful and horrifying. Instantly, Two great lords emerged from the flame worship, representing the Eastern dynasty and the Taiqing sect. Upon their arrival, they unleashed tremendous magical power, casting bizarre energies that enveloped the Lin family, safeguarding the entire flame worship within their protective sphere. The elders and disciples of the Lin family were left utterly astonished. Clearly, this unfolding spectacle transcended their understanding. As the essence of flesh and blood was penetrated by the spectral white bone cross, it began to swell, expanding into a colossal blood sphere. As if reaching its limit, the blood sphere suddenly erupted, showering the surroundings with torrents of blood rain. The disciples of the Kill-Blood clan rushed forth, eagerly competing to seize the falling blood rain. Some consumed substantial amounts, causing their own momentum to grow exponentially. A figure, drenched in blood, emerged before the crowd, his eyes resembling pools of crimson, radiating an ominous aura of murderous intent that instilled fear in all who beheld him. You dare to provoke the three great races? It seems these wretched ants no longer wish to live, declared the sovereign of the Bloodkill clan, his voice chilling, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood. With every movement, it felt as though the very lifeblood within him was on the verge of erupting. A sovereign stood resolutely before them, emanating a terrifying presence that silenced the previously boisterous coalition. They understood the calamity that awaited them in the face of such a being. 2 esteemed elders and 15 great saints rose to the occasion, forming an imposing barrier against the sovereign of the Bloodkill clan. They realized that should war erupt, their demise was inevitable. The formidable elder of the Bloodkill clan smirked ominously and gestured to the hundreds of disciples behind him, commanding, "Capture every member of the Lin family. Remember, do not kill them, but render them incapacitated." With the addition of a sovereign, the morale of the three great races surged, and upon hearing the order, they charged towards the Lin family with ferocious roars, a tide of humanity engulfing the entire clan. A surge of divine energy flickered into existence as Lin Chen, the Grand Elder, wore an expression of fury, unleashing his power to strike down the disciples of the three great races. Yet, a blood-fallen saint stood behind him, a malevolent grin upon his face. The anguished cries of the Lin family echoed incessantly, sending chills through the onlookers. One could see Lin family disciples and elders alike, left maimed and broken. Their suffering was a sight most ghastly. Within the shattered remnants of the Lin family, a thick fog of blood enveloped the scene. Dismembered limbs strewn across the debris-laden ground, evoking a sense of nausea. In mere moments, the Lin family crumbled entirely. Soon, all Lin family disciples and elders were ensnared by powerful divine bindings, suspended upon the warships of the three great races, each bearing a blood-stained golden cross upon their backs. In his moment of torment, Lin Chen, despite his agony, roared defiantly, "Kill me if you can. What use is this binding, you rabble?" His cries fell upon deaf ears, met with mockery from the onlookers, some even spitting in disdain. The seventh prince and Yun Luo gazed upon the scene with murderous intent, their fists clenched tightly. Yet they found themselves powerless. The occupants of the flaming warship seethed with rage at the unfolding spectacle, but the presence of the sovereign made any act of rebellion tantamount to suicide. "Quite amusing," mused the sovereign of the Bloodkill clan as he surveyed the Lin family disciples. "I had not anticipated that my visit would involve exterminating a horde of ants. It is rather tiresome. Nevertheless, let us first eliminate those who dared to challenge the might of our races." As the words of the blood-killing clan's phantom king reverberated, a terrifying aura of blood erupted from his being, resembling a colossal blood sword soaring into the heavens, cleaving through the void. The flames of the quasi-Daoist warship trembled, and the very ground of Night Tide City quaked at that moment. The oppressive force released sent chills down their spines, even causing the void to subtly ripple. The two great sovereigns, 15 esteemed saints, and hundreds of disciples all wore expressions of grave concern and trepidation. The seventh prince and Yun Luo exchanged glances, both recognizing the worry reflected in each other's eyes. With the emergence of a phantom king, the entire battlefield seemed to be ensnared in a deadlock, rendering any hope of change futile. The Lin family faced annihilation, and they too would perish. "Lin Chen, where are you?" The seventh prince clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently upon the blood-killing clan's phantom king. The phantom king's bloodthirsty grin widened, and a torrent of bloodlight surged forth, the terrifying might roaring from within his form. He was about to strike. At that moment, however, a colossal entity suddenly soared above Night Tide City. All faces shifted in alarm as they looked up, including the blood-killing clan's Phantom King, who also turned to gaze upward. There appeared a beast, akin to a fortress, roaring as it approached, its gaping maw unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the Phantom King, radiating an overwhelming authority that instilled fear. Upon the beast's head stood a young man bearing a sword upon his back, observing the scene before him. Lin family disciples captured, their limbs severed. The Lin family reduced to a state of ruin, blood staining the earth. Even though he faced the Phantom King, his mind was clouded with a horrifying killing intent. Excellent. The actions of the three great clans are commendable. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the unfolding chaos, his teeth clenched. The appearance of this figure ignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the terrified Lin family disciples. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lin Xing was momentarily stunned before breaking into a grin. The seventh prince and Yun Luo, upon witnessing Lin Chen's long-awaited arrival, exchanged relieved glances. "You are Lin Chen," the blood-killing clan's Phantom King remarked, his eyes narrowing with a mix of surprise and intensified malice. "Do you know how long I have awaited your arrival?" Lin Chen's expression turned icy. "Do you know? I have long desired to kill this group of people. I merely waited for you to come," the Phantom King declared. "What do you mean?" Lin Chen's voice was frigid. The Phantom King licked his lips, his face twisted in a sinister grin. "I want you to witness their demise." One by one, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He never anticipated that the adversary harbored such intentions. In an instant, the coldness radiating from Lin Chen's eyes deepened into an even more chilling intensity. Although he understood deep down that this was merely a trap, he was Lin Chen. In the face of certain events, reason had been cast aside. The Eastern Dynasty, the Taiqing sect, and those scattered cultivators were momentarily taken aback. They could hardly fathom that this virtual king of the blood-killing clan would utter such words. It was evident that this was a plot meticulously orchestrated by the three major factions, specifically targeting Lin Chen. To murder a family member before his very eyes was an exceedingly ruthless tactic. The words "you dare" seemed to be forcibly extracted from between Lin Chen's clenched teeth as he cast a glance at the mutilated members of the Lin family, feeling as though a deep wound had been inflicted upon his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the family he had devoted 6 long years to. Haha. What is there that I would fear? You believe you can thwart me? The blood-killing clan's virtual king wore an expression of unrestrained arrogance, the mockery in his gaze intensifying. "If you possess any skill, summon your 2 esteemed predecessors to eliminate me." Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, the bones creaking under the pressure, his teeth grinding. This was not merely an act of slaughter directed at him. The true objective of his adversaries was a significant conspiracy. Yet, at this moment, despite Lin Chen's utmost efforts to remain composed, he found it impossible to achieve calmness. "Now, I shall commence the slaughter one by one," declared the blood-killing clan's virtual king coldly, his arm raised, signaling that the carnage would soon commence. "Die!" The beast beneath Lin Chen roared fiercely, accumulating a terrifying energy within. The 7-foot virtual sky sword in Lin Chen's grasp radiated a dreadful sword light, unleashing 399 strands of Tao patterns without reservation. The beast unleashed a torrent of energy, a beam that tore through the air with an extraordinary force, boundless and inexhaustible. Lin Chen's figure suddenly leaped, a terrifying supreme Tao might brewing within the 7-foot virtual sky sword, transforming into an intense sharpness that resonated through the entire space, creating a resonant hum. His face was alight with overwhelming killing intent as he raised the great sword, aiming a downward strike at the virtual king of the blood-killing clan. This strike contained his supreme wrath, the immense Tao might within it evoking widespread astonishment. This power was comparable to that of a mid-grade great sage, if not a high-grade one. The virtual king of the blood-killing clan's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he bellowed, "Get lost!" His roar erupted, spewing forth a torrent of blood light, as if transformed into a heavy fist of the void, crashing forcefully against the wave of energy unleashed by Lin Chen and the beast. Boom! The terrifying energy dispersed violently. Both Lin Chen and the beast were struck back as if hit by a tremendous force, blood spurting from their mouths. Prince 7 and Yun Luo witnessed this scene, their expressions shifting dramatically, and they instinctively attempted to rush forward to catch Lin Chen. However, the flung-back Lin Chen extended his rear foot, stepping upon the void. His body was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, sliding several hundred meters, the friction with the void producing a piercing, ear-splitting sound. A sharp pain surged through Lin Chen's feet, reverberating upward. Despite sustaining a grievous blow, Lin Chen's face remained etched with ferocity, showing no signs of retreat. This scene left the onlookers, the allied forces, and the disciples of the Lin family utterly astounded. Observing Lin Chen's rear foot, one could see it twitching uncontrollably. Even as Lin Chen floated in the void, his feet quivered incessantly, burdened by an overwhelming force. Go, head of the family. Do not linger here. Pay no heed to us, just flee. Lin Xing roared in a fit of rage, repeatedly urging Lin Chen to escape. His cry incited the disciples of the Lin family to join in, urging Lin Chen to run. Lin Chen's expression twisted in agony as he observed the unfolding scene, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. At that moment, however, the leader of the Bloodkill clan waved his hand, initiating a relentless slaughter. Sinister laughter echoed from the warship as 100 disciples from the three factions ascended, their magical artifacts gleaming with a blinding cold light. The sounds of piercing echoed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Blood erupted forth, and the faces of those who had yet to comprehend the horror remained frozen in a primal scream. The blood splattered under the relentless sun, strikingly vivid. Lin Chen stood in shock, his eyes glazed over. Within his pupils reflected the deaths of countless Lin family disciples. The blood that gushed forth felt like daggers piercing through Lin Chen's very soul. The stench of death hung heavily in the air. The two major factions, along with the rogue cultivators, witnessed this scene, delivering a profound shock to their spirits. The expressions of the seventh prince and Yun Luo shifted dramatically. Transforming into expressions of deep concern, their gazes locked onto Lin Chen's now vacant silhouette. This massacre persisted for several breaths. With the faces of the three clans members growing increasingly bloodthirsty, a perverse pleasure evident in their demeanor, as if the slaughter brought them immense satisfaction. In Lin Chen's dazed eyes, there existed only a sea of blood. At this very moment, in an unknown location, two figures stood, the Demon Empress and the Blood Elder. Blood Elder, I sought you out to unravel the mystery that has long plagued my mind, the Demon Empress stated calmly. Why did Lin Chen's power suddenly surge, resembling madness? Logically, no matter the circumstances, he should not have been capable of unleashing such terrifying strength. The Blood Elder's expression turned grave. Upon hearing the Demon Empress's inquiry, he could only manage a wry smile. Demon Empress, this secret is one I prefer to keep to myself. However, based on my conjecture, if Lin Chen were subjected to extreme provocation, he would transform into such a being, a mindless killing machine. The Blood Elder could not disclose Lin Chen's sole predicament to the Demon Empress. After all, this secret was entangled with the ancient bronze coffin, shrouded in mysteries that even he did not fully comprehend, but were undoubtedly terrifying. The pupils of the Demon Empress narrowed slightly, sensing danger. We must hasten to thwart him. He must be prevented from committing heinous acts of slaughter that would result in a sea of blood and mountains of dismembered limbs. The figures of the Lin family disciples seemed to have been piled into a mountain of corpses. Each face of the fallen Lin family members reflects a profound unwillingness to accept their fate. Those familiar visages, which Lin Chen had encountered over 6 long years, have now completely vanished from this world. They are dead. Every one of them has truly perished. Ha! Lin Chen, do you hate me now? Fear not, for you shall be next. The king of the Bloodkill clan laughed mercilessly, his countenance twisted with malice, as an overwhelming aura began to surge from him, instilling terror that shook the heavens. The seventh prince and Yun Luo felt a sudden jolt of alarm in their hearts. Yet, in that very moment, a terrifying presence awakened, akin to an ancient demon rising from the depths of an endless abyss. The king of the Bloodkill clan, along with all the great lords, saints, and disciples, found their faces contorted in shock and fear under this overwhelming aura. Instantly, the sky darkened, fierce winds howled, and the temperature dropped chillingly. With a ferocious expression, Lin Chen roared, his 3,000 strands of white hair dancing wildly in the wind. His blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes burned with the wrath of death. Once again, madness consumed him. In the 800th chapter of Slaughter, it was as if a peerless demon had awakened, enveloping the sky with overwhelming demonic energy, plunging the entire world into an impenetrable darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. The air was filled with a biting cold wind, yet amidst it all, those blood-red eyes emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent. At that moment, no one was unshaken, The countenance of the Bloodkill clan's king had grown exceedingly grim. He sensed an abrupt transformation in Lin Chen, whose aura now radiated a chilling intensity that left him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Yun Luo's exquisite eyes flashed with immense shock. She had never witnessed Lin Chen in such a state. The suffocating aura emanating from him clearly surpassed that of the king. This newfound power instilled in her a sense of unfamiliarity and dread. As if he had morphed into a relentless harbinger of death. The allied forces of the three great races. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's transformation and feeling the terrifying energy he exuded, sensed an ominous blade of doom hovering over their hearts. Ready to strike them down with but a thought, Lin Chen, with his white hair swirling violently and a countenance filled with murderous rage, unleashed the word kill. In the next instant, his pitch-black arm gripped the 7-foot void sky sword and struck towards the Bloodkill clan's king with a single, devastating blow. Boom. It was as if the heavens themselves had been shattered. The 7-foot void sky sword trembled violently, seemingly unable to withstand the horrific force that threatened to obliterate everything. A sword chi erupted forth like a dragon of the emperor, roaring into the void, shattering layers of reality beneath its might. The Bloodkill clan's king felt his pupils constrict. At that moment, he sensed an intangible force that had ensnared his entire being. A surge of existential dread and terror engulfed him, as if he were confronted by a monstrous, imperial demon, its malevolent claws poised to strike. The sheer intensity of murderous intent directed solely at him paralyzed his very being, rendering him immobile and unable to evade the impending assault. With a cataclysmic roar, the expressions of the multitude were etched with shock. The virtual king of the Bloodslaughter clan was obliterated beneath the onslaught of a single sword strike. As though it were mere tofu, shattered in an instant. The very fabric of the space around him fractured dramatically, collapsing inward, while the horrific, draconic sword energy continued its relentless assault into the void, unleashing a thunderous explosion that reverberated across a 10-mile radius. The three great races could scarcely fathom the unfolding spectacle. Yet, what had transpired was undeniably real. The man who had moments ago been treated like an insect by the Bloodslaughter clan's king had transformed into a terrifying demon. Ha ha ha. Slaughter, slaughter. Lin Chen roared, his eyes ablaze with a chilling murderous intent. In an instant, he propelled himself onto the warship of the three great races. Those once formidable dignitaries, revered saints, and disciples now wore expressions of abject terror, their throats seemingly constricted, unable to utter a single cry of fear. In a frenzy, Lin Chen zeroed in on a prominent figure from the Bloodslaughter clan. His speed was so extraordinary that even the esteemed warrior could not react in time. The next moment, with a sickening squelch, a head was severed, blood spraying forth. The body of the Bloodslaughter dignitary erupted like a detonated bomb, leaving no trace of flesh or essence behind. Amidst his manic laughter, Lin Chen wielded the 7-foot void sky sword, now transformed into a legendary weapon, moving with such swiftness that its shadow was scarcely perceivable, resulting in a series of explosive strikes. The members of the Bloodslaughter clan, the Celestial Imperial clan, and the Darkfall clan, who had previously lorded over the Lin family with unbridled arrogance, now appeared as powerless mortals before Lin Chen. A grand massacre erupted aboard the warship, where within mere breaths, 300 to 400 disciples fell victim to Lin Chen's frenzied onslaught. Severed heads soared through the air, while the 7-foot sword became stained with blood, a crack spiraling along its blade. The sight of such a horrifying slaughter was unprecedented for the 7th prince, Yun Luo, and all spectators, including the assembled cultivators. At that moment, Lin Chen's cultivation radiated an unfathomable terror, rendering all present utterly defenseless. The 7th prince, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe the outcome had culminated in such devastation. The hellish tableau struck a profound blow to his resolve and understanding of the Tao, causing the scriptures within him to emit an intense, resonant hum. The Tao scriptures, regarded as the ultimate treasure of Taoism, now eluded his comprehension, leaving him unable to grasp even the first chapter, which was intended to enlighten humanity and eradicate evil. As Lin Chen emanated an aura that resonated with an unprecedented hum of vigilance and hostility, he transformed into a monstrous entity. Standing upon the blood-stained warship, his visage contorted with fury, he unleashed a series of devastating sword strikes towards the myriad severed heads soaring through the air. Each stroke of his blade released terrifying sword energy that pierced the heavens, shattering the void and causing a cacophony of explosions across a 100-mile radius. With a fierce stomp of his left foot on the warship, a tremendous force erupted from his being, akin to a divine strike from an unparalleled artifact, causing the entire quasi-artifact level vessel to fracture like shattered glass. The coalition of 3 races, in the face of such annihilation, witnessed their entire army decimated in less than 10 breaths. What was once a formidable force was now reduced to a torrential downpour of blood. The sky was enveloped in darkness, the scent of blood pervading the air. Lin Chen raised his voice in a primal roar, his 3,000 strands of white hair dancing wildly, creating a scene of sheer terror. It was as though a demon had slaughtered countless souls, venting its pent-up wrath. All eyes were frozen in shock at this spectacle. The expression of the 7th prince twisted in agony as the ancient scriptures within him quivered violently, as if poised to strike against Lin Chen. Yet, he hesitated, realizing the abruptness of the unfolding events. In that moment, Lin Chen ceased his roar, abruptly turning his gaze towards the coalition formed by the Eastern Dynasty and the Taiching sect. Instantly, the flames billowing from the warship extinguished, and a massive, chilling intent of murder enveloped all aboard. The 7th prince's pupils constricted in terror, his hand trembling involuntarily. Every member of the coalition, including the esteemed ones, felt as though they had stepped into the realm of death, rendered powerless beneath the weight of this murderous intent. Lin Chen uttered a chilling word, kill. In the 801st chapter, the demoness to the rescue. Lin Chen's piercing gaze stunned everyone aboard the flaming warship as they sensed the overwhelming specter of death, akin to a vice tightening around their throats. Their pupils dilated, unable to utter a sound. They could only watch in horror. The bloodthirsty aura sent shivers through countless souls. They could hardly fathom that Lin Chen, who had once been aligned with them, had now turned his blade against them. His blood-red eyes conveyed the message to every person on the warship that he had completely lost his sanity. Yun Luo felt an icy chill envelop her. Even her mystical powers could not ward off the profound cold emanating from within her heart. Yet, she understood all too well that the Lin Chen before her was no longer the same. He would not hesitate to eliminate everyone present. Should such a calamity occur, Lin Chen would find himself isolated and defenseless on this sacred land. Please, no? Lin Chen, do not. In her heart, Yun Luo incessantly murmured. Yet the chilling aura of lethal intent radiating from Lin Chen rendered her utterly speechless. She could only watch as Lin Chen pointed the slaughtering blade towards them. The world fell into silence, save for the frenzied, killing intent that writhed and roared. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Chen raised the 7-foot void sky sword. His face contorted in a grimace, as a beam of sword light, soaring to unimaginable heights, erupted from the blade, piercing the heavens. A torrent of terrifying demonic energy reverberated from this luminous blade. As the sword light surged forth, Lin Chen suddenly struck towards the figures aboard the flaming warship. The malevolent sword energy, now unleashed with overwhelming power, echoed through the sky, shattering the very fabric of space itself. The individuals on the flaming warship were frozen in terror, their faces pale as they gazed up at the colossal sword chi descending upon them. Even the reinforced void appeared as fragile as tofu beneath this onslaught. How could they possibly withstand Lin Chen? At that moment, the 7th prince emitted a thunderous roar. His voice resonated like a clarion call, jolting the onlookers from their stupor. This was a Taoist secret technique. However, such a simple method was utterly ineffective against the frenzied Lin Chen. The towering demonic sword light continued its relentless descent. From a distance, one would witness a breathtaking spectacle. As the sky was cleaved open, a vast chasm carved by the sword light that possessed a ferocious force, tearing the void asunder. The 7th prince's gaze shifted dramatically, an ancient consciousness igniting within his eyes. A flash of brilliance emanated from his brow, and an ancient scripture soared forth, exuding a celestial Taoist aura. The entire space resonated with a humming sound, as if countless voices were chanting in unison. This melody contained an extraordinary harmony, causing the very air to ripple like water. The ancient Taoist scripture, now unleashed from the 7th prince's brow, erupted in a torrent of azure light, hurtling towards Lin Chen's fearsome strike. With a cataclysmic roar, it seemed as though heaven and earth had exploded, and the void trembled violently. A tremendous energy burst forth above, transforming into a spiraling tempest that wreaked havoc in the distance. Lin Chen, wielding the 7-foot void sky sword, was momentarily staggered by the onslaught of the ancient scripture, his body forced back repeatedly. The unique rhythmic vibrations emanating from the scripture caused the bloodlight in Lin Chen's eyes to flicker erratically, as if he had been struck by some profound stimulus. However, after enduring that strike, the ancient scripture soared back into the 7th prince's brow. His complexion turned ashen, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, who had become an unfathomable monster. Even the scripture, which had personally intervened, had been repelled. After experiencing the profound teachings of the Tao, Lin Chen, despite a brief moment of stupor, was once again engulfed in madness. A maniacal laughter erupted from his lips, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. With each step he took towards the flaming warship, it seemed as though the very temperature of the world diminished by a degree. The 7th prince and Yun Luo both turned pale, fully aware that no one could obstruct Lin Chen at this moment. None could halt the relentless advance of this demonic figure. A colossal slaughter awaited them. Suddenly, a massive being soared into the sky, its dark wings thrumming against the atmosphere. A pure white holy light enveloped its unblemished horn. This was Cece. Ascending with fury etched upon its face, Cece opened its gaping maw and roared, "Get away." A formidable aura of majesty erupted from its bellow, imbued with an unparalleled sanctifying power, as if it sought to purify all evil. Yet, this impact bore no effect upon Lin Chen. Cece's enormous pupils narrowed slightly. Lin Chen, still cackling maniacally, regarded the sudden intruder without hesitation. In an instant, he flashed above Cece's head, his expression twisted with ferocity, and swung his colossal sword down towards its skull. The wind howled violently, the force was terrifying, and the very fabric of space seemed to rupture. This strike was potent enough to cleave Cece in two. However, under the overwhelming might of the blow, Cece found itself paralyzed, unable to move, and could only watch in horror as the giant sword descended. Even the words of protest stuck in its throat. The 7th prince and Yun Luo watched in horror, their pupils constricting at the unfolding scene. Lin Chen had completely forsaken his humanity. "No, Lin Chen, please don't kill it," they silently screamed in their hearts. Yet the weight of the situation rendered them voiceless. Time seemed to still. Cece sensed an unprecedented taste of death, leaving it momentarily dazed. Why must it be this man before it? At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted, piercing through the oppressive darkness and revealing a beam of light. A woman of enchanting grace and beguiling stature suddenly appeared in the sky. The 5 demon subduing array was unleashed. 5 pills, each the size of a fist yet brimming with oceanic energy, erupted forth, forming a powerful array. As the array materialized, the pills emitted waves of mysterious energy, intertwining to create a colossal pyramid-like seal that descended upon Lin Chen. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently. In this critical moment, Lin Chen was overwhelmed by the weight of the pyramid, collapsing to the ground as he struggled futilely against its grasp. A series of anguished roars echoed, chilling to the bone. The one who had come to thwart Lin Chen was none other than the Demon Empress. Chapter 802. Retribution. Everyone, step aside. The voice of the enchanting demoness resonated with chilling authority. As she commanded the terrifying 5 demon suppression array, she coldly addressed the 7th prince. This time, it was the mysterious evil within Lin Chen that escaped suppression, granting it an opportunity. "I trust that upon your return, you will refrain from spreading rumors. Otherwise, I shall seek retribution upon each of you." Her words were imbued with an immeasurable gravitas, though she did not exude the overwhelming aura of an emperor. An instinctual sense of obedience arose in the hearts of all present. Who dares linger here? This thought echoed collectively among the assembled crowd. Aware of the woman's formidable origins and terrifying prowess, the 7th prince realized he must ensure the safety of the 300 to 400 individuals behind him. He swiftly resolved to command the flame warship to depart from this location. In an instant, a flurry of reactions ensued as the warship ignited once more, ascending in a blaze towards the horizon. The 7th prince stood at the bow, turning his gaze towards Lin Chen, who was being suppressed beneath the immense pyramid-like demon suppression seal. His brow furrowed deeply. Since the day he became a disciple of the Taoist sect, his mission had been to eradicate all evils. "I hope you are not one of them," he thought, clenching his fists tightly. With the departure of the 7th prince and his entourage, the battlefield of Night Tide City was left devoid of life. The demoness hovered in the air, observing Lin Chen, who was thrashing and roaring in suppressed fury. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she remarked, "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Regardless of what entity occupies his body, it must vacate." Her delicate fingers began to move once more, each motion imbued with a peculiar power that seemed to cause the very fabric of the universe to tremble in response. With a series of resonant sounds, 6 divine needles materialized behind the demoness, their tips entwined with imperial patterns. Should any formidable being witness these 6 divine needles, they would not doubt their capacity to unleash a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating miles in an instant. The heavenly illusion needles, both real and illusory, shot forth in an instant, vanishing as if they had never existed. Yet, they remained tangibly present in this world. The demoness moved her fingers again, and with 6 sharp sounds, the now invisible heavenly illusion needles pierced Lin Chen's body, causing crimson blood to erupt from the entry points, staining the divine needles a vivid red. In this moment, the demoness had sealed Lin Chen's 6 vital apertures. These apertures represented a person's wisdom, spirit, and soul. Hence the concept of opening the apertures. With the 6 apertures now sealed, Lin Chen's intellect, thoughts, and spirit were all confined. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen's once wild struggles ceased abruptly, his blood-red eyes fading into a void, and the fierce aura that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. Had it not been for his labored breaths, one could easily mistake him for a lifeless corpse. As the malevolent forces receded, the sorceress, with her claw-like fingers, executed a swift motion, pulling back. In that instant, 6 ethereal needles, which had been plunged into Lin Chen's 6 vital points, were drawn forth, each dripping a trace of his blood. Simultaneously, from the tips of these needles, 6 tendrils of dark, mist-like essence were extracted from within Lin Chen's being, as if a demon was being forcibly torn away from him. With a sigh of relief, the sorceress unfurled her fingers, and the extracted humanoid dark mist was swiftly compressed into nothingness by the converging needles. The needles then soared towards her, dissolving into the void. In that moment, Lin Chen was entirely restored to his former self. His body was flawless, showing no signs of damage, and his vitality surged with renewed vigor. "Awaken," the sorceress commanded, extending her delicate finger to lightly tap Lin Chen's forehead. An extraordinary wave of energy cascaded over him. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening. Initially, his gaze was filled with confusion, but it quickly transformed into clarity, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively sat upright, only to collide headlong with the bent-over sorceress. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, rubbing her forehead, her alluring eyes glistening with moisture. "You little rascal, did you intend to knock me out?" Startled, Lin Chen exclaimed, "Why do I see you upon waking? Were you not here to rescue the Lin family?" The realization struck him, and his face paled. "What of the Lin family? What has become of them? Did you save them all? Where are they now? Where are we?" His anxious inquiries tumbled out in rapid succession. The sorceress, her enchanting aura suddenly subdued, extended a delicate finger towards him, gazing into his eyes. "The land beneath your feet is where the Lin family once thrived." Lin Chen froze, lowering his gaze to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a desolate expanse, marred by deep ravines and strewn with debris, the aftermath of a cataclysmic energy surge. Bloodstains, still fresh, painted the ground amidst the chaos. The scene, with its swirling black smoke and scattered remnants, bore the hallmarks of a large-scale battle. The horrific slaughter of the Lin family had indeed transpired. Overwhelmed by shock, Lin Chen's expression shifted to an unprecedented calm as he gazed at the somber sky, whispering softly. He had just emerged from a nightmarish vision in which the Lin family had been annihilated, where he avenged them by vanquishing the allied forces of 3 great clans, eliminating the 7th prince and Yuyin Luo, and even slaying Cece. Such a terrifying dream left him profoundly unsettled, for its vividness struck him as eerily real. The ruins and bloodstains before him starkly confirmed the grim reality. The Lin family was no more. After a prolonged absence, a familiar emotion resurfaced within Lin Chen's heart, an overwhelming sense of solitude that had lingered before his encounter with Lin Songxing. It was a profound loneliness, one devoid of kin and connection in this vast world. What transpired with the coalition of the 3 races, the 7th prince, and Yuyin Luo? Lin Chen inquired softly. "You annihilated the coalition of the 3 races and nearly eliminated both the 7th prince and Yuyin Luo," while also coming perilously close to slaying that peculiar demon beast. The demoness replied succinctly, without reservation. This revelation struck Lin Chen like a thunderbolt. He had vanquished the coalition of the three races, nearly brought down the seventh prince and Yun Luo, and almost killed Cece. His pupils constricted sharply as an unprecedented wave of terror surged within him. Indeed, retribution had arrived. Chapter 803. The essence of the demon. The nightmarish visions assaulted Lin Chen's mind, as if struck by a formidable force. He could scarcely fathom that the events within that nightmare bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. He had reveled in the demise of those from the three races. Yet the thought of turning against the seventh prince, Yun Luo, and Cece left him breathless with dread. In that haunting dream, Lin Chen envisioned himself transformed into a demon, a relentless harbinger of death, imbued with overwhelming malevolence. Among those he had slain were figures of great power, including a Void King. Had he truly become a demon? The thought of such an existence filled him with an unbearable sense of homelessness and isolation. Indeed, you have changed to the point where even I scarcely recognize you. The power that emanates from you far surpasses that of an ordinary emperor. Yet, in such a state, you are devoid of humanity and reason, resembling a mere automaton, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. Even your closest kin would find themselves at your mercy. The demoness spoke with an air of detachment. Lin Chen's pupils constricted once more. Truly, he had morphed into a being of pure malevolence. The sheer absence of compassion warranted such a designation. However, a shiver of fear coursed through him. Had he indeed slain the seventh prince and Yun Luo, as well as Cece, he would forever bear an indelible stain upon his soul. Fortuitously, the demoness intervened, preventing him from descending into such darkness. Thank you, esteemed demoness. For your timely intervention, Lin Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing in respect. Without her, the consequences of his potential actions would have been unimaginable. The demoness nodded slightly, as if acknowledging his gratitude. Then, her tone shifted, imbued with authority as she demanded, "When I ensnared you, you too transformed into a demon. I wish to understand what compelled you to such a fate." Her inquiry resonated with the gravity of an emperor questioning a subject, instilling trepidation in those who faced her. It compelled them to divulge the entire truth. Yet, she directed her interrogation towards Lin Chen. Although he felt an urge to comply with her demand for answers, he found himself resisting. Upon hearing the words of the enchanting demoness, Lin Chen was suddenly reminded of that moment in her petite world when he had roared, and a peculiar resonance had reverberated through his mind. This strange vibration emanated from a realm he could neither see nor touch, nor truly perceive, his very soul. Could this matter be entwined with the half of my soul that vanished? Lin Chen's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he recalled the fateful encounter with the bronze coffin, where he had signed a soul contract, the diabolical laughter echoing in his memory. Esteemed demoness, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge this matter, Lin Chen said. Inhaling deeply, his gaze locking onto the demoness' peach blossom-like beautiful eyes. The exchange of half a soul was something he must never reveal. In Lin Chen's heart, the significance of the bronze coffin far surpassed that of the demoness. It was as if the wild and unrestrained figures of the world had to behave with humility and decorum before its presence. Should the demoness learn of the coffin's peculiarities and be tempted to experiment with it, the consequences would be unfathomable. With a hint of sorrow in her tone, the demoness lamented, "I did not expect that old man to refuse to share this with me. Now even you, my little brother, do not wish to tell me. It seems I have aged. My allure has entirely faded." Hearing this, Lin Chen could only shake his head with a wry smile. Esteemed demoness, this matter is of great importance. I have yet to comprehend it myself, so I cannot recklessly share it with you. Call me sister, she insisted. Sister, esteemed demoness, please take your leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Lin Chen took a deep breath, gazing at the desolate, blood-stained landscape, and could not help but sigh. Everything is gone, it is all lost. The demoness nodded, refraining from saying more. With a flicker, she vanished from the realm. Once she departed, Lin Chen felt as if he were a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the ground, his heart swelling with profound sorrow as he surveyed the vast expanse of bloodied ruins. In that moment, Lin Chen realized just how significant the Lin family had been in his heart, an unexpected revelation. I will ensure that the three great races pay a heavy price for this enmity, he declared, his gaze turning cold as a terrifying aura emerged from within him. a presence so potent that even Lin Chen himself failed to recognize it. In the depths of his mind, Lin Chen's entire consciousness descended, transforming into the likeness of his true self. This was akin to him entering the very core of his being. The bronze coffin floated above, adorned with ancient, incomprehensible demonic symbols, silently hovering without a trace of presence, making it imperceptible to anyone, even to those formidable beings who would tremble before its might. Bronze coffin, reveal to me why, after losing half my soul, I have transformed into such a monstrous semblance, Lin Chen demanded, his expression dark and foreboding as he addressed the coffin. He had arrived at the Lin family as a dazzling prodigy over the past 3 years. Yet, after that span, a strange voice began to echo hauntingly within his mind. One must exercise utmost caution regarding the ancient bronze coffin. Keep your distance, for otherwise, you shall inevitably find yourself entombed within it. These two admonitions have echoed in Lin Chen's mind for 3 long years, their origin and the source of the voice remaining a mystery. However, upon learning of his descent into madness this time, Lin Chen found himself questioning the bronze coffin for the first time, pondering whether he had fallen victim to its malevolence. I cannot provide an answer to your query. I merely act in accordance with the contract, having lost half of my soul. Whether you shall succumb to madness remains beyond my comprehension. The ancient bronze coffin opened its mouth, its voice as hollow as ever. Lin Chen clenched his teeth, a ghastly expression creeping onto his face as he roared at the coffin. Do you wish to transform me into a killing machine? Ancient bronze coffin, do not betray the trust one have placed in you. Trust is but a facade for self-interest, the coffin replied emptily. Lin Chen's monstrous demeanor gradually subsided. He recognized that he could not afford to succumb to anger again, for it was precisely his rage that had precipitated his previous descent into madness. With a darkened countenance, he demanded, explain to me why, after losing half my soul, I would become such a wretched creature? Even the most potent divine herbs cannot instantaneously elevate one beyond the capabilities of an ordinary emperor. Because that is your true nature, the ancient bronze coffin declared. You are merely awakening your inherent essence. If you are willing to surrender that half of your soul once more, I will grant you a wish, and you shall come to know your true self. This time, the voice of the ancient bronze coffin took on an eerie quality. Yet, Lin Chen felt as though struck by lightning. His deranged self was, in fact, his true essence. He realized that his core being was that of a demon. Chapter 804. The growth of the Reign Emperor, the massacre of the Lin family, and the annihilation of the coalition of the 3 great races sent shockwaves throughout the sacred spirit continent. These 2 events ignited a fierce response among those still harboring bloodthirsty ambitions on the continent. Over 100 members of the Lin family, including the elderly, were ruthlessly beheaded. Witnesses reported that the bloodshed stained the land where the Lin family once thrived, turning the earth a deep crimson and the sky a ghastly red, reminiscent of hell on earth. In contrast to the latter event, the populace seemed less concerned, as a sense of vindication washed over them. The obliteration of the 3 great races brought them a sense of satisfaction. They believed that the demise of the 3 races was far too lenient, feeling that such retribution was far too simple and that forgiveness should never come so easily. As for Lin Chen's descent into madness, aside from a select few, there was scarcely a whisper of it in the outside world. The 7th Prince and Yun Luo were acutely aware that the influence of the mysterious and terrifying woman from that day played a significant role in this silence. This, however, ultimately favored Lin Chen, sparing him from the possibility of renewed attacks from the 3 great races. The arrogant coalition had underestimated the power of public sentiment and the masses. They could never have anticipated that the incessant public outcry, which had developed day and night, would ultimately grow in magnitude, compelling several sects to respond. The disciples beneath their banners were in a state of unrest. A young man named Tianxian sent an open letter to the major factions, causing a tremendous upheaval. The letter ominously stated that if one day the 3 great races sought to annihilate their sects, they would be left powerless, merely spectating their own demise. Do not doubt my words. This scenario could very well materialize. This letter unleashed a terrifying effect, prompting the formidable entities of the major factions to emerge from their seclusion to investigate the identity of the young man named Tianxian. Yet they found no trace of him. Consequently, the major sects could no longer remain passive and jointly issued a statement, vehemently condemning the actions of the 3 great races and demanding an apology. Although the actions of these factions lacked overwhelming power, their willingness to stand united signified a significant initial victory in this war of public sentiment. Simultaneously, countless individuals sought out Lin Chen, but his whereabouts had long since become elusive. Among the most attention-grabbing developments was the furious retaliation of the Grand Master of Taiqing, who engaged in battle with the emperors of the three great races. This monumental clash of emperors unfolded within an unknown void, rumored to produce thunderous roars akin to celestial thunder, resonating across the Holy Spirit continent for a full 7 days and nights. In the end, the three emperors of the great races were severely wounded, retreating back to their respective realms, too intimidated to challenge Taiqing's sect. This imperial conflict ignited a fervor throughout the continent, as the populace erupted in jubilant celebration. The Grand Master of Taiqing's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, transforming her into a figure of divine admiration among the people. Furthermore, this imperial battle compelled many to reassess the power of Taiqing's sect. The Grand Master, once hailed as the pride of heaven a millennium ago, had now ascended to a level of terrifying prowess. The storm of public opinion raged on for a full half-month, during which an astonishing event transpired. The Hunyuan sect, which had previously engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Chen, surprisingly aligned itself with him, demanding that the three great races publicly apologize and calling for the execution of the individual responsible for the orchestrations. The Hunyuan sect's unexpected stance drew the attention of all, as their previous actions during this tumultuous period had faded from collective memory. Now, they were thrust back into the spotlight, leaving many astonished. On the day following the destruction of the Lin family, Lu Tongtian, the foremost disciple of Hunyuan's sect, was expelled from Taiqing's sect and stripped of all his treasures. On the 5th day after the Lin family's demise, the Rain Sovereign's cultivation broke through to the Great Sage realm, earning the title of the foremost disciple of Hunyuan's sect. By the 8th day after the Lin family's downfall, the Rain Sovereign's cultivation ascended to the Great Venerable realm, and he was bestowed the title of Vice Master of Hunyuan's sect. On the 14th day following the annihilation of the Lin family, a paramount meeting was convened by the Huitian sect, surprisingly presided over by the Rain Emperor. During this high-level assembly, the authority of the Huitian sovereign was entirely stripped away, leading to an unprecedented clash among the emperors, the specific figures involved in the conflict remaining shrouded in mystery. The venerable elders of the Huitian sect rallied behind the Rain Emperor, who was merely at the level of a grand sovereign, elevating her to the position of sect leader. At this juncture, the Rain Emperor adopted the title of Ice Emperor, leaving the inhabitants of the Holy Spirit continent, who had previously been indifferent to the Huitian sect, utterly astounded. How could a seemingly inconsequential figure, a mere Tao diagram realm practitioner, possess such formidable capability that she subdued the authority of the Huitian sovereign? This revelation instilled a profound sense of dread regarding the Ice Emperor within countless individuals. Major factions began to speculate about her true identity, suggesting that it was far more complex than it appeared, with underlying mysteries that were likely to be profoundly unsettling. Regardless of the external conjectures surrounding her identity, the Ice Emperor, formerly the Rain Emperor, had undeniably become the youngest and the first female leader in the annals of the Huitian sect, possessing the lowest cultivation level ever recorded. The ascension of the Ice Emperor unfolded without any ceremonial formalities. The very next day, she sternly admonished the figures of the three great races, outlining harsh conditions for public apologies and punitive measures. Amidst this tempest of public opinion, the three races, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a roar directed at the Huitian sect. An emperor, accompanied by 6 true kings from the three races, approached the Huitian sect demanding an explanation. However, to the astonishment of many, this emperor and the 6 true kings vanished without a trace. On the same day, the Ice Emperor issued an ultimatum to the three races, encapsulated in a single, straightforward decree. Should you fail to meet my demands, prepare for war. This proclamation ignited a fervor among all, with men venerating the Ice Emperor as a goddess and women idolizing her. The once revered beauty of the continent, now revealed in the guise of an empress, captivated the entire Holy Spirit continent. It was well known that Lin Chen had spared the Huitian sect for the sake of the Rain Emperor, and surely any woman would find herself enamored by such a man. The Ice Emperor, embodying the fierce wrath and vengeful spirit for her beloved, was portrayed in striking detail. Ultimately, the three great races yielded, They submitted to the Ice Emperor, who was merely at the Grand Sovereign level. They publicly apologized under the watchful eyes of the masses, executing the scapegoats they had prepared, while everyone was acutely aware that these were mere pawns. The transformation from the initial arrogance and dominance of the three races to this state of submission was a significant shift. This clash of civilizations between the two worlds concluded with the triumph of the Holy Spirit continent. In this moment, two empress-like figures emerged, one being the leader of the Taiching sect and the other, the Ice Emperor. Moreover, there remained an enigmatic demoness, yet to be revealed. As the central figure in this turmoil, Lin Chen has vanished from this continent, leaving no trace behind, and no one knows his whereabouts. At this moment, the Hunyuan sect has undergone a tremendous transformation. The celestial city in the sky is now encircled by a colossal ring of ice shards, resembling a formidable formation of sorts. Within the sect, once saturated with the chaotic essence of Hunyuan, there now resides a pure, celestial ice aura. Amidst this dramatically altered Hunyuan sect, every disciple bears a smile filled with aspiration, their eyes ablaze with fervent pursuit and unwavering belief. Their faith naturally lies with the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's palace is a sight to behold, resembling crystal, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun, as though the grand hall is adorned with rainbows. This exquisite ice palace, belonging to the Ice Emperor, would reveal itself as a formidable mid-grade Tao artifact to any powerful observer. Seated upon the ice dragon throne within the palace is a woman of captivating allure, her presence an embodiment of perfection. Her exquisite face, fair complexion, and flawless features are unmatched. In her ice-blue eyes, there exists not a trace of coldness, but rather a calm, unyielding gaze that conveys mastery over all. The former reign sovereign has transformed into the Ice Emperor. Every individual matures amidst the chaos of the world. The once proud Tian Sha has shed his arrogance. Jin Wudao has relinquished his aloofness, and the reign sovereign has abandoned her haughty demeanor, evolving into a resplendent empress wielding immense power and beauty. Chapter 805. The Chaotic Star Realm. A month has passed since the Lin family massacre that sent shockwaves throughout the Holy Spirit continent, following the Taiching sect master's intervention, which injured three great emperors. The reign sovereign has ascended as the Ice Emperor of the Hunyuan sect. After a period of silence lasting nearly half a month, the eyes of all major powers have converged upon the inner perimeter of the chaotic ancient domain. The outer perimeter of the chaotic ancient domain has been largely developed, devoid of any imposing threats, leading the major forces to lose interest. Although many factions have established their presence within the inner perimeter, they remain unable to obstruct the advance of others. On this day, the once formidable barrier between the outer and inner perimeters of the chaotic ancient domain has become remarkably weakened. Previously, only those of great sage or even grand venerable status could enter safely. Now, however, only those of the divine flow realm are required. In other words, the conditions for entering the chaotic ancient domain have been significantly lowered. Consequently, a multitude of cultivators and forces have begun to surge into the inner perimeter. This occasion promises to be a grander celebration than any previously witnessed at the outer perimeter. Within the chaotic ancient domain, the Dark Nation, Lu Xiao and his companions are acutely aware that the events that transpired in the Lin family reflect the turmoil faced by their own Dark Clan's king. Though their hearts are heavy with sorrow, they find themselves powerless to act, for the distance renders immediate intervention unrealistic. However, this time, Lu Xiao was engulfed in perplexity, for he remained oblivious to the events that transpired on that fateful day, which resulted in the annihilation of the three great races. Their Dark Clan had not a single shred of intelligence. Alas, a month had elapsed. Now, the situation was veering towards the chaotic ancient domain, and the three great races had once again allied, compelling all the outstanding disciples to enter the chaotic star realm, a move aimed at significantly enhancing their prowess. Lu Xiao murmured to himself, and then, as if a thought struck him, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. That foolish girl, Qinghua. Lu Xiao clenched his fists, resolutely wishing for her survival. A tear welled in the corner of his eye. On the very day when significant events unfolded in the Lin family, Lu Qinghua had sought out Lu Xiao, declaring her intention to venture into the human realm and enter the gate of life and death. This gate was a supreme secret of their Dark Clan, specifically prepared for the Saints, embodying the essence of the cultivation of numerous saintesses throughout dark clan history. Only the saintess of each generation could enter. Should one emerge, the benefits derived would be unimaginable. Yet, this path was fraught with endless peril, as 3 generations of saintesses had perished within its confines. Nevertheless, Lu Qingwei resolutely plunged into the fray. This decision caused Lu Xiao, who had always regarded Lu Qingwei as his own daughter, immense heartache. Just then, a ghostly voice resonated, "Elder Lu Xiao, what is the current movement of the 3 great races?" Lu Xiao was taken aback. He had been so absorbed in thoughts of Lu Qingwei that he had failed to notice someone approaching. However, he soon froze in astonishment, recognizing the voice as eerily familiar. He turned to see Lin Chen, who had vanished for an entire month. Now, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. His countenance perpetually shrouded in an aura of latent frost, with a streak of white amidst his otherwise dark hair. Anyone who met his gaze would feel an overwhelming chill emanating from the depths of their being. Indeed, the starkest difference in Lin Chen now was his terrifying and oppressive killing intent. Even Lu Xiao felt a shiver run through him, though it quickly dissipated. "Lin Chen," Lu Xiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Despite the peculiarity of his feelings, he was profoundly elated. "You have finally returned. Many significant events have transpired on the Holy Spirit continent lately. Do you wish to—" "No need," Lin Chen interrupted, waving his hand with a countenance of icy resolve. "Now, tell me the movements of the 3 great races." Lu Xiao hesitated, his heart tightening at Lin Chen's demeanor, recognizing the thirst for vengeance that radiated from him. Taking a deep breath, he understood he could no longer deter Lin Chen. The 3 great races have breached the inner domain and have now assembled their most gifted individuals, all of whom have entered the chaotic star realm. The 3 races have united to dominate it. Moreover, since the death of Xuanming, a more formidable prodigy has emerged in the human realm to take command. All prodigies converge upon the chaotic star realm. And a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he slightly narrowed them. Indeed, while Lu Xiao was oblivious to Lin Chen's intentions, an instinctive awareness informed him of a terrifying scheme at play. "Very well, hand me the map to the chaotic star realm," Lin Chen said nonchalantly. "What of the Tyrant King and the Shadow Alchemist? These 2 prodigies have already taken your scrolls, one heading to the ancestral demon Forbidden Land, the other to the enigmatic force known as the Alchemist Hall," Lu Xiao replied. "Understood. You may now establish contact with the higher echelons of the Qin Alliance. Inform them that training must not be delayed in the slightest. Moreover, employ subtle tactics to ensure that the disciples of the Qin Alliance undertake some assassination missions," Lin Chen instructed. Lu Xiao nodded, as he had long prepared for this plan. Although their shadow clan boasted numerous assassins, eliminating certain targets could prove troublesome, as others could identify them by their distinctive traits. Such actions would inevitably provoke hostile forces. However, if the disciples of the Qin Alliance were to execute these tasks, such concerns would be alleviated. Having issued his commands, Lin Chen turned and departed, his silhouette elongated, imparting an aura of chilliness. Lu Xiao watched Lin Chen fade into the distance, releasing a heavy sigh, his gaze complex as he murmured, "The 3 great races have now fully ignited his wrath. Hopefully, you can continue to be as arrogant as you are now." Lin Chen's figure glided like a specter through the periphery of the chaotic ancient domain. Following the map provided by Lu Xiao, he swiftly made his way toward the heart of the chaotic ancient realm, accompanied by his ally, Shi. For the entirety of the past month, while everyone was left wondering about Lin Chen's whereabouts, he had done nothing but venture into an obscure mountain, where he unearthed a total of 127 graves. Surrounding these graves, he inscribed the words Lin Family Tomb. Feeling the surging sacred might within him, Lin Chen realized he could effortlessly tear apart the energies he once found unbearable to behold. The 4th thread of Tao had already coalesced after his descent into madness. Now, he was imbued with an overwhelming 40 threads of sacred might. Among 30 threads of sacred might, one is deemed a low-grade great saint. Among 60 threads, a mid-grade great saint, and among 99 threads, a high-grade great saint. Lin Chen had now ascended to the status of a mid-grade great saint. Although his sacred pulse body had yet to reach perfection, it already exhibited an aura of terror. Once he ascended further, the energy feedback would be immensely powerful. After a swift flight lasting an entire day and night, Lin Chen beheld a vast barrier stretching before him, reminiscent of the Milky Way. and a fierce cold light erupted from his eyes. Chaotic Star Realm, I shall annihilate you all. Chapter 806, Encounter with the Treasure-Seeking Fatty. When Lin Chen first encountered the barrier between the periphery and the interior of the chaotic ancient realm, it was during his quest to reach the tomb of the Void King. However, the overwhelming energy emanating from it, coupled with his then underdeveloped capabilities, had deterred him from any thoughts of advancing into the inner realm. Yet this time, he embarked on the journey into the inner realm accompanied by Cece. The distinction between the inner and outer realms remained a mystery to him, though he hoped the maidens within would be more enchanting. Otherwise, Lord, she would surely be disappointed. Cece, transformed into a strikingly handsome figure, licked his lips and remarked. Lin Chen cast a glance, uninterested in conversing with this lecherous man. Suddenly, two wings of holy light materialized from behind him, flapping with vigor as his body traced an enigmatic trajectory, entering the realm. Cece observed Lin Chen's somewhat solitary silhouette and could not help but let out a faint sigh. If it were any other time when he was here indulging in his whims, he would undoubtedly have given himself a reprimand. However, now, he merely shot a glance at the three major races, reflecting on their misdeeds with a glint of fierce light in his eyes. The barriers between the inner and outer regions of the chaotic ancient domain resembled a celestial river, beset by a force akin to the tempest of the void. Any divine flowing being with insufficient cultivation would face a grim fate when struck by such energies. Yet, for Lin Chen, these threats were trivial. As he crossed the lengthy barrier and set his first foot within the chaotic ancient domain, it felt as if an immense weight pressed down upon his shoulders. A terrifying gas surged into his body, imbued with a chaotic will, as if attempting to ensnare his very mind in turmoil. The chaotic intent carried by this gas was a staggering 10 times more potent than that of the outer realm. As the will of devouring magic activated, it instantly absorbed the chaotic energy into Lin Chen's being, transforming it into a torrent of pure energy that nourished him. While this substance might pose a threat to others, for Lin Chen, it was a remarkable boon. The chaotic energy of the inner realm was vastly superior to that of the outer realm. If I could absorb this immense chaotic energy, my holy might would surely increase. Lin Chen mused as he surveyed his surroundings. The inner realm of the chaotic ancient domain was suffused with overwhelming chaotic energy, casting a hazy veil over the sky, while the surroundings stretched infinitely, featuring grasslands, forests, and mountains. However, within this inner realm, the spiritual energy was not only abundant, but 10 times more potent than that of the outer realm. Under Lin Chen's divine perception, he detected several mountain ranges pulsating with vast spiritual veins, though these veins still lacked the necessary maturity. Otherwise, they would ascend to dragon veins, containing energy sufficient for Lin Chen to elevate his rank. It seemed the inner realm of the chaotic ancient domain was rich in spiritual energy, and the natural treasures of heaven and earth were undoubtedly plentiful. No wonder the figures of the dark fallen race dared to breach this natural barrier and enter. Lin Chen pondered how many formidable forces resided within the depths of the chaotic ancient domain. He found himself in an uninhabited zone, with his goal set on reaching the chaotic star realm. According to the map, this destination was merely a distance of over 100,000 units away. The chaotic energy emanating from the Chaos Emperor is truly beyond comprehension. The land transformed before them is imbued with extraordinary wonders. She smirked lazily, while Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance behind him, aware that the merciless fairy still lingered within a 1,000-mile radius. Let us proceed to the Chaos Star Realm, Lin Chen declared as he retrieved the talisman, channeling his magic into it. The talisman then manifested as a radiant beam, guiding Lin Chen forth. This formation is known as the guiding array. The deeper they ventured, the more Lin Chen felt that the interior of this chaotic ancient domain was a realm crafted specifically for him. The chaotic energy thickened, and the will of the ancient domain grew ever stronger. Naturally, the energy he absorbed intensified as well. Lin Chen dared not imagine the magnitude of chaotic energy present if he were to delve tens of thousands of miles deeper. Only a being of great saintly caliber might endure it, or perhaps something even more terrifying. After a day's journey, Lin Chen finally arrived at the region where the Chaos Star Realm resided. To his astonishment, he discovered a city established there, bustling with individuals from the three major races. Some cultivators who stumbled into this place met a swift demise, their deaths marked by ruthless cruelty and no semblance of mercy. According to the intelligence provided by Lu Xiao, the Chaos Star Realm had been forcibly occupied by the three major races, and any intruder would be met with immediate execution. Lin Chen extended his consciousness and sensed the presence of a great master and 3 saints stationed within. Among them were 2 low-tier saints and 1 mid-tier. An impressive assembly indeed. Yet, the nature of this Chaos Star Realm eluded him, as he detected no discernible aura. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen observed the comings and goings of the 3 races within the city, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In his haste to seek Lu Xiao, Lin Chen had neglected to inquire thoroughly about the Chaos Star Realm. He exchanged glances with Shi. They were now merely a few hundred miles from that city. They promptly concealed their auras and took refuge within a small grove to assess the situation. With Shi's unique talent for concealment and Lin Chen's formidable ancient stealth techniques, even a great master would struggle to detect their presence unless they searched meticulously. However, as Lin Chen furrowed his brow, a sudden tightening in his heart alerted him to an unusual aura approaching. A familiar voice echoed, "These tortoise-shell bastards dare to seal this place and obstruct my quest for treasures. They shall pay dearly for their insolence. Once I attain great mastery, I will drag that old wretch out and drown him in his own filth." Emerging from the grove was a rotund figure clad in tattered robes, clutching a greasy chicken leg, his jowls quivering as he looked toward the distant city, his eyes nearly squinting into slits. The portly figure had stepped into the realm of a half-step great sage, evidently on the brink of becoming a true great sage. Upon seeing this rotund individual, both Lin Chen and Shi were momentarily taken aback, for he was none other than the so-called heir of the treasure seeker whom Lin Chen had once confronted. The mere thought of the treasures brewing within this hefty figure caused a sly grin to curl at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. Oblivious to the scrutiny he was under, the corpulent man continued to devour a chicken leg, cursing the souls of the 3 great races. While his chubby hands fidgeted with apparent delight, Zhang Denyo sensed that fortune was finally within his grasp, having set his sights on the chaotic star realm, which harbored the brilliance of all the talents from the 3 races. If he could seize their treasures, he would undoubtedly attain great wealth. This notion made his mouth water uncontrollably, causing him to forget the mangled chicken leg in his hand. However, at that moment, a large hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice that Zhang Denyo dreaded hearing resonated. "Ah, my dear friend, why have you not been in touch lately?" Lin Chen regarded the hefty man with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The fat man's countenance immediately fell, resembling one in despair, as his chicken leg shockingly fell to the ground. Upon turning to face Lin Chen and the deathly figure beside him, he could not help but lament inwardly, "Damn it! Who in the world considers you a friend?" Chapter 807, A Reckless Intrusion? Zhang Denyo swore to the heavens that he never anticipated encountering this harbinger of misfortune. The chaos he had stirred had not only shaken the entire continent, but had also been exacerbated by the annihilation of the Lin family. The chilling aura emanating from this calamity was enough to plunge him into despair. Recalling the moment when this scoundrel had robbed him of his treasured artifacts, causing him to plummet in rank, his heart ached with regret. How could there be such a ruthless and despicable individual in this world? Zhang Denyo would rather confront the perilous city than face Lin Chen. "Lord Lin, greetings," the hefty man said with a woeful expression. "Look at my tattered state. Please do not rob me again. Surviving in this world is no easy feat, especially with a wife to support. The plight of a man is indeed arduous." "Do you even have a wife?" Shi retorted through clenched teeth. "Look at you, a veritable pig, your fat quivering, and your appearance is utterly unkempt. The notion that any woman would marry you is a far-fetched lie. Even if you were roasted and tossed into a den of beasts, not a single creature would dare to consume you." Seeing the rotund figure stirred up anger within her. The fact that this insufferable man had once been mistaken for a beautiful woman was a source of great humiliation for Shi, who felt deeply insulted by this unfortunate misunderstanding. The rotund man, sensing the humiliation, retorted in frustration, You wretched, deathly figure. Just because you cannot find a wife, don't take it out on me. What is wrong with being fat? That is what I call having a sense of security. Look at you, with such a feminine appearance. Anyone who fancies you must be a pervert, inclined to the same sex." In a fit of fury, Cece's imposing presence surged forth, as if ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. The rotund man, eager for Cece to act, saw this as an opportunity to disrupt the battle and make his escape. The terrifying rumors surrounding Lin Chen had instilled in Zhang Daniu a sense of dread, making him perceive Lin Chen as his personal nemesis. To be robbed by Lin Chen once more was a fate he wished to avoid at all costs. With this thought in mind, the rotund man puffed out his chest, exuding arrogance, taunting, "Come on, you wretched creature. Let us clash for 300 rounds, and let me show you what true masculinity is." Cece, seething with rage, prepared to unleash unparalleled techniques. Observing this spectacle, the rotund man chuckled inwardly, reveling in the ease with which he had manipulated this seemingly foolish creature. "Cece, he is deliberately provoking you," Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. Although Cece had become quite brazen and unruly, he still fell short when compared to this cunning individual. It was clear to Lin Chen what the rotund man truly thought, and upon seeing that infuriatingly plump face, Cece felt a wave of revulsion. "Brother, just chop him up already. His very presence disgusts me." The rotund man shuddered at Lin Chen's words. The thought of being butchered by Lin Chen, who was now more powerful and resourceful than he, sent chills down his spine. He feared that Lin Chen, harboring resentment from the destruction of his clan, might take out his frustrations on him. "Lin, dear brother, please spare my life. I am still a virgin, untouched, with so many unfulfilled desires in this world," he lamented, tears streaming down his face, his expression one of deep despair, as if he were about to kneel and beg for mercy. "Spare me your theatrics. I have no intention of killing you," Lin Chen replied with a furrowed brow, his tone cold. In the past, he might have found amusement in bantering with this rotund man, but now he felt as if a demon was trapped within his heart, preventing him from releasing his pent-up anger and sorrow. Upon hearing that he would not be killed, the rotund man immediately quieted down, adopting a serious demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previous obnoxious self. The rapidity of this transformation sent chills down Cece's spine, making him wish to deliver a swift kick to silence him for good. "You have come here to sow chaos among the treasures of the elite in the Star Realm," Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. "I seek to collaborate with you. As for the reason, you surely understand." The rotund man paused, a shiver coursing through him at the implication that Lin Chen sought to unleash violence in the Star Realm. Yet, as he contemplated this purpose, his expression fell once more. "Oh, Lin, dear brother, I cannot partake in such deeds. I can barely bring myself to harm a chicken. The sight of blood terrifies me." Silence. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, causing the hefty man to fall silent. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed a hint of something amiss. After exchanging a glance with the grotesque figure, he chose to remain taciturn. "Put away that demeanor of yours. I do not require you to commit murder. I merely seek your assistance in seizing all their treasures amidst the chaos of the Star Realm. In this regard, I shall cooperate with you," Lin Chen stated calmly. The hefty man was taken aback, not expecting such a declaration from Lin Chen. However, upon reflection, he quickly grasped the implication. With his unparalleled treasure-snatching basin, the prospect of Lin Chen aiding him in eliminating their opponents would escalate their chances of success to a terrifying level. Moreover, if Lin Chen's assertion held true, the spoils would be considerable, and the associated risks would diminish to a frightening extent. Contemplating this, the hefty man's eyes began to gleam with a cunning light. "I am not asking for your agreement. I am merely informing you of how we shall collaborate. If you wish for demise, I shall not hinder you," Lin Chen remarked coldly. The hefty man shuddered at these words, his expression turning mournful. However, feeling despondent and at the mercy of others, he resigned himself to the situation, contemplating escape should circumstances turn dire. Cece observed the hefty man's crestfallen expression, struggling to suppress laughter, nearly bursting with mirth at the absurdity of it all, wishing to roll on the ground in amusement. Noticing Cece's irreverent demeanor, the hefty man shot him several fierce glares. "Since you wish to live, let us commence our collaboration," Lin Chen stated coolly. "First, enlighten me about the Chaos Star Realm. Why do I sense not even the faintest trace of its aura?" The Chaos Star Realm is a forgotten little world, said to be overflowing with treasures and dangers, an unparalleled place for honing one's skills. Were it not for the overwhelming might of the three great races, it would have undoubtedly become a battleground for conquest, the hefty man replied slowly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled fortifications. "As for your inability to detect its aura, the entrance to this little world is concealed by an ancient formation. Without traversing this formation's passage, You cannot perceive this floating world amidst the void. Currently, this ancient formation is under the control of the three great races. Heavily guarded within this fortress, making entry exceedingly difficult, Zhang Daniu concluded in one breath. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, and after a brief pause, he declared, "In that case, let us breach it now." The hefty man gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at Lin Chen. Wait. Are you serious about forcing our way in?" Lin Chen cast a glance at the astonished hefty man. "Did you not proclaim yourself as the emperor? Are you now afraid?" "Of course not. Do you even know who the emperor is?" The hefty man puffed up his chest, snorting with bravado. However, as Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, he deflated like a punctured balloon. "Well, my actual name is Zhang Daniu." Puffed. Zhang Daniu burst into laughter, his mirth infectious. Lin Chen's lips twitched. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such an impressive name. The Duck Emperor cast a glance at the two individuals, declaring, "I am but a simple child from a rural background, so what if I am mundane? I find joy in my simplicity." Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, for he truly did not comprehend the essence of the Duck Emperor, or rather, the origins of Zhang Daniu. However, upon hearing this, he acknowledged that it mattered little, as he bore no surname. Shishi seized this opportunity with unrestrained amusement, nearly rolling on the ground with laughter, causing even the Duck Emperor, with his thick skin akin to city walls, to blush slightly. Suddenly, black flames erupted from Lin Chen's eyes as he scrutinized the true form of the Duck Emperor. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force surge into his consciousness, as if a needle had pierced his eye, inflicting excruciating pain that forced Lin Chen to withdraw his gaze. Activating his penetrating vision, he found himself unable to see through the Duck Emperor at all. With his current cultivation at the lower tier of the Great Sage realm, he should have been able to perceive the intricacies of a higher tier Great Sage. The Duck Emperor, it seemed, was indeed shrouded in profound mystery. Rubbing his sore eyes, Lin Chen silently mused that had he not retracted his gaze in time, his spiritual consciousness might have suffered a grievous blow. This, in turn, indicated that within the corpulent body of this Duck Emperor resided some formidable entity, immensely powerful. Duck Emperor. Gaining entry into this chaotic star realm is, in fact, quite simple, Lin Chen remarked thoughtfully. The rotund figure's eyes sparkled with interest as he eagerly inquired. "Big brother Lin Chen, what shall we do? Look at you. What a sight." Shishi scoffed dismissively from the side. The plump fellow's expression darkened, retorting, "Do you, a mere creature of the dead, possess any solutions? If so, resolve this matter for me." Feigning profundity, Shishi raised an eyebrow. "I prefer not to engage in conversation with you, fatty. Come here, fatty, and follow my instructions." Lin Chen transmitted a thought to the Duck Emperor, articulating his plan step by step. The plump man's squinted eyes grew increasingly bright as he nodded vigorously, his face aglow with excitement. Shishi observed with skepticism yet felt reassured, knowing that his elder brother never faced defeat. "Lin Chen, your sacrifice is truly monumental," the chubby one said with glistening eyes, looking at Lin Chen with a profoundly grateful expression. "Indeed," Lin Chen nodded solemnly. "Let us commence." As his words fell, Lin Chen abruptly opened his mouth, channeling streams of magical energy that roared forth like a lion's roar. "To the waste of the three great races, I shall annihilate your entire city today." This proclamation detonated like a super bomb, reverberating through the city with a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Instantly, the city echoed with thunderous blasts as figures ascended within its confines. These were the cultivators of the three great races, each possessing strength beyond the divine flow realm. A multitude of figures, no fewer than 60 or 70, surged into the air, including several great sages. Each wore an expression of unbridled fury, utterly shocked that someone would dare to openly challenge the authority of their three great races. "Who dares to provoke us? You shall meet your demise swiftly." A figure of immense authority rose, cloaked in dark golden light, akin to a celestial dragon descending from the heavens. As he spoke, his voice crashed like a tsunami of sound waves. "Shut your mouth. Today, the Duck Emperor graced your city with his presence, vowing to ensure your demise and compel you to kneel and call him father." With a fierce expression, he placed his hands on his hips and unleashed a torrent of invective towards the opposing party. The face of the Dark Descendant's great master blazed with unquenchable fury. When had he ever been subjected to such insults? As his anger surged, the massive entourage he led surged forth like a powerful whirlwind, rushing towards this location. The rotund figure, upon witnessing the overwhelming momentum of their advance, quickly turned to Lin Chen and urged, "Boss Lin, they are here. You must make your escape at once. I shall depart first and await you in the chaotic star realm." The Duck Emperor feigned a retreat, preparing to flee. Lin Chen nodded, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, before the astonished eyes of the rotund figure, he unleashed a devastating kick. A brilliant silver light erupting forth. With a resounding scream, a thunderous crash echoed as his foot collided with the hefty backside of the rotund figure. The sheer force of this strike was so formidable that even Zhang Daniu, who had been on guard, was taken aback by Lin Chen's overwhelming strength. The rotund figure, accompanied by a howl, was propelled like a cannonball towards the trio of races. Cece's expression turned peculiar, caught between laughter and restraint. "Let us go," she urged. Her demeanor tense as Lin Chen invoked the ancient technique of stealth, swiftly traversing the void towards the city. Stifling her amusement, Cece too employed her secret arts and vanished towards the city. The heart-wrenching scream left the advancing trio of races in utter disbelief. The leading great master, witnessing the rotund figure barreling towards them like a living bomb, unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth a beam of dark golden light, a force of overwhelming might. At this moment, the Duck Emperor's heart was aflame with frustration. Though he had prepared himself, he had not anticipated the viciousness of the attack. Despite his myriad grievances, the sight of the great master's terrifying blow sent chills down his spine. "Curse it, they are all picking on me, the fat one. Why must I be so corpulent?" The Duck Emperor's visage twisted in agony. After a moment of pain, he gritted his teeth and resolved to fight back. A surge of yin-yang energy enveloped him, transforming his plump face into a bizarre black and white visage, reminiscent of a harlequin. Before him, an ancient force began to rise, imbued with a terrifying and unsettling power. "Yin-yang classic. Grant me the strength to annihilate these scoundrels," he bellowed, as from the tome erupted a beam of black and white light, a yin-yang beam, radiating an aura of dread, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. The two formidable attacks collided, creating a tremor that swept across the dust-laden ground like a tempest. The expressions of the trio of races turned to horror. They had never anticipated that this being, who barely reached the level of a great sage, could unleash such overwhelming might. Lin Chen and Shishi swiftly infiltrated the city amidst the explosive chaos unfolding in the sky. Casting a glance at the loudly cursing Duck Emperor, Shishi smirked, realizing how deeply this rotund figure had concealed himself. The aura of yin and yang was palpable, offering an opportunity for this esteemed figure to loosen his stiffness. Lin Chen remained silent, his consciousness spreading like an immense net, enveloping the entirety of the city. Moments later, his gaze sharpened. He detected the Duck Emperor's flamboyant emergence, as the flames of battle throughout the ancient city converged upon him. Lin Chen and Shishi moved as if in an uninhabited realm, swiftly penetrating the city without obstruction or detection. In the distant sky, explosions intensified ferociously. The esteemed figure of the Dark Fallen clan wore a grim expression, unleashing his formidable powers with relentless ferocity. Even with the mysterious support of the yin-yang scriptures, it was evident to the discerning that this fellow could not endure for long. Cursed be Lin Chen for leaving him to fend for himself. The Duck Emperor lamented inwardly, desperate to devise an escape or risk being devoured whole. Tears welled in his heart as he cursed the two scoundrels, wondering what kind of individuals pushed him into such peril. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through the rotund figure's eyes. With the yin-yang scriptures, he called upon the forces of creation, giving birth to the primordial, stabilizing the four corners of existence. The rotund figure unleashed his ultimate technique, pouring incantations into the yin-yang scriptures. The scriptures spun with the 8 trigrams, releasing a terrifying surge of yin-yang energy, powerful enough to stabilize the realms. This surge of energy was drawn from a hidden microcosm, embodying boundless might. The Dark Fallen clan's esteemed figure did not hesitate, his joints shimmering with a dark golden light, seemingly harboring a nugget of gold. Suddenly, he shrank in size and erupted forth, streams of golden light bursting from his joints, transforming him into a roaring, ferocious tiger, shaking the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest of ferocity erupted throughout the space. The mighty saints of the 3 great races, those at the Tao diagram realm, could only watch in astonishment. The rotund figure staggered as if struck, retracting the Yin-Yang scriptures under the assault. Terrified, he shouted, "What kind of brave man bullies children? I'm done playing with you all." Flames ignited beneath his feet as he bolted away. The onlookers from the three great races seethed with fury. A tide of people surged like waves crashing against the shore, with saints and esteemed figures launching terrifying powers from afar, merging into a colossal sea of divine might, a spectacle to behold. The Duck Emperor, frightened to his core, frantically retrieved talismans from his possession, activating them in a desperate bid for survival. Within the city, four remaining beings of saintly caliber lingered, yet they were merely low-tier saints, posing no threat to Lin Chen whatsoever. In merely a few breaths, Lin Chen traversed through the layers of guardians surrounding the city, unnoticed by anyone. At the heart of this ancient city lies a venerable formation, vigilantly watched over by four great saints who have yet to depart. This is an ancient altar, a grand array stretching a full mile, adorned with shimmering specks of light resembling stardust. A colossal dragon vein resides within the array, exhaling and inhaling spiritual energy. It is evident that the operation of this formation necessitates the presence of this dragon vein. The array pulsates with a force of the void, imbued with an aura of antiquity. Lin Chen mused that the chaotic star realm is indeed formidable, possessing such a formation for transportation. Cecilia, with a hint of excitement, exclaimed, "For some reason, I feel exhilarated. Brother, let us immediately enter this array." "No, we are still missing one person," Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. The relentless pursuit had left the corpulent figure in a wretched state. The arrogance he once displayed had vanished entirely. A band of ruffians pursued him unceasingly. He had even discarded several talismans, which pained him deeply. The dark golden giant's grasp on the esteemed member of the Dark Fallen clan was ignited with fury, its joints vibrating with a rhythmic intensity, distorting the surrounding space into a colossal hand that seized the fat man's shoulder. With a hum, the fat man's shoulder emitted a radiant glow, revealing it to be a supreme royal artifact. Yet, under the grip of the giant, it shattered into nothingness. His shoulder was captured, bones cracking under the pressure, and he could not help but emit a piercing scream of agony. The esteemed member of the Dark Fallen clan broke into a sinister grin. The fat man's face paled, darkening as if charred. "Damn it, this is the end for me." However, at that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth from the ancient city, a voice of authority resonating. "All you trash from the three great races, come forth. Otherwise, I shall personally obliterate this ancient formation, trapping your prodigies within forever." The esteemed member of the Dark Fallen clan's countenance drastically shifted, and he immediately abandoned the pursuit of the fat man, rushing towards the city. This reaction was not isolated to him. Those great saints in pursuit also responded with fervor, racing towards the city in a frenzy. Emperor Duck was taken aback, never anticipating that Lin Chen would expose himself to divert his pursuers. "Damn it, at least you have some conscience left. Now, I can only rely on my own abilities," he lamented, feeling a pang of regret as he cast a longing glance at the ancient city. A talisman ignited above his head, and he vanished into the void. The void traversal talisman activated as Lin Chen suddenly transformed, causing the four great saints stationed by the ancient array to have their hair stand on end, their faces etched with shock. In that moment, Lin Chen stood at the heart of the array, his foot upon the subdued dragon vein, poised to either shatter the entire dragon vein formation or activate it at will. The appearance of this scene sent shivers down the spines of the characters from the three major races. Should this young man truly bring ruin to this place, they would find themselves in the direst of predicaments. In an instant, numerous figures materialized above the center of the ancient city, their faces twisted with rage. However, upon laying eyes on the composed Lin Chen, their expressions were utterly transformed in shock. The reason was simple. This individual was Lin Chen. The heart of the leader of the Dark Descent clan surged with tumultuous waves, yet upon witnessing the current scene, he could only maintain his composure and bellow, "Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? If you dare to destroy this grand formation, neither heaven nor earth will provide you refuge. You will be eternally pursued by our three clans." Despite the palpable aura of murderous intent and astonishment emanating from the members of the three races, none dared to breathe audibly. The ancient formation was of paramount importance. Upon hearing those threatening words, Lin Chen, who had previously maintained a serene demeanor, suddenly exuded a terrifying chill from his gaze. "Buzz, The hearts of countless cultivators among the three races trembled as if an icy ant had crawled across their souls, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. That gaze was truly fearsome. Chapter 809, The Madman. It felt as though a frigid northern wind had swept through, rendering everyone utterly petrified. Even those of lower and mid-tier sage levels could perceive the terrifying malice that penetrated deep into their hearts. Though the members of the three races were known for their ruthlessness, at this moment, they could not suppress a shiver. This was the aura emitted by Lin Chen, a chilling presence cultivated after the annihilation of his family. The atmosphere fell silent, and the faces of those murderous figures from the three races paled. Even the esteemed leader of the Dark Descent clan seemed to have his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. This was the aura of slaughter, the killing aura that belonged to Lin Chen. You believe that what you owe me has nearly been repaid, do you not? Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. For reasons unknown. In the eyes of the members of the three races, Lin Chen's gaze appeared as crimson as that of a bloodthirsty creature. Humph. That is the consequence of your own actions. Do not blame others. One of the members of the three races retorted, unable to suppress his anger. He realized that the multifaceted strategy employed was a ploy to lure them away, allowing that detestable fat man to divert their attention while Lin Chen infiltrated the Grand Formation. However, at that moment, a sudden disturbance rippled through the air above the formation. The leader of the Dark Descent clan's expression shifted dramatically, seeking death. To his astonishment, someone dared to emerge from the void right before him. He was confident that he could eliminate this intruder the moment they materialized. If you dare to act, this formation will meet its destruction, Lin Chen stated with a calmness that suggested he had anticipated this very moment. The body of the Dark Descent leader trembled, his expression darkening considerably as he clenched his fists tightly. Thank you, Lin Chen, came a voice, filled with gratitude. Damn it, I almost let those bastards kill me. The corpulent figure leapt from the void, landing upon the dragon vein with a grin that radiated insincerity, his eyes narrowed to mere slits. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement as Emperor Duck, after greeting Lin Chen, arrogantly tilted his head back, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembled crowd above. Remember my name. For I am Emperor Duck, destined to be a great ruler, he proclaimed. The expression on the face of the Darkfall clan's esteemed elder contorted in agitation. The members of the three major races ground their teeth, their eyes aflame with fury, wishing nothing more than to pounce upon this Emperor Duck and rend him to shreds. Bah, Emperor Duck? His name is clearly Zhang Daniu, what pretense? Sneered Cece, her countenance dripping with disdain as she turned her gaze upon the members of the three races, declaring, I am Lord Cece. From this day forth, aside from your race's beautiful women, I shall break the legs of all others. More ruthless, more venomous. The faces of the three races were twisted in horror, their fists clenched, echoing with the sound of impending violence. Yet, confronted by the brazen demeanor of these two audacious individuals standing upon the great formation, they found themselves at a loss. Enough, Lin Chen remarked, casting a glance at the stout figure who had intended to confront Cece, and at once, silence enveloped them. Lin Chen surveyed the crowd above, his gaze ultimately settling upon the esteemed elder of the Darkfall clan. Heed my words. When I emerge, the first thing I shall do is eradicate you. His voice resonated like a decree from the Grim Reaper, sending shivers down spines. In that moment, a colossal starlight erupted from within the great formation. The once docile dragon vein roared to life, transforming into a vast reservoir of pure magical energy, activating the entire array. The Darkfall elder's pupils constricted as he instinctively prepared to strike with lightning speed, yet it was far too late. A torrent of immense starlight enveloped the figures of Lin Chen and his companions, whisking them away into the depths of the formation. Many from the three races would forever be haunted by the chilling gaze Lin Chen cast just before his disappearance. A collective shudder swept through them, an unspoken dread burrowing deep within their hearts, as if Lin Chen's final words would inevitably come to fruition. As the starlight vanished, the formidable dragon vein, comparable to that of a great sage, inexplicably dissipated into nothingness. The activation of this ancient formation had come at the cost of an entire dragon vein. Cursing as he witnessed Lin Chen and the others vanish, the Darkfall elder could scarcely contain his wrath. Were it not for the overwhelming energy that even he could not withstand, he would have charged in, eager to flay those three rascals alive. Moreover, the elder keenly observed the emergence of fine cracks upon the ancient formation, Should another transmission occur, it would undoubtedly trap the prodigies of the three races within. Kill, kill, kill. That Lin Chen has audacity beyond measure to commit such acts. Annihilating our Lin family is far too lenient for him. Yes, this was the way. When he emerges, we shall ensure he meets a most excruciating end. Humph. Even drinking his blood now would not quell the hatred that festers within my heart. The wretched individual, upon entering, had ignited a fervor among the elite of our three great races, inciting a torrent of contemptuous discourse among his kin. The esteemed elder of the Darkfall clan wore a grim expression and promptly gestured forth, swiftly relay this news to the headquarters. Even if Lin Chen has infiltrated the chaotic star realm, we shall ensure his demise is exceedingly gruesome. We must dispatch a void monarch and a true monarch to guard this ancient city, guaranteeing his certain death. The figure known as the fourth, a formidable sage, nodded with a fierce countenance. At this moment, the elder of the Darkfall clan was beset by a profound sense of dread, his previous vigilance shattered by the emergence of this unforeseen crisis. Before he could utter a word of alarm, the ancient formation erupted like a detonated bomb, culminating in a thunderous explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, and at the heart of the once mighty city, the explosion reduced its structure to mere fragments. As fragile as tofu, a cacophony of anguished screams reverberated through the air. The sages tasked with safeguarding the ancient formation were caught in the cataclysmic energy, leaving them gravely injured. Fortunately, due to the elder's timely reaction, the others suffered minimal physical harm. However, their spirits were engulfed by a tumultuous wave of terror. The ancient formation, once exuding an aura of antiquity, had transformed into a vast chasm, emanating the acrid scent of charred remnants. The elder's countenance quivered in utter disbelief, his eyes reflecting profound shock and horror. Lin Chen, if you have taken everyone with you to bury them alongside the Darkfall clan, this is an unprecedented blow to my psyche. With the destruction of the ancient formation, how could they possibly escape? Was this Lin Chen truly mad? Yes, utterly unhinged. A lunatic. Chapter 810. The tomb of the celestial beasts, an ethereal force enveloped Lin Chen, pulling him completely into another realm. Upon landing, they found themselves within the chaotic star realm. Lin Chen's formidable consciousness immediately radiated outward, encompassing a 100-mile radius, capturing every blade of grass and every tree within its grasp. Yet, to his dismay, there was not a soul in sight. Gazing upward, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. Mysterious fragments of colossal stone floated in the sky. Twinkling stars scattered across the expanse, creating a magnificent celestial tapestry. The ambient spiritual energy in this realm was exceedingly peculiar, infused with the essence of the stars, invigorating his body and soul, bestowing immense benefits. Weighing 150 pounds, he now felt as if he bore only half that weight. Lin Chen felt the enchantment of this land, its colors reminiscent of the meteoric rocks that floated at the edge of the sky. Now, stepping into this chaotic star realm, they had already distanced themselves from the Holy Spirit continent, entering a secluded little world within the void. Emperor Yi and Cece exchanged incredulous glances at the shattered formation. Lin Chen, did you truly destroy the array? Emperor Yi asked in disbelief. How are we supposed to exit now? I do not know, Lin Chen replied, his expression calm as he shook his head. Damn it. Emperor, you seemed momentarily at a loss. Are you joking? With this guy's intellect, how could he commit such a foolish act? At this moment, Cece chose silence, casting a lingering glance at Lin Chen, ignoring Emperor Yu entirely. Emperor Yu appeared to accept the absurd reality, sitting dejectedly on the ground, lamenting, I, Emperor Yu, with my illustrious reputation, must I be trapped in this wretched place? Oh heavens, please save your pitiful disciple. Strike down this rascal before me. Lin Chen disregarded Emperor Yu's wails and stood quietly for a moment before saying, let us go. Go where? Emperor Yu glared at Lin Chen. Do not tell me you possess the power of an emperor, capable of traversing small worlds and wandering through the void. I will not accompany you to your death. With that, Emperor Yu turned to leave. If you abandon me, you will truly be trapped here, Lin Chen added. Zhang Daniyu returned, his expression one of dejection. This is the site where the array first descended. Those prodigies have already ventured deep within. We should hasten to join them. Lin Chen suggested calmly. Emperor Yi gritted his teeth, wishing he could slay Lin Chen with a mere glare. He loathed himself for encountering this madman and regretted not fleeing sooner. Ignoring Zhang Daniyu's complaints, Lin Chen pivoted and shot off like a cannonball. Lin Chen discovered that in this chaotic star realm, his speed had doubled compared to before. The composed Cece silently followed behind him, while Emperor Yi clenched his teeth, realizing that he had no choice but to rely on this madman for some means of survival. After a full day of flight, a vast expanse of primordial forest appeared before Lin Chen and his companions. This forest stretched for miles, with trees towering 10 to even 20 meters high, presenting a truly magnificent sight. Lin Chen even spotted a tiger within this world, at the innate level, its size towering over 10 meters, resembling a giant. Indeed, this chaotic star realm, infused with the power of the stars, is extraordinary, he mused. The innate level tiger here was comparable in stature to beings of the divine realm. The rotund companion, dead fatty, marveled throughout their journey, collecting numerous treasures, regardless of their worth, which earned him disdain from Cece. Zhang Daniu retorted, "This is a virtue of tradition. We must not waste anything. There are people in the forest." Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. In the midst of the ongoing bickering between Cece and Emperor Yi, they were suddenly taken aback. 100 miles away from Lin Chen, a prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor's sect leaned, somewhat disheveled, against a tree. His body bore numerous bloodstains, appearing quite battered, yet the aura emanating from him was undeniably powerful, flickering with the semblance of starlight. It was evident that he had ventured into this chaotic star realm and reaped the benefits of immortality. However, at that very moment, a chilling sensation gripped his neck as a cold sword was placed against it. The murderous intent radiating from this blade seemed capable of consuming him whole. Despite being a member of the Heavenly Emperor lineage, possessing unparalleled talent, he now sensed the genuine aura of death enveloping him. "Who are you?" The prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor sect managed to regain a semblance of composure and inquired. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. There is no need to look back." Lin Chen's voice, icy and detached, echoed from behind him. "If you dare to make even the slightest move, I shall end your life before you can unleash your powers." The Heavenly Emperor prodigy trembled slightly. He was acutely aware that the lethal aura emanating from the blade at his throat had pierced deep into his heart. This was no ordinary weapon. It was an artifact of near-divine caliber. Furthermore, he realized that the individual behind him possessed a terrifying aura that he could not even begin to fathom. The disparity in their cultivation levels was overwhelmingly pronounced, rendering any attempt at resistance futile. "What do you desire?" Despite the perilous situation, the prodigy exhibited remarkable cleverness and composure. "Quite simply, where did the others go?" Lin Chen inquired nonchalantly. "You have but one chance." The prodigy's pupils constricted, and after a brief pause, he replied, "It is rumored that within the chaotic star realm lies a celestial beast's star tomb, which harbors treasures of immense value. They have all gone there." "The celestial beast's star tomb?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his voice growing colder. "How does one reach it?" "To the northeast, a distance of 100,000 miles." The prodigy responded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "And you, why are you here?" Lin Chen continued to interrogate. "The competition there is excessively fierce. It is not suitable for me. Hence, I chose not to proceed," the Heavenly Emperor prodigy explained. Nearby, a rotund figure muttered, "Now, that is a clever fellow." Upon hearing this, the prodigy's heart sank further, realizing that he had failed to detect another presence. "Esteemed senior, you have learned what you wish to know. I implore you to show mercy and grant me my life." The Heavenly Emperor prodigy's voice was filled with sincerity. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted, and a head soared into the air. The overwhelming force of the Tao surged through the forest, creating a thunderous explosion. Blood splattered across Lin Chen's face, transforming his calm demeanor into that of a demon. "When you raised your blades against others, did you ever contemplate granting them a path to survival?" Lin Chen gazed at the prodigy, whose eyes widened in disbelief, and spoke softly. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he absorbed the severed head into the illusory spirit mirror. Beside him, Emperor Yi smacked his lips, seemingly about to speak, but upon meeting the fierce gaze of Shishi, he swallowed his words and remained silent. Thus, a prodigy of the Heavenly Emperor lineage fell, extinguished. In the northeastern expanse, Lin Chen murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. His raven-black hair suddenly danced in the wind. Chapter 881, The Great Slaughter. The revelation of the celestial beast tomb was indeed of paramount significance to Lin Chen. With a target set to the northeast, over 100,000 miles away, He and his two companions surged forth with terrifying speed under his leadership. The once boisterous Duck Emperor had inexplicably fallen silent, ignoring even the provocations and assaults from Cece. Without uttering a word, they traversed through a world illuminated by countless stars. 3 days later, the trio entered a peculiar land, characterized by countless pockmarked craters where enigmatic meteorites lay embedded, over 10,000 of them, remarkably unique. What astonished them most was the color of the soil, which radiated a starry hue. Within this starlit soil resided an incredibly dense celestial energy, akin to that which wafted through the air. Lin Chen activated his insightful eye, comprehending the situation immediately. At that moment, the phenomenon of devouring arose, dark and mysterious, releasing thousands of black beams that resembled tendrils, burrowing into the starry soil and spreading outward for miles. With a resounding roar, an intense surge of celestial power erupted within Lin Chen, invigorating him while also cleansing him with a unique force. However, he expelled streams of black substances from his mouth, impurities contained within the starry soil. The sacred might within him drank greedily from the pure celestial energy flooding in, akin to a throng of famished children. What is happening? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his previously puzzled expression turning icy, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it had stirred something. In an instant, the devouring black light that stretched across the starry soil for miles retracted completely. The Duck Emperor scoffed, another group seeking their demise. From afar, 3 figures of distinct races surged towards the vast expanse of starry soil, their commanding presence heralded by an imposing voice. Which audacious individual dares to absorb the starry soil? Do you not know that this is strictly forbidden? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining motionless as he awaited their arrival. Among them were a member of the Bloodslaughter clan and 2 from the Dark Meteor clan. The Bloodslaughter clan's representative, a formidable genius, exuded an aura of overwhelming bloodlust as he reprimanded Lin Chen. Is it not known that the 3 great clans' elites have descended? The Bloodslaughter figure scrutinized Lin Chen, his expression shifting as he realized, you are not one of the 3 great clans. Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Hey, you 3 worthless beings. Do you recognize the individual before you? Roared the Duck Emperor. If you wish to avoid your demise, depart quickly. The 3 exceptional talents of the 3 great races felt a sudden halt in their breath, their anger rising. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming aura of terror surged forth, pressing down upon them, rendering their breaths labored. A chilling essence of death enveloped their beings. Kill. Lin Chen unsheathed the 7-foot void sword, his gaze as cold as ice. With a flicker of his toes, silver light erupted, and his form shot forth like a bolt, the sacred pressure radiating from him instilling immense oppression upon the 3 prodigies, diminishing their response time significantly. The 7-foot edge thrummed with energy. The supreme Tao's might surged forth, emanating from the 7-foot void sword, unleashing a terrifying brilliance that shook the void. Lin Chen, wielding the 7-foot edge, moved like a specter, swiftly passing through the 3 great races' prodigies. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 catastrophic explosions reverberated through the air as the 3 exceptional talents were struck down in that moment. The unfeeling sword of the Great Path manifested a colossal cloud formation, enveloping the gravely injured 3 prodigies. Endless streams of sword light intersected within this grand array, blanketing the sky with an overwhelming terror, prompting cries of despair. The sound of blood raining down echoed continuously as crimson droplets cascaded forth. Lin Chen landed once more, his expression devoid of any emotion. The 3 great race prodigies lay slain, no exceptions, their severed heads collected within Lin Chen's illusory spirit mirror. Zhang Dania's expression stiffened. According to the rules of their treasure-hunting sect, there were 3 words: do not kill. They were to seize the treasures of others without resorting to bloodshed. The devouring phenomenon erupted, consuming and refining the bodies of the 3 great races. The innate talent of the Dark Fallen clan, contained within the dark golden fragments at their joints, accumulated the essence cultivated throughout their journey. The more essence stored, the more powerful the erupting force became. While not as formidable as the 3 great races, it was nonetheless impressive. Having absorbed the remains of the 3 races, Lin Chen felt a surge in his sacred might. The combined Tao traces of the 3 prodigies amounted to nearly 100 strands, perfectly aligning with Lin Chen's absorption, granting him an additional thread of sacred power. Let us depart. Lin Chen cast a glance at the Duck Emperor and Cece, uttering no further words as he turned to leave. The Duck Emperor's expression shifted, gritting his teeth before following suit. Over the subsequent 3 days, Lin Chen delved deeper toward the northeast, continuously absorbing the power within the starlit soil. His internal sacred might grew increasingly formidable, ravenously consuming the sacred light emanating from the soil. Moreover, Lin Chen's sacred might seemed to undergo a gradual transformation, infused with a hint of stellar essence. A massacre unfolded throughout the chaotic star realm. The absorption of the stellar power within the starlit soil attracted numerous prodigies from the 3 great races. Yet, none who approached emerged alive. The countenance of the Duck Emperor bore a hint of weariness, and even his nemesis, the androgynous Cece, received not a glance from him. The moment he closed his eyes, visions of blood rain filled his mind. For a full 53 celestial prodigies, the illustrious sons from the 3 great races, had been mercilessly slaughtered within a mere span of 3 days, including one prodigy whose path had transcended to the 99th threshold. Casting a glance at the Duck Emperor, Cece remarked bluntly, "To be candid, you are ill-suited for cultivation. Kindness is not a virtue in this realm." The Duck Emperor grunted in irritation, but chose not to respond further. Standing upon the vast expanse of starlit earth, Lin Chen believed that absorbing the celestial energy contained within the 3,000-mile stretch of starry soil would catalyze a transformative change within him. Only 5,000 miles remain of the 100,000, he murmured skyward, his previously chaotic gaze now deepening into an abyss of contemplation. Then, let all of you converge upon me. A phenomenon of devouring energy surged forth from Lin Chen's back, enveloping a radius of 1 mile. It ascended into the heavens, unleashing myriad beams of black light that shot down into the 3,000-mile expanse of starlit soil. With a thunderous roar, an immense gravitational force began to operate, causing the very ground to tremble. The entire 3,000-mile territory quaked in unison, the resonating sound traveling deep into the northeastern reaches, relentless in its echo. He was summoning, drawing forth more prodigies to engage in a true massacre. Chapter 812. The Secret Art of the Stars, encompassing a radius of 3,000 miles. The terrifying energy embedded within the starlit soil surged continuously toward Lin Chen's form. His entire being radiated with the power of starlight, shimmering with dazzling celestial brilliance. Resembling a luminous star, waves of sacred might rolled forth, imbued with an even more profound and mysterious pressure. This sacred power intriguingly bore a touch of stellar authority. Indeed, the art of devouring was fearsome beyond measure. Zhang Daniu smacked his lips, acknowledging, "Though my ability to seize treasures is rare in this world, it pales in comparison to this devouring magic. Perhaps you should gaze into a mirror and observe your own disheveled appearance." Cece scoffed, disdain evident in her expression. Zhang Daniu, incensed by the presence of this androgynous being, retorted, "You, a mere abomination, should cease your pretense. The Duck Emperor would never take a fancy to one such as you." "Curse it, my heart has always yearned for beauty," Zhang Daniu insisted. "Do not presume to call yourself the Duck Emperor. Zhang Daniu is a far more fitting name." Cece, with a face full of contempt, responded with sharp wit. The exchange between the Duck Emperor and Cece resembled that of ancient foes, their insults flying thick and fast. With a heart as clear as a mirror, Lin Chen perceived every subtle disturbance within the 3,000-mile radius. The starry soil he had encountered before lacked such vastness, typically spanning only a few dozen miles. As he absorbed the celestial energy, it felt as though Lin Chen had stepped into another realm, becoming aware of the impurities and corruption that plagued his body. For humans are, by nature, imperfect, their forms rife with various impurities. However, the celestial power he absorbed was akin to a diminutive glimmer within his tainted form, gradually expanding and devouring the impurities. This sensation caused every pore of Lin Chen's body to open wide, enveloping him in a refreshing embrace. The sanctified might within him seemed to be adorned with specks of starlight, exuding a pressure that was more enigmatic, imbued with a celestial essence. The starry soil within a radius of 3,000 miles trembled violently, as if countless beasts were trampling and galloping upon it. The resounding roar echoed like a terrifying volcanic eruption, instilling awe. Such a commotion had undeniably captured the attention of numerous prodigies. In recent days, Lin Chen's slaughters had not stirred much tumult. Yet this act of absorbing the celestial essence from a vast expanse had instigated an immense uproar, as if it were a deliberate spectacle. In the next moment, potent auras surged forth from the northeastern depths of this realm. A prodigy, employing a secret method, transmitted his voice over 1,000 and myriad miles, striking directly above Lin Chen's head like a thunderous admonition, boldly violating regulations and demanding immediate cessation, lest he face dire consequences. Lin Chen, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them, and a beam of starlight, 10 feet long, flickered and vanished. The myriad of devouring phenomena and celestial might manifested as Lin Chen's demeanor remained indifferent. The swirling, pitch-black vortex of devouring energy abruptly descended, merging into the land over this 3,000-mile expanse, unleashing the full force of its extraordinary presence without reservation. Boom! Explosions erupted in rapid succession. Columns of starlight shot up from the earth, piercing the heavens, creating a scene of sheer terror. The starlight emanating from Lin Chen's body intensified, becoming overwhelmingly fierce. Even the unparalleled royal bone of his supreme artifact could not withstand the onslaught of this tremendous celestial power, trembling incessantly. The absorption rate surged to a terrifying degree, surpassing that of moments prior. Swift, piercing sounds sliced through the air as figures of prodigies flickered into existence. A total of 21 prodigies from 3 major races materialized before him. Each possessed remarkable cultivation, their bodies resonating with the essence of celestial pathways, radiating an aura of resplendent starlight. Clearly, these 21 prodigies had reaped considerable benefits from this chaotic star realm. What audacity! Among them, a being who had stepped into the threshold of the great saint realm strode forward, bellowing at Lin Chen. Who are you to possess such audacity? I shall execute you on the spot. Lin Chen merely cast a glance, ignoring him entirely, as he continued to voraciously absorb the celestial power. The 20 prodigies approached Lin Chen at a rapid pace. As they neared within a 100-mile range, they were collectively taken aback. How could this be? He is not one of our 3 major races. An outsider has intruded. The defenders outside had clearly failed in their duty, allowing an outsider to breach their ranks. Once they returned, there would be serious consequences to face. The leading figure, a half-step great sage, waved his hand, and the scene was instantly silenced, leaving only the chilling command to eliminate the individual before them and thwart his absorption of the starlit soil. As his words echoed, a formidable aura surged within the 21 prodigies, each of their cultivations soaring beyond 50 strands of Tao patterns, rightfully earning their title as prodigies on the Holy Spirit continent. With a furious roar, the great sage was the first to strike, opening his mouth wide as a radiant light of stars erupted forth, suddenly manifested as a frenzied celestial body hurtling towards Lin Chen with terrifying force. Though this divine ability did not reach the level of supreme Tao techniques, its might was undeniably immense. The Emperor Duck, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, only to be filled with joy, for this was indeed a true possessor of treasures. They had all reaped significant benefits within this miniature world. Lin Chen, seated in meditation, suddenly rose and effortlessly unleashed a single punch. With a resounding crash, the roar of the star-like attack was instantly shattered, exploding into nothingness within the void. However, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, for he could distinctly sense that this power surpassed even that of supreme Tao techniques, drawing upon the nebulous strength of the stars to create a formidable amplification. Had he not mastered the holy might and relied on the power of a supreme imperial artifact, evading injury would have been impossible. The celestial stars from beyond are the most enigmatic of existences, harboring tremendous power. Some of the strength of certain stars could rival that of an emperor, capable of forming their own worlds. Should one obtain such divine abilities and harness the power of the celestial stars, their might would far exceed that of supreme Tao techniques. This secret art is referred to as the Star Secret Technique. The Emperor Duck spoke eloquently, demonstrating considerable knowledge about these treasures. Yet, when mentioning the Star Secret Technique, his narrow eyes glimmered with a terrifying green light. He turned to Lin Chen and solemnly declared, "Lin Chen, no matter what, allow me to seize their treasures first." The Star Secret Technique can fetch exceedingly powerful treasures on the Holy Spirit continent. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that the supreme Tao techniques could not yet be deemed overwhelmingly powerful, as they were now overshadowed by the emergence of the Star Secret Technique. Meanwhile, The half-step great sage who had first unleashed the star secret technique upon Lin Chen was visibly shaken upon witnessing this development. That individual is immensely powerful. Everyone, showcase your star secret techniques and unite to draw upon the celestial powers of the heavens to vanquish him. The remaining 20 prodigies, deeply resonating with this sentiment, felt a profound trepidation. In the next moment, they unveiled their strongest star secret techniques. Waves of star secret techniques were manifested, each calling forth distinct celestial powers, varying in magnitude, yet surpassing the might of supreme Tao techniques by far. Instantly, the sky, adorned with countless stars, appeared to be stirred by these star secret techniques, descending a force of nebulous energy as if the heavens themselves were enraged, its power astonishing. Each star secret technique seemed to evolve into the essence of its celestial counterpart, striking with ferocity. The combined might of 21 extraordinary beings unleashed a terrifying force. What of the myriad stars? Even the heavens would tremble before them. Lin Chen, observing the formidable and intricate stellar secret arts, felt no fear. Instead, he surged forth with unrestrained speed, charging directly into the dense array of celestial techniques. What was he attempting, if not courting death? Even a low-grade great sage would struggle against such an assault. The half-step great sage, witnessing Lin Chen's reckless action, was instantly filled with elation. Although this mysterious youth instilled a sense of dread, to charge headlong into the overwhelming manifestation of myriad stellar arts was akin to seeking annihilation. A blinding brilliance enveloped Lin Chen, transforming him into a blade that plunged into the heart of the celestial techniques, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from many onlookers. They recognized this brilliance as the renowned essence of the primordial unity from the unparalleled heaven gate. As Lin Chen penetrated the multitude of stellar secret arts, he was immediately besieged by an overwhelming oppressive force, akin to countless miniature stars bearing down upon him, a power far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. The stellar secret arts transcended all supreme doctrines, rightfully so. As Lin Chen sensed the imminent peril of being crushed to oblivion, a dark phenomenon rose, shrouding him in an aura of murderous intent like a tempest sweeping through the surroundings. Wisps of cold light emerged from the depths of this shadowy manifestation, resembling stars twinkling in the inky night sky. The expressions of the 21 prodigies shifted dramatically upon witnessing this spectacle. With a thunderous roar, thousands of icy rays erupted from the dark phenomenon, each hundred coalescing into a blade of cold light, surging toward the tumultuous stellar secret arts, igniting an explosive force. The cacophony of detonations reverberated, marking a moment of unprecedented shock for the 21 prodigies. Their celestial techniques were systematically shattered, the sound of explosions sending chills through their hearts. This was dire. Only Lord Blood Fury could withstand such prowess. The half-step great sage trembled inwardly, discerning the gravity of the situation and preparing to flee. The other 20 prodigies harbored similar thoughts. They were simply outmatched. Yet, at that moment, 5 terrifying auras of death descended upon them. An overwhelming sacred might coalescing into an enormous hand that grasped their forms, squeezing down heavily, rendering every movement excruciatingly difficult. Threads of sacred might erupted in unison, intertwining to form an impenetrable and fearsome cage, sealing them from all directions. The 5 great sages felt a chilling dread settle deeper within them. They could scarcely fathom that 5 great sages had silently ensnared them. These 5 were none other than the Tao soldiers under Lin Chen's command. Fully prepared to ensure their escape was impossible. In the moment when numerous prodigies were besieged by the 5 great saints of the Dark Clan, Lin Chen's figure, albeit somewhat disheveled, burst forth from the explosive radius of the celestial secret technique. Although he had vanquished these celestial arts, the force they unleashed could not be underestimated, and he too sustained injuries from the shockwave. As the 21 prodigies sensed an ominous aura approaching, their eyes filled with dread, they beheld Lin Chen, wielding the 7-foot void sky sword, a quasi-Tao artifact, suspended before them, with a palpable murderous intent emanating from his being, instilling terror in their hearts. Hey, Lin Chen, my esteemed leader, please do not slay them just yet. Allow me to plunder their treasures first. The Duck Emperor, upon seeing Lin Chen brandishing the void sky sword, immediately cried out in panic, hastily employing his divine abilities to expedite his arrival. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance, remaining silent. his gaze suddenly fixating on the half-step great saint. The celestial secret technique, a 1,000-mile transmission, commanded from all directions, converged into the void. Though filled with trepidation, the half-step great saint nonetheless unleashed a celestial secret technique, his fingers shimmering with starlight as he gestured repeatedly, sending a beam of starlight soaring into the heavens. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, extending his hand to grasp that radiant beam, an immense pressure descending. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the starlight seemed entirely unaffected, as if it had been absorbed into the void, vanishing without a trace. This celestial secret technique summoned a celestial star, one among the myriad of stars beyond the cosmos, capable of transmitting the information I inscribe to a specific individual. You wretched demon, await Lord Xueli's reckoning. The half-step great saint, possessing both grit and intellect, burst into laughter. Yet, he failed to perceive any trace of apprehension on Lin Chen's visage, as if their so-called Lord Xueli was of no consequence in his eyes. As the Duck Emperor approached at a rapid pace, the holy might within Lin Chen surged into the 7-foot void sky sword, which immediately radiated an overwhelming aura of Tao, pressing upon their very souls. Kill. Such a singular word encapsulated the current situation. Lin Chen transformed into an unparalleled fiend, expressionless as he wielded his sword, methodically reaping heads with each strike. Blood surged forth, an aura of death enveloping the air, an overwhelming atmosphere of slaughter. In but a few breaths, Lin Chen seemed to embody a blood-soaked azura, his entire form drenched in the lifeblood of the fallen prodigies. Heads rolled as he collected each one with a mere sweep of his hand, his expression remaining unchanged throughout the entire ordeal. The Duck Emperor had reached Lin Chen's side. Yet the events transpired so swiftly that he was rendered utterly speechless. Witnessing the carnage unfold before him, he lamented, "My celestial secret techniques. Damn it, Lin Chen. You owe me for my celestial arts." The bloodied sword's edge was pressed against the chin of the portly figure, freezing his lament into a rigid mask of fear, which swiftly morphed into a sycophantic grin. "Oh, Lin Chen, I was merely jesting. It's just a little celestial technique. If it's gone, so be it. What is the big deal?" Beside them, Cece scoffed, "What a pathetic wretch the Duck Emperor is. The name Zhang Daniu is truly a fitting epithet for you, utterly spineless. How could you possibly doubt that this emperor possesses treasures far superior to the secrets of the stars?" The emperor exclaimed with unabashed arrogance. "Then what do you call this?" Lin Chen retorted, choosing not to engage further with the two boisterous figures, retracting his sword and casting his gaze towards the northeastern horizon. The half-step great sage had just employed the starry secret technique to transmit a message, and it was likely that the true prodigies of the celestial beast tomb region would receive it. The remaining elite would prove to be formidable adversaries, especially now that they were alerted to the impending threat. However, this was of little concern to Lin Chen. The distance of 100,000 miles, which once seemed vast, was now nearly traversed. He was close to the celestial beast tomb. "I've been searching for you two for quite some time," Lin Chen muttered to himself, unleashing a torrent of devouring demonic light that enveloped the corpses entirely. 1,000 miles away, atop a towering ancient tree, stood a graceful woman clad in flowing white garments, her beautiful yet unfeeling eyes gazing into the distance, betraying no hint of emotion. Along her journey, she had observed a nascent demon rapidly evolving, its speed astonishing. Chapter 814, The Grand Slaughter Plan. 10 members of the Celestial Royal Clan, 5 from the Bloodkill Clan, and 6 from the Darkfall Clan. All 10 celestial royal bones of the Tao diagram realm were consumed by Lin Chen, transformed into an overwhelming essence of kingship, surging wildly towards the Xianzhong Monarch Tower. In an instant, the tower radiated golden light, and within, the elements of wind, fire, and thunder swirled, refining itself. The essence of kingship grew increasingly potent and formidable. Boom. The resplendent golden light began to rapidly contract, causing the entire tower to hum with vibrations, rendered exceptionally solid and unparalleled in sharpness after its baptism. The Xianzhong Monarch Tower, having absorbed this immense essence of kingship, ascended to the pinnacle of supreme royal artifacts. With Lin Chen's sacred might in operation, the power unleashed could effortlessly annihilate even the peak of the Tao diagram realm. As Lin Chen absorbed the vital essence of the Bloodkill Clan and the dark gold quintessence of the Darkfall Clan, his sacred might surged dramatically. Combined with the previous enhancements, he now possessed 50 strands of sacred might, elevating him to the mid-tier Great Sage realm. As he continued his relentless slaughters, Lin Chen's cultivation and strength soared rapidly. The Emperor of Ducks watched with a mixture of envy and regret. If Lin Chen would seize those treasures for him, his own power would augment significantly, slaying foes and enhancing cultivation. Such benefits were boundless for Lin Chen. The Emperor of Ducks, a true prodigy at heart, remarked to the corpulent figure, "Their treasures can truly be called treasures." Though the Emperor felt a pang of regret, he nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. In his current state, Lin Chen resembled a god of death. Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare provoke him. The tale of how his master was left in naught but his undergarments after inciting the wrath of the sacred pulse body served as a stark warning. The three figures pressed onward into the depths of the northeastern expanse. At that moment, in the chaotic star realm, deep in the northeast, lay an immense stretch of land. Aglow like a colossal luminescent stone, enveloped in a gentle radiance, shimmering with the celestial power of the heavens. This is the profound depth of the northeastern direction, a magnificent sanctuary for cultivation, where even the mere act of breathing offers benefits to the body. In this place, a figure shrouded in crimson light sits cross-legged, diligently practicing a celestial secret technique, continually drawing upon an enigmatic power from the heavens to cleanse himself, exuding an aura of formidable authority and might. This figure is Shui Li, who descended from the human realm to lead the illustrious warriors of the Bloodline clan. At that moment, amidst the myriad stars above, a peculiar celestial body known as the Chuan Tian star suddenly radiated a brilliant light, casting down a beam of starlight that descended before him. Shui Li opened his eyes, and with a swift motion, he grasped the air, receiving a surge of information that flooded his mind. A fierce killing intent abruptly emanated from Shui Li, akin to a horde of vengeful spirits, stirring the hearts of those nearby and unleashing a wave of terror. In an instant, this overwhelming aura dissipated entirely. "What brings you two here?" Shui Li inquired with a cold smile. Approaching him was another figure, exuding an unmistakable imperial presence with every gesture, Lo Wuchang, whose current cultivation was profound and unfathomable, having gained immense benefits in this chaotic star realm. Beside Lo Wuchang stood Jinyu, who had previously mocked Lin Chen with scorn. Now, Jinyu emanated an astonishing aura of hidden, lethal intent, striking fear into those who beheld him. Lo Wuchang's expression darkened ominously. "According to my investigation, you would never have imagined that a total of 29 members of my clan have gone missing. They have likely all been slain." Jinyu's face was grim. "Our clan, too, has 36 members unaccounted for." Shui Li raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two figures, each radiating a subtle killing intent. "If that is the case, it seems my clan has experienced a similar predicament. Since you both have received intelligence, I shall inform you that outsiders have infiltrated our midst, ruthlessly slaughtering members of our three great clans." With a wave of his hand, the message conveyed by the starlight manifested before the two prodigies. Upon witnessing this, Lo Wuchang and Jinyu's expressions grew even more severe. "Who possesses the audacity to openly attack our three great clans?" Jinyu, stationed early in the periphery of this chaotic ancient territory, was well aware of its forces and powerful figures. He could not fathom who would dare to do such a thing. "I have a suspicion about one individual." Lo Wuchang's voice turned icy. Jinyu paused, his expression shifting. "Could you be referring to Lin Chen?" Lo Wuchang nodded expressionlessly. Shui Li also inclined his head. "We exterminated his Lin family, and harboring resentment, it would be simple for him, with his abilities, to infiltrate this chaotic star realm. It is highly likely that the individual in question is Lin Chen. What audacity! He dares to venture in here to seek his demise." Jinyu clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with starlight, filled with murderous intent. His strength had increased significantly, and he no longer feared Lin Chen. "Lin Chen is not so easily dealt with. We must deliberate carefully. He is undoubtedly targeting us. Given the circumstances, let us devise a scheme specifically to deal with him," Luo Wuchang coldly remarked. Shui Li nodded in approval, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "I am indeed curious to see just how formidable this man, heralded as a prodigy by you, truly is. Therefore, let us lay a trap to lure him in." Luo Wuchang added, "This Lin Chen possesses remarkable intelligence. Many have attempted to eliminate him, only to return empty-handed, often sustaining severe injuries in the process. I too, have suffered greatly at his hands. Jinyu interjected harshly. How much chaos can a mere Lin Chen stir up? With our strength, we can easily crush him. Even if he has powerful allies in this chaotic star realm, the highest they can attain is the status of a great sage. Shueli let out a cold laugh and suddenly rose, exuding an aura of dominance. Jinyu is correct. Even if he is indeed a prodigy who has thwarted our plans, I shall personally strike him down. Both Luo Wucheng and Jinyu clasped their hands in respect towards Shueli. Now let us discuss how to deal with him. Shueli waved his hand dismissively, his gaze indifferent, as if he did not regard Lin Chen as a threat at all. For him to take action against Lin Chen, it would depend on whether Lin Chen possessed the capability to warrant such attention. I have already devised a flawless plan, fraught with peril. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Luo Wucheng's eyes as he declared, Today, we shall become hunters, pursuing this elusive prey. To eliminate him would be a significant achievement, greatly enhancing our standing in the human realm. Shueli nodded slightly, while Jinyu grimly acknowledged the intent with a nod. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, a grand conspiracy was unfolding, intent on his capture, mercilessly taking shape deep within the northeastern region. Chapter 815. The lure streams of starry energy, akin to flowing dragons, continuously surged into Lin Chen's being. The celestial power embedded within his sacred might intensified, and Lin Chen sensed that upon breaching a critical threshold, this starry energy would fully merge with his sacred aura. However, reaching this threshold presented a daunting chasm. He lacked a medium to communicate with the starry force, a medium that referred to the celestial star art. Having never practiced the celestial star art, Lin Chen could only absorb the starry energy to augment his sacred might. The starlit soil within a radius of 3,000 miles had transformed into yellow sand, forming a small desert. As time passed, Lin Chen and his companions continued deeper into the unknown. His absorption of starry energy had reached saturation. Further intake would yield no benefit. Therefore, their pace quickened. It seemed as though the three major races had grown vigilant, perhaps even alerted by the half-step Great Sage's transmission regarding the celestial star art. Throughout their journey, Lin Chen encountered not a single figure from the three major races, as if this northeastern territory had turned into a forbidden zone. Damn it! Not encountering a single genius along the way makes it impossible for me to seize the celestial star art, the Duck Emperor lamented. Lin Chen remained silent, fully aware that their movements had already been exposed. As for Luo Wucheng, the Golden Prison, and that enigmatic blood spirit, it is he himself who has ventured into the chaotic star realm. Lin Chen. Lin Chen gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. The ground beneath their feet appeared to have transformed into a boundless expanse of pure crystal, imbued with starlight, stretching infinitely beyond sight. Towering trees, rising from this starlit crystalline soil, shimmered in hues of pure, celestial light. The entire world had transformed into a resplendent pearl of starlight. The power of the stars contained within this land reached a terrifying level, one that even Lin Chen could not fathom. Even he was unaware of the vastness of this peculiar terrain. Undoubtedly, they had ventured deep into the northeastern reaches, drawing perilously close to the tomb of the celestial beasts. The great Emperor Duck, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into exclamations of awe. Such a scene was indeed breathtaking, evoking a sense of tranquility within the heart. However, Shi, who had always been at odds with the great Emperor Duck, now bore a look of confusion, sensing a familiar force. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Shi and inquired, Shi, could it be that you sense something? Shi, possessing the identity of a mysterious sacred beast, had garnered the favor and special care of the Blood Dragon Emperor, even when the latter was merely on the verge of transformation. This fact attests to Shi's extraordinary lineage. It is worth noting that only the Blood Dragon Emperor had discerned this. Countless formidable beings had traversed alongside Lin Chen, yet none had unraveled Shi's identity. The tomb of the celestial beasts, a burial ground for monstrous creatures, held significant meaning. I sense something indistinct. Shi replied, shaking her head. Perhaps we need to delve deeper. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The great Emperor Duck cast an odd glance at Shi, his gaze unsettling her. The three of them ventured further into this land resembling starlit crystal. Although Lin Chen sensed the power within, he had reached a critical juncture where further exploration seemed futile. Just as Lin Chen stepped into this forest of crystalline starlight, myriad large seals erupted from the towering trees, converging into a sea of seals that surged toward Lin Chen with lethal intent. "Get back!" she shouted, her voice resonating like thunder. The seals collided with an invisible barrier, shattering upon impact. "Interesting. The formation has evaded my spiritual perception," Lin Chen mused, a smirk playing on his lips. Under the vast expanse of his spiritual awareness, he meticulously scanned the surroundings, barely detecting a vague life fluctuation. Evidently, the opponent had also employed a celestial secret technique to significantly diminish the effects of spiritual detection. Alas, they had encountered Lin Chen, the anomaly. "At last, I have found one." Lin Chen moved like a phantom, his entire being radiating sharp intent as he advanced toward the indistinct fluctuation. He even activated the ancient art of concealment, cloaking his magical aura to utmost silence. 100 miles, 50 miles, 20 miles, 5 miles, the distance was merely a mile apart. In an instant, Lin Chen could traverse that final mile. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, and his figure suddenly sprang forth, channeling an overwhelming holy might into the 7-foot void sky sword. The invisible force he unleashed shattered the crystalline trees, scattering them into fragments. From amidst the celestial starlight, Lin Chen surged upward, the sword imbued with tremendous power, preparing to strike down upon his adversary. However, upon sighting this individual, his expression faltered and his movement slowed. For this person was none other than Luo Wuchang's revived Qingro, now known as Luo Qingyi. With an impassive countenance, Luo Qingyi, the stellar collapse seal, interlocked her fingers and forcefully spread them apart, unleashing a swastika-shaped starry seal toward Lin Chen with a thunderous force. An unseen celestial power descended, and the intense impact bore down on him, creating an overwhelming pressure even before the seal reached him. The collapsed seal crashed upon Lin Chen, radiating a dazzling array of colors and blinding silver light from his form. Yet, he remained grievously affected. The might of this sealing hand far surpassed that of ordinary celestial techniques. He was violently propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Were it not for his status as a great sage and the celestial power coursing through him, he might have sustained severe injuries. The moment Lin Chen laid eyes on Luo Qingyi, his very consciousness was momentarily stunned. The previous activation of elemental powers had purely been an instinctive reaction of his body. His elder brother Cici was taken aback by the scene, while Duck Emperor stood frozen, quickly calling out, "Lin Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine, merely a minor injury." Lin Chen snapped, "Stay where you are, do not approach." Duck Emperor immediately halted, as did Cici, though concern was etched upon their faces. Lin Chen turned his gaze earnestly toward Luo Qingyi, stating, "This place is perilous. You must leave at once." "I have come to kill you," Luo Qingyi replied coldly, her alluring form once again channeling celestial power, harmonizing with the mysterious stars above to form an enigmatic force. It was evident she intended to invoke celestial techniques once more. "Qingro, believe me, I mean you no harm." Lin Chen, who had maintained a frigid demeanor throughout, now revealed a warmth of sincerity for the first time. However, this sincerity caused Luo Qingyi to furrow her brow slightly before relaxing. "Come with me," she instructed, turning away. Lin Chen hastily followed, regardless of the murderous intent brewing within him, unable to forget the gentle woman willing to sacrifice her life for him. Cici and Duck Emperor exchanged swift, grave glances, recognizing the conspiracy directed at Lin Chen. Chapter 816, The 99 Heavenly Star Array. Months had passed since Lin Chen last encountered Qingro, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Yet, Qingro had completely forgotten him, reducing their connection to mere unreciprocated longing. As Lin Chen pursued Luo Qingyi, Cici and Duck Emperor stealthily trailed behind. Both of them were acutely aware that upon stepping into the depths of this northeastern territory, they had entered the heart of enemy lines. Those formidable elites should not be underestimated. Luo Qingyi moved with remarkable speed, her steps shimmering with starlight, imbued with an enigmatic force that rendered her nearly untouchable. Even Lin Chen, exerting all his might, could merely keep pace behind her. The power of this celestial technique was indeed extraordinary. With a sweeping motion, Lin Chen unleashed his formidable hand toward Luo Qingyi, causing the surrounding pressure to surge like ocean waves, enveloping her front and transforming the environment into a quagmire, impeding passage. Yet, Luo Qingyi's graceful form was cloaked in a veil of starlight, like a delicate membrane, allowing her to slip through the crevices of this oppressive force. Akin to a nimble mermaid, harnessing the celestial power, all things became blades. Luo Qingyi struck toward Lin Chen with a palm, and an eruption of starlight surged forth, causing the land adorned with star-like pearls to tremble. Countless beams of light coalesced into a multitude of starlight blades, intertwining to form an impenetrable realm of celestial knives, encompassing the sky and earth alike. "Drink!" Lin Chen exclaimed, his voice reverberating as he donned a vibrant array of colors that enveloped him, propelling him into the unseen world of starlight blades. The sound of shattering echoed as numerous celestial knives were obliterated upon impact. Lin Chen's figure darted through this dense realm, resembling a streak of rainbow, shattering all celestial blades in his path. However, despite his resplendent attire, Lin Chen felt the piercing pain of the blade's impact all over his body. Yet, at this moment, he chose to disregard the pain. This enchanting woman possessed considerable strength. Though her demeanor was rather frigid, no wonder Lin Chen, this devil, found himself utterly captivated. Emperor Duck, gazing at the swiftly moving, graceful silhouette ahead, salivated as his body was enveloped in a radiant glow, impervious to the celestial blades which merely hindered him. "Cease your lewd thoughts," she sneered. "This woman belongs to my elder brother. Should you entertain any vile intentions, I shall sever you with a single strike." Emperor Duck instinctively clutched his stout legs, grumbling in discontent, yet he followed suit. This realm of blades seemed infinite. With each movement of Luo Qingyi, a dense array of celestial knives sprouted anew. Lin Chen pursued for a while before suddenly bellowing, "Luo Qingyi, halt! Do not flee any longer." His commanding shout proved effective, as Luo Qingyi indeed ceased her movement, her azure eyes coldly observing Lin Chen as he shattered layer upon layer of starlight knives in his pursuit. Lin Chen, who had not smiled in ages, managed to conjure a grin for Luo Qingyi, saying, "Though you may not recognize me now, it is essential for me to recount the past to you." Luo Qingyi regarded Lin Chen for a moment, noting the sincerity etched across his face, and coldly muttered, "You are unwell." At that moment, Emperor Duck and Shishi caught up, merely a mile away. Lin Chen was about to speak when Emperor Duck suddenly shouted, "Lin Chen, quickly vacate your position. There lies a terrifying grand formation ahead." In the center of the Duck Emperor's brow, the energies of yin and yang shimmered, forming a vague vertical eye, flickering with profound light. Cece's expression changed drastically. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, glancing down to discover that he had inadvertently arrived in a vast clearing, spanning roughly 10 miles amidst the starry forest. The soil, infused with starlight, emanated a chilling aura. A familiar voice resonated from 20 miles ahead, invoking the 99 heavenly stars formation. As Lin Chen absorbed this revelation, Luo Qingyi had already glided forth, exiting the 10-mile radius, her expression indifferent as she regarded Lin Chen, who floated above. Suddenly, the tranquil starry forest erupted with bizarre phenomena. The sound of 7 explosive booms reverberated through the air, as 7 terrifying beams of starlight surged forth from the earth, soaring skyward. 7 concealed prodigies, at the pinnacle of their Tao diagram realms, ascended from the soil, the starry light erupting from their forms. At the moment the 7 beams of starlight ascended, Cece, her face paling in alarm, struck out with a punch, unleashing a colossal beastly claw, measuring 20 meters, its scales glistening with a cold sheen, crashing against one beam of starlight. With a resounding thud, it was as if the heavens had been struck. An unseen force descended upon the 10-mile expanse, colliding with the ground. Cece's punch seemed to strike an indestructible, invisible barrier, sending her recoiling from the force. "We are sealed," the Duck Emperor intoned gravely. Cece's countenance darkened, revealing her deep dismay. The 99 heavenly stars, gathering the stars and invoking divine power, sought to obliterate the void. The 7 prodigies, having broken through the soil, formed seals with their hands and shouted in unison. Mysterious powers cascaded from the heavens, descending upon the land, as if 7 arcane stars were inscribing their divine might upon it. As the stellar energies enveloped the 99 heavenly stars formation, it became impervious, resembling diamond, fortified beyond measure. Cece's expression grew increasingly grim. She had sensed the formation was shrouded by an enigmatic celestial power, impervious to external forces. This formation was anything but simple. The adversaries were formidable. If at that moment, the Duck Emperor and Cece had looked up, they would have seen 7 distinct stars in the sky, radiating a brilliance far surpassing that of the other celestial bodies. Clearly, this formation corresponded to these 7 malevolent stars. Lin Chen, taken aback by the unfolding events, grasped the sinister plot at play. You wish to kill me? His gaze fixed upon Luo Qingyi's pale, indifferent face. Luo Qingyi nodded coolly. You have slain my kin. Moreover, this is the demand of my betrothed. Lin Chen gasped. Betrothed? With a mocking clap of his hands, Luo Wuchang emerged from the woods, looking down upon Lin Chen with a smirk. Brother Lin Chen, long time no see. I never anticipated you would cause such chaos in the starry realm. It truly chills my heart. Upon mentioning this, Luo Wuchang's expression turned rather chilling. Lin Chen, with a frigid gaze, scrutinized Luo Wuchang and inquired what he had done to her. Luo Wuchang, with a hint of derision, retorted, Lin Chen, clarify your own situation. If it were not for your own incompetence, she would not have become this way. She is no longer the person she once was. She is now my fiancée. Do not let your heart waver. Lin Chen's countenance grew even colder. Suddenly, Luo Wuchang laughed, a laugh imbued with lethal intent. This 9-9 celestial array, responding to the 7 malevolent stars in the heavens, forms a constellation of celestial power, descending with the might of the sinister stars to obliterate you, Lin Chen. Let us see how you survive this time. Chapter 8:17. The opening of the beast's tomb. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen cast a glance at the terrifying celestial array and, unfazed, responded, I hope it is as you say. Luo Wuchang scoffed. Although he yearned to witness Lin Chen's demise, there were more pressing matters at hand. He then commanded, You 7, even if Lin Chen is reduced to mere fragments, you must bring me his remains. The 7 prodigies shouted in unison, their faces marked by a murderous intent. They were already aware of Lin Chen's massacre of their kin, and their rage was palpable. Qingyi, the beast's tomb is about to open. Let us proceed. I assure you, this person you despise will soon vanish from your sight. Luo Wuchang said with a gentle expression. Qingyi remained unperturbed, not sparing Lin Chen a glance as she turned to leave. Qingyi, one day I, Lin Chen, will bring you back, he shouted defiantly from within the lethal star formation, yet he felt no sense of impending doom. Qingyi halted momentarily, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chen before swiftly departing. Such arrogance. Today, you shall witness the true might of the celestial array, one of the prodigies remarked, his murderous aura surging as he observed Lin Chen's indifference. With a series of intricate hand seals, he summoned the stars, directing a flick of his fingers towards the array. 9-9 celestial, descend upon the mortal realm. The 7 prodigies collectively shouted. In an instant, the heavens transformed. The once bright sky became blindingly intense. Above the endless expanse, 7 sinister stars, radiating fierce luminescence, descended with murderous intent, crashing down upon the earth. A wave of celestial energy, akin to divine blades, surged forth from the array. An unstoppable force of immense power. This was the power of the 7 malevolent stars, known as the 9-9 celestial energy. Its force could shatter miles of earth, and any mortal encountering it would be annihilated into nothingness. Presently, Lin Chen found himself at the epicenter of this sudden eruption of celestial energy. Surrounded by a veritable sea of blades and flames, akin to a powerless mortal caught in a cataclysm. The sound of slicing air resounded violently as the 9-9 celestial energy, wielding the strength to rend the very fabric of reality, surged towards Lin Chen with unstoppable force. Be careful, she cried out in alarm. Though still in the Tao diagram realm, its true essence was extraordinary, having already discerned that this 9-9 celestial energy was a manifestation of the malevolent star's power. Its might far beyond the realm of ordinary perceptions. The Emperor Duck's eyes spun with an unsettling glint, as if perceiving Lin Chen ensnared and scheming something sinister. Adorned in resplendent, multi-hued garments that repelled all malevolence, Lin Chen's expression remained inscrutable. He unfurled his colorful attire, radiant light shimmering forth, causing all wicked beings to retreat. The formidable 9-9 Gang Qi struck his garments, unleashing a cacophony reminiscent of mountains crumbling and earth shattering. In but a fleeting moment, his vibrant attire was rent asunder. Lin Chen's form became a blur, agilely dodging the relentless onslaught of 9-9 Gang Qi, as if he possessed an innate awareness of the encroaching dangers from all directions. His movements exuded an exquisite elegance. In the midst of evasion, Lin Chen's right hand surged forth, harnessing the full might of the supreme imperial artifact. And he aimed to shatter a strand of 99 Gang Qi with a single, devastating punch. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen's right arm was met with a tremendous impact. The terrifying sharpness of the Gang Qi brutally rending his hand, leaving behind a multitude of gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. With a fierce shout, Lin Chen summoned his holy might, causing the piercing essence of the 99 Gang Qi to tremble. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he swiftly retreated. The 99 Gang Qi proved to be extraordinarily potent. Had he not evaded in time, his right arm would have surely been torn asunder. At that moment, however, a buzzing sound reverberated in his ears once more. Anticipating the danger, Lin Chen nimbly dodged yet again, though his appearance bore a hint of disarray. Unable to fully withstand the onslaught. Humph, Lin Chen, even with your supreme artifact, how could you withstand the might of the 99 Gang Qi? One of the prodigies mocked. Witnessing Lin Chen's desperate flight, denying him any chance of escape, the 7 prodigies formed new seals, unleashing a collective assault upon Lin Chen once more. The sound of clashing blades echoed as strands of 9 heavens Gang Qi spiraled upward, intertwining and colliding, swiftly forming an immense net above the grand formation. Impenetrable and with gaps no larger than a fingertip, this net of 99 Gang Qi descended upon Lin Chen with relentless speed, leaving no room for escape, compelling him to confront the searing menace. Such a fate, even for Lin Chen's formidable physique, would be insurmountable. Witnessing this, Shi's countenance shifted dramatically. She transformed into her colossal beast form and unleashed a massive beam of light towards the grand formation. Yet the formation, fortified by the power of 7 stars, stood impervious as if crafted from adamantine, showing no signs of yielding to Shi's assault. As the 99 Gang Qi net loomed ominously above, it appeared as though victory was assured, akin to catching a turtle in a jar. However, at that moment, the previously beleaguered Lin Chen suddenly halted, standing resolute. The 7 beings of different races were momentarily taken aback, and before they could comprehend, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Chen, as if he had transcended to a saintly realm, rendering the mundane powerless. The 7 prodigies felt an immense weight upon their hearts, their breaths constricted, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Chen had revealed himself to be a great saint. As for the unparalleled sharpness of the 99 Gang Qi, I shall demonstrate to you what true brilliance entails. Lin Chen spoke calmly. The 7-foot void sky sword possesses immense spirituality. Upon hearing his words, the sword vibrated with a resonant hum, unleashing a terrifying brilliance that soared into the heavens, causing all things to bow in submission. In a sudden motion, Lin Chen swung the sword, and an unparalleled aura erupted forth, harmonizing with the 7-foot radiance as it ascended like a legendary divine blade piercing the firmament. The 7 talented individuals were utterly astounded. The immense net of 9 layers of formidable energy shattered in an instant. The entire formation trembled as if struck by a mighty force. Above the boundless sky, the 7 ominous stars, once shimmering brightly, now appeared dim, as if they were on the verge of fading into obscurity among countless other celestial bodies. Yet, this was not the end. A colossal 8 trigrams emerged, infused with deep yearning, descending upon the 10-mile radius with a thunderous roar. The supreme divine art, propelled by sacred might, wielded a power that was truly terrifying. The starry crystalline expanse within that 10-mile area erupted violently, shattering like fragile glass, layers cracking apart. The 7 prodigies seated upon it were immediately thrown into disarray. Run! They cried in unison, for Lin Chen had ascended to the mid-tier great saint, combined with his unique physique, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. It was no wonder he remained unperturbed while ensnared in the formation. However, the 7 prodigies had yet to escape. A terrifying sword-like dragon, imbued with supreme authority, coursed through their bodies, severing their heads in an instant, blood gushing forth. Lin Chen reached out with his hand, seizing all 7 heads, and with an expression of indifference, wiped the blood from the quasi-divine weapon. His gaze turned icy, penetrating the depths of the northeast. The celestial star beast tomb is about to be unlocked, and it seems that all must converge there. Chapter 818. Surging within the chaotic ancient domain. A realm brimming with both fortuitous encounters and peril, the most significant treasure discovered was none other than the Chaos Star realm. All major forces were acutely aware of its implications. However, following the condemnation from the Holy Spirit continent, the three dominant races had aggressively seized control of this territory, threatening war upon anyone who dared to meddle. Though the authenticity of their threats was uncertain, the newly appointed leader of the Mingtian Gate, the Ice Emperor, had ceased his offensive against the three races. It was widely known that the Lin family had annihilated these races in a fit of fury, and now, with the Chaos Star realm under their control, other factions naturally refrained from provoking them. Yet, astonishingly, an unprecedented event occurred. The Chaos Star realm was infiltrated, and the ancient teleportation array was destroyed. The moment these two occurrences transpired, the entire inner forces of the chaotic ancient domain erupted in a frenzy. Who possessed such audacity to provoke the ire of the three dominant races? To their shock, the perpetrator was none other than Lin Chen. Many influential figures were acutely aware of Lin Chen's entrance into the Chaos Star realm and understood his intentions. It was quite simple, a massacre. Lin Chen, a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, was undoubtedly consumed by boundless rage after such atrocities befell his kin. As the tumultuous star realm unfolds, the three great races converge upon the revered gathering place of prodigies on the Holy Spirit continent, within the ruins of an ancient city now desecrated. The very essence emanating from this city instills a profound dread in the hearts of those who dare to approach. For within these hallowed grounds, the upper echelons of the three races have assembled. In the Supreme Conference Chamber, each race is represented by an elder, each one a formidable being, exuding an aura that transcends the mere atmosphere of this land. These three, the Void Kings, embody a terrifying power. How outrageous it is that the entire ancient formation has been shattered in such a manner. Even the intervention of an emperor could not mend it. The Bloodkill race's Void King, driven by a bloodthirsty rage, possesses eyes that seem to weep blood itself. With a cold smirk, the Void King of the Darkfall race remarks that anger is futile now. This Lin Chen is undoubtedly targeting our prodigious strength, and having endured his previous tribulations, his thirst for vengeance is likely to be terrifying. Indeed, Lin Chen is a formidable individual, among the most distinguished on the Holy Spirit continent. The Emperor of the Heavenly Monarch sect furrows his brow. Why should we be so apprehensive of him? Our Bloodkill race has dispatched a prodigy ranked within the top 50 among the myriad races of the human realm, blood history. Dealing with Lin Chen should be well within our capabilities. The Darkfall race's Void King scoffs. It appears you have forgotten that Lin Chen is accompanied by an emperor, the ruthless fairy from the now-changed Hectic Gate. With such a formidable ally at his side, the prospect of Lin Chen's demise seems implausible. The Heavenly Monarch race's Void King shakes his head, noting that while the previous madman's seal was indeed powerful, seeking her life would be far from easy. She undoubtedly harbors intentions and will not strike against us. However, should Lin Chen's life be at stake, the situation becomes precarious. After a lengthy deliberation lasting 3 entire hours, the three Void Kings reached a consensus. It appears we have no other choice. The Bloodkill race's Void King declares coldly. We shall divide the shattered formation into 3 parts, allowing each respective emperor to absorb a fragment of its essence to locate the coordinates of the chaotic star realm. When the time comes, we shall forcibly breach this realm and utterly crush Lin Chen. The Darkfall race's Void King concurs. Excellent. Let us proceed immediately. Since this individual dares to provoke our 3 races, let him find no place for burial. Thus, a terrifying scheme is set in motion, one that may be anticipated by Lin Chen, yet also eludes his foresight. However, the powerful factions within the ancient realm of chaos are acutely aware that a catastrophic event is imminent. Meanwhile, the Taiching sect has begun to flourish, with fresh blood continuously flowing in. Clearly, this momentum stems from the earlier events surrounding the Lin family, hinting that the prestige of the Taiching sect may soon eclipse that of other factions. In the Taiching small world, the sect master of Taiching engages in a game of Go with an elderly man whose skin is a shade of deep azure. As they fell into the grasp of fate, formidable rules descended, the power within being beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Sigh, I am well aware of what you speak of. I can see that Lin Chen, that little rascal, is currently enduring the most arduous of times. There lies a hurdle in his heart. Whether he can surmount it depends on his destiny. The elder spoke in a leisurely tone. This lad's identity is shrouded in mystery, and the more one engages with him, the more astonishing he becomes. However, the path to becoming an emperor is fraught with tribulations, and the challenges this boy must face are far beyond his capacity to withstand. I do not wish to witness the demise of this little rascal, hence I shall act according to the circumstances. The master of Tai Ching expressed her gratitude softly. Thank you, Senior. The elderly figure shot her a glance, a hint of exasperation in his eyes, stating that all the great powers are striving for chaos in the heavenly sea, while you, my dear, are merely pursuing a man. I cannot fathom what is so special about that man. The master of Tai Ching lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. This answer eluded her as well. However, you must keep a closer watch on the heartless fairy. Although I was not awakened when those events transpired, I was still aware. Her intentions have always been singular. The elder stroked his beard and remarked, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The master of Tai Ching bowed her head in appreciation. The elder waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was unnecessary, for this was for my own sake, as well as for my master. I wish to see someone who bears his shadow shine brilliantly in this world. In the Eastern Dynasty, within the majestic and mysterious Eastern Palace, the seventh prince sat cross-legged on a mystical, ancient mat, radiating a verdant, archaic glow. Yet, before long, this brilliance became disordered and then faded away, leaving the seventh prince drenched in sweat. Unable to attain tranquility, Yun Luo approached gently, meticulously wiping the sweat from his forehead. The seventh prince offered Yun Luo a smile. But soon his brow furrowed in concern as he sighed. I remain entangled in the events surrounding Lin Chen that day. Even Dao Tian felt compelled to personally descend to eliminate him, alas. Yun Luo shook her head resolutely, reassuring him, Fear not. I believe he is far from the malevolent figure depicted in rumors. Let us hope so. The seventh prince nodded, his expression laden with worry. As turmoil approached, he recalled the scene he had witnessed for the first time, the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, with countless lives suffering. The arrival of that race is inevitable. Chapter 819. The grand scheme in the ancestral demon's forbidden land, the once illustrious first prodigy, met a tragic end at Lin Chen's hands. The name of the holy son Tiangu had become a source of shame in their hearts. Even if he were the reincarnation of the Kunping celestial beast, what difference would it make? Now, within the entire ancestral demon's forbidden land, the holy maiden stands as a paragon for the demon clan, a symbol of their aspirations. Coupled with Luo Zi's prowess, her prestige within the forbidden land is unmatched. Yet on this day, the entire demon race was shaken. Even the ancient and fearsome entities of the ancestral demon's forbidden land emerged from their seclusion. This was due to the return of a major royal lineage within their ranks, the Baoyao clan, to the ancestral demon's forbidden land. When the ancestral demon's forbidden land was established, the Baoyao clan played an irreplaceable and monumental role. Moreover, the strength of this race is so formidable that it is truly astonishing. On this day, a new saint's son, known as the Tyrant King, was born in the ancestral forbidden land of the demons. The Tyrant King displayed exceptional insight, although many perceived him as impulsive and fond of battle. Beneath his fierce exterior lay a shrewd intellect. Within a single day, the Tyrant King's reputation began to spread. Despite the considerable prestige of Luo Zi, he faced significant challenges on his first day, all of which this man adeptly resolved. This performance was met with immense satisfaction from several ancient ancestors of the ancestral forbidden land. Luo Zi was acutely aware that the Tyrant King's presence was a challenge for supremacy. On a lofty peak, amidst cliffs and waterfalls, a man adorned only on his upper body, his skin marred by centipede-like scars, gazed down upon this ancient realm. Boss, what astonishing feats do you plan to accomplish this time? My instincts have proven correct. Following you is sure to ignite my fervor. Thus, this ancestral forbidden land shall become a formidable ally for you. He extended his hand, reaching towards the vast ancient territory below, exuding an aura of overwhelming menace. Luo Zi shall also become my woman. In this world, there exist not merely 7 great powers, but also numerous factions that remain hidden and isolated from the world. Their strength not to be underestimated. Take, for instance, the boundless East Sea, rumored to harbor a dragon palace of immense power and countless treasures. Once, the Sword Immortal sect attempted to stake a claim there, only to suffer a significant setback. Beneath the waves, that dragon palace stands undefeated. Similarly, the Medicine clan resembles the dragon palace, inherently devoted to the crafting of elixirs. According to ancient tales, the medicine clan may have connections to the Damling clan. But this is not entirely accurate. The medicine clan also specializes in poison, antidotes, and healing ailments. Even cultivators can fall ill, suffering from issues such as damaged consciousness or tainted physiques. To remedy these afflictions, one requires the spiritual medicines of the medicine clan, which cannot be substituted by the Damling clan. For this reason, the medicine clan remains relatively obscure, yet holds great renown and considerable influence, even in the mortal realm. The stronghold of the medicine clan lies within the heart of a tree known as the celestial divine tree. This tree stands at the northernmost extremity, piercing the boundless sky amidst swirling snowflakes. No one knows the true extent of its height. Ancient legends claim that ascending to its pinnacle grants one access to the heavens. On this day, at the center of the celestial divine tree, the medicine clan welcomed the birth of their new medicine child, named Xiaoding. Upon Xiaoding's emergence, the reaction from the medicine clan was intense and profound, as many of their prodigies had harbored significant aspirations for this position. The prospect of an outsider assuming the role was utterly unacceptable to them. However, on this very day, Xiaoding accomplished a singular feat that silenced all dissenting voices. Before countless witnesses, he summoned the cauldron revered by the medicinal clan as a sacred artifact, conjuring a pill known as the resurrection elixir. Even the great sovereign, upon consuming it, would be instantly revitalized, ailments vanishing as if by magic. Such prowess is far beyond that which the proud progeny of the medicinal clan could ever aspire to. Brother, the Xiong cauldron shall not hinder your progress. The Xiong cauldron gazed at the towering divine tree that pierced the heavens, clenching its fists, eyes unwaveringly resolute. Though he seldom articulated his thoughts, the Xiong medicine was acutely aware of the implications contained within the scroll entrusted to them by Lin Chen. His elder brother was destined to be a king, and thus he must become a formidable blade in his service. The long-conceived plan to eliminate the wolves was finally set into motion. This was a grand scheme, meticulously prepared by Lin Chen, poised to leave countless individuals in awe. In this chaotic era, ancient relics, archaic races, and hidden families emerged from the shadows, seemingly compelled by some portent to seize the greatest advantages amidst the turmoil. Within the Taiqing sect, following the departure of figures such as Qing Ro, Lin Chen, Xing Huang, and Yun Luo, a goddess graced their midst. All disciples of the Taiqing sect revered her as divine, yet none knew her true name. To this day, no one has beheld the goddess's true form, save for the elder generation of the Taiqing sect, who alone recognize her identity. This goddess is known as Yuyin, a whimsical girl who once delighted in lingering by Lin Chen's side. Amidst a chaotic world, a dark passage led to an uncertain destination, teeming with myriad dangers. A woman clad in azure traversed this realm, her delicate features framed by lustrous purple hair. Her fair, refined visage radiated determination, with her eyes shimmering brightly in the midst of the chaos. Ever since Lin Chen's triumphant return and his uproar at the Taiqing sect, Yuyin understood that to remain by his side, she must keep pace with him. She pondered the current state of her elder brother, gazing into the boundless, seemingly endless chaos, sighing softly. 3 full years had elapsed. She had spent 3 years within this tumultuous space, encountering countless dangers unfathomable to ordinary minds. This series of trials had deepened her cultivation, rendering it more profound and formidable, while her exquisite countenance had matured into one of alluring grace. Time and again, she contemplated surrender, yet the towering figure of that man remained her steadfast motivation. Upon close inspection, one might notice a single luminous strand of white hair entwined around her pinky finger, a testament to the bonds of affection that lingered in the heart. At this moment, Yunqing's eyes, shimmering like stars, suddenly brightened as she perceived a glimmer of light amidst the chaotic space. It seemed that by stepping into that light, she could unveil an entirely new world. In that instant, a profound sensation blossomed within her heart, a familiar and deeply ingrained sense of belonging that resonated within her soul. Is that place my kin? Yunqing murmured to herself. Chapter 8:20. The 113th Individual, the Fall of the 7 Great Prodigies. Lin Chen absorbed every last trace of essence within him. Waves of immense energy surged through his being, elevating his sacred might to the level of 55 strands. With the demise of a few more prodigies, he would ascend to the realm of a superior great sage, standing triumphant among his peers. However, this time, he had slain only a single member of the celestial royal lineage. causing the Xuanshang Monarch Tower merely to absorb energy and store it for its impending surge toward becoming a quasi-Dao artifact. Once it reached that level, the power of this treasure would be unfathomably terrifying, and even Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. Little did Luo Wuchang anticipate that in just a few months, Lin Chen's growth would surpass their wildest imaginations. He had outstripped them by a considerable margin. Once I reached the realm of the Void King, with the 2 royal bones I acquired from the Dark Clan still in my possession, I shall aid the Xuanshang Monarch Tower in its ascent to becoming a lower-grade Dao artifact. Lin Chen contemplated, his mind brimming with plans. However, at that very moment, a terrifying beam of light erupted from this crystalline star realm, piercing the endless firmament. In that instant, the entire earth trembled, an ancient aura sweeping through, and the brilliance of countless stars dimmed significantly. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he sensed an ancient presence. The tomb of the celestial beasts had awakened. What a magnificent phenomenon! He was taken aback, gazing upwards, only to find that the myriad stars seemed on the verge of vanishing. The energy unleashed by the awakening of the tomb of the celestial beasts was immense. A treasure, an unparalleled treasure has emerged, the Duck Emperor exclaimed, his eyes glistening with greed as he longed to rush towards the source of the light. Lin Chen cast a glance at Cici, who appeared dazed at that moment. The sensation of calling grew increasingly intense. What lies there? Cici murmured, his expression bewildered. Lin Chen gently patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Let us proceed to the tomb of the celestial beasts, he urged. Upon hearing this, the Duck Emperor dashed ahead with remarkable speed. The location of the tomb of the celestial beasts was still some distance away, and it took them a full 2 hours to arrive. Upon reaching the crystalline starry ground, they beheld a towering shadowy mausoleum, soaring to great heights, suspended in the air. Surrounding this colossal shadowy tomb were miniature stars, twinkling like a celestial map. The aura emanating from the tomb instilled an instinctive fear that surged from the depths of their hearts. This ancient presence bore witness to the fact that this vast mausoleum had awakened from the primordial chaos, a relic of the ancient world. The marvel lies not in what they can predict, but rather in the fact that this is merely an illusion, not the essence itself. Even with Lin Chen's consciousness being fourfold stronger than that of an average great sage, he could not discern even the slightest trace of the true being. At that moment, before this colossal illusory graveyard, a considerable gathering of figures had already assembled. Luo Wuchang stood at the forefront of the crowd, with Luo Qingyi beside him, her expression one of indifference. Among the leaders was Jin Yu, who had previously mocked and opposed Lin Chen at the Hunyuan Gate. The most formidable presence among them, radiating a heavy malice, was Xue Li, a prodigy of the blood-killing clan, who had recently descended from the human realm. Upon encountering Xue Li, a sense of foreboding surged within Lin Chen. It was evident that this individual was exceptionally formidable. The mere fact that he could evoke such a sense of danger spoke volumes. Xue Li possessed a tremendous aura and was indeed a great sage. These 3 individuals were all of the great sage caliber. The representatives of the 3 great clans stood not far from this vast beast grave-esque silhouette. While prodigies from all directions continued to arrive, each exuding an incomparably potent presence, their energies intertwining in the air. They were summoning others. Remarkably, these newcomers were all at the pinnacle of their Dao marks, with several being half-step great sages. The Duck Emperor beside Lin Chen could only click his tongue in astonishment. In mere moments since their arrival, the figures from the 3 clans had already exceeded 50, each at least at the peak of their Dao marks. Moreover, powerful energies continued to flicker in from various directions, indicating that the numbers were far from final. This formidable assembly of prodigies was indeed awe-inspiring. It was no wonder that on the Holy Spirit continent, the major factions dared not provoke these 3 clans too recklessly. The strength of these prodigies alone revealed the terrifying prowess of the 3 clans. Furthermore, this was merely a glimpse of the lower-tiered beings within the human realm. Excellent. This spares me the trouble of searching far and wide, Lin Chen remarked with a frosty demeanor. The chill emanating from him sent a shiver down the Duck Emperor's spine. Cici's confusion deepened. Her intuition hinted to Lin Chen that this star beast grave might well be her fortune. The 3 clans certainly know how to enter. I will blend in among them. You 2 stay hidden and await my signal, Lin Chen instructed the duo, enveloping himself in the devouring demon light, instantly transforming into a prodigy of the blood-killing clan at the peak of his Dao marks. Ahead, Over 100 prodigies had gathered, and he felt no fear of being discovered as he integrated himself among them. Truly a freak, the Duck Emperor muttered quietly as he watched Lin Chen take flight. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. What if this scoundrel, one day, in a fit of displeasure, decided to kill him and assume his form? Wouldn't the illustrious and handsome Duck Emperor's reputation be irrevocably tarnished? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he soared into the throng of prodigies. His countenance stern and devoid of any greetings. Any greeting would risk exposure. As dozens more prodigies arrived, the three leading figures nodded in acknowledgement, confirming that all had gathered. However, under Lin Chen's covert observation, the countenances of the prodigies gathered here bore an exceptionally grim expression, shrouded in an undercurrent of malevolence. It was abundantly clear that the recent massacre he had perpetrated against these gifted individuals had stirred a tempest of murderous intent within them. To all the brothers present, I am acutely aware that the recent events have cast a substantial shadow over your hearts, igniting a fervent desire to unearth the perpetrator and subject him to a gruesome demise. Luo Wuchang surveyed the crowd, his imperial leadership qualities manifesting, yet he proclaimed, "Prior to this, I had allied with 7 prodigies who have attained the pinnacle of the Tao diagram realm, and we executed the 99 celestial star formation to ensnare Lin Chen. It is quite possible that he has already met his end." Upon utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The prodigies understood all too well the formidable nature of the 99 celestial star formation, especially when wielded by 7 Tao diagram adept allies. Its power was such that even a lower-tier great sage could be vanquished. This revelation brought forth expressions of exhilaration among the members of the 3 great races. Should Lin Chen be slain, it would be an extraordinary feat, eliminating a significant threat. Yet, at that moment, Bloodly, who stood beside Luo Wuchang, seized the opportunity amidst the collective joy and interjected. Luo Wuchang furrowed his brow and turned to Bloodly. The prodigies from the 3 races regarded Bloodly with expressions of confusion. Nevertheless, Bloodly, known for his formidable and inscrutable prowess, commanded considerable respect among them, thus silencing any dissent. With a chilling smile, Bloodly surveyed the assembly and remarked, "It is rumored that the devouring demon technique can transform one into the likeness of another race. Previously, I had accounted for 112 individuals. Why then, has the number now swelled to 113? His words struck like a thunderclap. The expressions of Luo Wuchang and Jin Yu shifted dramatically, for it appeared that an additional individual had emerged,